Chapter 1. Spirit's Soul Village. In the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, in the Fanos province, lies a modest village with a mere 200 households. Spirit's Soul Village, a name that conveys an air of grandeur, is in reality just a small settlement, overshadowed by the neighboring Sacred Soul Village. Nestled in a remote corner of Spirit Soul Village stands a quaint thatched cottage. Before the cottage lies a small patch of vegetable garden, where a boy of approximately 5 or 6 years is diligently watering and fertilizing the plants, without any adult assistance nearby. As he raises his head, his small face glistens with sweat, flushed with fatigue. Suddenly, he tosses aside the little shovel in his hand. What the hell is this? Where are the adults? Where are my parents? Can they be so indifferent? Is there truly no one to check on a child left alone at home? Damn it. This young boy is named Xing Tian, a name he does not understand why his father chose for him back in school. He was often mocked by his classmates because of it. In his previous life, Xing Tian was a frail youth with mediocre academic performance, never one to cause trouble, and possessing a shy disposition. Thus, he became a target for ridicule, as classmates believed he was unworthy of such a name, sullying the reputation of the war god Xing Tian. As he matured, driven by a sense of self-worth, he opted to enlist in the military, seeking to serve in the most challenging environments to forge his character. He aspired to grow stronger, to live up to the significance of his name. 2 years of military service transformed Xing Tian considerably, and upon returning to civilian life, he chose to become a police officer. Yet, he never anticipated that the phenomenon of transmigration would occur in his own life. Xing Tian, an avid reader of novels and a follower of various dramas, was familiar with certain tropes of storytelling, but he never envisioned how it might feel if he were to experience such a transition himself. Thus, when this extraordinary event befell him, he was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembers that fateful day during his leave, when he had arranged to watch a movie with a girl he had long admired. However, after the film concluded, while on their way back, they encountered a robbery in progress. As a police officer, he could not stand idly by, so he chose to intervene. His 2 years of military training allowed him to reach the robber first, swiftly subduing him with relative ease. Before long, the police arrived to apprehend the criminal. But at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The robber managed to break free from the officer's grasp, producing a dagger from his sleeve, and lunged at Xing Tian. Caught off guard, Xing Tian was tackled to the ground, and a sharp pain pierced his chest. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear the maniacal laughter of the assailant, the cries of a woman, and a cacophony of other sounds. However, he could no longer discern them. In the fleeting moment when Xingtian's consciousness dissipated, a pitch-black portal materialized above him, unnoticed by others. Subsequently, a translucent version of Xing Tian was drawn from the lifeless body beneath him, soaring towards the dark passage. Just as his soul was on the verge of entering the portal, a beam of light unexpectedly shot forth from a void, penetrating Xingtian's ethereal form and drawing him into the portal. When Xing Tian regained his awareness, he found himself transformed into a small child, approximately 5 or 6 years of age. He was oblivious to his whereabouts and the world he had entered, having been alone for 2 days without any visitors. Damn it, I'm just a child. Where are my parents? If it weren't for me, this child would have truly perished. Xing Tian cursed vehemently enough. I'm done. He clapped his hands and returned to the thatched cottage. In the kitchen, he discovered some hardened flatbreads. He boiled a bit of water and soaked the inedible bread, consuming a small portion before collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to slumber the following day. As he lay in a haze of sleep, Xing Tian sensed someone calling out to him. Taiju! Taiju, wake up! Taiju, who are you? Xing Tian groggily opened his eyes. Before him stood a kindly old man, smiling down at him. Taiju, I am your grandfather, the village chief. Get lost! Xing Tian retorted brusquely. He swiftly rose, dressed himself, and headed outside to wash up. The village chief chuckled awkwardly and followed him out. Taiju, I apologize for my oversight. The village has been exceptionally busy lately, and I neglected to visit you, the village chief said with a smile. Old man, I don't know you, so please leave, Xing Tian replied, not even glancing back. Taiju, I truly have been busy these past few days and forgot about you. Look, I brought you some meat, rice, and oil. The village chief gestured to a cart at the gate. Not interested. Xing Tian shot back. His anger stemmed from the realization that they had abandoned a child of 5 or 6 for 2 or 3 days. Was this not a disregard for life? Taiju, tomorrow is the day of your martial spirit awakening. Hence the village's busyness. Please don't hold it against your grandfather, the village chief implored. Where are they? Xing Tian inquired them. Who do you mean? Who do you think? Your parents, of course. They passed away long ago. Do you not remember? They died when you were 3. This was your old home, Taiju. Your grandfather understands your anger, and I sincerely apologize for my neglect, but tomorrow marks the soul awakening. A momentous occasion. Our Imperial Soul Village has not produced a Soul Master in many years, while the neighboring Holy Soul Village has seen several emerge in recent times. Their population has burgeoned to over 500. The village elder spoke to Xing Tiana. Why am I burdening a child with such matters? I must be losing my wits. Iron Pillar, please forgive your grandfather. I shall not speak this way again. Did you say this place is called Imperial Village? And there's a Holy Soul Village next door? Tomorrow is the day of Soul Awakening? Xing Tian suddenly inquired. Indeed, how could I possibly forget to come see you otherwise? Your parents entrusted you to me in their final moments. The elder replied by the heavens. This is the Luo continent. Xing Tian exclaimed internally. Grandfather, I'm also 6 years old now. I wish to awaken my soul tomorrow. Xing Tian declared suddenly, for in this world, lacking strength rendered everything meaningless. Very well. No problem at all. Any child of appropriate age is welcome. The elder promptly agreed. Are you no longer upset? I shall prepare something delicious for you. The elder added cheerfully. He then hurried to the door and fetched supplies from the cart. After indulging in a hearty meal, it nearly brought tears to Xing Tian's eyes. It has been such a struggle. After 3 days, I finally have a full meal. Xing Tian thought to himself. Iron Pillar, you should rest now. Tomorrow morning, I will come to fetch you, and we shall proceed to the Soul Awakening, the elder said before departing. Once the elder left, Xing Tian lay on his bed, his mind flooded with images of his past life, the continent, Tang San. We shall meet soon, Xing Tian murmured to himself. Chapter 2. The Soul Awakening. At the break of dawn the next day, Xing Tian rose, tidying himself and washing up. He warmed the meal prepared by the village elder the previous day and hastily consumed breakfast. As soon as he finished, the elder arrived at Xing Tian's home with a horse-drawn cart. Iron Pillar, let us go. The Soul Awakening will take place in the village square, the elder announced. All right. With that, Xing Tian climbed onto the cart, swaying gently as they made their way into the village. After a leisurely 20-minute journey, they finally arrived, but Xing Tian did not see anyone from the Soul Hall conducting tests. Elder, the people from the Soul Hall just arrived and informed us that we must go to the neighboring Holy Soul Village for the Soul Awakening. A villager rushed to inform the elder. Upon seeing him, what is the reason for this? The elder quickly inquired. They said our village has too few inhabitants, and there are only a dozen children awakening this year, the villager explained. Alas, pack our things, we shall head to Holy Soul Village. The elder sighed. Elder, enough of this chatter. Let us hasten our preparations. The awakening of the children must not be delayed. The village chief interrupted the conversation of the crowd. Upon hearing this, the villagers had no choice but to gather their belongings and escort their children onto horse-drawn carts and oxen, making their way to the Holy Soul Village. In truth, Holy Soul Village lay adjacent to Imperial Soul Village, merely a kilometer or two apart. The villagers' reluctance to go stemmed from their embarrassment. However, for the sake of their children's futures, they steeled themselves and proceeded. Upon arriving at Holy Soul Village, they found that individuals were already waiting at the village entrance, suggesting that the Spirit Hall had likely communicated their arrival. In advance, accompanied by the residents of Holy Soul Village, they made their way to the village square. The personnel from the Spirit Hall had already commenced the testing. It appeared that several individuals had already undergone assessment. Please queue up upon arrival. The official from the Spirit Hall addressed the village chief of Imperial Soul Village. Could this be the legendary Su Yuntao? Xing Tian pondered as he observed the middle-aged man conducting the tests. In his previous life as a soldier, Xing Tian had conversed with his comrades about this very individual. It was said that those who had been looked down upon by Su Yuntao were destined for greatness, as this pivotal figure was a requisite presence in many derivative tales of the Luo continent. Amused by the thought, Xing Tian could hardly believe that he would one day encounter this legendary soul figure next. Tang San. Su Yuntao's voice suddenly resonated in Xing Tian's ears. He quickly raised his gaze to see a particularly delicate child, around 5 or 6 years old, stepping forward. This is Tang San? Truly, he is the destined son of Luo. Xing Tian mused. As expected, Tang San manifested the blue silver grass, a useless martial soul, and was subsequently subjected to Su Yuntao's disdain, only to reveal an innate full soul power. After Tang San's assessment, it was the turn of the Imperial Soul Village residents. Unsurprisingly, approximately 90% of them were ordinary folk, with an occasional individual possessing a useless martial soul, prompting the village chief to sigh. Repeatedly next, from Imperial Soul Village, Taiju, Su Yuntao called out. The village chief promptly nudged Xing Tian forward. After a brief moment of preparation, Su Yuntao instructed Xing Tian, extend your right hand. Following the command, Xing Tian outstretched his right hand, and a glimmer of light began to emerge. The village chief, witnessing the radiance in Xing Tian's hand, trembled with excitement. Before long, a transparent, jelly-like orb materialized in Xing Tian's palm. What is this? Su Yuntao inquired, perplexed, as he was unfamiliar with this particular martial soul. Uncle, what is happening? Xing Tian asked curiously. This is a mutated martial soul. The specific nature of the mutation is still unclear, so I cannot draw any conclusions yet. Please take a moment to sense what kind of martial soul you possess. Su Yuntao replied, understood. Xing Tian responded, promptly closing his eyes. Shortly thereafter, information began to flow into Xing Tian's mind. The simulation of martial souls can perfectly replicate the martial souls of others, including their soul rings. In martial techniques, however, it necessitates an exceptionally robust physical constitution to fully unlock this potential. Uncle, I'm unaware of the name of my martial soul, Xing Tian replied, opening his eyes to Su Yuntao. Oh, is there no introduction for your martial soul? Su Yuntao inquired, somewhat surprised. None. Xing Tian shook his head. Very well. I comprehend. Let us proceed to the next task. Su Yuntao decided not to dwell on the matter. Please, place your hand upon this crystal orb. Su Yuntao promptly produced a crystal orb for Xing Tian. Upon placing his hand on it, the crystal orb radiated a brilliant light. Ah, another innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao exclaimed, astonished. However, he quickly composed his expression. You may step down now, Su Yuntao instructed. Upon learning of Xing Tian's innate, full soul power, the villagers of Dihun began to cheer, for after many years, they finally had a soul master emerge from Dihun village. Subsequently, no one else in the village awakened their martial souls. They were predominantly ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, the village elder was no longer concerned with anyone else. Having Xing Tian was sufficient. Once the martial soul awakening concluded, Su Yuntao approached the village elder of Dihun. Dear elder, allow this child to remain in Shenghun village for now. When the time comes for the Junior Soul Master Academy's enrollment, these two children can attend together. Su Yuntao extended an olive branch to both Tang San and Xing Tian, yet both unequivocally declined this. The village elder of Dihun found himself in a quandary, for Xing Tian was the first in many years with the potential to become a soul master, and he wished to take him under his care. Moreover, he felt indebted to Xing Tian and sought to make amends during this time. Dihun village is simply too small were it not for your proximity to Shenghun village. With your population of around 200 households, my martial soul hall would not have come at all. Can you understand? Su Yuntao addressed the village elder. This? Very well. Ultimately, the village elder conceded. Old Jack, I entrust this child, Iron Pillar, to you, but remember, he remains one of us from Dihun village. The village elder grasped Old Jack's hand firmly. Old Tom, rest assured, I shall not take your people. Old Jack replied. Good. Well then, my task is complete, and I must take my leave. Young one, should you change your mind in the future, the martial soul hall will always welcome you. Su Yuntao affectionately ruffled Xing Tian's hair. After Su Yuntao departed, the villagers of Dihun began to leave in succession, with Old Tom glancing back at Xing Tian repeatedly. Xing Tian waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for concern. Once Tom had left, Old Jack turned to Xing Tian and said, Young one, your name is Iron Pillar, is it not? I am Xing Tian, though my nickname is Iron Pillar. Xing Tian responded. Xing Tian? A splendid name. Very well. You and Xiao Xin both possess innate full soul power. In 3 months, you shall embark on your journey to Nodding Academy together. During this time, you may reside at Xiao San's home, declared Old Jack. Chapter 3. Twin Martial Spirits. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Xing Tian found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such swift proximity to the protagonist. Yes. After a brief contemplation, Xing Tian nodded, for he understood that aligning himself with the protagonist was undoubtedly a wise choice. However, he mused inwardly. Following Tang San meant that his fortunes would intertwine with Tang San's. His own opportunities would remain uniquely his. Tang San, I apologize, but aside from Xiao Wu, everything else shall belong to me, for we are both travelers from another world, yet I possess foresight beyond yours. Xing Tian silently reflected upon receiving Xing Tian's affirmation. Jack guided him to Tang San's side. Xiao San, from now on, Taiju will be living with you. When Nodding Academy commences in 3 months, your grandfather will accompany you both, Jack said to Tang San. It was on the night of the full moon, which occurs once every 8 years on planet Vegeta, that the Zoflurians were entirely eradicated. However, I am uncertain how much time remains until the next full moon. Another year? Luo Xuan closed his eyes, meticulously delving into the memories of the Saiyan, discovering that there remained a full year until the night of the full moon. This implies that within this year, the Saiyans would commence their assault on the Zephulians. Although the precise moment of initiation remains uncertain, it appears that rigorous training is imperative. Otherwise, once the onslaught begins, I may indeed find myself as mere cannon fodder. After all, while the Zephulians may lack formidable combat prowess, they possess advanced technology, and my current physique is likely insufficient to withstand their weaponry. Having supplanted this Saiyan, Luo Xuan is acutely aware of the state of this body. On Earth, it might be considered robust, yet it still falls short of enduring gunfire. The reason for this inadequacy lies in the fact that this Saiyan was orphaned at a young age, and, as a low-level warrior, he could never compare to those of intermediate or advanced ranks, resulting in a sense of despair. Consequently, he succumbed to lethargy, neglecting even the most fundamental training. His physical condition deteriorated day by day, and now, not only would he struggle against intermediate warriors, but even low-level warriors could easily best him. It seems I have not only been reborn on a false planet Vegeta, but also within the body of a false Saiyan. Luo Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. How could there be a Saiyan who had succumbed to despair? Wasn't it said that Saiyans were renowned for their formidable pride? Sigh, it is what it is. Since I have been reborn on such a planet, I must prepare myself. At the very least, I cannot continue in the same despondent manner as before. After all, I now possess a unique advantage, and to squander this second chance would be a disservice to my rebirth. In my past life, Luo Xuan was mired in lethargy, spending most of his time engrossed in video games, while the reborn Saiyan also languished, primarily indulging in food and drink. However, having been reborn as a warrior race, it is imperative not to succumb to despondency so easily. I should strive to see if I can make a name for myself in this otherworldly realm. But how should I train? Should I do push-ups or sit-ups? Luo Xuan searched thoroughly through the memories of this Saiyan. Aside from recollections of delicious foods and the most delightful dishes, there was nothing else, as if he had forgotten the essence of cultivation. Perhaps due to the nature of his rebirth, those less vivid memories had faded into oblivion. In any case, it was imperative for Luo Xuan to forge a path of cultivation that suited him. Let us first experiment with this gravity system. Uncertain of how to proceed, Luo Xuan recalled that in the animated series he had watched, Sun Wukong trained while donning heavy attire, engaging in weighted exercises. Now he too would attempt this method, believing it might benefit his training. The thought of the F2 shortcut flashed in his mind, followed by the notion of increasing the gravity by 1g. Why is there no response? Could it be that I am employing the method incorrectly? Despite the gravity being doubled, Luo Xuan felt no discernible change. What could be the reason for this? Perhaps my approach is flawed, yet it is undeniable that the gravity has indeed doubled in my mind. Could it be that this system calculates gravity based on Earth's standards? After much contemplation, Luo Xuan arrived at this possibility. The gravity of planet Vegeta is roughly 10 times that of Earth. If this system's gravity is merely a doubling of Earth's, then the current gravity would not even match that of the gravity on planet Vegeta where Luo Xuan had grown up, thus rendering him impervious to the increase. In light of this realization, he decided to adjust the gravity to 20 times, given that the gravity here exceeds that of Earth by more than tenfold. Increasing it to 20 times would, for a Saiyan's physique, equate to merely doubling the gravity of planet Vegeta. This should pose no issue. F2, 20 times gravity. Bang! A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xuan's mind, and in an instant, he found himself collapsing to the ground. The sudden heaviness took him by surprise. The unexpected weight of his clothing caught him off guard, causing him to fall to the earth. Fortunately, the added burden was not excessively overwhelming, allowing Luo Xuan's body to endure the strain. Alas! Luo Xuan gritted his teeth, then placed both hands on the ground, gradually rising to his feet. The 20-fold gravity was indeed not as effortless as he had imagined. Nevertheless, it was not overly arduous. After all, despite the lack of rigorous training, he still possessed the physique of a Saiyan, capable of enduring this weight. Hey-ha! Luo Xuan let out a low growl and swung a fist, somewhat heavy and slightly sluggish. However, the very act of moving was a testament to his ability to cultivate. Gritting his teeth, Luo Xuan began to strike with his fists, each blow demanding considerable effort. Yet, in his pursuit of strength, he persevered, delivering one punch after another. Whoosh! Luo Xuan lay upon his bed, gasping for breath. The gravity had increased 20-fold, a challenge that should have been manageable for his Saiyan physique. However, due to the prolonged absence from training and the fact that it was Luo Xuan's soul inhabiting the body, he found himself drenched in perspiration. No, he could not succumb to despair. he must dedicate himself to rigorous training. If he could survive the conflict between the Saiyans and the Zufrillians, there remained a glimmer of hope for his return to Earth. Luo Xuan's thoughts were rather simple. He was, after all, an inhabitant of Earth. However, he had been reborn on planet Vegeta, and thus sought a means to return to his homeland, Earth. Yet, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were still in a primitive stage, lacking even the spherical spacecraft he had witnessed in the animations, not to mention any advanced technological products. Consequently, it was impossible for Luo Xuan to return to Earth at that moment. Soon, a conflict would arise between the Saiyans and the Zufrillians, and during that tumult, Luo Xuan could stealthily utilize the advanced technology of the Zufrillians to facilitate his return to Earth. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival in that impending conflict. Despite the Saiyans' formidable physical defenses, they were still vulnerable to advanced weaponry, which could lead to injury or death. Thus, relying solely on his current physique to survive seemed nearly impossible. It was only after acquiring his unique advantage that Luo Xuan resolved to strengthen himself, as perhaps he could gain a position of dominance in the future. Continue, he urged himself, forcing his body to persist in training. As he calculated the days remaining until the war, he realized it was drawing near. Without diligent effort, he would merely become cannon fodder. Lying on his bed, Luo Xuan began performing sit-ups, for in his previous life, he had been a reclusive individual, seldom engaging in physical exercise, let alone training. Thus, his mind held no systematic approach to training. He only knew basic exercises like sit-ups, push-ups, squats, and planks. These were common methods in his former world, and though he had viewed many tutorials online, he was uncertain of his ability to execute them correctly or with precision. Suddenly, as Luo Xuan was engaged in push-ups, the door to his home was forcefully kicked open. Luo Xuan's bed was positioned directly opposite the entrance, and it came to a halt as he turned to look. He noticed a robust man withdrawing his foot, the very same individual who had previously assisted Luo Xuan into the room. Luo Xuan recalled that his name was Shate. "Ah, I knew you were just fine. Your vigor is truly impressive. To be able to make a move on the bed, my friend, I am in admiration. Yet I wonder, is there a hole in this bed?" The big man observed Luo Xuan's posture, with his hands propped on the bed, mimicking the position of a push-up. However, in his eyes, it appeared exceedingly lewd. Ahem. Luo Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Was it possible that on planet Vegeta, the concept of push-ups did not exist? "Look who I have brought for you," the burly man stated without further elaboration, stepping aside to reveal a petite figure behind him, significantly smaller than his own imposing stature. She was quite adorable, a fact that took Luo Xuan by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a charming girl among the Saiyans. In the anime he had previously watched, Saiyans, regardless of gender, were invariably depicted as fierce warriors with an insatiable thirst for battle. Yet, this girl appeared as though she had wandered in from an entirely different animated realm. And who might this be? Despite her cuteness, Luo Xuan was acutely aware that he had only just arrived in this world and was unfamiliar with anyone. Have you lost your mind? Just this morning, you were fighting tooth and nail against a mid-level warrior for her sake, and now you don't recognize her? The burly man rolled his eyes, questioning Luo Xuan's mental faculties. It had not been long since their encounter, and he seemed to have forgotten everything. Ahem. It was not a matter of forgetfulness. It was evidently a case of having perished. However, Luo Xuan could never voice such a thought aloud. Why did you come here with her? He swiftly changed the subject. She expressed a desire to see if you required anything, and by sheer coincidence, she encountered me, prompting me to bring her along. The burly man replied with a smile as he ushered the girl inside. Thank you, but I have no pressing matters to attend to. Luo Xuan shook his head, pondering the girl's delayed visit after his unconsciousness. Was her concern genuine, arriving only now? Are you truly unscathed? At last, the girl spoke, her voice harmonizing perfectly with her charming appearance, sweet and melodious. Yes, my recovery abilities are somewhat robust. I am quite well now. Luo Xuan, while throwing a few punches to demonstrate his well-being, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the adorable girl before him. This indicated that the seemingly charming girl possessed strength that could easily surpass his own. His punches were no longer as swift as before, prompting the girl to cast a glance at him and speak slowly. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan fell silent, surprised by her keen perception. However, his diminished speed was not due to injury. Rather, his body had yet to fully adapt to the increased gravity. Thank you for today. I initially intended to observe how you handle that intermediate warrior. Unfortunately, I was taken away by my uncle at that time. which is why I have come to see you now. Noticing Luo Xuan's reluctance to elaborate, the girl spoke again. You're welcome. Had I known you were a high-ranking warrior, I would not have intervened. Luo Xuan had already pieced together the events of the morning and understood what transpired. In any case, thank you. The girl was taken aback by his gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you a high-ranking warrior? Luo Xuan inquired once more. Although the Saudi had stated that the girl was a high-level warrior, she had not confirmed it herself, thus he needed to ascertain the truth. Indeed, yes, the girl nodded. Such matters are determined from birth and require no concealment. Could you teach me the methods of cultivation? Upon her admission, Luo Xuan expressed his thoughts. He was aware that his own cultivation techniques were considerably inferior to those of true Saiyans. Therefore, he sought the girl's guidance on how Saiyans train. So, you lack knowledge of cultivation? No wonder you were utterly defenseless against the blows today. Even a low-level warrior should not be so inept. The Saudi interjected before the girl had a chance to speak. However, Luo Xuan paid him no heed and instead gazed at the girl in silence. Within the memories of this body, there was no trace of the training methods from planet Vegeta. Luo Xuan was uncertain whether it was due to an inherent inability to cultivate or the loss of certain memories following his reincarnation. However, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. After all, it was utterly inconceivable for a Saiyan to lack the ability to train. You cannot cultivate? Not only did Shate find this astonishing, but even the charming Saiyan girl expressed her surprise with a question. Similarly, Luo Xuan regarded the situation as absurd, and she too found it hard to believe. Are you jesting with us? A Saiyan incapable of training? Well, shortly after my birth, my parents perished in battle, and as a low-ranking warrior, I had no companions, thus. Luo Xuan must have merely told a lie, although the truth remains that his parents have indeed passed away. In this case, I am willing to impart my cultivation methods to you. However, I am uncertain whether you possess the tenacity to endure. When it comes to combat and cultivation, she is exceedingly well-versed, having been immersed in these practices since childhood. After all, as a high-ranking warrior, her status has always been significantly elevated from that of others, and the cultivation techniques she has received are the most refined. I am capable of it. Luo Xuan spoke with unwavering determination, jesting that if he truly could not persevere, he would inevitably become cannon fodder a year hence. He certainly did not wish to squander the precious opportunity of his rebirth. Very well. I shall come to find you tomorrow and take you along for training. The endearing Saiyan, despite her status as a high-ranking warrior, did not look down upon Luo Xuan for being a low-ranking fighter. On the contrary, she seemed to hold a certain optimism for him, though the reason remained a mystery. All right, thank you. Luo Xuan nodded, resolutely aware that he must diligently persevere in his training come tomorrow. By the way, what is your name? The Saiyan girl was not as cold-blooded as portrayed in the anime. She remained adorably playful. Luo Xuan, and you? This was the name he had embraced on Earth. And even though he now possessed a Saiyan name, he preferred to revert to his earthly identity. An unusual name. I am called Lin. Lin nodded, her single character name flowing easily off the tongue, pleasantly surprising Luo Xuan. Well, I have some matters to attend to. I will come looking for you tomorrow morning. I am not fond of waiting for those who indulge in slumber. Lin waved her petite fist, and although the motion was slight, Luo Xuan could still hear the whoosh of air it generated. If that little fist were to strike his chest, he was certain that, given his current physique, he would not withstand Lin's punch. Is this the distinction between a high-level warrior and a low-level one? Luo Xuan felt a profound shock. While watching anime before, he had not perceived such a vast disparity. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he realized that the difference was indeed extraordinary. I understand now. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. Noticing that Luo Xuan had no objections, Lin smiled and then departed, offering no details about the cultivation method or the location of the training. Although Luo Xuan was eager to learn the ways of cultivation, he felt it inappropriate to decline when she preferred to guide him personally. Well, young man. You've certainly impressed me by winning over such a formidable warrior, remarked Saf, chuckling as he nudged the still distracted Luo Xuan. What is the matter? Are you fond of her? Luo Xuan did not respond, but instead retorted with a question. Not appealing. The muscles are insufficiently developed, and the skin tone appears unhealthy. It seems pale and lacks vitality. Shate shook his head and remarked disdainfully. It turned out that this elder gentleman had a penchant for women with well-defined muscles and a bronzed complexion. Quite an unusual taste indeed. Luo Xuan, your recovery ability is remarkably strong. It has only been a short while, and your wounds have already healed. Sha-Te observed Luo Xuan with a hint of astonishment, recalling how he had assisted him earlier that morning when he was still covered in injuries. Even if the bleeding had stopped, such rapid healing seemed implausible. Well, I possess a naturally strong recovery capability, Luo Xuan replied. Although the burly man had helped him return earlier, the impression left by the Saiyans from anime lingered heavily in his mind. He worried that if he divulged the secrets of the system residing in his consciousness, he might attract the ire of other Saiyans. It was not the burly man in front of him that concerned him. Rather, he feared that if word got out, other Saiyans might covet his abilities. And with his current strength, he would be utterly defenseless. Ultimately, it was his lack of strength that left him vulnerable. That's a relief, just moments ago. I was worried you might be killed, Sha-Te chuckled, patting Luo Xuan on the shoulder, which only intensified Luo Xuan's feeling of being in a fabricated Vegeta planet. Surrounded by faux Saiyans, the adorable lowly and the boisterous uncle were far from the characters he had encountered in anime. Once he finally bid farewell to the elder, Luo Xuan commenced his training, performing push-ups while contemplating this new world. Typically, low-level warriors were dispatched to planets with inferior combat capabilities. However, given that Saiyan technology was not yet advanced, it implied that low-level warriors remained on this planet, presenting a unique opportunity for him. Had he reincarnated as a low-level warrior on the future Vegeta planet, he would have been relegated to another world entirely. Thus, this situation offered him a chance to rise among the Saiyans if he could cultivate his strength. He would not have to heed the commands of the Saiyan King and could ultimately return to Earth, in a realm where strength reigns supreme. Lacking power relegates one to a mere pawn. Even Saiyans could be extinguished if they desired. Therefore, everything must be founded upon the bedrock of absolute power. What, then, are the training methods of the Saiyans? For Luo Xuan, who could only perform push-ups and sit-ups, the intricacies of Saiyan training filled him with curiosity. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset was gradually shifting. In his previous life, he would never have been so diligent in his training. Back then, he was too lethargic even to take a stroll. Now, however, he found himself endlessly engaged in push-ups. Moreover, he is filled with anticipation for the training that awaits him tomorrow. Perhaps this is the essence of the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. For the warrior race of Saiyans, it is only through battle that one can truly experience exhilaration. Or perhaps it is only through relentless strengthening that the Saiyan blood can truly boil. Bang! Oh dear, who could that be? Luo Xuan found himself immersed in a dream where he returned to Earth, endowed with the extraordinary abilities of a Saiyan, strutting through the city with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a colossal beast emerged, crashing him down to the ground. Did I not tell you to rise early today? A furious lowly face appeared before Luo Xuan, belonging to none other than the elite Saiyan warrior, Lin. My apologies, I overslept. Luo Xuan was unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber the previous night. All he knew was that the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins had been in a fervent uproar. Thus, he engaged in various exercises, though he remained uncertain of their efficacy. It was only when utter exhaustion finally overtook him that he collapsed into sleep, feeling as if he had barely rested before being roused. Let us go. I shall take you to the place where I usually cultivate, Lin huffed, turning on her heel to leave. At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed that dawn had just begun to break outside. So early? Although Luo Xuan was quite eager to succumb to sleep, he understood that since someone had come to instruct him in his cultivation, it was imperative that he followed. After all, if he declined this opportunity, the individual would likely not offer their guidance again in the future. Thus, without further contemplation, Luo Xuan resolutely decided to accompany them. Where are we headed? He inquired. Luo Xuan surveyed his surroundings, finding no recollection of the place. Had it not been for the fact that the owner of this body had never been here, he might have thought his memories were fragmented. It seemed that upon his rebirth, his memories had undergone some alterations, intertwining with those of the original owner of this body, resulting in the loss of numerous memories belonging to the body's previous inhabitant. How long has it been since you ventured outside? Of course. To our Science unique training grounds, Lin remarked, gazing at Luo Xuan with her large, expressive eyes, seemingly incredulous that a Scion was unaware of such a location. My memories appear to have encountered some issues. There are many things I cannot recall, Luo Xuan responded. There was no way he could disclose that he had come from a planet called Earth, nor that his soul had traversed into this Scion's body. Amnesia? Could it be that during his last confrontation with Russ, he was struck in the head and sustained damage? Lin recalled that during Luo Xuan's battle with the intermediate warrior Russ, she had been present and witnessed Luo Xuan's head being kicked repeatedly. Russ? Luo Xuan was unfamiliar with this name, yet a moment's reflection revealed that Russ was the intermediate Scion warrior he had fought against. Indeed. He is the one who assaulted you, but fret not, I have dealt with him. Lin attributed Luo Xian's confusion to his amnesia and thus provided an explanation. Dealt with? How did you resolve it? Luo Xuan felt a lingering desire to challenge this Russ. After all, his current objective was set on an intermediate warrior, which seemed neither too high nor too low. Have you truly lost your wits? I killed him, of course, Lin said innocently. Yet her words sent a chill down Luo Xian's spine. It was evident that Saiyans were a ruthless breed. Even the seemingly adorable girl spoke of killing with such casualness, as if she were discussing the slaughter of a mere chicken, entirely indifferent to the value of human life. This only solidified Luo Xian's resolve to train diligently. If he did not enhance his skills, he might find himself the next victim. However, it should be noted that this Saiyan was already deceased during the previous battle. He had been slain by the very Russ in question. It was merely that Luo Xian's soul fortuitously crossed over, granting him a second chance at life. All right, we have arrived. This is our Saiyan training ground. You truly do not recall it at all, do you? Noting Luo Xian's bewildered expression, Lin realized that he might have completely forgotten. Indeed, I have no recollection whatsoever. Luo Xuan probed the depths of his mind for any information regarding his surroundings. Yet he found himself devoid of any knowledge, leading him to shake his head in resignation. Very well, allow me to elucidate, Lin began. This place bears no name. It is predominantly referred to as the training ground, primarily serving as a sanctuary for Saiyan warriors to hone their skills. However, not all Saiyans frequent this locale, for one must possess formidable strength to thrive here. She continued, this area comprises a range of mountains interspersed with plains, all enclosed within a boundary. Within each designated arena, 1 or 2 Saiyans engage in combat. Strength as the currency of value? Luo Xuan mused, recognizing the truth of a world that venerates might. Where even such a venue demands prowess for access. Do not underestimate these mountains and plains, Lin cautioned. This site is our gravity training ground, exchanged with the Zafruans. The gravitational force within this domain can reach up to tenfold that of ordinary locales. Noticing the surprise on Luo Xian's face, she reiterated, tenfold? Indeed. It is a result of our exchange with the Zafruans. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that these Saiyans were not devoid of intellect. They were utilizing the advanced technology of the Zufu people to transform this place into a gravity field. Currently, the technological prowess of the Saiyans is rather limited, and it is likely that they expended considerable resources to barter with the Zufu for this capability. One wonders what expression would grace the faces of the Zufu if they were to learn that these Saiyans, trained under such extreme gravity, could potentially bring about their demise. Indeed, the gravity here can be adjusted between 1 to 10 times, a feat that we Saiyans have yet to achieve. Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the present Saiyans are fundamentally disconnected from high technology. Surely, you are not training under 10 times the gravity? Luo Xuan swallowed hard. If that were indeed the case, would he not be training in an environment with gravity 100 times that of Earth? No. We can endure at most 1 times the gravity. Anything beyond that would be unbearable for our bodies. In agreement, Lin shook her head. Although their strength was formidable, they were not yet capable of withstanding double gravity, let alone tenfold. Oh, does that mean I should challenge myself to enter? Luo Xuan sighed in relief upon hearing this, then continued to inquire. It was clear to him that he stood no chance against those advanced Saiyan warriors, thus rendering this place inaccessible to him. Could you defeat them? Lin gazed at Luo Xuan and posed the question. Luo Xuan could only shake his head, fully aware that he stood no chance. This was precisely the case. Did you not see those arenas? Each elite warrior is granted their own arena, and they may bring one companion, typically a mid-tier warrior, as they too possess their own merits. Lin gestured towards 2 Saiyans within the arenas. Indeed, one among them was an elite warrior, while the other was a mid-tier warrior. I also possess a training ground here. Follow me. However, be warned, the gravity within is twice that of the outside. If you find it unbearable, there is little I can do, Lin stated, making her way towards the arena. As Luo Xuan gazed upon the battling Saiyans, he felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins, compelling him to follow Lin toward the arena. Perhaps it was the Saiyan blood that flowed within him, igniting a fervent desire to join the fray. However, he was acutely aware of his current limitations and refrained from challenging others. Instead, he resolved to first master the art of cultivation before contemplating any further endeavors. This spot shall serve as my training ground. Exercise caution once you step inside. The gravity here is significantly greater than outside, Lin remarked, gesturing toward a nearby area, a modest platform standing approximately half a meter high. Understood, he replied. As Luo Xuan gazed at the metallic platform gleaming with a lustrous sheen, he found himself momentarily taken aback. This object did not appear particularly sturdy. How could it withstand the might of the Saiyans? The metal utilized here is beyond our capacity to damage. Once you ascend, simply activate the gravity device, Lin explained, seemingly aware of Luo Xuan's thoughts. Without hesitation, the two leaped onto the metallic platform. Upon making contact, Luo Xuan realized that the surface was not as slippery as he had anticipated. Even while sprinting, he found his footing secure. Are you ready? I shall activate the gravity now, Lin stated, not allowing Luo Xuan a moment to further examine the gravity platform. Luo Xuan nodded. He realized that observing the situation was futile and that it would be far more beneficial to focus on refining his skills and enhancing his strength. Noticing his acquiescence, Lin produced a device from her belongings, a remote control featuring a solitary button at its center, devoid of any other embellishments. Under Luo Xuan's attentive gaze, she pressed the red button in the middle. As soon as Lin activated the button, Luo Xuan was instantly overwhelmed by an immense weight pressing upon his body. Were it not for his Saiyan physique, had he been in his previous form, the gravitational force might have caused him to fracture several bones. How do you feel? Is it manageable? Lin inquired with concern, observing the beads of sweat forming on Luo Xuan's brow. She had already acclimated to this level of gravity, thus it posed little challenge for her. Nonetheless, training under such conditions was undoubtedly far superior to practicing in any other environment. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xuan's mind. It was the shortcut to gravity. What he was currently engaged in was adjusting the gravitational force back to its original state. The gravity, which had previously been augmented, was now increased tenfold, rendering him somewhat overwhelmed. Upon the cancellation of the intensified gravity, he was left with merely the additional gravitational force of 1 times. Luo Xuan immediately felt a significant relief. After all, the gravity here was merely doubled, whereas he had previously endured a gravitational force 20 times that of Earth. Hence, the current gravity was just barely manageable. The earlier gravity, being 20 times that of Earth, coupled with an additional 10 times the gravitational force of the Vegeta planet, translated to an effective force equivalent to 1 times the gravity of the Vegeta planet. Here, the gravity was also increased by 1 times the Vegeta planet's gravity, which equated to 20 times that of Earth, resulting in an overwhelming 30 times that of Earth's gravity. Well then, shall we commence? Is it a battle? Observing those around him, Luo Xuan understood that engaging in combat was the most effective means of utilizing the gravity platform. There was no better way to harness its potential. Indeed. Upon noticing Luo Xuan, who had just moments ago been drenched in sweat, now appearing remarkably at ease, Lin was momentarily taken aback. It was noteworthy that even she, during her first encounter with this gravity platform, had required an entire day to gradually acclimatize. Yet, this low-level warrior demonstrated such remarkable capability. Wow! Several others near the gravity platforms expressed their astonishment. Many had shifted their gaze upon witnessing Lin accompany a low-level warrior. They, proud as advanced warriors, typically only brought intermediate warriors along, as most sought to secure the limited gravity platforms for advanced fighters. With only 72 of these platforms available and a plethora of advanced warriors, the preference was to train alongside those of comparable strength. Furthermore, only advanced warriors could reasonably spar with one another. Even the strongest intermediate warriors would succumb to just a few strikes, failing to provide any substantial training benefit. Thus, when they observed Lin bringing along a low-level warrior, many assumed that this low-level Saiyan had offended her and was being brought here for a reprimanding. However, they were taken aback to see the once-exhausted low-level warriors swiftly adapt to the gravitational conditions. When had low-level warriors become so formidable? This question lingered in the minds of the advanced warriors, who had required a minimum of half an hour to acclimatize to these metallic platforms. Yet, this low-level warrior had managed to do so in less than 10 minutes. Could it be that the gravity device was malfunctioning? Lin, positioned opposite Luo Xuan, shared the same apprehension. Had it not been for the palpable sense of gravity imparted by the gravity platform, she might have questioned the functionality of her own gravity device. Nonetheless, it was precisely this sensation that intensified the astonishment that Luo Xuan evoked within Lin. She increasingly found him to be quite intriguing. Adapting so swiftly to the gravity platform during her initial experience was no small feat, indeed. Then let us commence our training. You may take the lead. As a seasoned warrior, Lin possessed her own sense of pride and was willing to train alongside a lower-ranked fighter. However, she would never directly engage a lesser warrior. Much like that reckless mid-level Saiyan from before, Lin refrained from initiating an attack without provocation. Yet, after that mid-level Saiyan had subdued Luo Xuan, she did not hesitate to eliminate him. Luo Xuan's expression was somewhat grave. His body was merely that of a low-level warrior, while his opponent could effortlessly annihilate even mid-level fighters. Confronting him would undoubtedly be trivial. However, to grow stronger, retreat was not an option. The era of peaceful Earth had vanished. They now stood on the brink of war on planet Vegeta. Those of feeble strength were destined to be mere cannon fodder. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan charged towards Lin. In an instant, he was sent flying by a single punch from her. Remarkably, Lin had held back. Otherwise, Luo Xuan might have met his demise with that very blow. The disparity between high-level and low-level warriors was staggering. Observing Luo Xuan's defeat, the surrounding Saiyans breathed a sigh of relief. They had initially believed that low-level warriors had grown strong, only to realize that he had merely been fortunate enough to adapt to the local gravity. Indeed, low-level warriors remained low-level, indistinguishable from ordinary trash, merely a collection of refuse. They had foolishly invested so much attention on him. The Saiyans surrounding them were all engaged in rigorous training for battle, nearly all being high-level warriors. When Lin had brought a low-level warrior into their midst, there was a flicker of surprise. They speculated that he might be exceptional. Throughout history, a few renowned low-level warriors had emerged, albeit their combat prowess had been weak in their youth. Yet, upon reaching adulthood, their strength had surged dramatically. Even high-level warriors found themselves outmatched by them, which is why their names had endured through time. Who, after all, would bother remembering low-level warriors? Even one's own father would go unnoticed. At first, the onlookers had assumed that this low-level warrior had been permitted entry due to exceptional strength. But the outcome had defied everyone's expectations. He had been sent flying with a single punch. Even Lin furrowed her brow, surprised that Luo Xuan could not withstand her blow. How could he possibly train under such conditions? "Are you all right?" Lin inquired, noticing Luo Xuan's failure to rise. "I'm fine," he replied, finally managing to get back on his feet. That punch, had it been the old him, might have proven fatal. Truly, the Saiyan physique was remarkable. He had withstood such a heavy blow. Moreover, Luo Xuan had sought to test a hypothesis. Did Saiyans truly grow stronger upon the brink of death? If that is truly the case, then possessing the mystical beings would allow me to embrace my own demise without concern. The results of the experiment left Luo Xuan thoroughly satisfied in comparison to his memories. The current strength of his body was indeed significantly greater than it had been prior to his rebirth. Well, my physical condition is passable, as I can withstand a punch infused with 30% of my strength, whereas the last intermediate warrior fell to a blow infused with 50% of my might. However, even at this capacity, it would still be impossible for you to engage me in combat. Compressing my power to 30% is already the utmost I can manage. Seeing that Luo Xuan was unharmed, Lin felt a sense of relief. It would have been quite absurd had that last punch resulted in Luo Xuan's demise. 33% strength? Luo Xuan's lips twitched slightly, astonished to discover that the recent punch had only utilized a mere 30% of the opponent's strength. The prowess of a high-ranking warrior was indeed terrifying. The girl before him, Lin, appeared to be of a similar age, perhaps even slightly younger. Yet, that 30% of force was sufficient to leave him barely able to withstand it. The disparity was significant. Had I unleashed my full strength, you, a lowly warrior, would have been easily vanquished. Lin initially considered labeling him a low-level warrior, but, upon reflection, chose to refrain from uttering it. "I understand now," she said. Luo Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. He had initially believed he could at least hold his own against a high-ranking warrior. Yet the latter dispatched him with merely 30% of their strength. How could he possibly continue in this manner? Were there no intermediate warriors willing to challenge him? As Luo Xuan wallowed in his frustration, Lin seemed to perceive his thoughts and called out to the surrounding Saiyans. Among them were low-ranking, intermediate, and high-ranking warriors, all gathered to observe. They had just witnessed a low-ranking warrior engaging with a high-ranking one and were intrigued, only to find Luo Xuan so easily vanquished. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Lin shouted, prompting everyone to turn and focus on her atop the gravity platform. "Lin, what grievance do you have against him?" Speak, and I shall deal with him directly. No need for such elaborate theatrics that waste your training time, bellowed a burly man from the adjacent gravity platform. The Saiyans present were the elite among their kind and were well acquainted with one another. No need, Lin replied curtly, not even glancing at the man as she uttered those two words. One day, I shall have you beneath me, humbled for your arrogance. Hearing Lin's words, the burly man muttered under his breath, then unleashed a flurry of punches upon his opponent, a middle-ranking warrior. Despite the latter's formidable strength within his tier, he could not withstand the full force of a high-ranking warrior's assault and was soon sent flying. Your strength is insufficient. It would be best for you to focus on your training and refrain from returning, the burly man remarked indifferently after dispatching the intermediate warrior. He then switched off the gravity and descended from the platform. The middle-ranking warrior, seething with anger, shot a venomous glare at Luo Xuan before turning away. In his eyes, it was Luo Xuan's presence that had provoked Lin's ire, and it was due to him that the burly man had unleashed such a ferocious attack upon him, ultimately resulting in his inability to utilize the gravity platform in the future. All blame fell upon Luo Xuan. Why? Because he could not compete with two high-ranking warriors and thus bore the brunt of their collective hatred. I wish to fight him, he declared to Lin, recalling her earlier challenge to engage with an intermediate warrior. Let me take my turn. Is there anyone willing to face me? Whoever emerges victorious shall have the use of this gravity platform for an entire day. However, Lin feigned ignorance to the intermediate warrior's words, continuing to call out to the assemblage below. I will. I shall. Let me take on the challenge. Could a high-ranking warrior step forward? The low-ranking warriors were eager to test their mettle. Upon the utterance of this statement, the surrounding individuals eagerly rushed to sign up, including numerous advanced and novice warriors alike. They were all well aware that a day spent training on this gravity platform equated to 10 days of practice beneath it, a testament to the advantages of the tenfold gravity. Thus, upon hearing Lin's words, those who had initially been unresponsive quickly came to attention. Very well, it's you, Lin declared, pointing to a mid-level warrior below. Although the Saiyans lacked devices to measure combat power, they could assess it through observation. This individual, while a mid-level warrior, appeared to possess slightly greater strength than a novice, making him a suitable opponent for Luo Xuan. Had it not been for the mid-level warrior's inebriation last time, he would surely have hesitated to engage with Lin. Me? Splendid. Haha. The mid-level warrior, realizing he was the one chosen, erupted into laughter. In his eyes, defeating a novice warrior was an effortless task. The surrounding Saiyans cast envious glances, wishing for the opportunity to train on the gravity platform for an entire day. With everyone's envious gazes upon him, the mid-level warrior ascended the gravity platform. Are you ready? If all is well, we may commence. Lin addressed Luo Xuan and the newly arrived mid-level warrior, disregarding the chatter from the crowd below. I have no issues, came the reply. Luo Xuan nodded. After all, the opponent was a mid-level warrior. Although he ranked lower among his peers, caution was paramount, for a single misstep could lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Lin had already afforded him an opportunity. Engaging in combat with her was out of the question. Hence, she sought to employ this method to facilitate his training, and he naturally could not disappoint her goodwill. At that moment, a diminutive man, a mid-level warrior, was sneering at Luo Xuan. However, when he cast his gaze upon Lin, that malicious grin vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile. While Saiyans possessed their own pride, what arrogance could a mid-level warrior maintain before a high-level warrior? With but a mere flick of a finger, the latter could extinguish his life. In the eyes of high-level warriors, mid-level warriors held little distinction from low-level ones. If low-level warriors were akin to ants, mid-level warriors were merely slightly larger ants. Is there a problem? Lin furrowed her brow. She had invited this individual up, valuing his inferior strength, yet now he dared to question her. At that moment, Lin contemplated whether to eliminate this bothersome fellow. You know, he is but a low-level warrior. If I were to accidentally kill him in combat, you cannot hold me accountable. What expression would the mid-level warrior wear if he were aware that Lin was considering his demise and contemplating a replacement? Lin hesitated. Though this individual was irritating, he did possess a point. Luo Xuan was merely a low-level warrior. She had brought him along as a favor. And what would happen if he were to perish in the process? No matter, since it is combat, let fate decide life and death. At that moment, however, Luo Xuan spoke up. It was evident that the mid-level warrior harbored disdain towards him, and Luo Xuan could sense the gazes of those around him, filled with envy and contempt. Thus, if Lin were to speak on his behalf, the surrounding Saiyans would undoubtedly look down upon him. Although Lin protected him here, that assurance would not extend elsewhere. There would surely be those who bore ill will towards him, and the number of adversaries was uncertain. Therefore, Luo Xuan sought an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate his strength and quell any doubts. The mid-level warrior before him was perfectly positioned to serve as his target. Though he was a mid-level warrior, he ranked among the lower echelons, and Luo Xuan harbored a secret unknown to all, even Lin. During their previous encounter, the mid-level warrior had perished, and now it was the soul of Luo Xuan that had traversed into this new existence. However, the body remains that of a Saiyan, and Saiyans possess a unique trait. Whenever they are resurrected from the brink of death, their combat prowess significantly escalates. Although the previous form was that of a low-level warrior, following that experience of death, the body has undergone considerable transformation, and its strength has notably increased. Therefore, according to Luo Xuan's estimation, his current abilities are scarcely inferior to those of a mid-level warrior, and if he were to unleash his full potential, he should be capable of defeating his opponent. Are you certain? He is indeed a mid-level warrior, Lin interjected upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. Though she perceived this individual as quite weak, he was still a mid-level warrior. Endowed with inherent advantages, his combat power from birth was not something a low-level warrior could hope to rival. Yes, I understand. Luo Xuan nodded, aware of the circumstances. However, he felt a sense of confidence, for his current strength was far superior to that of a mere low-level warrior. Very well, let the challenge commence. Life and death are inconsequential. Falling to the ground or surrendering will signify defeat. After announcing the start, Lin added a remark she believed was meant to reassure Luo Xuan, indicating that as long as he surrendered, he would not face any danger. Should the mid-level warrior continue his assault, he would be met with lethal force. This is a predicament of your own making. I wonder how you offended a high-level warrior. But no matter, this will serve as a splendid opportunity for me to hone my skills in the gravity chamber. If you must be blamed, let it be for your unfortunate origins. Prepare to meet your end. He assumed that Luo Xuan had provoked Lin, which was why someone was dispatched to deal with him here. After all, how could a low-level warrior possibly ascend to this gravity platform for training? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he charged towards Luo Xuan. The mid-level warrior, true to his rank, displayed remarkable speed despite still acclimating to the gravity platform. He sprinted forward, exuding waves of formidable power, and halted abruptly just half a meter from Luo Xuan, launching a punch him directly at his cheek. To deter the foolish, one must demonstrate strength. Otherwise, some may come to view him with disdain. This was the reflection in Luo Xuan's mind, as Lin had granted him an opportunity to prove himself. If he could not even withstand the most basic attack from a mid-level warrior, he would have no face left to remain on this gravity platform. With this thought, Luo Xuan let out a low shout, opting not to evade the mid-level warrior's punch. Instead, he lifted his leg and executed a whip kick towards the mid-level warrior. Seeking death, are we? The mid-level warrior smirked coldly upon witnessing Luo Xuan's decision to abandon defense in favor of confrontation. A low-level warrior daring to withstand the might of a mid-level warrior's punch. Did he not fear the consequences? Such a fool. The onlookers below erupted in derisive laughter at the spectacle, for it was absurd for a low-level warrior to challenge a mid-level warrior head-on, nothing more than the dreams of a madman. Luo Xuan paid no heed to the murmurs of those surrounding him, a singular thought flashing through his mind, F2 20-fold. In an instant, his body bore the weight of 40 times Earth's gravity, equating to 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and his legs were similarly subjected to this increased force. Bang! At that precise moment, a punch from the mid-level warrior collided with Luo Xuan's face, while Luo Xuan retaliated with a kick that struck the mid-level warrior directly. Both were sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving the arena in silence. As the spectators witnessed Luo Xuan and the mid-level warrior being flung out simultaneously, a hush fell over the crowd, quickly giving way to a flurry of murmurs. Could this truly be a low-level warrior? How could a low-level fighter possibly kick a mid-level warrior off their feet? It seemed implausible. Surely, one punch should have been sufficient to defeat him. When had the defensive capabilities of low-level warriors become so formidable? The audience buzzed with speculation, while Lin, observing from the stage, was taken aback. She had anticipated that Luo Xuan would be severely injured first before surrendering, yet here he was, having withstood a punch from a mid-level warrior and even managing to send one flying. The mid-level warrior's defenses were indeed impressive. A wave of pain coursed through Luo Xuan's foot, prompting him to reflect on the extraordinary resilience of the mid-level warrior. The force of the impact had left his foot numb. Earlier, he had leveraged the gravitational shortcut provided by the system to augment his weight 20-fold, utilizing inertia to achieve such results. Otherwise, with his current strength, defeating a mid-level warrior would be an arduous task, one that would consume far too much time, a luxury he could not afford. He needed to cultivate his strength swiftly, and the gravity platform was essential for his training. How infuriating! Was that individual truly a low-level warrior? The power behind that kick had been nearly equivalent to that of a mid-level warrior, and their defenses matched, if not surpassed, his own. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the mid-level warrior, who had just fallen to the ground, was struck with even greater surprise. He had first-hand experience of Luo Xuan's formidable strength, which rivaled that of a mid-level warrior in both power and defense. Was this truly just a low-level fighter? As the pain in his foot subsided, Luo Xuan gradually rose to his feet. Although he had just received a punch from the intermediate warrior, leaving his face tingling, this only heightened his excitement. The visceral thrill of such combat inexplicably invigorated him. It seemed to epitomize the true Saiyan existence. Previously, he had found vicarious pleasure in watching anime, yet now, as he experienced it firsthand, he could only exclaim in exhilaration. It was utterly exhilarating. However, this was not the moment for indulgence, as the opposing intermediate warrior had yet to concede defeat or fall. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan charged forward. The intermediate warrior, witnessing his advance, grinned and prepared to meet him head-on. Upon their bodies colliding, a deep thud resonated in the air. Their hands locked tightly. The confrontation transformed into a contest of strength, with neither yielding an inch. Their power levels were surprisingly comparable. The strength of the lower-tier warrior was remarkable. Indeed, his power and defense could rival that of an intermediate warrior. How had he cultivated such prowess? Onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle, being all Saiyans. They understood the difficulty a lower-tier warrior faced in reaching the level of an intermediate warrior. During the growth of a lower-tier warrior, intermediate warriors, due to their inherent advantages, experienced a more rapid increase in strength. Thus, achieving parity seemed an impossibility. Quite impressive. The intermediate warrior remarked with a sneer upon realizing Luo Xuan's strength was on par with his own. He then lunged forward, headbutting Luo Xuan. Initially, Luo Xuan intended to counter, but the impact left him momentarily disoriented. However, he quickly regained his composure, exerting force through his hands, leaping into the air, and delivering a kick to the intermediate warrior's chin, performing a somersault and landing steadily on the gravity platform, while the intermediate warrior was sent flying. As the intermediate warrior soared away, Luo Xuan did not pause. A thought flashed through his mind. The reason he had matched the intermediate warrior's strength was due to the gravity around him being amplified 20-fold. Now that the gravitational force had dissipated, his body felt remarkably light. With a swift push from his toes against the ground, he rapidly pursued the retreating intermediate warrior. Luo Xuan uttered a low growl and unleashed a powerful punch towards the intermediate warrior. The latter was sent flying, unable to mount any defense, merely managing to shield himself with a slight gesture of his hand. However, the overwhelming gravity that Luo Xuan had summoned enveloped him entirely. Even if he attempted to resist, it would be futile to counter the force completely. The immense power altered the warrior's trajectory, propelling him towards the edge of the gravity platform, where he landed heavily before sliding several meters across the ground, finally coming to a halt. The surrounding Saiyans gasped at the sight of the fallen intermediate warrior, astonished by his defeat. It appeared he had gradually acquired combat skills during the fight. Impressive indeed. Lin's mind flickered with this thought, and as she gazed at Luo Xuan on the stage, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. This low-level warrior seemed to be unlike any other. "You have lost," Luo Xuan stated, disregarding the astonished stares of the surrounding Saiyans. He cast a glance at the warrior sprawled on the ground, his clenched fists gradually relaxing as he spoke with a calm demeanor. This battle had afforded him insight into the formidable nature of the Saiyans. Although his opponent was merely an intermediate warrior of the lower tier at that, he found himself investing considerable time and effort. Further training was essential for his growth. Just as Luo Xuan pondered these thoughts, to everyone's surprise, the intermediate warrior charged at him, gathering all his strength into a single, desperate punch aimed directly at Luo Xuan. His humiliation at being defeated by a low-level warrior in front of onlookers had ignited a furious rage within him. "What are you doing? You have already lost, Lin exclaimed, astonished that the intermediate warrior would recklessly advance towards Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan was equally taken aback by the warrior's audacity. With no time left for evasion, he braced himself, slightly bending his body, and unleashed a punch of his own. In that instant, he amplified the gravity to 30 times that of Earth, compounded by the gravity of the arena at 20 times, resulting in an astonishing 50 times Earth's gravity. Fortunately, the added 30 times only increased the weight of his clothing. Otherwise, even a Saiyans body would have struggled to withstand the quintuple gravity of planet Vegeta. His punch surged forth like a ferocious beast poised to strike, colliding with the intermediate warrior's blow. "You fool!" Lin exclaimed, witnessing the scene unfold as she prepared to intervene. Was he truly so reckless as to engage a furious intermediate warrior head-on? Then came a resounding bang. The onlookers, whether spectators or practitioners, including Lin, stared in disbelief as the intermediate warrior was once again sent flying like a leaf caught in a tempest. Their eyes widened, and they exchanged glances, questioning if this individual was truly just a low-level warrior. In the hearts of all, there exists a fleeting thought within their understanding. A low-ranking warrior could never surpass a mid-ranking warrior, just as a high-ranking warrior can effortlessly vanquish a mid-ranking one. Yet, this youth before them has completely upended their beliefs. This young man, perhaps 17 years of age, stands in stark contrast to the mid-ranking warrior, who is over 30 and has spent years honing his skills. Was that training merely wasted on a dog? In a fit of rage, the mid-ranking warrior was decisively defeated by a single punch, rendered unconscious. Could this truly be the feat of a low-ranking warrior? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? They would have found it utterly implausible that one could inflict such grievous harm upon an enraged mid-ranking warrior with a mere strike. At this moment, no one dared underestimate Luo Xuan. Even the high-ranking warriors wore expressions of concern, although they felt confident in their ability to defeat him now. What if he were granted more time? It might become exceedingly difficult then. As he gazed at the Saiyan, who lay unconscious after being sent sprawling, Luo Xuan slowly exhaled a breath, acknowledging the perilous nature of the recent contest. Had it not been for this system, he surely would have faced defeat. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity in strength between warriors of differing ranks. It was clear he must dedicate himself to further training. For now, shall we consider this a victory for me? Luo Xuan gazed at Lin, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. He had long been eliminated from the arena. Had he known of her formidable prowess, he would have deemed the competition unnecessary. Lin shrugged, expressing her thoughts that the very reason for this contest was her belief in the vast disparity between their strengths. Even if she exerted merely 30% of her power, she was certain Luo Xuan would not withstand it. Hence, she had invited a mid-level warrior to challenge him, intending for Luo Xuan to serve as a training target, allowing him to endure some hardship for greater advancement. To her astonishment, he had managed to defeat a mid-level warrior. It appeared that even if she had employed a bit more strength, it would not have mattered. Luck, she remarked. Luo Xuan merely uttered 2 words. As for the matters concerning the system in his mind, it is undoubtedly preferable that fewer individuals are aware of them. Combat is devoid of luck, as a Saiyan. Defeating one's opponent through sheer strength should indeed evoke a sense of pride. There is no necessity for humility. For a Saiyan, regardless of gender or age, there exists an inherent pride. Thus, regarding Luo Xuan's mention of luck, Lin found herself in slight disagreement. Perhaps, but I believe that at times, luck is also a facet of strength. Luo Xuan did not speak this to boast. Rather, he spoke from profound experience. Had fortune not favored him with the system, he might very well be lying unconscious on the ground at this moment. Therefore, he contended that good fortune is sometimes an integral part of one's strength. Perhaps that is true. So, will you continue to challenge the next opponent, or do you wish to fight me? In response to Luo Xuan's words, Lin remained noncommittal. The ethereal concept of luck perhaps should not escape the lips of a proud Saiyan. Fight. I shall forego that today. I need to return and reflect upon the combat experiences of this day. Luo Xuan shook his head. Had his combat experience been sufficient, perhaps he would not have found the recent battle so arduous. This encounter, however, allowed him to reassess his own capabilities. If it came down to genuine strength, he might have fallen short. Is that so? Very well, you appear fatigued. It would be prudent for you to return and rest. Lin pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. After all, Luo Xuan had just engaged in a battle against a mid-tier warrior, someone stronger than himself, and naturally, it had taken a toll on him. Although Lin had never fought anyone of a higher rank, having been born into greatness as a formidable high-tier warrior, she believed that a true confrontation with a superior Saiyan should indeed be more exhausting than battling someone merely slightly stronger. "Well then, may I return tomorrow?" Luo Xuan inquired. Although he had triumphed over the intermediate warrior today, he was acutely aware that he could never hope to rival someone like Lin. Thus, he felt a tinge of concern about potentially hindering her training. Being not a true Saiyan, at least in mindset, he found it challenging to fully embrace the essence of a Saiyan, leading him to contemplate various matters. Their assistance was a gesture of goodwill, and their absence was merely a matter of duty. There was no need to waste time sparring with him. "It's fine, you may proceed," he said. Lin, perceptive to Luo Xuan's apprehensions, understood that while Saiyans relished combat, they were not foolish. They were not merely brawny beings with simplistic minds. A moment's reflection illuminated the meaning behind Luo Xuan's words. Had it been another Saiyan, Lin might have deliberated further. However, she harbored a certain curiosity about this low-level warrior who had just bested an intermediate fighter. Would he, after diligent training, grow to a level where he could stand alongside her? It struck her as peculiar that someone with such prowess had previously suffered severe injuries. Was it possible that he had feigned weakness to draw closer to her? Otherwise, how could he, having been grievously wounded by an intermediate warrior just a day prior, now appear so lively? It was indeed suspect. "That is reassuring," she replied. Luo Xuan smiled faintly before descending from the gravity field, making his way home. The surrounding Saiyans began their training, while the intermediate warrior remained sprawled in the same spot, unheeded by anyone. An intermediate warrior defeated by a lower-tier fighter hardly warranted any concern. His demise would be deemed just desserts. Upon returning home, Luo Xuan clutched his arm and inhaled sharply. The forceful application of 30-fold gravity had overwhelmed his body, compounded by a direct clash with the intermediate warrior. Now, he felt as though his arm was shattered. If his suspicions were correct, the bones within might be fractured, potentially even crushed. However, to avoid drawing attention, he had to feign nonchalance. If he were to reveal his condition of a likely crush fracture today, and then act as if nothing were amiss tomorrow, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. At this juncture, the Saiyans had yet to advance in technological civilization, lacking any medical apparatus. Thus, none were aware that returning from the brink of death could lead to a significant enhancement in strength. Luo Xuan adeptly maintained his fodder, and the other Saiyans remained oblivious to any signs of distress. Had it not been for his cunning, he might not have triumphed over that intermediate warrior. As thoughts whirled in his mind, Luo Xuan recalled the F1 interface, which indicated that the magical beans were ready for collection. Upon issuing the command, the beans swiftly materialized, and he instinctively caught one with his other hand. Had he been the Luo Xuan of Earth, catching such an abrupt manifestation would have been impossible. After securing the bean, he promptly placed it in his mouth, chewing before swallowing. Almost instantly, warmth coursed through his body, and he felt an invigorating lightness as all pain dissipated and fatigue vanished. This substance proved remarkably effective, though it regrettably required a cool-down period. Otherwise, he could have prepared several more for future use. Luo Xuan smiled. For the effect of this celestial being mirrored that which he had witnessed in the anime before, possessing miraculous powers capable of healing wounds. As long as there remained a breath within, the mere act of swallowing this celestial being would suffice. Phew, that was truly perilous. Had that group of Saiyans not been astonished, they might have uncovered something. It seems that all of this hinges upon the growth of my own strength. Luo Xuan shook his arm, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, each accompanied by the unmistakable sound of slicing air. This was the extent of his current physical prowess. However, unlike the last time, this did not directly enhance his strength. If only he had an ample supply of divine beans, he would not hesitate to face death several times over to become even stronger. But alas, that was not an option at present. He could only rely on his own training. In fact, the reason Luo Xuan was able to harness gravity previously was not due to gravity itself, but rather the gravitational coefficient, specifically the acceleration due to gravity. The recent combat was so intense that it had shaken the Saiyans' worldview, rendering them oblivious to the fact that when Luo Xuan executed his kicks, he initially lifted his leg upward before delivering a diagonal strike downward. By augmenting the gravitational force during his downward kick, his speed surpassed previous levels, and his momentum was significantly greater, enhanced further by the Saiyans' innate speed and strength. Thus, the sudden increase in force was palpable, allowing him to send that intermediate warrior flying. Similarly, During his final punch, Luo Xuan did not simply throw a fist. Instead, he clenched his fist, pulled it back, and then launched it forward with great speed. Due to the acceleration of gravity, his force was directed downward and forward. All his strength was concentrated on that intermediate warrior, causing him to soar backward and crash heavily onto the ground. The increased gravity pressed down on Luo Xuan, rendering him unable to move, which explained why he did not get knocked back himself. However, without being propelled backward, he was unable to fully dissipate the force, resulting in his arm suffering a catastrophic fracture, alongside various injuries to his body. Fortunately, he had divine beans. Otherwise, he could only imagine how long his recovery would take. Indeed, these were mere tricks. If his power were sufficiently formidable, he would not have to resort to such convolutions. In that moment, Luo Xuan profoundly realized the significance of strength. Without the serendipitous arrival of a transcendent artifact, he would have perished long ago. Yet, he understood the necessity of not relying entirely on this boon. After all, this was the world of Dragon Ball, where numerous formidable beings scrutinized these planets. A moment's carelessness could lead to the discovery of the system within his mind. If forcibly extracted, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps someone had already noticed. But his lack of strength had prevented them from acting against him. Thus, everything still hinged on Luo Xuan's own efforts. Only his genuine power could serve as the most reliable safeguard. Contemplating this, Luo Xuan felt no hesitation. After the recent skirmish, he understood that his body could withstand a gravitational force of up to 30 times. If the gravitational force exceeds 30 times, it is his own body that will suffer the first damage. Hey, Luo Xuan understood the basics of training. It was akin to exercising under a weighted load, thereby enhancing the various strengths of his physique. Luo Xuan, just as he was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, the door to his home swung open, and a familiar voice resonated within. Lin, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training? Luo Xuan was performing push-ups with one hand, his strength now allowing him to engage in such rigorous training. On Earth, this would have been inconceivable. Even with both hands, he could scarcely manage a few. Did you just sustain an injury? Lin inquired upon entering, having noticed something others had overlooked. It appeared that Luo Xuan's right hand was somewhat unnatural. No, not at all. I'm not injured, he replied. Luo Xuan spoke, demonstrating a few push-ups for Lin to observe. To his surprise, he was discovered. Fortunately, he utilized a magical bean for recovery. Oddly enough, I distinctly noticed that your right hand appeared somewhat unnatural just moments ago. Lin observed Luo Xuan supporting himself with his right hand, showing no signs of injury. Though puzzled, she chose to believe him. It was merely a brief moment of numbness from the recoil. After a bit of rest, he was perfectly fine. Is that the sole reason for your visit? After casually offering this explanation, Luo Xuan abruptly shifted the conversation. It's nothing serious, just a casual remark. I wanted to tell you that while your strength is considerably greater than that of an ordinary low-level warrior, it still falls short compared to mid-level warriors. Therefore, I wish to take you to a specific place. Having just witnessed Luo Xuan's combat prowess, Lin had gained a fresh perspective on this low-level warrior, realizing he was indeed quite different from the typical ones. Where might that be? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that she was unwilling to allow him to use the gravity chamber? Although Luo Xuan did not require it himself, as he possessed an inherent gravity system, his primary intention was merely to engage in combat with Lin. This seemed improbable, despite their brief acquaintance. Luo Xuan was well aware that Lin was not the type to act in such a manner. Had she truly held such disdain for him, a mere low-level warrior, she would have long since ignored him. I just observed your battle. Your strength and speed are commendable, yet your combat experience remains insufficient, Lin analyzed. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xuan nodded in agreement. Gaining combat experience was something he needed to discover for himself. Although the original owner of this body possessed combat experience, it was tailored to him and may not necessarily suit Luo Xuan. Thus, if he wished to acquire combat experience, he must accumulate it on his own, which was precisely why he sought to spar with Lin. Luo Xuan recognized the validity of Lin's assessment. As a native of Earth, he had never engaged in battle, making his lack of experience entirely reasonable. However, on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan devoid of combat experience could very well find themselves oblivious to the dangers that awaited them. Hence, Luo Xuan's urgency to enhance his strength and combat experience was palpable. Engaging in combat with Lin represented the sole opportunity available to him for improving his battle acumen. That is why I wish to fight you. Only through this can my combat experience be elevated. Luo Xuan remarked that this was indeed his objective. As for the so-called gravity field, it was lighter than the clothes on his back and held no significance whatsoever. What he sought was merely combat experience. He had not contemplated much beyond that, for he believed that given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly achieve improvement. It was precisely because he fought against me that your combat experience could not be enhanced. Perhaps there might be a slight increase, but it would not contribute significantly to your growth. Lin stated that she had only recognized this issue while observing Luo Xuan's battle with that intermediate warrior. Initially, she assumed that Luo Xuan must possess some combat experience. Even if it were not extensive, it could not be too lacking. After all, Saiyans are a warrior race. Engaged in combat daily, who among them lacks battle experience? Yet, it was quite peculiar that Luo Xuan had absolutely no combat experience. It was evident from the recent skirmish that he was a novice in battle, utterly clueless. Although he was learning continuously during the fight, it was still insufficient. Why? Lin, being a high-ranking warrior, undoubtedly possessed a wealth of combat experience. Therefore, there should be no issue in battling her. Could it be that combat experience cannot be imparted to others? Because I know you. Without further elaboration, Lin simply stated this, yet Luo Xuan comprehended the implication. Because of our acquaintance? I understand now. Your meaning is that, knowing me, you choose to restrain your own strength in our battle, thus rendering it impossible for me to learn anything. In Saiyan combat, one either refrains from striking or engages with lethal intent. Hence, they do not battle acquaintances unless both parties are evenly matched, aware that neither would easily slay the other, allowing for a fair fight until one yields. Well, there is a place quite suitable for you, even though it lacks a gravity field. Luo Xuan's explanation is remarkably precise, and many Saiyans share this sentiment. They tend to select adversaries of comparable strength rather than ambitiously pursuing those who far surpass them. What does it matter? As long as it enhances my combat experience, the absence of a gravitational field is of no concern. Luo Xuan smiled, realizing that what he truly valued was not the gravity field itself, but rather the acquisition of combat techniques and training methods. He understood now that the Saiyans possessed no unique training regimen. Their sole approach was to engage in battle, regardless of gender or age. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, it was all about fighting, relentlessly battling and surpassing opponents, thus challenging ever greater foes. It was through continuous confrontation and the principle of survival of the fittest that one could endure on this planet. Luo Xuan had come to comprehend why, in the future, Planet Vegeta would so carelessly send away the infants of low-level warriors. After all, those left behind were deemed worthless. A low-level warrior could never surpass a high-level warrior, no matter how diligently they trained. Of course, this was the prevailing belief among the Saiyans. However, having watched Dragon Ball, Luo Xuan could not subscribe to such notions. With relentless effort, even a high-level warrior could be outmatched. Perhaps Luo Xuan should consider himself fortunate that, in this era, the Saiyans had yet to reach a technological civilization, thus lacking the customary practice of discarding low-level warriors, allowing him to persist on this planet. In the northern forest, there lay a place most suitable for Saiyans to accumulate combat experience. Within it resided a creature known as the Fang-Toothed Beast. While its destructive power was not particularly high, its combat prowess was formidable. Lin paused, as if realizing a misstep, and offered a clarification. The low damage referred to the fact that, with caution, one would not easily succumb to death. However, injuries were still a possibility, though death was unlikely, as this area primarily served as a training ground for intermediate warriors, with few low-level warriors daring to venture there. For a high-level warrior like her, the Fang-Toothed Beast was hardly a challenge. Yet, considering Luo Xuan's status as a low-level warrior, she felt it prudent to issue a warning. The Fang-Toothed Beast? That seems suitable for me, Luo Xuan mused after hearing Lin's description. Although this locale was primarily for intermediate warriors, he believed he could give it a try. Having clawed his way back from the brink of death, his strength rivaled that of certain intermediate warriors. While it might not be feasible to achieve the instant kills he could perform on the gravity chamber, defeating them would merely be a matter of time. Yes, that place should be quite fitting for you. As for the future, I can guide you to the training grounds of high-level warriors until you can hold your own against me. A smile crept onto Lin's lips. It would be a jest for a low-level warrior to vanquish a high-level one. Yet, she felt inexplicably that this low-level warrior before her was unlike any other. Perhaps, just perhaps, his words held a semblance of truth. Lin could not fathom why such an innocent thought had taken root in her mind. But the feeling was potent, so much so that she could utter the promise of training him until he could match her skill. I will strive to achieve that. Luo Xuan nodded. Even if Lin had not articulated it, he would strive in that direction. Lin remained silent, as she had nothing further to express, yet Luo Xuan did. Could you tell me where the North Forest is? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's inquiry, Lin was taken aback. How could someone who claimed to be a Saiyan not know the location of the North Forest? Are you truly a Saiyan? However, Luo Xuan was not a Saiyan in the truest sense. He merely inhabited the body of one. As for memories, he possessed only fragmented recollections, with no knowledge of the North Forest whatsoever. Hiki. Thus, Luo Xuan could only manage an awkward smile at that moment. How about this? Shade is also training over there. Let him accompany you. It was indeed necessary to delve deeper into whether this fellow was genuinely a Saiyan. Naturally, the only option was for Shade to guide Luo Xuan to the location. After all, Shade was a mid-level warrior training in the North Forest, making him an ideal companion for Luo Xuan. Subsequently, Lin led Luo Xuan to find Shade. She would then return to the gravity chamber, as Saiyan training primarily revolved around combat. Within the gravity chamber, Saiyans continuously faced challenges from one another. If one were to lose, they would step down from the platform, which would then be claimed by the victor. Of course, it was not a free-for-all. Only the top 3 challengers each day were counted, while the rest served as sparring partners. Saiyans, being a warrior race, could only grow through battle. Due to the nature of the gravity chamber, many high-level warriors were willing to act as sparring partners. Engaging in combat within the gravity chamber significantly enhanced their strength. Thus, even after the daily quota for challenges had been filled, high-level warriors would still take to the platform to spar with those who possessed gravity chambers. This is the place. This area is where we mid-level warriors train, and there are also quite a few low-level warriors, albeit those with slightly greater strength. Shade led Luo Xuan to a forest, which was indeed the North Forest Lin had mentioned. Luo Xuan glanced around, observing the surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Is this truly the Northern Forest? But why is there not a single soul to be seen? Luo Xuan weakly inquired, where are all the intermediate warriors who were supposed to train here? Ever since the gravity chamber was established, it seemed that few were willing to come. A group of individuals with lofty aspirations, indeed. Shade glanced at the forest and lamented. There were once many people here. However, after the construction of that gravity chamber, those who ventured there could potentially train for an hour. Even advanced warriors are human and require rest. During their downtime, other Saiyans can take their place. Naturally, only intermediate warriors and a few low-level warriors engage in challenges against one another until the advanced warriors have completed their rest. As for how long one can remain within, that depends on individual skill. Those with greater prowess can stay longer. Upon hearing Shade's explanation, Luo Xuan began to understand that the intermediate warriors had all gone to the gravity chamber, while the low-level warriors were elsewhere, resulting in the current sparsity of people here. All right, you may enter. Just be cautious, and you won't meet your demise, Shade urged after explaining. Aren't you coming in with me? Luo Xuan paused, taken aback by the question. I shall not enter. I'm going to check if any advanced warriors are resting at the gravity chamber. I might get a chance to spar, Shade replied, turning away and heading in another direction, leaving Luo Xuan feeling somewhat disoriented in the breeze. Who was it that just remarked about that group having lofty aspirations? Now he seemed more eager than anyone else. After silently giving Shade a middle finger in his mind, Luo Xuan ventured into the depths of the forest. This forest was quite expansive, with sturdy trees that resembled a primeval woodland. Could there truly be those formidable beasts known as the Look-Tooth Giants here? As he pressed forward, Luo Xuan found no signs of Look-Tooth Giants, nor even any Saiyans. Had those Look-Tooth Giants also retreated to the gravity chamber? Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, reverberating in his ears. What on earth was that? Could it be one of those Look-Tooth Giants? From the sound, Luo Xuan deduced that such a creature must be a colossal beast, for the volume of the roar was extraordinary. At that moment, he became alert. The roar was nearby. It stood to reason that the Look-Tooth Giant must be close. Another roar erupted, this time even closer than before. Luo Xuan could hear the sound of footsteps approaching slowly, likely due to the creature's massive size. Although it moved with great strength, its pace was considerably sluggish. This realization offered Luo Xuan a modicum of reassurance. If the beast of the gaping fangs was indeed slow, he might triumph through swiftness. Come on, he mused. I am eager to discover what prowess this creature possesses. He harbored no fear of the impending encounter with the beast of the gaping fangs. Having already faced death once, he felt a thrill of anticipation for the challenge ahead, devoid of any other significant emotions. With a series of heavy thuds, the creature's footsteps drew nearer, and soon Luo Xuan beheld a dark silhouette. Indeed, the much-dreaded beast of the gaping fangs. Observing the shadow, he understood that this creature certainly warranted the title of beast. With a thunderous roar, the true visage of the beast was revealed, and Luo Xuan found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a creature resembling a pig-deer butterfly, adorned in hues of blue and purple. Sporting two formidable tusks, crowned with antlers, and possessing a pair of wings marked with yellow and black spots. Was this not the very beast used by the Saiyans for training? This creature was significantly larger than its animated counterpart. Could it have traversed from planet Vegeta to Earth? As Luo Xuan scrutinized the beast of the gaping fangs, the colossal creature caught sight of him, momentarily startled, before a gleeful expression spread across its face. Drool spilling from its maw as if it had encountered a delectable morsel. Do you consider me your prey? Luo Xuan thought, then I shall regard you as my quarry. Let us see who shall emerge victorious. Luo Xuan let out a cold laugh as he gazed at the approaching fang-toothed beast, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. Recognizing that the essence of cultivation lies in the accumulation of combat experience, he understood that retreat was not an option, only battle remained. In an instant, Luo Xuan confronted the fang-toothed beast without the slightest warm-up. The clash between man and beast resulted in an indescribable sound reverberating through the air. Luo Xuan delivered a powerful punch to the colossal beast, only to find its body remarkably resilient. Though the strike was not entirely ineffective, its impact was minimal. Currently, Luo Xuan was subjected to a gravitational force 20 times that of normal, yet he refrained from employing the gravitational acceleration as he would in a gravity field. While this method could temporarily amplify his strength, it would also inflict harm upon himself. Such a self-destructive strategy, akin to wounding 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself, was evidently ill-suited for this situation. With sufficient hardness, he would strike again. In an instant, Luo Xuan was ignited by a fervent desire for battle, feeling as though the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling. The colossal creature opposite him seemed to sense Luo Xian's fervor for combat, offering him not a moment's respite as it charged forward with astonishing speed. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that the so-called gigantic toothed beast was, in fact, a rather large species of pig-deer butterfly. Much like the ones he had previously observed in animated series, this creature exhibited a notably irritable temperament. Upon catching sight of him, it immediately launched an attack. With a swift movement to the right, he deftly evaded the oncoming charge of the gigantic tooth beast. As it surged past him, Luo Xuan seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to its abdomen. Due to its considerable bulk, the beast lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not one to squander the moment, Luo Xuan swiftly wrapped his arms around one of its legs. With a forceful heave, he hurled the creature a staggering 10 meters away, where it collided heavily with a stout tree. The impact proved too much for the tree to endure, and it succumbed, toppling over. This creature was indeed quite hefty. Luo Xuan clapped his hands, now somewhat accustomed to the situation. That earlier embrace was purely instinctual, a reflex born from the throes of battle. He had never imagined that his strength could be so formidable. With effortless ease, he had hurled the monstrous beast away. In the past, such a feat would have been inconceivable, not to mention the monstrous creature. Even a mere pig could have sent him flying. Roar! Just as Luo Xuan reveled in his newfound power, the colossal beast rose once more. It let out a deafening roar at Luo Xuan before charging at him again. This creature's physique was remarkably resilient. It had survived the fall without a scratch. Luo Xuan spoke softly, and then boldly advanced forward. It seemed he intended to engage in a contest of physical strength with the formidable Toothwatcher beast. The beast, upon realizing that this human dared to confront it head-on, was instantly filled with rage, its eyes reflecting a distinctly human-like indignation. It felt disdained. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xuan collided with the Toothwatcher beast, transforming the encounter into a fierce competition of might between man and creature. Luo Xuan firmly grasped the enormous fangs of the monstrous creature, unwavering despite its relentless struggles. Luo Xuan let out a mighty roar, and in an instant, one could observe his arm muscles swelling once more. The colossal beast with its gaping maw was forcefully pushed backward. With each step, the creature retreated further and further. Your strength is hardly impressive at all. Luo Xuan chuckled softly. Although this fellow possessed a formidable physique, his strength was rather limited. With just a gentle push from Luo Xuan, he began to stagger backward. He pondered why Lin deemed them the most suitable subjects for training. After all, a brute solely reliant on sheer force was hardly commendable. Suddenly, Luo Xuan sensed something amiss. He released his grasp on the fanged beast and executed a graceful backflip. At that very moment, a dark shadow swept past the spot where he had just been standing. What was that? Luo Xuan was taken aback. The speed of that object was astonishing. Had he not sensed the approaching presence, he would undoubtedly have been struck. Could it be other Saiyans residing here? Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This was a training ground for the Saiyans, and it was not unusual to encounter other Saiyans here. Moreover, given their combative nature, the presence of a lowly warrior like himself might provoke a confrontation. Just as he turned his gaze, he noticed a monkey-like creature perched on a tree across from him, baring its teeth and screeching at him. A monkey? Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What lay before him appeared to be a monkey. However, its entire body was cloaked in crimson fur, and its eyes mirrored that fiery hue. Within the creature's mouth, two formidable fangs protruded prominently. At the sight of the monkey, the colossal beast seemed to exhibit a peculiar excitement, its gaze directed at Luo Xuan brimming with challenge. Could it be that this monkey was a close companion of the swine? Perhaps a senior brother? Or a second senior brother? Luo Xuan found the situation amusing. A mere pig and a monkey did not appear particularly formidable. However, the behemoth with glorious fangs and the monkey that followed did not afford him the luxury of a reaction, charging directly towards him as if intent on eliminating him. "Humph. Come on," he said, undeterred by their approach. Since Lin had indicated that the behemoth was capable of aiding his cultivation, it stood to reason that these two creatures, when combined, would not be weak. It was evident that the behemoth was tasked with the main assault, while the monkey executed sneak attacks with remarkable speed. Indeed, as the behemoth surged forward, Luo Xuan prepared to evade and counter, aiming to topple the creature as he had done previously. Yet, at that moment, the monkey, which had been lurking in the trees, launched its own offensive. As Luo Xuan dodged, the monkey struck from behind, extending its claws toward his head just as it approached. Having just evaded the behemoth, Luo Xuan found himself unable to avoid the monkey's attack in time. He could only turn his head aside to evade the worst of it, but the monkey's claws still grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. "Damn it," he muttered, wiping his face in disbelief at the precision of their coordination. They seemed to function as a singular entity. Yet, if they were indeed a cohesive unit, it was unlikely that the behemoth would let him off so easily. Seeing that the monkey had failed to land a hit, the behemoth charged at him once more without hesitation. With a resounding thud, it attacked 3 times in quick succession, leaving no room for respite. Luo Xuan barely managed to evade the first 2 strikes, but the third caught him off guard, sending him flying through the air. He landed heavily on the ground. And at that moment, he finally understood why Lin had claimed the behemoth was an excellent opponent for cultivation. If either the pig or the monkey were to be faced individually, he could easily dispatch them, perhaps even with little effort. However, in tandem, they achieved a remarkable synergy. The behemoth wielded brute strength while the monkey relied on speed and stealth, and together they had succeeded in launching him into the air. How intriguing, he mused. Though he had fallen, Luo Xuan felt no anger. These creatures were, in fact, perfect for his training. Just then, he recalled that he had forgotten to inform the young lad that the behemoth was not a solitary beast, but rather 2 ferocious creatures. Halfway through his thoughts, he realized he had neglected to tell Luo Xuan that within the northern forest, the behemoth appeared in pairs, not alone. With a resigned sigh, he turned back, reflecting on his earlier confusion regarding Lin's assertion that the behemoths in this forest could facilitate the cultivation of intermediate warriors, despite their seemingly inadequate strength. Even a low-ranking warrior like Luo Xuan can easily resolve the situation. However, with the addition of that monkey, the dynamics changed significantly. This is truly intriguing. Luo Xuan rose to his feet with a smile, while the formidable beast and the monkey advanced to attack. However, their assaults were deftly evaded by Luo Xuan. The initial encounter had caught him off guard, but this time, his dodging was executed with ease. "Look over there, a low-level warrior," he remarked. The skirmish involving Luo Xuan soon attracted the attention of several Saiyans, all of whom were intermediate warriors. Although their strength was not particularly formidable, they had nonetheless ascended to the ranks of intermediate fighters, rendering them significantly superior to a lowly warrior like Luo Xuan from the moment of their birth. Indeed, a low-level fighter daring to venture into the northern forest was quite audacious. Did he not realize that this was a domain for our intermediate warriors' cultivation? One of the shorter Saiyans remarked. "Humph, utterly foolish." The only female among the group scoffed, clearly considering Luo Xuan's presence in a place designated for intermediate training as an act of sheer arrogance. How long do you think that lad can hold out? One who appeared to be the leader inquired, observing Luo Xuan as he deftly dodged attacks, though occasionally sustaining hits. I doubt he will endure for long, replied another Scion, who seemed more unassuming yet possessed a subtle presence. The last low-level warrior who inadvertently wandered in here managed to survive for about 8 minutes before being torn apart. The shorter Scion chuckled, noting that while the northern forest was indeed a training ground for intermediate warriors, numerous low-level fighters believed themselves capable of enduring its challenges. This quartet had previously witnessed several low-level warriors enter, many of whom met grim fates. Some were slain, while others were rendered incapacitated. Only a handful managed to escape, their speed allowing them to flee. Generally, low-level warriors who entered this realm returned to their training grounds after a single visit. I reckon this one will last around 5 minutes, the leader mused, sharing a wry smile. The Saiyans were indifferent to the fate of their comrades, let alone the life of a mere stranger. The four stood by, observing the encircled Luo Xuan as if it were a theatrical performance. How about we place a wager? The shorter Scion suggested, a glint of mischief in his eye. He relished the thrill of gambling. What shall we wager? The leader asked with curious interest. Though he was not particularly fond of betting, he did not dismiss the idea outright. I bet that this low-level warrior will be torn into 4 pieces. The shorter Scion declared, pleased to have elicited a response. Very well, I wager he will be reduced to mere fragments, the leader replied, glancing at the increasingly fatigued Luo Xuan with a knowing smile. Their wager was not about who would emerge victorious, but rather how many pieces Luo Xuan would be torn into. To them, the notion of a low-level warrior triumphing over a behemoth was nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. Such triviality. The woman spoke calmly, choosing not to partake in their wager, instead observing Luo Xuan in the arena. The other Scion remained silent, merely watching quietly from the sidelines. How remarkably tenacious these two individuals are. Luo Xuan narrowly evaded another assault, slightly breathless from the prolonged battle. He had already exerted himself considerably, and fatigue was beginning to set in. The two adversaries presented a formidable duo. One relied on sheer size and brute strength, while the other capitalized on agility, forming a remarkably effective synergy. Despite Luo Xuan's several attempts to strike, he found no success. At one point, he nearly struck the monkey, only to be thwarted by the robust, thick-skinned beast known as the Fang-toothed giant. He could not match the monkey's speed, nor could he inflict harm upon the Fang-toothed giant. Thus, he was left to gradually wear down his opponents. However, it was evident that he was the one suffering greater exhaustion. The adversary had already reached a state of fatigue, and the outcome seemed imminent. The leading Scion, sharp-eyed and perceptive, recognized that Luo Xuan was running on empty. Remarkably, this young warrior had managed to endure far longer than previous low-ranking fighters. The previously silent Scion quietly acknowledged this fact, discerning that Luo Xuan had reached his limits. Yet, the endurance displayed by such a low-ranking warrior was no small feat, but what purpose does it serve? With such energy wasted on a futile fight, he might believe he can vanquish the Fang-toothed giant, yet it is too late to flee now. He should prepare for his demise here. The woman spoke with an unwavering calmness, regarding Luo Xuan's actions as nothing short of self-destructive folly. Haha, I find this lad rather intriguing. Should we rescue him and invite him to join our ranks? The leading Scion nodded in agreement, recognizing that a low-ranking warrior who could endure this long certainly had merit for their team. Let it go. This fellow is far too vain and merely a low-ranking fighter. He would ultimately become a liability. The shorter Scion was the first to oppose, firmly refusing to allow Luo Xuan's rescue. Who doesn't know you're motivated by that wager? Remarked the previously quiet Scion. Ha ha ha. Unabashed by the revelation, the shorter Scion merely chuckled. In the arena, the situation had reached a critical juncture. Continuing on this path would surely lead to their depletion. Luo Xuan gasped for breath, having reached the utmost limit of his endurance. Should the battle continue, defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, the concept of zero gravity. Instantly, he felt a remarkable lightness envelop him. Having previously been burdened by a weight 20 times his own as he grappled with these two adversaries. He uttered softly as the monkey charged toward him. In that moment, Luo Xuan met the oncoming creature head-on, while the colossal beast, upon witnessing Luo Xuan's assault, hastily moved to intercept. Luo Xuan did not cease his actions. Instead, he clenched his fist even tighter and delivered a powerful blow towards the thick-skinned, muscle-bound behemoth. With a resounding thud, blood erupted forth as the creature collapsed to the ground, crashing heavily upon the earth. Witnessing the demise of his companion, The monkey's eyes flickered with a momentary semblance of human panic, and without a trace of hesitation, it turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Luo Xuan chuckled softly. And in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. Once the gravitational restraints were lifted, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness enveloping his body, as if a surge of latent power yearned to be unleashed. Perhaps it was the recent pressure exerted by that boar and monkey that had constrained him. But at this moment, Luo Xuan resembled a ferocious beast that had just broken free, launching a powerful punch at the formidable Fang-toothed beast, delivering a fatal blow. Witnessing this, the companions of the Fang-toothed beast exhibited no hesitation and promptly turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Luo Xuan's lips curved into a menacing arc. Just moments ago, this little creature had caused him no small amount of trouble, and despite its speed, Luo Xuan found himself at a disadvantage. However, that was merely the beginning. Now, having relieved himself of 20 times the gravitational force, his body felt remarkably lighter, allowing his speed to soar as he vanished from sight. Although he could not yet move without leaving a trace, his velocity was undeniably swift. As the red-haired monkey fled, it occasionally glanced back, seemingly anxious that Luo Xuan might catch up. With its diminutive intellect, it could hardly comprehend why that man's strength had surged so dramatically. Fortunately for the monkey, its speed proved insufficient, allowing it a moment of relief. Are you searching for me? Just as the red-haired monkey believed it had successfully escaped, a voice whispered in its ear. Upon turning its head, it was met with a fist hurtling towards it, striking with such force that it shattered the creature into countless fragments. This. Luo Xuan gazed in astonishment at his clenched fist, bewildered by the turn of events. What had initially been a mere intention to deliver a fatal blow had resulted in utter annihilation. How could this be? As Luo Xuan pondered the situation, the four Saiyans who had just witnessed the scene stood in stunned silence. Your predictions were remarkably accurate, remarked the more reticent Saiyan, breaking the silence. Hehehe. Indeed, chimed in the shorter Saiyan, a grin spreading across his face, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. He had never anticipated that their opponent would so effortlessly vanquish the Fang-toothed behemoth with a single punch. Was this individual truly a lowly warrior? The leader of the Saiyans swallowed hard, grappling with the astonishing reality. When had lowly warriors become so formidable? Even among their ranks of intermediate warriors, none would dare to claim the ability to reduce such a creature to mere fragments. The speed displayed earlier had been astonishing, surpassing their own, and it had erupted in an instant. Could it be that he had deliberately suppressed his strength to engage in combat training with the Fang-toothed behemoth? The only one maintaining a semblance of composure was the female Saiyan, though her expression was also tinged with disbelief. It was the first time she had witnessed a lowly warrior dispatching a Fang-toothed behemoth with a single strike. Rigo, what are you doing here? Have you seen a lowly warrior? Just as they were recovering from their shock, Shade arrived, having been training in the forest, where they were all acquainted. Upon seeing Shade, the group nodded in unison, still regaining their bearings. Where? Shade inquired, concerned that something might have happened to the lowly warrior. After all, the high-ranking warrior named Lin had promised to allow him to ascend first during their rest periods. Shade understood that the high-ranking warrior had made this promise out of consideration for his relationship with Luo Xuan. If Luo Xuan were to perish due to his own oversight, it would be a miracle if he ever reached the gravity chamber, let alone survive the ordeal. The group remained silent, simultaneously gesturing toward Shade's rear. Though puzzled by their expressions, he turned around and beheld Luo Xuan, who was staring intently at his own hand. Before him lay a pool of blood, and not far off, the lifeless body of the Fang-toothed behemoth. Ah, thank you for saving him, Shade exhaled, relieved to see that Luo Xuan was unharmed. Upon noticing the slain beast, he quickly came to a realization and expressed his gratitude to Rigo and the others. In his mind, it was they who had intervened, ensuring Luo Xuan's safety. That was his own doing. He single-handedly vanquished the Fang-toothed behemoth. You know our nature, we would never lend a hand. At this juncture, Rigo felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, this behavior was emblematic of the Saiyan disposition. Saving a random, lowly warrior held no advantage in their eyes. Indeed, it was preferable to watch him meet his demise. Survival of the fittest was the prevailing principle in the realm of the Saiyans, who could still be considered a minority. Thus, the useless were deemed unworthy of sharing resources. Are you saying that Luo Xuan single-handedly defeated them? Wasn't the Wanshu present? Upon hearing Rigo's words, Shade was momentarily taken aback and timidly inquired. He was present, interjected the diminutive figure beside him, for if he had not been there, their astonishment would not have been so profound. Present? Why did I not see the body? Did it flee? Shay pressed further, contemplating that if the Wanchu beast had indeed arrived, it would not have been so easily vanquished. It had been pulverized by that boy's single blow. Rigo felt a dryness in his throat. Why was that? A lowly warrior not only defeated the Wanchu beast, but obliterated it with a mere fist. You claim it was reduced to rubble with one blow? Shay was evidently skeptical. Even he could not fathom delivering such a devastating strike to the Wanchu beast. Uncle Shay, what brings you back? Are you here to train with me? At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed Shay. He had seen him earlier when Rigo and the others were present, but had refrained from approaching due to their unfamiliarity. Now, seeing Shay approach as if they were acquainted, he decided to make his way over. No, I have come to inform you. I almost forgot to mention that the Wanchu beast consists of two creatures working in tandem, one resembling a red-haired monkey named Wanchu, and the other simply referred to as the beast. Though Luo Xuan was already aware that the Wanchu beast was a duo, it was prudent for Shay to clarify. Oh, now it makes sense. No wonder I observed such seamless cooperation between the two earlier. Luo Xuan also nodded slightly, then cast his gaze towards the others. The moment those individuals met his eyes, a sense of trepidation washed over them. Would he blame them for not intervening earlier, merely standing by and observing? This individual had effortlessly cleaved even the formidable behemoth into 4 segments. What would a single blow from him feel like? Allow me to introduce you. This is Rigo, who frequently trains in the northern forest. Do not hold it against him for not acting earlier. You are well aware of the nature of Saiyans. Shay seemed to have recalled something as he pointed to the leading man, offering a brief introduction to Luo Xuan. Although Luo Xuan had slain the fearsome behemoth, he now faced 4 intermediate warriors, a challenge that would prove no less daunting than confronting the monstrous creature. Luo Xuan was also aware of Shay's intentions and nodded slightly at the leading Saiyan. Although he had no desire to forge alliances, he had observed the group's previous behavior, standing idly by and betting against him. Luo Xuan harbored a grudge. He did not wish for anyone to come to his aid. However, the audacity of betting on how many pieces he would be torn into by the monstrous beast greatly displeased him. Among the group were Hake, Kais, and Mashi, the diminutive Saiyan, the reticent young man, and the woman, respectively. This is Luo Xuan. Shay introduced him after presenting the other 4. Upon hearing the name, they paused, as it did not seem typical of a Saiyan. Nevertheless, their focus rested solely on strength. A name, no matter how peculiar, was of little consequence. Thus, a tentative acquaintance was formed. I must inquire, are you truly a low-level warrior? After a moment of hesitation, Rigo voiced the question, still reeling from the shock of witnessing Luo Xuan's decisive blow that felled the monstrous beast. Indeed, Luo Xuan replied, albeit hesitantly. The events that had transpired were somewhat unclear to him. He merely felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, and in an instant, he had unleashed a punch that obliterated the 2 beasts. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's admission, not only Rigo and his companions, but also Shay, wore expressions of astonishment. Could it be that Luo Xuan had genuinely shattered the monstrous beast with a single punch? However, reflecting on past events, it made sense. Luo Xuan had effortlessly defeated a mid-level warrior on the gravity platform. It was reasonable to surmise that his strength had only increased, potentially surpassing any mid-level warrior present. Shay believed he could easily slay the monstrous beast, yet to obliterate it with a single punch, rendering it into 4 pieces, was beyond his capability. Such feats could only be achieved by high-level warriors or those nearing that rank. This implied that Luo Xuan's current punching power was already comparable to that of a high-level warrior. Despite witnessing the event firsthand, Rigo and his comrades struggled to accept this revelation that a low-level warrior's strength could eclipse theirs, reaching the caliber of high-level warriors. Previously, they had regarded low-level warriors as mere ants. No matter how strong, they were still just slightly more robust ants. While high-level warriors resembled elephants, how could an ant possibly contend with an elephant? Now, they were confronted with the notion that an ant could attain strength comparable to an elephant. Your recent punch must be on par with a high-level warrior, Rigo finally remarked, and though Mashi had initially thought a low-level warrior would surely meet their demise here, she was astonished by the strength displayed by this low-level warrior. Comparable to a high-level warrior? Isn't that the typical strength of a low-level warrior? Upon hearing Moshi's words, Luo Xuan turned his gaze, finding interest in this statement unlike the previous ones. Could it be that the earlier punch was comparable to that of a high-level warrior? In Luo Xuan's mind, high-level warriors were formidable beings, and he had initially believed that his recent strike was something any ordinary low-level warrior could achieve. After all, he had not exerted himself much. He was merely slightly stronger than the average low-level warrior. The 5 intermediate warriors surrounding him felt quite vexed upon hearing Luo Xuan's remark. Were they not being deliberately provoked? If low-level warriors were all capable of such feats, what place would there be for intermediate warriors? However, they were unjustly accusing Luo Xuan. He was not originally from this world, and thus had no knowledge of the strengths of low-level, intermediate, or high-level warriors. To him, they were simply strong, exceedingly strong, and undeniably powerful. As for the Super Saiyans, they were evidently on another level of strength altogether. The power of that punch you delivered is unmatched here among us. Whether Luo Xuan was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance remained uncertain, but given his prior performance, Shate was inclined to believe that this fellow had indeed suffered a blow to the head and was oblivious to everything. So it is like this. After listening to Shate's explanation, Luo Xuan began to comprehend the situation. He had not anticipated that his punch was so formidable. Could he be on the verge of becoming a one-punch Saiyan? No, at present, his punch could only rival that of a high-level warrior. And even some stronger intermediate warriors could reach such levels. That does not seem particularly impressive, then. Luo Xuan perceived himself as not particularly formidable. However, to the ears of the intermediate warriors before him, his humility rang with a note of irony. When he spoke of being comparable to the advanced warriors, his excitement was palpable, and the implication that none among them had achieved such prowess seemed to suggest a disdain for their abilities. Clearing his throat, Shate inquired once more, attempting to alleviate the awkward tension. Initially, he had considered Luo Xuan a low-level warrior well-suited to training in this realm. But upon witnessing his current strength, Shate suddenly felt that he was more fitting for the gravity chamber. No, I wish to remain here for a while longer. Luo Xuan replied, regarding the gravity chamber as somewhat superfluous. On the contrary, he believed that engaging in battles on the brink of survival was far more appropriate for him. What he lacked was combat experience. During his recent encounter with the fang-toothed behemoth, he keenly felt this deficiency. Had it not been for his insufficient battle experience, he would not have been delayed by the creature for such an extended period. Ultimately, he could only defeat the fang-toothed behemoth after releasing the gravitational constraints. Thus, for Luo Xuan, his strength was still inadequate, and he needed to seek out more fang-toothed behemoths to test himself. Very well, if you wish to cultivate here. So be it, Shate acknowledged with a nod. Since Luo Xuan expressed a desire to stay, he refrained from further comment. You may go train in the gravity chamber. I can manage here on my own. Luo Xuan was aware that Shate had a penchant for training in the gravity chamber. For not all Saiyans possess the luxury of an adjustable gravitational field. Be cautious and refrain from venturing too deep into the forest. It is not only home to the formidable great-toothed beasts, but also houses other, more powerful predators. Before departing, Shate had issued a warning, emphasizing that the northern forest harbored numerous ferocious creatures, with the great-toothed beast being merely the most commonplace and suitable for training. Upon hearing Shate's words, Luo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. This was planet Vegeta, a realm replete with contrasts to Earth. If there were indeed formidable beasts here, Luo Xuan was inclined to believe it. Indeed, it is wise to avoid the depths of the forest, as there have been reports of unusual occurrences in that vicinity. This statement came from Mashi, her expression grave as she spoke. As a Saiyan, albeit one who embraced the identity of a warrior race, not every Saiyan was invincible. Thus, they remained wary of beings more powerful than themselves. Within the northern forest resided some formidable beasts. While they might not match Saiyans in combat prowess, they often attacked in packs, and encountering them alone would compel even a Saiyan to retreat. What is happening? During this time, Shate had been so engrossed in the gravity chamber that he was oblivious to the events transpiring in the northern forest. Previously, there had been whispers of a horde of fierce beasts leaving the forest. Rigo interjected, stating that their long-tenure training in the northern forest had rendered them well-informed about local happenings. This knowledge could serve as a precaution against danger. Should the situation prove dire, they would have to vacate the northern forest. Though they were intermediate warriors, they occupied a mere mid-tier position, thus limiting their capacity to engage in certain matters. Indeed, and there were also the 4 who perished, including Gina. This remark came from the diminutive Saiyan, Hake, whose tone suggested a discord with those Saiyans known as Gina. Typically, Saiyans training in the northern forest formed small groups of 4 or 5, providing mutual support. Whether faced with powerful beasts or rival Saiyans, they could assist one another. They are dead? Luo Xuan was uncertain. Yet Saudi was well aware that the Ghana group possessed strength surpassing that of Rigo and his companions. The leader, Ghana, was nearing the status of a high-ranking warrior. It was unexpected that he had perished. Could it be that a formidable beast had emerged from the northern forest? Yes, he was indeed dead. But what had transpired within remains a mystery. Consequently, we have been lingering at the forest's periphery, hesitant to venture deeper. Rigo remarked that this situation had imposed considerable pressure on them, as they feared encountering unforeseen troubles. Though Saiyans are known for their combative nature, they are not foolish. They are acutely aware of danger and the necessity of patience. Luo Xuan, why not join Rigo and the others? Being with them would ensure greater safety. The reason they refrained from acting previously was due to their unfamiliarity with you. Now that you are acquainted, forming a group is entirely feasible. Saudi harbored concerns for Luo Xuan, fearing that if anything were to happen to him, he would lose his privilege to utilize the gravity chamber. Rigo, what do you think? Although this lad is merely a low-ranking warrior, his strength is formidable. He has even defeated intermediate warriors. And you witnessed him obliterate the Wanshi behemoth with a single punch. This was your observation. Allowing him to join your team should not be a detriment. Would you refuse? Saudi believed that regardless of how powerful Luo Xuan might be, he remained a low-ranking warrior. Should he encounter a particularly fierce beast alone, he would likely struggle, thus opting to team up with Rigo and his companions. After addressing Luo Xuan, Saudi turned his gaze toward Rigo and his trio, hoping they would look after Luo Xuan. No need. I prefer to operate alone. Moreover, my combat experience is insufficient, and I might become a liability, Luo Xuan interjected just as Rigo was about to agree. His intention was to hone his skills in the northern forest. Joining others would inevitably hinder his progress. Furthermore, he bore a secret that, while not immediately evident, would surely be revealed over time. If his strength were to surge unexpectedly, or if his previously slow pace were to hasten, it might raise suspicions if it occurred too frequently. Luo Xuan understood the principle of possessing a treasure brings peril, and thus, he needed to navigate the northern forest independently. Since Luo Xuan prefers solitude, we shall not impose, Rigo said begrudgingly, though he had initially intended to agree. Saiyans are inherently proud, and with Rigo being an intermediate warrior while Luo Xuan was merely a low-ranking one, it added to the tension, despite Luo Xian's strength potentially rivaling that of intermediate warriors, perhaps even exceeding Rigo's own. However, there are 4 intermediate warriors present, so if a confrontation were to arise, they would not be intimidated. Hence, having a low-level warrior refuse them to their face is quite displeasing, leaving him with no gracious words to spare. Meanwhile, Hark's face is etched with fury. Were it not for the fact that he is outmatched, he would have readily engaged in combat. When did low-level warriors become so audacious as to look down upon their intermediate counterparts, expressing a desire to forego teamwork? Only Kiss and Mashi remain silent, observing the situation quietly, though they too feel that the low-level warrior has overstepped his bounds. Very well, if he wishes to cultivate alone, so be it. Shape did not anticipate that Luo Xuan would speak in such a manner, yet reflecting on Reg's earlier actions, he finds a sense of understanding. If the roles were reversed, and the opponent were betting on how he would meet his demise in a moment of peril, it would undoubtedly leave a bitter taste in his heart. In such circumstances, cooperation would be out of the question. Merely refraining from direct confrontation would be commendable. Lastly, let me remind you, be wary not only of ferocious beasts in this vicinity, but also of numerous intermediate warriors, some of whom are far from benevolent. Hark, aware of his inability to contend with Luo Xuan, can only resort to verbal threats. Naturally, such threats hold no weight with Luo Xuan. Enough, Hark. Let us not prolong this. It is time for you to focus on your training. Otherwise, your strength will indeed hinder the team. Reg restrained the irate dwarf and turned to leave. What do you mean? What is wrong with my strength? Hark, incensed by Reg's words, continued to question him as they walked, though the others paid him no heed. Observing the departing quartet, Shape shook his head and exchanged a few words with Luo Xuan before also exiting the northern forest. As he watched them leave, a subtle smile graced Luo Xuan's lips. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind, and his body felt considerably heavier. After bidding farewell to the others, Luo Xuan immediately increased the gravitational pull on his attire to 25 times. The Saiyan physique is remarkable, effortlessly adapting to such immense gravitational forces. Although he sensed a significant increase in weight, and his mobility slowed considerably, overall, the 25 times gravity felt just right for him. Of course, Luo Xuan was acutely aware that this was all thanks to his Saiyan heritage. They are a race that grows stronger in the face of adversity. Had it been his former physique, not to mention 25 times gravity, even 2.5 times would have been insurmountable for him to acclimatize to. A feat likely impossible in his lifetime. After all, he knew best just how inadequate his previous body was. Yet, the Saiyan body, when confronted with 20 times gravity. Merely through a single confrontation, one can successfully acclimate to an increase of gravity by 25 times. This, of course, is primarily attributed to Luo Xuan's prior exertion of 30 times the gravity on the gravitational platform, although that intensity inflicted considerable damage upon his body. Once healed by the magical beans, he gained a fundamental understanding and conceptualization of such a formidable force. Thus, adapting to the 20-fold gravity occurred with remarkable swiftness. However, should it have been 30 times, the adaptation would not have been achievable through a mere skirmish. For 30 times the gravity, Luo Xuan presently lacks the capacity to endure. Let alone engage in battle. Even movement proves to be a considerable challenge. Conversely, 25 times the gravity is just within his threshold of tolerance, neither excessively burdensome nor insufficient. As he felt the weight upon him, Luo Xuan took a moment to adjust before proceeding towards the opposite direction of Rigo and his companions. Had Rigo or Shape been present at that moment, they would have observed that Luo Xuan's steps were somewhat labored, each footfall leaving a distinct imprint on the ground due to his lack of adaptation to the sudden increase in gravity. Moshi, are you still pondering that young lad? Throughout the journey, Hake incessantly boasted of his combat prowess. Yet, who within the team remains unaware of his capabilities? Thus, none paid him heed, and after a while, he fell silent out of sheer boredom. Noticing Moshi lost in thought, he approached him. Hey, what is so remarkable about that kid? He is merely a low-ranking warrior. Were it not for Shade's presence earlier, I would have long since dispatched that boy. Hake, still feeling irked, could not tolerate the notion that a lowly warrior would look down upon their team. To kill him? It remains uncertain who would slay whom. Moshi remained silent, while the individual beside him chose to speak first to Rigo. Although he too felt disgruntled, upon careful reflection, he acknowledged that he lacked the assurance to defeat that low-ranking warrior in an actual battle. What is the matter? I, Hake, am at least a mid-ranking warrior. How could I possibly be bested by a low-ranking fighter? While uncertain of the actual power dynamics, Hake's pride remained unyielding. At present, the adversary was not present, rendering it impossible for the two to engage, allowing Hake the liberty to boast as he pleased. Can you shatter a colossal beast with a single blow? Can you reduce a formidable adversary to mere fragments with your fist? The speaker was Keys, who, though rarely vocal, always articulated his thoughts with precision. I cannot. Despite Hake's penchant for exaggeration, he found himself at a loss for words. If he inflated his claims too far, he risked an embarrassing confrontation should he attempt to strike. The speed and power exhibited by that individual seemed to explode in an instant. Did you not witness it? His prior battle appeared exceedingly arduous, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Suddenly, a sense of ease enveloped her, accompanied by an unexpected surge of confidence. At last, Moshi found her voice. She did not engage in arguments with others, but rather articulated her own perspective. Although she had previously regarded Luo Xuan, a mere low-level warrior, with disdain for daring to venture into the northern forest, she had nonetheless witnessed his perseverance in battle, which was commendable given the duration he had endured. Thus, when he finally erupted with power, she clearly observed the transformation in his expression. It must have been a desperate counterattack. After all, we Saiyans are a race that grows stronger in the face of adversity, and that young man's combat prowess was not far removed from that of the formidable fang-toothed beast. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for him to unleash a formidable force in a moment of peril. Rigo contemplated this notion and concluded that Moshi was indeed correct. During the time, he had been wagering with Hark and had a clearer vantage point than Moshi. In that moment, Luo Xuan had indeed erupted unexpectedly, blossoming into newfound confidence. Yes, precisely. Otherwise, how could a low-level warrior possibly manifest strength surpassing that of an intermediate warrior? Should he encounter the fang-toothed beast again, fortune may not favor him as it had before. This thought resonated deeply with Hark, who felt the sting of being overshadowed by a lowly warrior. It was hardly a pleasant notion. No, it was only after he displayed a confident demeanor that he suddenly unleashed his power. Moshi interjected, continuing her analysis. If it had been a mere outburst, he might have shown a confident smile, indicating he had anticipated the outcome. Yet, that fellow seemed to transform into someone brimming with confidence, as if he were aware of his impending eruption, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. Upon reflecting on Moshi's insights, the group found her assertions to be astutely accurate. If this were the case, it suggested that Luo Xuan had an inkling of his latent power. Perhaps this was not a mere eruption, but rather the revelation of his true strength, enabling him to effortlessly vanquish the fang-toothed beast. However, this did not account for the bewildered expression he wore afterward, staring vacantly at his own hands. They had all witnessed this perplexity. Why was it so? Did he wish to evade responsibility? Yet, curiously, no one had demanded accountability from him. Moshi shook her head at this conundrum, for it was the very source of her intrigue. What an interesting character, she mused with a smile, choosing to refrain from further debate on the matter. Recognizing that no resolution would emerge from continued discussion, the sudden emergence of a low-level warrior stronger than herself placed a considerable burden upon her as a high-level warrior. It seemed necessary to intensify her training regimen. Damn it, Hark was undoubtedly the most incensed. Feeling the sting of disdain from a low-level warrior and now from his own companions. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. And upon spotting a stone on the ground, he kicked it away in frustration. A roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the piercing gaze of his comrades, as if they wished to devour him whole. With a resounding thud, Luo Xuan breathed a sigh of relief after vanquishing the toothsome behemoth once more. It had been 3 days since his last departure, and during this time, he had tirelessly scoured the northern forest in pursuit of the formidable creature, engaging it in battle upon each discovery. Initially, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the encounters, often requiring the removal of gravitational constraints to secure victory. However, after enduring 2 or 3 trials, he now found that even under 25 times the normal gravity, he could still triumph over the toothsome behemoth, albeit with less ferocity than during his inaugural confrontation. Having already slain the creature on 7 occasions, he had fully acclimated to the intense gravitational conditions. Rolling gazed upon the 2 lifeless bodies before her and spoke with a hint of detachment. In the span of 3 days, coupled with the initial defeat of those 2 foes, she had encountered the Wanqiqi beast 7 times. Throughout these 7 encounters, despite sustaining minor injuries, she had vanquished the Wanqiqi beast each time. Now, she had adapted to a gravity level of 25 times. However, this was far from sufficient. Given that it had taken her 3 days to adjust to such a level, Rolling felt it was inadequate. After all, she had witnessed characters like Darl or Vegeta in the anime, who underwent 500 times gravity in pursuit of transcending into a Super Saiyan. As gravity intensified, the difficulty of adaptation only escalated. Rolling pondered how long it would take to acclimatize to an astonishing 500 times gravity. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolved to increase the gravity to 30 times. For her former self, this level would have rendered her completely immobile. Yet now, even under 30 times gravity, she could still engage in combat, albeit with some hindrance. At that moment, a resounding noise echoed from a distance. Were there other Saiyans in the vicinity? Although this northern forest was known as a training ground for intermediate warriors, most had migrated to the gravity training area after its establishment, leaving only a handful of intermediate warriors behind. Thus, during her 3 days here, Rolling had only encountered Rigo and his 3 companions, without sight of any other Saiyans. Curiosity piqued, she decided to investigate further. She had previously heard from Shate that other formidable beasts resided within, but in her time here, she had only come across the Wanqiqi beast. The recent sound was unmistakably not that of a Wanqiqi beast, prompting Rolling to seek out the source of the noise. Yearning for a more powerful adversary to train against. What should we do? Should we confront them? The voice belonged to Hark, a Saiyan who had parted ways with Rolling 3 days prior. Their current predicament appeared dire. Confront? We are all injured, and there are too many scorpion tigers. How can we possibly fight? This time, it was Kiss who spoke, his body smeared with blood, some of it his own, and some not. Numerous wounds adorned him, with fresh injuries still oozing crimson. Damn Hark, if it weren't for you, would we have attracted such a horde? At this moment, Moshi glared at Hark with palpable anger. If looks could kill, Hark would have perished countless times over. Covered in bloodstains, Moshi had lost her feminine grace, appearing rather disheveled. Cough, cough, Hark. I've been struggling to articulate my thoughts, but it is all his fault. 3 days prior, in a fit of rage due to Luo Xuan, he carelessly kicked a stone on the ground. Unfortunately, that seemingly innocuous kick resulted in the death of a young scorpion tiger. What are Saiyans, after all? Even a small stone could slay a fierce beast. Thus, they had been pursued by this pack of scorpion tigers for 3 long days. Although a solitary scorpion tiger posed little threat to a mid-level warrior, it was a different matter entirely when faced with a group. The cumulative strength of many was not simply additive. After enduring relentless battles, Rigo and the others found themselves increasingly fatigued, their injuries multiplying. Just moments ago, they had been cornered here, with no escape in sight. Enough with the bickering. It is futile now. Since escape is impossible, we have no choice but to fight. Let us hope we can hold out until another team passes by to lend us aid, Rigo thought, feeling a sense of despair. He understood the nature of Saiyans all too well. It was unlikely they would offer assistance, and merely witnessing their plight would suffice for them. With so many scorpion tigers present, even a few mid-level warriors might not survive. Only high-level warriors or those nearing such strength would stand a chance. Yet, those individuals were at the gravity training facility. How could they possibly appear in the northern forest? Well then, let us fight, came the consensus from the others, nodding in agreement. There was no time for discord. This might be their final stand together. Meanwhile, the Saiyan blood coursing through their veins began to boil. After 3 days of being hunted by these beasts, their Saiyan pride was stirred, and they abandoned any thought of surrender. Their fighting spirit reignited. Just as Rigo and his companions prepared for battle, a sound of footsteps approached. They turned to see a figure slowly making its way toward them. It's a person. Keys, with sharp eyes, noted first, at least it was not another beast, but a human. Even if they did not offer help, they would likely not attack. However, as they discerned the identity of the newcomer, that thought quickly dissipated. It's Luo Xuan, Moshi exclaimed, recognizing the face of the individual who was walking in the opposite direction. What is this boy doing here? The others also recognized Luo Xuan, and Hark spoke somewhat awkwardly. Had it been any other Saiyan, they might not have dared to take action against them. However, this particular Luo Xuan was an exception. Previously, when Luo Xuan faced adversity, they not only refrained from offering assistance but even wagered on his misfortune. Now, encircled by the scorpion tiger, their predicament was further exacerbated by Luo Xuan's timely appearance. In the heat of battle, his subtle manipulations would undoubtedly hasten their demise. Upon witnessing the arrival, the flicker of hope in Rigo and the others' hearts was swiftly extinguished. Having offended Luo Xuan just 3 days prior, encountering him at this juncture felt like poetic justice. While Rigo and his companions had once dismissed the notion of retribution, they were now compelled to reconsider. Oh, Luo Xuan had not anticipated that the 4 individuals surrounded before him were, in fact, the infamous Reger Quartet. What a twist of fate indeed. The scorpion tigers surrounding them also took Luo Xuan by surprise. Though he was unfamiliar with these creatures, their formidable presence was unmistakable. It was clear that if Reger and his companions were not seasoned warriors, they would have been torn to shreds in an instant. Truly, this was a land that birthed the Saiyan warrior race. Even other species here exhibited unparalleled strength. Reflecting on this, Luo Xuan mused that the once mighty fang-toothed beasts of Earth were no more than ordinary wild boars and monkeys. Yet on this planet, they manifested such ferocity. The creatures before him, though resembling tigers, were surely no less formidable than the fang-toothed beasts. After all, if wild boars and monkeys could achieve such power, one could only surmise that these wild tigers were equally formidable. As Luo Xuan stepped forward once more, several scorpion tigers turned to roar at him. What fortune! The scorpion tigers had noticed him, which meant they could join the fray. Hack, witnessing this, grinned. He had previously feared that Luo Xuan would merely observe the unfolding drama, perhaps intervening slightly. However, it seemed the scorpion tigers had acknowledged him, and they would undoubtedly attack together, leaving them unhindered. Perhaps they might even seize an opportunity to escape. Yet, the next scene left them momentarily stunned. Luo Xuan halted his advance, and after a brief hesitation, the scorpion tigers that had just roared at him seemed to disregard him, resuming their fierce glare towards the others. What was happening? Why did the scorpion tigers ignore him? Hack was equally bewildered. These creatures were supposed to be savage and bloodthirsty. Why did they merely roar at Luo Xuan and then pay him no further heed? The truth was that the scorpion tigers sensed danger emanating from him. Reluctantly, they chose not to engage. Despite their seemingly low intelligence, they possessed an instinct for self-preservation. The others observed this peculiar interaction, prompting Reger to voice his thoughts, albeit with hesitation. However, upon his utterance, the other 3 nearly choked on their disbelief. These scorpion tigers, unafraid of the combined might of 4 intermediate warriors, were intimidated by a single low-level warrior. Did this not imply that their collective strength paled in comparison to that of a lone low-level fighter? It seemed painfully true, had Luo Xuan chosen to assist them. Perhaps their fates would not be so dire. Moshi nodded in agreement, his gaze solemnly fixed upon Luo Xuan. The perception of these scorpion tigers was evidently superior to their own, since they perceived Luo Xuan's level of danger to be greater than the combined threat of the four of them. It must indeed be the case. His strength must surpass that of 4 mid-level warriors combined, suggesting that he has either attained the rank of a high-level warrior or is perilously close to it. Such a scenario seems nearly impossible. Upon hearing Mashi's words, Rigo could only manage a bitter smile. Had he not been engaged in a wager earlier, and had he not met Luo Xuan through Shate's introduction, he might have offered assistance. However, that possibility has now evaporated. The scorpion tigers, unwilling to grant them any leeway for conversation, charged forward with several of their number. This group of humans had slain their future king. Such a vendetta could not be overlooked. Stop overthinking it. Prepare for battle, Rigo stated solemnly, readying himself for the impending conflict. At that moment, the scorpion tigers leapt into action. The 4 mid-level warriors unleashed their formidable combat prowess, fully aware of the imminent peril. They held nothing back, channeling their entire strength into the fight. While they could manage 2 or 3 scorpion tigers each, facing 4, 5, or even more would be untenable. With at least 30 scorpion tigers in the vicinity and over 20 remaining stationary, it was clear that if they all charged, each warrior would be confronted with 7 or 8 foes. Victory seemed impossible. They had fled for 3 consecutive days, during which they had slain numerous scorpion tigers. Yet, even the mightiest of fists cannot prevail against many hands. Even as Saiyans, fatigue would eventually set in. After dispatching several foes, retreat had become their only option. But the relentless scorpion tigers showed no intention of letting them escape. As chaos ensued, the initially dominant group found themselves increasingly overwhelmed as more scorpion tigers joined the fray. In a moment of inattention, the weakest among them, Hake, was seized by the shoulder by one of the scorpion tigers. Fortunately, Rigo noticed and delivered a powerful blow, forcing the creature to release its grip. The scorpion tiger's hide was remarkably tough. Even a mid-level warrior's strike merely caused it discomfort. However, Hake's right arm was severely injured, rendering him incapable of exerting strength. Luo Xuan merely observed from the sidelines. Yet he remained unaware of the true strength of the scorpion tigers. Luo Xuan, could you lend us a hand? Can you call for help from outside the forest? Mashi called out desperately, realizing that they could not hold out much longer, especially now that Hake was injured. I beg you, she implored, the gravity of their situation overshadowing any Saiyan pride. Not every Saiyan was as resolute as Vegeta. His profound sense of pride stemmed from his status as a high-ranking warrior and the prince of the Saiyans. In contrast, Rigo and his companions were mere mid-tier warriors. And in life-and-death scenarios, their thoughts were solely focused on survival. Initially, Mashi merely called out, but then she witnessed a shadow materializing before them with astonishing speed. The sight of Luo Xuan's velocity left Mashi and the others gasping in disbelief. This speed was unattainable not only for low-level warriors, but even for many mid-tier fighters. And some of the less formidable high-tier warriors would struggle to match it. Mashi, in her anxious state, had reacted instinctively, not anticipating that Luo Xuan would actually engage, let alone display such terrifying swiftness. What incredible speed! All present were astonished by Luo Xuan's prowess, recognizing that they could not hope to reach such a velocity. Even some high-tier warriors would find it beyond their capabilities. It seemed as if his speed had further escalated. Mashi, taken aback by Luo Xuan's rapidity, paused momentarily before solemnly remarking that, during their first encounter, although Luo Xuan had been swift, it was merely notable. One could still perceive his afterimages. Now, however, he was but a fleeting shadow. Indeed, in merely 3 days, his power had surged to such terrifying heights. Rigo nodded in agreement, pondering the nature of the formidable being they faced. How could a low-tier warrior possess strength comparable to that of a mid-tier fighter and speed akin to that of a high-tier warrior? Such a phenomenon was astonishing. Moreover, within the brief span of 3 days, his velocity had surged yet again. Hake was left speechless. 3 days prior, he had felt somewhat confident about confronting Luo Xuan, but now that confidence had evaporated. The speed Luo Xuan displayed was far beyond his reach. If a confrontation were to ensue, Luo Xuan's velocity would render Hake incapable of keeping pace, leaving him vulnerable to being struck. As they marveled, Luo Xuan had already charged headlong into the pack of tigers. Unfamiliar with the species, he had discerned from Rigo and the others' earlier battle that these tigers, in terms of strength, speed, and defense, surpassed the formidable fang-toothed beasts, while a couple of them would be suitable sparring partners. The presence of over 30 tigers posed a significant challenge. Engaging them under 30 times the normal gravity would be impossible for Luo Xuan. However, once he shed his constraints, the situation would change. Under the weight of 20 times normal gravity, he could effortlessly defeat a fang-toothed beast. These tigers were only slightly superior to that creature, thus unbound. Luo Xuan was ready for battle. With the arrival of Luo Xuan, the scorpion tigers reacted accordingly. They had previously sensed a hint of danger from him. But now that Luo Xuan initiated the attack, they could no longer hesitate. Several scorpion tigers lunged toward him, emboldened by their numbers. It was a matter of strength in numbers. If one could not succeed, then 2, or 3, or even 6 or 7 would surely prevail. Yet, they were utterly mistaken in their assumption regarding Luo Xuan's capabilities. With a resounding thud, one scorpion tiger leaped forward, aiming to bite him. Luo Xuan made no excessive movement. Instead, he clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow directly to the creature's head, obliterating it in an instant. In that moment, both Rigo and his companions, as well as the scorpion tigers, were momentarily stunned. The few scorpion tigers that had reached Luo Xuan halted abruptly. A single punch to the head? Hark could hardly believe his eyes. These scorpion tigers possessed greater strength than the monstrous fang-toothed beasts, with even more formidable defenses. While Luo Xuan had previously managed to obliterate a fang-tooth with one punch, that creature had merely been shattered into 4 pieces. Yet, these scorpion tigers, whose defenses surpassed those of the monstrous beasts, were effortlessly dispatched by Luo Xuan's singular strike. How could this be possible? Even witnessing it firsthand felt surreal. This young man is truly formidable. It seems we are saved after all. After a brief moment of astonishment, Rigo's face broke into a smile, realizing that they were indeed rescued. A person capable of dispatching a scorpion tiger with a single punch could certainly handle over 30 of them in just a matter of minutes. Roaring with fury, the remaining scorpion tigers were enraged at the loss of their companion, deeming the act utterly unforgivable. At that moment, Luo Xuan appeared to have his own fighting spirit ignited. Upon witnessing the spurt of blood from the scorpion tiger, an inexplicable force surged within him. As the remaining scorpion tigers charged forward, Luo Xuan stood his ground. Showing no inclination to retreat or defend himself, he met them head-on. As one scorpion tiger charged, Luo Xuan responded with a punch or a kick, and each scorpion tiger struck by his right hand was obliterated. Those that fell to his kicks also crashed to the ground, stirring briefly before falling still. Observing this scene, the other scorpion tigers disregarded Rigo and his companions, converging directly upon Luo Xuan. The frenzied scorpion tigers continued to pounce at him, and soon, a lifeless body was flung aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Rigo and his companions stood in stunned silence, witnessing Luo Xuan surrounded by scorpion tigers. The creatures lunging in and out, and the ground littered with their corpses. In that moment, Luo Xuan resembled a deity of death. As not a single scorpion tiger emerged unscathed, they had forgotten to assist, and given their own injuries, any attempt to intervene would have been futile. Be careful, Mashi observed as 4 scorpion tigers lunged forward simultaneously, and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. However, as her words escaped her lips, she witnessed the 4 scorpion tigers that had just charged and being sent flying back, 2 of them meeting their demise instantly, while the other 2 struggled on the ground, unable to rise. In that moment, the remaining scorpion tigers realized that despite their numbers, they were no match for the formidable human before them, and they refrained from advancing, standing at a distance to roar angrily at Luo Xuan. At that moment, Luo Xuan was covered in blood, his own mingled with that of the scorpion tigers. After all, with so many scorpion tigers attacking simultaneously, and Luo Xuan having abandoned all defenses, he had sustained some injuries. With a fierce roar, the group of scorpion tigers directed their anger at Luo Xuan before turning to flee. Hark, witnessing the retreating scorpion tigers, found himself at a loss for words. In his understanding, scorpion tigers fought to the death, relentless in their pursuit of enemies, ensuring that those who provoked them faced endless retaliation until they were either dragged to their demise or annihilated. He had never heard of scorpion tigers retreating in fear. Yet now he witnessed this very phenomenon, a group of scorpion tigers choosing to flee in the presence of the young man's formidable prowess. Others around him shared in this realization, rendered speechless. It was a revelation that scorpion tigers could indeed feel fear. They simply had not encountered anything they deemed terrifying until now. Gazing at the numerous scorpion tiger corpses scattered about and the young man drenched in blood, they understood that this young man had instilled fear in the hearts of the scorpion tigers. Although they had known he was powerful, they had not anticipated the extent of his might. he had frightened even the fearless scorpion tigers. While there had been high-ranking warriors who had faced groups of scorpion tigers and slain many, those tigers had never shown fear, relentlessly charging forward until they were vanquished. Thus, in the minds of all Saiyans, these scorpion tigers were regarded as the most fearless beasts in the northern forest. However, today, Luo Xuan's display had shattered their perceptions. It was clear that scorpion tigers could indeed be frightened, but they had never encountered an opponent that instilled such fear in them. The previous high-ranking warrior had relied on sheer strength to defeat them, whereas Luo Xuan had boldly confronted them without defense, akin to a fiercer beast. Which was why they had fled. With a sigh of relief upon seeing the tigers retreat, Luo Xuan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Taking on such a multitude of tigers alone was undeniably exhausting. Yet, he was grateful that he had managed to drive them away. However, he also acknowledged the toughness of their hides. "Thank you," he murmured. The voice of Luo Xuan roused the Saiyans from their stupor. Mashi stepped forward and expressed gratitude, acknowledging that without Luo Xuan, they might have perished right there. "Indeed, thank you, Luo Xuan," he said. The trio of Rigo, having regained their senses, approached Luo Xuan to convey their thanks as well. "No need for thanks. I merely sought to hone my skills using them, as I had no other options at hand." Luo Xuan shook his head, feeling a twinge of concern for these individuals. His decision to intervene was merely out of respect for Shade, and he found it impossible to adopt the same indifference as the Saiyans, who would turn a blind eye to those in peril. After all, he had lived as a human on Earth for over 20 years. "Indeed, you are formidable. Faced with these scorpion tigers, our only option was to flee. Yet you chose them as your training targets." Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Rigo could only manage an awkward smile. He was aware that Luo Xuan was still irked by the events of 3 days prior. However, such a situation would undoubtedly concern anyone in their position. Nonetheless, since Luo Xuan had saved them, regardless of their feelings, they could not simply turn and walk away. "May I inquire about something?" Although he held a less than favorable impression of Rigo and his companions, Luo Xuan did not wish to sour their relationship, especially since he had matters to discuss with them. "What is it?" "We will share anything we know," Rigo responded hastily. He dared not regard Luo Xuan as merely a low-level warrior. He understood that attempting to eliminate them would pose no greater challenge than dispatching a dozen scorpion tigers. 3 days ago, they might have had the confidence to contend with Luo Xuan, but now that confidence had entirely evaporated. Even if all 4 of them banded together, they would stand no chance against the youth before them. Reflecting on this, Rigo's gaze drifted to Luo Xuan's right hand, which was stained with the most blood, having just moments ago rendered 7 scorpion tigers lifeless with that very hand. Are scorpion tigers numerous in this northern forest? During their earlier conversation, Luo Xuan had learned that these beasts were indeed called scorpion tigers, though he remained uncertain as to the origin of their name. Their numbers were relatively abundant, yet they had previously been found deeper within the northern forest. He could not fathom why they had ventured to the outskirts. Having roamed this area for many years, Rigo possessed considerable knowledge of the various species inhabiting the northern forest. The periphery was home to weaker beasts, comparable in strength to low-level warriors, with the most formidable being the fang-toothed behemoth. Even low-level warriors would find themselves doomed if they encountered one. Hence, the northern forest earned its reputation as a training ground for intermediate warriors, as the fang-toothed behemoth's power was akin to that of an intermediate warrior. However, it was a misconception to believe that the northern forest was solely dominated by fang-toothed behemoths. The deeper one ventured, the more powerful and ferocious beasts prowled. The scorpion tiger, a savage creature residing deeper within the northern forest, favored living in groups, with a minimum of a dozen and, on occasion, witnessed in hunting parties exceeding 100. Are there many left? That would be splendid. Luo Xuan paid no heed to whether these scorpion tigers resided in the outskirts or the depths of the northern forest. As long as they could facilitate his cultivation, that was more than sufficient. "You don't intend to use these scorpion tigers for your training, do you?" Emoshi interjected, astonished. They had barely managed to evade these creatures, and here was this young man contemplating them as subjects for his cultivation. "Indeed, these scorpion tigers are perfectly suited for my training." Luo Xuan nodded, realizing that the formidable Wanchu beast was no longer sufficient for his cultivation. The scorpion tiger, however, appeared to be a promising alternative. Its strength surpassed that of the Wanchu beast, and it seemed to exist in ample numbers, making it an ideal choice. These scorpion tigers are social creatures, and this encounter represented a relatively small group. Otherwise, enduring for 3 days would have been impossible, Had we faced a larger number, even the mightiest would eventually tire. At that point, Emoshi contemplated the danger of a moment's negligence potentially leading to a fatal encounter with the tigers. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The youth before him possessed immense strength, capable of dispatching 10 or even 20 scorpion tigers in one go. But what if 50, 60, or even 100? I must flee. They cannot keep up with me. Luo Xuan remarked with a hint of indifference that, should the gravity remain unchanged, the speed of the scorpion tiger would be unable to catch up with him. However, Emoshi began to voice his thoughts, yet upon reflection, he realized the undeniable truth. The speed exhibited by the youth just moments ago was extraordinary. Even if the scorpion tiger were to exert itself to the fullest in pursuit, the boy could undoubtedly evade capture. A warrior from the battle-hardened Saiyan race, if he were to be daunted by such a challenge, would merely find himself relegated to the role of cannon fodder when faced with formidable adversaries in the future. Luo Xuan rose to his feet, gazing at the similarly tall Mashi, and spoke in a calm tone. Although his soul belonged to the earth, his body was that of a Saiyan, coursing with the warrior blood of his lineage. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the Saiyans would soon engage in battle with the Zaflurians. If he lacked sufficient strength at that time, he would inevitably become mere cannon fodder, leading the charge to shield the elite warriors from the oncoming fire of the Zaflurians. He had no desire to squander his hard-earned rebirth by playing the role of a sacrificial pawn. After Luo Xuan finished speaking, he rose to his feet, having now set his sights on a second goal, to venture into the central region of the northern forest in search of scorpion tigers to serve as worthy opponents for his training. This is the nature of Saiyans. They grow stronger by confronting formidable foes. Engaging in one-sided battles against weaker opponents offers little satisfaction and stunts their growth. Mashi paused at Luo Xuan's words, pondering the essence of the Saiyan warrior spirit. Indeed, they were a race defined by combat, innately combative. Yet she questioned when they had become so fearful of death. Seeking out the fang-toothed beasts in the periphery held no real value for her anymore. It was merely a way to pass the time. It had been 6 months since she had felt the thrill of becoming stronger. Mashi believed she had reached her pinnacle, having been destined for a certain height since birth. Now, she felt she had hit a dead end. Thus, the thought of battling stronger adversaries had never crossed her mind, as she feared that a misstep could lead to her demise. Yet Luo Xuan had a point. Considering her current strength, if an enemy were to invade, she might only serve as cannon fodder. However, even cannon fodder could perish. Engaging with more powerful foes might very well lead to her own enhancement. Previously, Mashi had never considered the possibility of growing stronger, but now, influenced by the young man before her, she began to entertain the idea. He was merely a low-level warrior, yet he had cultivated his prowess to rival that of higher-ranked fighters. As a mid-level warrior, despite her possibly limited talent, she refused to accept that this was her ultimate limit. She could continue to fight, to surpass her current self. I wish to explore the central region of the northern forest. Would any of you care to join me? Mashi smiled, feeling a sense of relief as she turned to look at Rigo and the others, posing her question. Are you out of your mind? The central region is the domain of the scorpion tigers. With your strength, you would barely be able to handle a few of them. You would only be courting death. Rigo was the first to object. Although Luo Xuan's words had prompted some reflection, he believed that luck was not something everyone could rely on. In his view, Luo Xuan's good fortune was merely that, good fortune. Had he not encountered scorpion tigers upon entering the forest, he would not have been so fortunate. Of course, had Luo Xuan heard this, he would have smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was fortunate, for within his mind resided a system. And due to the recent recovery from a severe fracture, he had surprisingly gained considerable strength, although he could not discern the reason. It was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Previously, Luo Xuan had mentioned that during his reading of novels, he was particularly fond of a phrase, not the one about the shifting fortunes of 30 years, but rather that luck is an integral part of strength. Thus, he did not shy away from others attributing his success to mere luck, as that too was a manifestation of his prowess. However, one should not emulate his reckless nature. He was, after all, a madman. It would be far wiser to remain with us on the periphery, battling the formidable behemoths, which were more suited to our capabilities. Hark! The diminutive companion also expressed his dissent, reminding the group that they had just encountered the scorpion tiger and he bore injuries from the encounter. His trepidation towards the scorpion tigers was palpable. Their strength was not particularly high, and contending with the behemoths was already a daunting task. Therefore, He had no inclination to venture into the central region of the northern forest. What about you? Moshi said little, merely casting a glance at Kiss. The only one yet to voice an opinion. I find it exceedingly perilous. After a moment's hesitation, Kiss shook his head. Indeed. The central region posed a significant threat to them, and he too did not support entering it. Had it not been for their recent skirmish, where they were besieged by scorpion tigers, he might have considered the venture. However, following that harrowing experience, he understood all too well that without Luo Xuan, their survival within those woods would be fleeting. Upon hearing their sentiments, Moshi merely regarded them briefly before turning resolutely toward the direction Luo Xuan had just departed, perhaps embarking on a journey from which she would never return. Yet, she felt no fear. Moshi, you, Rigo, and the others were taken aback, despite the trio's unanimous dissent. Moshi resolutely advanced toward the heart of the northern forest. What shall we do now? Kiss inquired, for the four were a cohesive unit. And he sought clarification from their leader, Rigo. If she wishes to go, let her. Even if we accompany her, we cannot hope to defeat 30 scorpion tigers. After a moment of contemplation, Rigo replied softly. Though they were a team, their bonds were not overly intimate. In times of peril, they would assist one another, but now, as Moshi sought a reckless fate, there was no necessity for them to follow. Were it not for that lad, Luo Xuan, Moshi would not be foolish enough to seek her own demise, Hark exclaimed indignantly. He believed Luo Xuan bore the blame for this predicament. Had he not spoken so carelessly, Moshi would not have chosen to venture into the central region of the northern forest. Thus, in their eyes, the demise of an intermediate warrior who dared to enter that realm was not vastly different from death itself. Let us depart. Hark is injured. We should return and rest for a few days, Rigo suggested, shaking his head. He understood Moshi's character well enough to surmise that her decision was already made. Thus, he did not linger excessively and proceeded directly towards another direction. Their team was merely hastily assembled, lacking profound emotional bonds. Luo Xuan, having inquired earlier about the route from Lugu and his companions, made his way towards the heart of the forest. He retrieved a celestial bean and consumed it, restoring himself to his peak condition. After all, the central region was not akin to the periphery, as they had mentioned. Only formidable mid-tier warriors or substantial teams dared to venture into this area. This underscored the perilous nature of the central region. In the past 3 days, he had acquired 2 celestial beans, yet he remained perplexed by their cooldown period. The first bean became available after a day and a half, while the second was ready in less than a day. Nevertheless, having any beans was better than none. After all, the system was inherently extraordinary, and there might be a rationale behind such peculiarities. Upon entering the northern forest core, Luo Xuan soon encountered his first wave of scorpion tigers. This group was smaller than the previous ones, comprising only 5, which was perfectly suited for his training under 30 times the normal gravity. Not long after entering the heart of the northern forest, he stumbled upon 5 scorpion tigers foraging together. At the moment Luo Xuan laid eyes on them, they too spotted him, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Although they sensed a degree of danger from Luo Xuan, they did not flee immediately. They were not inclined to retreat without a fight, much like the previous group of scorpion tigers. Had it not been for Luo Xuan's earlier slaughter of so many, they would not have considered flight. 5. How splendid. Observing the 5 scorpion tigers before him, Luo Xuan nodded in approval. Should there have been more, he would have first eliminated the excess. However, with only 5 present, they were just right for training under the 30-fold gravity. Due to the increased gravitational force, Luo Xuan needed to exert some of his strength to counterbalance it, which diminished both his speed and power. Once he fully adapted, he would be able to move as if under normal conditions, without the need to divert his focus to resist the gravity. As Luo Xuan approached, the 5 scorpion tigers hesitated momentarily before charging directly at him. The scorpion tigers lacked any sophisticated combat techniques. They employed merely a few predatory methods typical of forest dwellers. Yet, their ferocity and formidable defenses had led many low-tier and even mid-tier warriors to meet their demise at their jaws. Luo Xuan, unencumbered by the force of gravity, unleashed a powerful punch directly upon the head of the leading scorpion tiger. However, this time, the blow did not result in its immediate demise. Instead, the creature merely toppled to the ground, only to rise again shortly thereafter, shaking its head in defiance. "Haha, come again." With a low growl, Luo Xuan charged forward, prompting the scorpion tigers, upon seeing their companion unharmed, to cease their warning signals and rush in. One scorpion tiger lunged at him, but Luo Xuan deftly sidestepped. simultaneously delivering a powerful upward kick that sent another scorpion tiger, which had just leaped, flying through the air. At that moment, two more scorpion tigers attacked from either side. Instead of confronting them head-on, Luo Xuan leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the assault from the left. However, he underestimated the 30-fold gravity and the leaping height of the scorpion tiger on his right, which knocked him to the ground. With a fierce roar, the scorpion tiger that had toppled Luo Xuan wasted no time in aiming for his neck. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xuan delivered a right hook to the creature's jaw, shattering one of its fangs. Immediately following this, he kicked the scorpion tiger in the abdomen, propelling it into the air. He then sprang up, using all his strength to leap after the flying scorpion tiger, clasping his hands together as if spiking a volleyball, and struck it squarely on the head. The scorpion tiger, reeling from the impact, changed its trajectory and plummeted towards the ground with a resounding thud, creating a significant crater upon landing. That hurt, Luo Xuan exclaimed upon returning to the earth, feeling a sharp pain in his hands. He had not anticipated the hardness of the scorpion tiger's skull. Why had he not noticed this before? As he glanced at his fallen companion, whose fate remained uncertain, the remaining 4 scorpion tigers momentarily halted their assault. Yet, this pause was brief, as they soon resumed their charge towards Luo Xuan. This time, Luo Xuan refrained from launching a fierce attack. Instead, he delivered only a few light strikes. Although these blows inflicted some damage, they were insufficient to incapacitate the scorpion tigers. His intention was to hone his speed, as the 30-fold gravity had significantly hampered his agility, necessitating adaptation. Evading the scorpion tiger's attacks became a crucial aspect of his training. Unless he found it impossible to evade, he refrained from counterattacking, focusing solely on dodging. Time passed, second by second. Phew, it seems that has been enough. Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief, for he was beginning to feel somewhat weary, and the speed of the scorpion tigers had considerably diminished. Even their velocity no longer posed a threat to him. It was time for them to meet their demise. Luo Xuan harbored no intention of sparing them. He had never considered himself a virtuous individual. In this world, one could not traverse far without a heart hardened by ruthlessness. If he could not even bring himself to confront a few scorpion tigers now, what would he do when faced with humanity in the future? Would he merely defeat them and allow them to return, only for them to grow stronger and seek vengeance upon him later? Luo Xuan harbored no such naive notions. The relentless law of survival of the fittest governs this world. Thus, he acted decisively, dispatching the 4 scorpion tigers, already weakened by his previous efforts, with remarkable swiftness. After vanquishing the last of the scorpion tigers, he found himself somewhat fatigued and took a moment to rest on the ground. How ravenous I am, he mused. Luo Xuan now somewhat comprehends why Sun Wukong often finds himself famished. Such intense battles render the consumption of a single immortal bean insufficient to stave off hunger for even 10 days. Even 10 beans would hardly suffice. Glancing at the bag he carried, he recalled that he had roasted some meat from the monstrous Wanqi beasts, which he had been carrying with him. Yet, it was merely the flesh of the pig-deer butterfly, for he still dared not touch the meat of that red-haired monkey. Is this all that remains? As Luo Xuan gazed at the dwindling meat within the package, he realized there was scarcely enough left. Previously, he could have relished several meals from it. But given the Saiyans' insatiable appetite, he questioned whether even this single meal would suffice. He had carried a considerable amount, believing it would last for days. However, it succumbed to consumption in less than 3 days. Now, he comprehended the truth. The Saiyans truly had an extraordinary capacity for food. Delicious, delicious. Although it was merely roasted meat, devoid of any seasoning, Luo Xuan found it utterly delightful. With hunger gnawing at him, anything he consumed tasted exquisite. Soon enough, the entire package of meat had vanished into his eager stomach. Not enough. After finishing, he felt only half satiated. And he knew that such a state would leave him lacking stamina for impending battles, a predicament he could not afford. Yet, there were neither boars nor deer nearby. This was the central region of the northern forest, where the formidable jawed beasts dared not tread. Even if some reckless creature ventured here, it would have long since fallen prey to the scorpion tigers. As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down Luo Xuan's spine as he glanced at the 5 scorpion tiger corpses on the ground. He pondered, I wonder if scorpion tiger meat is palatable? Intrigued by the prospect, he decided to sample the flesh. To his surprise, it was delicious. In his previous life, he see Luo Xuan shook the piece of meat in his hand, which happened to be a leg, and then hurled it directly towards the scorpion tiger. The creature did not move, but let out a thunderous roar towards the sky. Immediately, Luo Xuan heard the echo of the scorpion tiger's roar reverberating all around him, and he sensed that something was amiss. Soon after, he noticed a horde of scorpion tigers rushing towards him, each one drawn by the sight of their kind being roasted. The numbers were rapidly increasing, and at that moment, Luo Xuan realized that the scorpion tiger was summoning its companions, intent on eliminating him. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xuan's mind, prompting him to sprint in an entirely different direction. Indeed, the number of scorpion tigers he had just encountered had exceeded 50. A significant increase compared to the forces that had previously besieged Reger and his companions, and their numbers were still on the rise. Engaging them directly would surely lead to his defeat. Thus, running was his only viable option. Although he harbored no desire to become mere cannon fodder, he mused that succumbing to the jaws of a tiger would render him better off as a mere pawn. What was happening? That roar must belong to the scorpion tigers. Had an unfortunate soul wandered into their territory? At that moment, the Saiyans on the outskirts of the forest could also hear the thunderous roars of the scorpion tigers. After all, the chorus of dozens of these beasts echoed throughout the woods, even reaching those stationed near the center. How could so many scorpion tigers be roaring simultaneously? Mashi had also arrived at the central area, where the roars were particularly distinct, given its proximity to Luo Xuan's location. Although she was puzzled, she showed no intention of halting her flight, instead racing towards another direction. The cacophony of roars was alarmingly close. If she lingered, she risked being caught in its wake. Climbing a towering tree with practiced agility, Mashi employed her survival skills honed over years in the northern forest. When encountering scorpion tigers, as long as she was not their target, finding a hiding spot would spare her from their aggression. Once atop the tree, she caught sight of a shadow darting below. Is that him? Recognizing the silhouette, Mashi realized it was Luo Xuan. Had he not just ventured into the center? How unfortunate that he had already stumbled upon the scorpion tiger horde. Although she had entered alongside him, their paths diverged somewhat, leaving her unaware of how long Luo Xuan had been there or what had drawn the ire of the scorpion tigers. Yet, wasn't he capable of battling over 30 of them? Perhaps he was training, truly a testament to the prowess of the strong. Utilizing the scorpion tiger horde to refine his speed. Having witnessed Luo Xuan single-handedly confront over 30 scorpion tigers before, Mashi did not assume he was fleeing. Rather, she believed this was merely his unconventional method of cultivation. No wonder a low-level warrior could possess such formidable strength. His approach to training was indeed distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Then, Mashi noticed a throng of scorpion tigers trailing closely behind Luo Xuan. Upon estimating their numbers, her face was instantly etched with astonishment. There were at least 60 or 70 scorpion tigers. This constituted a considerable assault. Had he lost his mind, provoking such a multitude of scorpion tigers for the sake of training? Mashi was taken aback. It was indeed a rarity to witness a formation of 60 to 70 scorpion tigers simultaneously mobilizing. He recalled an incident from years past when a high-ranking warrior had slain several scorpion tiger cubs, only to be besieged by over 100 of the creatures. Tragically, that warrior never emerged alive from the northern forest. By the time other Saiyans arrived to rescue him, he had already succumbed to his fate. Although the combat prowess of scorpion tigers is generally not formidable, with an average mid-level warrior easily capable of dispatching one or two, facing such a multitude, over 100, was an insurmountable challenge. Even the mightiest high-ranking warrior, after vanquishing more than 30, found himself utterly exhausted and ultimately met his demise. After all, the high-ranking warriors of that era were not comparable to those of the present. A number of current high-ranking warriors, having undergone rigorous training in the gravity chamber, have significantly enhanced their strength. While Mashi pondered these thoughts, Luo Xuan dashed back, veering in another direction, pursued relentlessly by a pack of scorpion tigers, seemingly intent on a deadly chase. This frantic escape was hardly a sustainable solution. Although Luo Xuan still possessed some physical strength after just having eaten, being pursued by dozens of scorpion tigers was hardly a sustainable situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Climbing a tree, he realized that these formidable creatures, despite their prowess, lacked the ability to ascend trees like the Wang Qi, making it feasible for him to escape to higher ground. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan sought out a sturdy tree and swiftly climbed it, leaping from branch to branch until he reached another tree. Is that you? As he ascended, Luo Xuan was taken aback to discover someone hidden among the branches. Mashi, a member of the team led by Rigo. Weren't you training your speed? How did you manage to get up here? Mashi was momentarily stunned by Luo Xuan's sudden appearance. Wasn't this fellow known for his audacity? Engaging in a race with scorpion tigers? Am I insane for seeking a race with so many scorpion tigers? Luo Xuan rolled his eyes at Ma Shi's remark. How could you possibly have so many scorpion tigers chasing you? If you hadn't provoked them, they shouldn't be pursuing you in such numbers, should they? Ma Shi had initially assumed that Luo Xuan's ability to take on over 30 scorpion tigers was indicative of his strength. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. After all, he had merely dispatched 5 of their companions. Luo Xuan gazed at the scorpions beneath him, who remained oblivious to his presence, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Was it truly that simple? Mo Shi, however, was clearly skeptical. Having roamed the northern forest for such an extended period, he knew that slaying merely a few scorpions would not provoke an onslaught from their kind, unless those 5 were but mere scorpion offspring. Feeling suddenly famished and lacking any suitable provisions, Luo Xuan resorted to roasting them. At this juncture, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, Mo Shi could only express his incredulity. After all, you had slain one of their kin and were now feasting upon it in their territory. Who else would they pursue if not you? Listening to Luo Xuan's words, Mo Shi found himself at a loss, realizing that roasting an enemy's companion right at their doorstep was bound to attract their ire. In a moment of hunger, Luo Xuan had not considered the ramifications. Luo Xuan absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his hair, realizing only after satisfying his hunger that he had not considered the implications of his location. They were in the heart of the northern forest, a territory ruled by the scorpion tigers. It was indeed a perplexing situation, although they were situated in the central part of the northern forest, which is relatively closer to the outskirts. The congregation of so many scorpion tigers here was unexpected. Mo Shi also found it curious that these scorpion tigers, the sovereigns of the central region, could possibly venture to the periphery for leisure. Moreover, recalling the previous encounter with a group of scorpion tigers that had already retreated to the outskirts only added to the enigma. How am I to know? Luo Xuan thought to himself. His understanding of the northern forest, not to mention the world at large, was rather limited, leaving him even more perplexed about the distribution of power within the forest. Just then, a sudden roar echoed through the air, jarring Mo Shi and nearly causing her to lose her balance. They had been discovered. As Luo Xuan gazed down at the group of scorpions beneath the tree, it became evident that they had already discovered his presence atop the great tree, relentlessly bumping against its trunk. How could one still find amusement in such a predicament? Observing Luo Xuan's beaming face, Mo Shi could only offer a wry smile, having been found out and surrounded by so many scorpions. It was bewildering how this fellow could still maintain his mirth. Moreover, the most significant point was that he was utterly innocent. Hiding in this tree, he had not provoked anyone. It was Luo Xuan who had inadvertently attracted such a multitude of scorpions, leading to their current encirclement. Should he refrain from laughter? Was he to weep instead? First, hold on to this bag for me. I shall go and divert their attention. Luo Xuan placed the burden he carried onto Mo Shi's hands, then leapt down from the tree, plunging directly into the encirclement of the scorpion tigers. With a swift kick, he sent 2 of the approaching scorpion tigers flying and surged towards the gap. The scorpion tigers, momentarily stunned, quickly gave chase. Mo Shi, still in a state of disbelief, watched as Luo Xuan dashed out, only to see a significant portion of the scorpion tigers pursue him, leaving 5 still in their vicinity. Have they deemed me a target as well? The intellect of these scorpion tigers is surprisingly high. Mo Shi felt a sense of helplessness, having just entered this forest. She was confronted by such a multitude of scorpion tigers. Initially, she believed she would be safe among the trees, but Luo Xuan had unwittingly brought this trouble upon her. If there were merely 3 scorpion tigers, she could handle them, for might be a challenge, but with 5 now looming below, she could only rely on luck. With this thought, she secured Luo Xuan's pack onto her back and leapt down as well. Although she was relatively safe atop the towering tree, it was only a matter of time before it was toppled by the scorpion tigers. To grow stronger, one must confront formidable adversaries. And these 5 scorpion tigers exceeded her current capabilities. Ah, this place is quite suitable. It is time for some exercise. Finding a more open area, Luo Xuan came to a halt. Though he had been fleeing from the scorpion tigers, it served as a form of training. With the constant acceleration, he had entirely adapted to the 30-fold gravity and was eager to test his combat prowess. With a swift motion, he spun around and delivered a powerful punch, sending a nearby scorpion tiger flying. He then plunged into the throng of scorpion tigers, still acclimating to the combat under 30-fold gravity. While this was indeed an extraordinary feat, It paled in comparison to the hundredfold gravity that Sun Wukong had trained under in a spaceship. There remained a considerable distance to the hundredfold threshold of Earth's gravity. Although Luo Xuan's achievements were commendable, they were far from sufficient to attain the status of a Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta, the most gifted of Saiyans, had to train under 400 times Earth's gravity to ultimately break through. Thus, 30-fold and even 100-fold gravity were still woefully inadequate. The training had only just begun. How could he possibly give up so soon? His body weaved through the scorpion tigers, each punch landing with precision, sending one scorpion tiger after another soaring away. Although Luo Xuan is currently battling under 30 times the force of gravity, his strength is sufficient to vanquish the scorpion tiger. Each punch he delivers varies in intensity. Some merely send the creature flying, while others render it unconscious, and some even lead to its demise. Under the immense pressure of 30 times gravity, Luo Xuan can still deliver a fatal blow to the scorpion tiger, which attests to the value of his rigorous training, proving it is not in vain. Thus, this path of cultivation is indeed well suited for him. Meanwhile, as the battle commenced on Luo Xuan's side, Emoshi also found herself engaged in combat. However, she does not possess the same formidable strength as Luo Xuan and struggles against 5 scorpion tigers. In her heart, she incessantly curses Luo Xuan for attracting such a multitude of scorpion tigers, lamenting that perhaps she should not have ventured into the depths of the northern forest. Has the ordeal finally come to an end? Luo Xuan collapsed directly onto the ground, having lost count of the number of punches thrown and kicks delivered. In any case, dozens of scorpion tigers had all been intimately acquainted with him. It was only after he had mercilessly dispatched half of them that the remaining creatures fled. And one can speculate that upon their next encounter with Luo Xuan, they would likely retreat once more. After all, out of the more than 60 scorpion tigers that had initially charged, only a little over 40 remained. This time, Luo Xuan did not reduce the gravity, it remained unchanged. Consequently, the time taken to vanquish this group was slightly longer than before. However, the previous encounter had been to save a life, whereas this occasion was dedicated to personal cultivation. Thus, Luo Xuan opted for a more deliberate approach to combat, knowing that if it proved too challenging, he could always retreat. After all, the focus now was on self-improvement, not on hunting scorpion tigers. Speaking of which, I wonder how things are faring on Mashi's side. At this moment, Luo Xuan suddenly recalled that while he was fleeing, a few scorpion tigers seemed to have not pursued him, but instead surrounded the large tree. Their target must be Mashi. Based on previous encounters, Mashi could manage only 3 or 4 scorpion tigers at most. Luo Xuan had run swiftly, not bothering to glance back at the number left behind. If their numbers were excessive, it would surely endanger her. With this thought in mind, Luo Xuan promptly turned and sprinted back in the direction he had come from. At this moment, Luo Xuan suddenly recalled that Emoshi was still besieged by several scorpion tigers, and his precious satchel remained in her possession. He realized that he simply could not afford to lose that satchel. Luo Xuan shouted and then sprinted towards the direction from which he had just come, pursued relentlessly by the scorpion tigers, covering a considerable distance. Damn Luo Xuan, had I known, I would never have entered this cursed place. It seems I am destined to perish here today. At this moment, Emoshi was entirely drenched in blood. Given her limited strength, she could initially contend with a few scorpion tigers, but the longer the battle raged on, the weaker she became, ultimately leaving her gravely injured. At this juncture, she harbored some regret, pondering whether she should have ventured into the heart of the northern forest. After all, the number of scorpion tigers here was overwhelmingly high, and one was bound to meet their demise in such a perilous location. Roar! Just as Emoshi was distracted, a scorpion tiger lunged at her, its tail sweeping her off her feet and sending her flying several meters. Then, another scorpion tiger pounced, aiming to sink its teeth into her neck. At that moment, Emoshi had completely exhausted her strength, leaving her unable to retaliate. She could merely close her eyes and await death. Bang! However, after a brief pause, she heard a tremendous crash, yet nothing seemed to occur. Hey, how long do you plan to play dead? At that instant, a familiar voice reached her ears, Luo Xuan's voice. Quickly, she opened her eyes to see a young man's face, smiling down at her. You're not dead? She had assumed that Luo Xuan, surrounded by so many scorpion tigers, must have been killed. Even a high-ranking warrior would struggle against such odds, yet here stood this young man, seemingly unscathed. Heh, if you're still alive, how could I possibly perish so easily? Luo Xuan chuckled softly, noting that this scion was indeed a creature of his word, clinging to his package even in the face of imminent danger. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, had he not arrived in the nick of time. This individual would surely have met a grim fate. I am in such a dire state, on the verge of death. With these grievous injuries, survival seems futile. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi could only manage a bitter smile. The medical expertise of the Saiyans paled in comparison to that of the Zaflurans, leaving many Saiyans to await their inevitable demise after sustaining severe wounds. Had they possessed the scientific advancements of the Zaflurans, perhaps there would have been hope. Are you regretting your choice to enter? Ma Shi inquired. Yet, Luo Xuan seemed to disregard her words entirely. Regret? Had it not been for her beguilement, he might have lived for a considerable time longer before ultimately becoming cannon fodder. Alas, it seemed too late for regret now. It was uncertain whether Ma Shi truly felt remorse or if it was merely a fade. Regardless, such thoughts were inconsequential to Luo Xuan, for he could never allow Ma Shi to perish. A roar echoed from the surrounding scorpion tigers, who, having witnessed one of their own being sent flying, recognized the formidable prowess of the newcomer. They lingered nearby, neither retreating nor engaging, occasionally letting out a warning growl towards Luo Xuan. Why not resolve them first? Ma Shi suggested, aware that these scorpion tigers posed no real threat to Luo Xuan. A mere handful of them would be insignificant compared to the dozen or so that he could easily dispatch. That is not my concern. These 5 scorpion tigers are after you, while I am merely here to retrieve my package, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head dismissively. His response nearly sent Ma Shi into a fit of frustration. Would they still be able to enjoy their time together? Had it not been for you, would I have attracted the ire of these scorpion tigers and suffered such injuries? She lamented. If you wish to fight, do so yourself. Thank you for safeguarding my package. In return, I shall offer you a modest portion of food. Luo Xuan directly took the package from Mo Shi's hands, then retrieved a magical bean from a small pouch. I am on the brink of death. What use do I have for food? I am destined to become the prey of the scorpion tigers. Mo Shi was utterly exasperated. She was on the verge of death, and yet he dared suggest sharing food with her. No matter how exquisite the sustenance, could it truly revive her? With a surge of emotion, Mo Shi coughed up another mouthful of blood. Look, a bean. Have you ever tasted one? Here, consume it. Consider it my reward to you. Ignoring Mo Shi's protests, Luo Xuan forcibly pried open her mouth and compelled her to swallow the magical bean. Although this bean was precious and he possessed only this solitary one, Luo Xuan deemed it worthwhile to save this scion, who, even at the brink of death, had honored his promise to safeguard his package. With no alternative, Mo Shi was compelled to swallow the bean, then pushed Luo Xuan's hand away and stood up. This initially, her reaction had been instinctive, yet she had successfully pushed him away and astonishingly found herself able to stand. Was it the bean? Mo Shi realized that moments ago, she had felt as though she were dying, but upon consuming the bean offered by the young man, she had immediately recovered. Had it not been for the bean's miraculous effects, she would never have believed it. Thus, it seemed that Luo Xuan had merely intended to heal her. Thank you. Though it was due to this individual that she had sustained such grave injuries, she acknowledged that he had ultimately aided in her recovery. And so Mo Shi expressed her gratitude. Your adversaries remain unresolved. In response to Mo Shi's thanks, Luo Xuan simply gestured toward the 5 scorpion tigers and flashed a smile. I cannot defeat them. Though reluctant to admit it, Mo Shi truly could not contend with them. Had she been capable, she would not have been left gravely injured, lying on the ground moments ago. How will you know unless you try? I am here, you need not fear. While magical beans did not inherently enhance one's strength, the scion physiology was unique. Those who clawed their way back from the brink of death often experienced marked improvement. Therefore, Mo Shi should have gained some strength, otherwise, the bean would have been wasted. Mo Shi cast a glance at Luo Xuan. It felt quite unnatural to hear a low-ranking warrior assure her not to fear, especially when the individual before her possessed the strength of a high-ranking warrior despite being classified as low-ranking. After a moment of hesitation, she charged directly toward the group of scorpion tigers. Bang! One scorpion tiger was sent flying by her kick. This just moments ago, she had not been this powerful. How could she suddenly send such a formidable creature soaring? Could it be? Mo Shi glanced at Luo Xuan, who was leisurely leaning against a tree, observing her. And a thought struck her. Ma Shi is acutely aware of his own capabilities. Just moments ago, when confronted by the 5 scorpion tigers, he exerted every ounce of his strength, yet still failed to vanquish them. However, now that he has recuperated from his injuries. He is astonished to find himself effortlessly kicking one of the scorpion tigers away. This remarkable feat is a testament to the significant enhancement of his strength, undoubtedly linked to the miraculous beans bestowed upon him by Luo Xuan. As he gazes at the impending danger of being consumed, he realizes that he possesses no second celestial being. Luo Xuan noticed Emoshi gazing at him and couldn't help but remind her. He spoke the truth, indeed. That was the last celestial being, and his system had yet to indicate that he could collect another. Thus, if he were to sustain further injuries, his recovery would not be as swift, and he was uncertain of the cooldown period for the celestial beings. At that moment, Emoshi turned around and spotted a scorpion tiger leaping toward her. With a cold snort, she charged directly at it. After all, Emoshi had spent a considerable amount of time honing her skills in the northern forest, acquiring significant combat techniques. With her newfound strength, these scorpion tigers posed no threat to her. With a single punch, she sent one scorpion tiger flying, crashing into a large tree before skidding to a halt after a considerable distance. Emoshi was now convinced that her earlier strike was not a mere coincidence. Her power had genuinely surged, a fact that was abundantly clear. However, due to this increase in strength, she found herself struggling to fully control her capabilities. That punch had landed squarely on the scorpion tiger. Although scorpion tigers were formidable, they too possessed vulnerabilities. Much like the Saiyan warriors whose tails were their Achilles heel, though one must have the skill to seize that tail, the scorpion tigers' weakness lay in their underbellies. Nonetheless, given their robust defenses, ordinary attacks were ineffectual against them. Thus, even knowing their weak points would be futile if one could not strike them effectively. For even a successful hit would mean little if it could not penetrate their defenses. With her enhanced power and familiarity with the scorpion tiger's vulnerabilities, Emoshi's recent punch had indeed proved fatal for one of them. Confirming her suspicions, she did not wait for the remaining 4 scorpion tigers to attack. Instead, she dashed forward. Bang! Bang! The sound of 4 consecutive impacts echoed as the once mighty scorpion tigers were reduced to lifeless corpses. Hey, what was that you just fed me? After dispatching the 5 scorpion tigers, Emoshi approached Luo Xuan, inquiring about the peculiar beans she had consumed. What kind of beans were those that could so forcefully enhance my strength? How could such a wondrous thing exist? Seeing that Luo Xuan remained silent, Emoshi continued to bombard him with questions, her excitement palpable and her curiosity insatiable. Typically, she would suppress such inquisitiveness within herself, but the thrill of her newfound strength overwhelmed her restraint. Celestial beans, but those cannot augment your power. Luo Xuan took a sip from his water bottle before speaking. As for the origin of this peculiar item, he preferred to remain silent. Had he not just witnessed Emoshi on the brink of death, he would never have offered her the miraculous beans. After all, consuming one of these beans meant uncertainty as to when the next would appear. Miraculous beans? How did you come by such a thing? You mentioned they wouldn't enhance my strength, yet I feel undeniably stronger. I now possess the confidence to defeat Rigo. Emoshi clenched her fist. Previously, among the 4 of them, Rigo's strength was unparalleled, easily capable of besting any 2 of them. Thus, they regarded him as their leader. Otherwise, their Saiyan pride would never allow them to follow someone of lesser power. Is defeating Rigo truly impressive? In response to Emoshi's burgeoning confidence, Luo Xuan merely replied with indifference, skillfully diverting the conversation away from the subject of the miraculous beans. Luo Xuan could discern that Emoshi and his companions barely transcended the realm of novice warriors, teetering on the cusp of intermediate combatants, while Rigo exhibited a slightly superior prowess. Had he just arrived in this world, Luo Xuan would have perceived Rigo as formidable. However, at present, Rigo appeared no different from the others in Luo Xuan's eyes. Emoshi attempted to retort, yet he recalled that this individual had single-handedly vanquished over 30 scorpion tigers. Even Rigo would have been fortunate to defeat 5 or 6. Yet, this remarkable figure had dispatched more than 10, sustaining only minor injuries, all while fending off a relentless assault from a throng of 30. Under such circumstances, it would have been nothing short of miraculous for Rigo to survive, let alone slay 5 or 6 of those beasts. You claim that the beans do not enhance my strength. Yet how is it that my abilities have indeed grown? Emoshi could dismiss other matters, but the undeniable augmentation of his power was impossible to overlook. Previously, he had struggled against foes he could not defeat, but after consuming one of those mystical beans, he found himself capable of overcoming them, despite the assertion that it was not due to the beans. While the beans may not directly bolster one's strength, they undeniably possess wondrous properties, capable of healing any injury as long as one still draws breath. At this point, Luo Xuan paused momentarily, casting a glance at Emoshi before continuing. The reason you have been able to enhance your strength is due to the Scion influence. This is what we call breaking through the limits. Furthermore, do exercise greater caution next time. If you sustain another serious injury, I will have no more sins of beans left. I possess only 2 in total. I consumed one myself and bestowed the other upon you. As Luo Xuan spoke, he produced a small pouch, shaking it gently with the opening facing the ground. At present, he found himself devoid of resources, though the system still contained some. However, his current strength was insufficient. Adhering to the principle that wealth should not be flaunted. Well, initially, upon witnessing the miraculous nature of the immortal beings, Emoshi had contemplated sustaining further injuries to experience the so-called resurrection, but it appeared that opportunity had eluded her. Had Luo Xuan been privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly have raised 2 fingers in exasperation. If only he possessed an abundance of those immortal beings. Would he truly risk his life for a few more chances at resurrection? In such a case, he would ascend to become a super Saiyan, reveling in the glory. Yet, the cooldown period for such items was unpredictable, necessitating their preservation for genuinely perilous moments. After all, what would happen if he faced a dire situation without them? Should he perhaps consume something? Luo Xuan retrieved a piece of meat from the package and tossed it to Emoshi, observing that she seemed somewhat fatigued after her recent victory over the scorpion tiger. What is this? It has a delightful flavor. Without hesitation, Emoshi took a bite and found it quite palatable. Scorpion tiger meat, Luo Xuan casually remarked, only to notice that Emoshi's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Emoshi finally comprehended why the scorpion tiger had behaved so oddly and even attacked him. It turned out that the package he had been guarding so diligently contained the flesh of its companions. Hey, you don't intend to follow me indefinitely, do you? As Luo Xuan ambled along, he conversed with Emoshi, who had been trailing closely behind him. Ever since she learned that the package Luo Xuan had her retrieve contained scorpion tiger meat, which subsequently led to her being attacked by the creature, she had remained steadfastly at his side. Naturally, I must accompany you while cultivating in the heart of the northern forest. Otherwise, I would surely be in peril. Emoshi reasoned. Indeed, in the depths of the northern forest, without protection, her own strength would likely prove insufficient for survival. Your current abilities should enable you to safeguard yourself within the northern forest, he remarked. Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. Although he did not mind the presence of an additional companion, he harbored numerous secrets he preferred to keep concealed. It sufficed for him to contend with 6 or 7 scorpion tigers, as he could evade them, but any greater number would prove insurmountable. While he had experienced some enhancement in strength, he was acutely aware that such improvement was minimal, merely sufficient for self-preservation within the northern forest. The prospect of further augmentation seemed nearly impossible. Then do not provoke those in excess. Instead, engage with smaller groups, came the suggestion. This was indeed a prudent strategy. Avoiding confrontation with larger clusters of scorpion tigers and targeting only the lesser ones should pose little difficulty. How am I to know if someone will request my assistance in safeguarding scorpion tiger meat? It appeared that Emoshi remained deeply troubled by Luo Xuan's prior predicament. Did you not express regret over venturing into the heart of the northern forest? Perhaps I could escort you out, he offered. As the topic arose, Luo Xuan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, it was indeed his actions that had inadvertently drawn Emoshi into the clutches of the scorpion tigers, nearly costing her life. Although he had later utilized a miraculous bean to restore her vitality, he felt an undeniable debt of gratitude towards her. Such debts of human kindness are notoriously arduous to repay. Naturally, Luo Xuan had little desire to fulfill this obligation, hence his inclination to escort Emoshi back. I no longer harbor regrets, Emoshi responded, her conviction unwavering. They had scarcely ventured into the northern forest depths. Yet her prowess had already eclipsed that of Rigo. With further training, might she not possess the ability to vanquish their trio? Very well, then you may accompany me, he conceded. Luo Xuan found himself in a rather helpless situation, as Emoshi insisted on accompanying him, leaving him with no option but to allow her to follow. In truth, he felt a twinge of unease at the thought of sending her away, for, as she had aptly pointed out, the central region of the northern forest posed significant dangers for her. Thus, within the depths of the northern forest, an unusual scene unfolded. A low-ranking warrior meandered leisurely ahead, while a mid-level warrior trailed behind at a relaxed pace. Why aren't Rigo and the others accompanying you? Luo Xuan inquired, attempting to alleviate his boredom with small talk. Previously, their group had consisted of 4 members. Logically, if Shi had entered, the 3 men should have followed to ensure her safety. After all, Shi was quite an attractive young woman. They? A bunch of cowards, merely mocking me for my audacity. How could a makeshift team like theirs venture into danger alongside me? She expressed her disdain for Rigo and his companions. Although she understood the nature of Saiyans, she, too, was a woman and held little regard for those who would abandon their comrades. It seems they do not recognize your strength at all, Luo Xuan remarked with a smile, pondering whether Saiyans truly behaved in such a manner. He did not share that sentiment, at least not when it came to Lin and Shade, who were commendable Saiyans. Was Shi's only response a mere dismissive sound. Despite Luo Xuan's valid observation, she remained sensitive about her low status, feeling the sting of being abandoned by her peers. Remember my words, when you achieve success, they will merely be gestures. Your primary focus should be on your own endeavors, Luo Xuan advised, though he was uncertain where he had come across such wisdom. Nevertheless, he found it to ring true. Gestures? What does that mean? She queried, her expression one of confusion regarding Luo Xuan's profound statement. It sounded captivating. Yet the term gesture eluded her understanding. It refers to a creature known as a Doyuan, common on planet Vegeta. I've encountered them before. They are rather unsightly and exhibit quite comical behavior, Luo Xuan explained. Are you truly a Saiyan? She questioned, observing the young man before her. Despite being a low-ranking warrior, he possessed fighting prowess comparable to that of a higher-ranked fighter. His Saiyan heritage was evident. Yet his peculiar name and manner of speaking bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Zafula people. What do you think? Luo Xuan replied enigmatically, opting not to elaborate further. He flicked his tail, which he had grown accustomed to, effortlessly controlling it and even wielding it as a weapon in critical moments. All right, it's your turn now. As Luo Xuan gazed at the remaining 6 scorpion tigers before him, he called out to Shi. Shi nodded in response, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the battlefield littered with the corpses of scorpion tigers, then charged forward without hesitation. It had been 2 days since Luo Xuan and Shi had embarked on their journey together, during which they had encountered several waves of scorpion tiger attacks. Each time, Luo Xuan would take the lead, engaging the beasts until only 5 or 6 remained, at which point he would allow Shi to take over. Currently, Luo Xuan was uncertain of his limits in dealing with these creatures, but he was aware that his strength was steadily advancing, even after enduring 40 times the gravitational force. He had faced no significant challenges. Meanwhile, Shi had progressed from battling 5 scorpion tigers to now facing 6, indicating his own growth and power. This was their training methodology. With Shi accompanying him, Luo Xuan didn't mind leaving a few scorpion tigers for Shi to practice against, as it was perfectly suited to their needs. With a thud, as the last scorpion tiger fell, Shi approached Luo Xuan's side. How do you feel? Luo Xuan tossed the water bottle to Shi, smiling as he inquired. Indeed, his strength had significantly increased compared to before. He had once believed that his combat prowess had reached its zenith, yet he had unexpectedly surpassed such limits. After receiving the water bottle and taking a sip, Shi remarked that she was originally capable of engaging 3 scorpion tigers without defeat, while facing 4 was somewhat challenging. Now, however, she found herself able to vanquish all 6, clearly indicating a marked enhancement in her combat abilities. Feeling tired? Luo Xuan abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Shi momentarily taken aback. A little, she replied honestly. What had gotten into him? Why was he suddenly concerned about her fatigue? Observing Luo Xuan, despite his solitary battle against so many scorpion tigers, he seemed unfazed, unlike her who was panting heavily. Was this the distinction between them? She found herself unaccustomed to his unexpected concern. What had caused this change in his demeanor? Yes, I am somewhat tired, she admitted. After all, single-handedly fighting 6 scorpion tigers was no small feat. It was remarkable to have emerged victorious, and how could she not be weary? You deserve to be exhausted, he remarked. Luo Xuan merely glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, It's all right, but what did you say? She initially thought that Luo Xuan would express some concern and offer a few comforting words, having already prepared a response in her heart. However, before she could finish her sentence, she realized that Luo Xuan had actually remarked that she deserved to be exhausted. I say you deserve to be exhausted. Luo Xuan reiterated that, in any case, Shi was unable to defeat him at present. Luo Xuan, despite your formidable prowess, Do not presume that you can speak to me with such insolence." Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi clenched his teeth in frustration. How could this fellow speak in such a manner? Even if he could not overpower him, this affront could not be overlooked. The dignity of a Saiyan could perish. But it must never be subjected to such humiliation. When he had just vanquished that scorpion tiger, he had the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to its midsection. Yet he chose instead to strike its head first, sending it airborne before launching a punch to its abdomen. Was this display merely for show? Although Luo Xuan had been observing from the sidelines, he had perceived everything with clarity. He was uncertain whether this ability stemmed from the inherent capabilities of a Saiyan or some other reason. In any case, all of Emoshi's recent actions were witnessed by Luo Xuan. Just now, Emoshi began to speak further, but Luo Xuan interrupted him directly. And that beast? You delivered 6 consecutive strikes against it, culminating in a final kick. In truth, only that last kick bore any efficacy, while the preceding 6 attacks were superfluous. Luo Xuan meticulously analyzed the situation for Emoshi, who initially wished to argue. Although these were merely habits forged in the heat of battle as she listened, she began to perceive a semblance of truth in his words. Gradually, Emoshi came to realize that adhering to Luo Xuan's advice would undoubtedly yield superior results. She was astonished. Could this individual truly be a mere low-ranking soldier? Despite merely observing, he possessed an acute awareness of how to exert force and the extent of his strength and acumen typically beyond the reach of even seasoned warriors. Could it be that he surpassed the capabilities of higher-ranked soldiers? Such a notion seemed implausible, given his demonstrated combat prowess, which, while comparable to that of an ordinary high-ranking soldier, paled in comparison to those who dominated the gravity platform. Emoshi, possessing keen insight albeit not as sharp as Luo Xuan's, recognized that he fell short against those who thrived under the extreme gravitational conditions. This was understandable, for Luo Xuan had only acclimatized to 40 times Earth's gravity, while those on the gravity platform had adapted to the equivalent of 100 times. If one were to strip away the superfluous embellishments, not only could one achieve remarkable efficiency, but more importantly, it would significantly conserve one's physical stamina. Luo Xuan spoke, and upon finishing his words, he felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that being a teacher could be so refreshing, yet he truly could not comprehend why he was able to perceive these insights. Very well. Captivated by the conversation, Emoshi instinctively nodded in agreement. When he finally regained his awareness, he realized he was standing beside this lowly warrior, akin to a child listening attentively to an elder's instruction. Although he felt a tinge of embarrassment, he found himself unable to refute Luo Xuan's assertions, for they were undeniably rational. Emoshi understood that if he adhered to Luo Xuan's guidance, he would undoubtedly become stronger. Abandoning superfluous movements, he murmured softly, seemingly grasping some of the wisdom imparted. No wonder Luo Xuan remained unscathed after battling 2 or 3 dozen scorpion tigers without a hint of fatigue. All right, we have rested sufficiently. Let us proceed to the next location. As Emoshi continued to ponder, Luo Xuan rose to his feet and addressed him. He then slung his pack over his shoulder and began to walk in another direction. Hey, I haven't fully recovered yet, Emoshi protested. After their recent skirmish, he had merely stood there and had not truly rested, while Luo Xuan seemed to have rejuvenated completely. If we linger any longer, we will inevitably encounter a multitude of beasts. If you are capable of handling them, then by all means, remain here and rest, Luo Xuan called out without looking back, casually waving his hand towards Emoshi. Wait for me. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi glanced at the surrounding carcasses of the scorpion tigers and realized that the stench in the air would undoubtedly attract countless wild beasts. Although the strength of those beasts might not rival that of the scorpion tigers, their numbers would surely be substantial. Moreover, if another wave of scorpion tigers were to be drawn in, it would only exacerbate the situation. Contemplating these thoughts, she hastily quickened her pace to catch up with Luo Xuan. In the days that followed, Luo Xuan and Emoshi traversed the central region of the northern forest, continually seeking out scorpion tigers. Any group with fewer than 40 was deemed a target for Luo Xuan. After vanquishing those scorpion tigers, he would invariably leave a few behind for Emoshi, who regarded these creatures as training partners, tirelessly honing her combat skills. By discarding the superfluous techniques Luo Xuan had mentioned, her efficiency markedly improved, and she no longer felt as fatigued as before. Remarkably, she had reached a point where she could defeat 10 scorpion tigers simultaneously, a feat she accomplished in just a few short days, leaving even Emoshi herself in disbelief. This only deepened her admiration for Luo Xuan. Though merely a low-ranking warrior, she found herself genuinely convinced of his capabilities. Strangely, Emoshi pondered. Why had they not encountered any scorpion tigers today? She surveyed her surroundings. It was unusually quiet for the typically teeming central region of the northern forest. Ordinarily, they would encounter at least 2 waves of scorpion tigers in a single day, yet they had searched for quite some time without a sighting. Could it be that they had all been vanquished? Luo Xuan found it somewhat peculiar. What had happened to the scorpion tigers? Had they all gone into hiding? This was a crucial period, as they were amidst 50-fold gravity and were preparing to test the 60-fold. Without the scorpion tigers, how could one cultivate? The scorpion tigers in the central region of the northern forest were far more numerous than one might imagine. Their absence now certainly hinted at something amiss. In response to Luo Xuan's musings, Emoshi could only roll his eyes. If the scorpion tigers could be exterminated so swiftly, they would not be utilized for cultivation and would have long been extinct. However, despite this assertion, after wandering for quite some time without sighting a single scorpion tiger, it had indeed become somewhat strange. Luo Xuan, look over there. At that moment, Emoshi pointed to a nearby location and called out to Luo Xuan. Scorpion tigers? It seems someone has arrived before us. Upon seeing the ground littered with scorpion tiger corpses, Luo Xuan was taken aback, realizing that a group of Saiyans had been cultivating in this vicinity. No wonder there were no traces of scorpion tigers. They must have been dealt with by them first. Indeed, I did not expect that there would be others like us using scorpion tigers for cultivation in this area. Emoshi nodded. Although this was the central region of the northern forest, where Saiyans were relatively scarce, it could not be said that they were entirely absent. Stronger mid-level warrior teams and even high-level warriors could potentially appear here. Consequently, the two did not dwell on it excessively and proceeded onward. Before long, they encountered 4 Saiyans nearby, all appearing to be mid-level warriors. Clearly, these scorpion tigers had been slain by the quartet, with an estimated 30 corpses scattered about. However, Luo Xuan held little interest in this. For him, the fact that 4 mid-level warriors had only managed to slay a mere 30 scorpion tigers made them seem scarcely more than ineffectual. Luo Xuan was uncertain whether it was influenced by his Saiyan heritage, but ever since he had honed his strength, he regarded those around him with a sense of disdain. Emoshi had grown accustomed to this attitude. In the past, witnessing 4 intermediate warriors vanquishing such an abundance of scorpion tigers would have astonished her. After all, their own team had previously consisted of 4 intermediate warriors, yet they had been besieged by over 30 scorpion tigers, utterly unable to mount any resistance. However, since aligning herself with Luo Xuan, she had adapted to the notion that a single low-level warrior could handle the situation, while she herself was capable of dispatching at least a dozen. Thus, the two of them paid no heed to the 4 intermediate warriors who appeared to be flaunting their prowess, striding past them without a glance. Hey, you two, stop. The 4 intermediate warriors, initially eager to showcase their triumph, were dismayed to find that the pair did not even acknowledge them. They felt a surge of frustration. After all, was it not a magnificent and awe-inspiring feat to slay more than 30 scorpion tigers in the heart of the northern forest? In their eyes, Luo Xuan and Emoshi's demeanor was one of contempt, which they found intolerable. What is it? Upon hearing the call, Luo Xuan and Emoshi paused. Their interest peaked as they turned to face the 4 warriors. This area has been claimed by us. You should vacate to another location, declared the apparent leader of the Saiyans, his ire intensifying upon observing Luo Xuan, a mere intermediate warrior, and Emoshi, a lowly warrior of lesser rank. How could they tolerate being looked down upon by one of such inferior standing? And if we choose not to? Emoshi responded, while Luo Xuan merely crossed his arms, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. Not an option. Observe the scorpion tigers beneath your feet. They are a testament to your impending fate, sneered another burly warrior, as he stomped on one of the fallen beasts. Huh, Emoshi replied, her expression betraying her incredulity, the sound serving as a mere echo of her inner sentiments. The brute was clearly reveling in his own triumph. Indeed, for a group of intermediate warriors to slay so many scorpion tigers was no small achievement. Bellow. May I take the head of this insolent woman? The burly warrior's anger flared at She's mocking laughter, vowing to claim her life as retribution. Do as you wish, but be swift. We have matters to attend to, Bellow conceded with a nod. For Saiyans, it was only through battle and bloodshed that the flames of their spirit could be ignited. The notion of toying with Emoshi for days, as if it were some form of entertainment, struck them as utterly mundane. Heh, do you think that just because you are an intermediate warrior, you can contend with us? Let me tell you, of those 35 scorpion tigers, I single-handedly dispatched 7 in one fell swoop. The burly warrior boasted once more, gesturing towards the corpses on the ground. Well, that is quite impressive, came Moshi's unenthusiastic reply. This sentence, undoubtedly, was uttered by Luo Xuan, and it escaped his lips without forethought, leaving him puzzled as to why he spoke such words. Wait for me to kill her, and then I will come play with you, inferior warrior. To be looked down upon by a mid-level warrior was one thing, but now being mocked by a lowly fighter was intolerable. If you're going to fight, then do it swiftly. We are running out of time. Moshi, too, was becoming somewhat impatient with this group, having called out to the two, only to be met with a barrage of nonsensical chatter. Are we going to fight or not? This exclamation thoroughly enraged the burly man, who bellowed and charged towards Moshi's position. Another cry escaped his lips, but this time it was one of agony, as Moshi had effortlessly kicked him away. Having heeded Luo Xuan's words, she had diligently honed her skills, eliminating all unnecessary movements. Thus, when the burly man rushed at her, a single kick sent him flying. This was due to both the vast difference in their strengths and the simplicity of her strike, which held the greatest force. The other 3 Saiyans also narrowed their eyes. Could this individual truly possess such formidable strength? Trash, Moshi remarked coolly as she withdrew her foot. Indeed, to her, this mid-level warrior, capable of defeating only 7 scorpion tigers, was nothing but rubbish. The other 2 mid-level warriors seethed with anger. Their strength was comparable to that of the man who had been sent flying. To label him as trash was to insult them as well, and they were ready to charge. However, they were halted by Bello, who stepped forward. Your strength is commendable. Would you be interested in joining us? Bello extended an invitation, recognizing Moshi's potential to join their ranks. Not interested. Moshi would undoubtedly choose the lowly warrior over a team of 4 mid-level fighters. Then perish. By the way, my power is unlike theirs. I have slain 15 scorpion tigers here, do you understand? Bello chuckled, fully aware that Moshi would likely refuse. After revealing such a figure, he charged towards her. Upon hearing this number, Luo Xuan and Moshi exchanged glances, intrigued that this individual could have single-handedly killed 15 scorpion tigers. Yet, their curiosity was fleeting. For given a few days, Moshi could achieve the same. Thus, when Bello advanced, she remained unperturbed. This was the perfect opportunity to test her combat prowess, especially with a lowly warrior beside her, providing her with a sense of security. As Bello charged forward, Luo Xuan remained still, eager to witness the true prowess of Moshi. Although he had previously increased the number of scorpion tigers for her, he had done so with a conservative estimate. Should Moshi prevail against this Saiyan who had vanquished 15 scorpion tigers, he would be inclined to leave the majority of them for her. Moshi, understanding Luo Xuan's intentions, regarded Bello with a serious expression. Despite her earlier disdain, she recognized that this opponent would not be easily defeated. At present, she held no confidence in her ability to overpower 15 scorpion tigers, so she glanced at Luo Xuan. Upon seeing him nod, she felt reassured. If danger were to arise, he would not merely stand idly by. Thus, she was emboldened to engage. In that moment, she dismissed her concerns about the insignificant adversary and focused on her own capabilities. Misinterpreting Moshi's glance at Luo Xuan as concern for his safety, Bello sneered coldly. He swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a punch. Moshi, slightly delayed in her reaction, managed to evade the blow by a hair's breadth, feeling the rush of air from his fist graze her cheek, which stung slightly. The force behind his strike was formidable. No wonder he had bested 15 scorpion tigers. Yet, Moshi was not to be underestimated. In the instant his fist whizzed past her, she seized the opportunity and grasped Bello's arm, exerting her strength to throw him off balance. Without hesitation, she pressed forward, intent on delivering another blow. Bello, astonished that this woman, barely a novice in the ranks of intermediate warriors, could contend with him so effectively, felt a surge of excitement mingled with anger. He had previously believed himself invincible among intermediate warriors, yet here was an adversary who held her own. Behind Bello stood a grand tree. He spun midair and propelled himself off it, soaring toward Moshi. Their fists collided with a resounding crack, and both were propelled backward by the force of their clash. Regaining their footing, they exchanged blows in close quarters, each strike echoing with a dull thud, a testament to the brutal intensity of their combat. The sight of Moshi matching Bello's prowess left the 2 other intermediate warriors in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that she could hold her ground against him to such an extent. Initially, they expected her to falter quickly, But now it was evident that the outcome remained uncertain. "Damn it," muttered the bald, burly man who had been sent flying by Mashi, as he picked himself up from the ground. However, witnessing that even Belo could not successfully subdue the woman only fueled his anger. Just moments ago, it appeared that the lady had a particular concern for the low-ranking soldier. Perhaps if he captured that fellow, she would be rendered helpless. Although the burly man possessed formidable physical strength, he was not devoid of intellect. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a strategy. While he might not be able to best the woman, defeating a mere low-ranking soldier should be a trivial task, and capturing him would surely be effortless. With this thought, the giant hesitated not a moment longer and charged toward Luo Xuan's direction. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Xuan turned around, only to see a large man rushing toward him, seemingly intent on seizing him. A piercing scream soon followed, emanating from the very same giant. The onlookers turned to witness the bald giant soaring once more, hurtling toward another grand tree. This time, the impact was even more severe, as the tree splintered upon collision. Others gasped in astonishment. How many more times would they witness such events today? It was utterly shocking, for that giant was a mid-tier warrior, capable of slaying at least 7 scorpion tigers. Though he had previously encountered Mashi and failed to prevail, now he could not even conquer a low-ranking soldier. What could this mean? Hey, one must not lose focus at this moment. Just as Belo pondered these matters, a voice echoed in his ear. He then caught sight of the Saiyan woman's fist enlarging before his eyes, and before he could react, he was sent flying. "Damn it, you three. Join forces and capture that low-ranking soldier." Belo seethed in frustration. Despite the time elapsed, he had yet to subdue the woman. Initially, he had believed it would be an effortless endeavor, yet he found himself in a predicament he had never anticipated. Understood. The other three, cognizant of Belo's inability to seize the Saiyan woman in that moment, nodded gravely. They had mistakenly thought they were dealing with 2 easy targets, only to discover they were met with an iron wall. Ha. That was merely a moment of carelessness. Now I shall make you pay. The bald giant, along with the other 2, closed in on Luo Xuan. He could not admit to being outmatched by a low-ranking soldier. If such news were to spread, how could he possibly maintain his dignity among the Saiyan ranks? After all, 3 mid-tier warriors should easily overpower a single low-ranking soldier. For even high-ranking warriors could engage for at least 2 to 3 minutes. Luo Xuan felt a twinge of indifference towards them, yet given that they had encircled him, it seemed he had no choice but to awaken their senses. Humph. Observing Luo Xuan's lack of reaction, the bald man let out a cold snort, glanced at the other 2, and nodded. The trio then surged towards Luo Xuan, with one striking from the left, another kicking from the right, and the bald man launching a direct assault to his front. As the attacks neared, Luo Xuan finally sprang into action, deftly seizing the incoming fist with his left hand while blocking the kick with his right. As for the burly man in front, Luo Xuan dispatched him with a swift kick that sent him flying. Witnessing Luo Xuan effortlessly thwart their assault and send the man soaring was a testament to his formidable strength. Their expressions grew serious. This seemingly low-level warrior was anything but ordinary. Consequently, the 2 hastened to intensify their onslaught, convinced that the ferocity of 2 intermediate warriors would soon overwhelm him. Yet, they swiftly realized their assumptions were misguided, for no matter how fiercely they attacked, the lowly warrior before them effortlessly parried their strikes. How dull. Luo Xuan spoke softly, then kicked to the left, sending the Saiyan flying. He followed up with a spinning kick. Although the Saiyan managed to react and block, he could not escape the fate of being sent flying. Initially, Luo Xuan had expected that these 3 intermediate warriors would be able to engage him for a while, but he was taken aback by their utter weakness. In truth, Luo Xuan had slightly overestimated their capabilities. The reason they were able to slay so many scorpion tigers in the central region of the northern forest was due to the presence of Belo, who was engaged in battle with Mashi. Without Belo, the 3 of them would barely match the strength of Rigo, rendering them incapable of traversing the northern forest unscathed. They would have long been devoured by the scorpion tigers. In contrast to Luo Xuan's indifference, the 3 Saiyans stared in disbelief. Was this truly a low-level warrior? In their combined efforts, they could not even approach his formidable physique. Could it be that this individual was merely a low-level warrior? One Saiyan clutched his chest. Having just been struck by Luo Xuan, the kick felt as if a heavy hammer had struck him, almost leaving him breathless. It must be so. The other Saiyan chuckled bitterly, observing that the opponent appeared to be a low-level warrior. Yet he had been sent flying by such a warrior. If this were to spread, where would his dignity lie? Nevertheless, this was the reality. The three of them were capable of slaying 7 scorpion tigers, and one of them could even take down 8. Together, they could contend with Bello. Yet here they were, 3 warriors, each sent flying by a single kick from a low-level fighter. Could it be that this low-level warrior's strength surpassed even that of Bello? The earlier woman's gaze upon him was not one of concern, but rather an inquiry into his opinion. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The way she looked at him was clearly not one of worry, but rather a question. This implied that the low-level warrior was stronger than her. And since she could contend with Bello, it indirectly suggested that the low-level warrior's strength exceeded even Bello's. As this realization dawned on them, the 3 Saiyans felt a bitter taste in their mouths. How could they possibly fight if their combined strength could only match Bello and they were unable to overcome him? Then this individual, being even stronger, would surely surpass their capabilities as well. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Bello witnessed the scene unfold. Observing his 3 companions being sent flying, he was most aware of their strengths and could hardly believe they had been bested by a low-level warrior. Hadn't he warned them not to lose focus? While Bello was still in shock, Mashi seized the opportunity, delivering a precise kick to Bello's abdomen. The impact sent Bello hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For Bello, this was nothing short of a disgrace. He had initially believed he could easily subdue this woman, only to find himself coughing up blood instead. Furthermore, a lowly warrior lurked nearby, casting a watchful eye, which only amplified his humiliation. To think that he would need to contend with such a minor adversary was truly demeaning. Aren't you going to lend a hand? We can't hold our ground any longer. He cast a glance toward the distant Luo Xuan, opting not to continue his assault. Instead uttering with indifference, "You truly are worthless," unable to defeat even a mid-level warrior alongside a lowly one. Just as Bello's words hung in the air, another voice emerged, cold and detached. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing there was yet another presence he had not detected before. As the voice echoed, a figure approached swiftly, moving with remarkable speed, leaving Luo Xuan and Mashi only able to catch a fleeting shadow. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared before them. Who is this? Mashi joined Luo Xuan's side, her pupils narrowing in recognition of the unexpectedly familiar figure. Do you know him? Luo Xuan, unfamiliar with this world, was at a loss regarding the identity of this man. Who was he? His entrance was indeed quite unique. He is Teresa, renowned as the mid-level warrior closest to a high-level warrior. Mashi regarded the man's eyes with a sense of gravity. As a mid-level warrior, he was inherently inferior to high-level warriors. However, Teresa had proven himself capable of engaging in battle with them. Although he had suffered more defeats than victories, he had nonetheless earned a reputation. After all, he was the only mid-level warrior to ever achieve a victory against a high-level warrior. Thus, he was dubbed the mid-level warrior closest to high-level status. Closest to a high-level warrior? Luo Xuan never anticipated that the middle-aged man before him possessed the extraordinary talent to battle beyond his level. Indeed, one should never underestimate a Saiyan. Even a seemingly ordinary individual among them can engage in combat that defies expectations. Do you have confidence? Emoshi was also aware that this low-ranking warrior was far from ordinary, although Teresa was known to be the closest to a high-ranking warrior. After spending considerable time alongside Luo Xuan, he had gained some understanding of Luo Xuan's prowess. While he may not rival the high-ranking warriors at the level of mid-ranking fighters, he was undoubtedly on the verge of invincibility. Let us give it a try. Luo Xuan refrained from making overly confident statements, lest he find himself embarrassed later. Very well. I shall handle this intermediate warrior. You should have no trouble dealing with the low-level warrior, right, Bello? It was evident that Teresa had not been attentive to the situation. She merely assumed that Bello was incapable of defeating the intermediate warrior, thus calling upon herself. Ahem, may I opt for the intermediate warrior? I would need you to take on the low-level one. Bello coughed awkwardly, having just witnessed his 3 companions being effortlessly dispatched. Are you jesting with me, Bello? Although Teresa was not a high-level warrior, she was renowned as the one closest to that status. Yet she was suggesting that she personally confront a low-level warrior? This low-level warrior could not be an ordinary one. It must possess the ability to combat above its rank. After a moment of hesitation, Bello articulated his thoughts, asserting that the low-level warrior had indeed triumphed over 3 intermediate warriors in a single strike, which clearly indicated an ability to surpass ranks. Though reluctant to admit it, he believed that this warrior could best him. Oh, Teresa's curiosity was piqued by Bello's words, and she turned her gaze toward Luo Xuan. She did not believe that Luo Xuan could contend with her, but she understood Bello's character. He would not make such claims unless he truly felt outmatched. Very well. Leave it to me. Teresa nodded, a spark of interest igniting within her regarding this low-level warrior. Listening to Bello, she regarded Luo Xuan with intrigue. Could this low-level warrior also possess the capacity to fight above its rank? While Teresa herself could contend with high-level warriors, this low-level warrior merely faced intermediate ones. Therefore, in her eyes, this individual was but a low-level warrior. Even if capable of surpassing ranks, he would only be able to contend with intermediate warriors like Bello. But when it came to her, the disparity in strength was considerable. Then I shall confront him. While you handle Teresa, Mashi observed Teresa, his expression turning serious. This individual was quite renowned among the Saiyans. It was said that when the gravity chamber was first established, he had defeated 3 high-level warriors and remained within the chamber for 3 days. However, he was ultimately overcome by other high-level warriors who grew interested in the gravity chamber. It was unexpected that he had ventured into the central region of the northern forest. Very well, just be cautious. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. The individual before him, known as Teresa, exerted considerable pressure upon him. Yet, even so, what of it? Should a battle be desired, he was more than willing to engage, while simultaneously testing his own capabilities. Hey, are you ready? With Teresa here, escape is not an option for you, Bello remarked with a cold smirk. Observing Luo Xuan and his companion not far off, he had previously underestimated the lowly warrior, but fortunately, their side boasted Teresa, the strongest among intermediate warriors. As long as he was present, unless they were faced with an advanced warrior, there was little to fear. Escape? Who said we intended to flee? At this moment, Luo Xuan also spoke up. Heh, if you do not flee, then prepare to meet your demise, Bello uttered in a low voice. And then he dashed towards the position of Luo Xuan and his companion. In truth, his target was not Luo Xuan, but rather the individual beside him, Emoshi. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, he acknowledged that Luo Xuan's prowess surpassed his own, a fact he could not deny. Thus he had no desire to engage Luo Xuan in combat. Then I shall proceed, Emoshi declared, moving forward with determination. She believed she could hold her own against Bello. Defeating him would pose a challenge, yet it would not be an insurmountable task for him to overcome her. Luo Xuan and Teresa stood in silence, gazing intently at one another. After an indeterminate span of time, Teresa let out a sharp exclamation and darted towards Luo Xuan. Recognizing that this Saiyan was capable of rivaling high-level warriors, Luo Xuan held no contempt. The ability to engage in battles beyond one's rank signified formidable strength. Thus, when confronted with Teresa's assault, he too sprang into action. In an instant, the two collided, exchanging blows with a simplicity that eschewed flamboyance, one punch for another, one kick for a counterpart. With a resounding thud, they separated after yet another exchange. Though merely a fleeting moment, the two had engaged in countless strikes. Not bad, kid, Teresa remarked, having initially assumed that Luo Xuan could only fight above his rank. She was taken aback by the sheer power he demonstrated. No wonder Barrow had claimed she couldn't defeat him. With such prowess, even among mid-tier warriors, there would be no more than a handful capable of besting him. Luo Xuan remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The strength of this intermediate warrior was indeed commendable, though he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Did you witness that? That fellow actually managed to hold his own against Teresa. The 3 Saiyans observing from the sidelines were equally dumbfounded. It's astonishing to think we just fought against such a formidable opponent. In retrospect, it was evident that he had little interest in them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them flying with a mere kick. The bald giant wore a bitter expression. Realizing he had attempted to capture such a powerful individual as a hostage, an act fraught with peril. However, when did low-level warriors become so formidable? Few intermediate fighters could exchange blows with Teresa, let alone a low-level warrior. Nevertheless, Teresa would ultimately prevail. He had yet to exert his full strength. One of the onlookers remarked, having some insight into Teresa's capabilities. If he unleashed his full power, the outcome would not be as it currently appeared. Indeed, I have witnessed him battle those high-level warriors on the gravity platform. His prowess is remarkable, and undoubtedly, he has grown even stronger since then, another Saiyan chimed in. He had also been present during that encounter, witnessing Teresa defeat a high-level warrior firsthand. The bald giant remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, though deep down, he believed that no matter how powerful the low-level warrior might be, Teresa would emerge victorious. As the 3 conversed, The battle between Mashi and Bello escalated into a heated clash, each exchanging blows with fervor. "Come on," Luo Xuan exclaimed, his fighting spirit ignited. After a brief hesitation, he charged towards Teresa. Rarely did he initiate an attack, but this time he was eager for a spirited confrontation. How intriguing, Teresa thought with a grin. Stepping forward to meet him, this marked the first occasion he would exert his full strength against a low-level warrior. Their battle commenced with fervor, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Teresa launched a kick, which Luo Xuan blocked with his hand, seizing Teresa's foot and flinging him aside. Swiftly, he pursued, intent on delivering another kick. Yet, Teresa's combat experience far surpassed Luo Xuan's. As he was thrown, he executed a backflip upon landing, quickly shifting to the left, just as Luo Xuan reached the spot where he had landed. Without a moment's hesitation, Teresa delivered a flying kick aimed directly at Luo Xuan's head. This is bad, Luo Xuan thought. Luo Xuan was acutely aware that he lacked the time to defend himself, and at that moment, Teresa's foot struck his face, sending him hurtling away. In that fleeting instant, Teresa pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon Luo Xuan. Ultimately, with a powerful kick, she propelled him further, crashing through 3 sturdy trees before finally coming to a halt. "Luo Xuan," Mashi exclaimed, witnessing the scene unfold. "This was precisely what you had just cautioned me against, losing focus." Although Bello could not match Luo Xuan's prowess, he was evenly matched with Mashi. At this juncture, Mashi revealed a vulnerability that could not be overlooked. Seizing the opportunity, Bello delivered a swift kick to Mashi's midsection, sending her flying. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the 3 Saiyans erupted in jubilant celebration. Victory was theirs. After Luo Xuan was sent flying by Teresa, Mashi also revealed a flaw and was subsequently dispatched by Bello. The other 3 Saiyans exhibited expressions of unrestrained joy, having initially believed these 2 individuals to be formidable. However, the moment Teresa emerged, she effortlessly resolved the situation. Yet, despite their exuberance, Teresa cast not a single glance in their direction, her gaze fixated solely on the fallen Luo Xuan in the distance. Although he lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious, a nagging feeling lingered within her that this seemingly inferior warrior was not as simple as he appeared. "Luo Xuan, are you all right?" Mashi, having been struck and tasting blood at the corner of her mouth, paid little attention to her own injury and turned her focus towards Luo Xuan. Could it be that he was so easily vanquished by Teresa? "It's nothing. This fellow truly is impressive," she mused. Luo Xuan rose directly from the ground, his clothing somewhat tattered, yet he bore no other injuries. Upon witnessing his ascent, the expressions of those present varied significantly. She appeared elated. Teresa wore a look of intrigue, while Bello furrowed his brow, and the countenances of the other 3 Saiyans reflected discontent. How could he emerge unscathed from such a swift assault by Teresa? One Saiyan swallowed hard, his voice still somewhat hoarse as he remarked, "This individual is formidable." Another nodded in agreement, acknowledging that to engage so effectively with Teresa, who was nearly a high-ranking warrior, was indeed impressive. I did not anticipate your strength." "This is rather interesting," Teresa finally spoke, having previously held a dismissive view of Luo Xuan. Yet now, the prowess he exhibited had piqued her interest. "You are quite powerful. It seems I shall have to unleash my full potential." Luo Xuan glanced at his somewhat tattered clothing, which bore only minor damage. Fortunately, there were no significant rips. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding where to procure new garments. His body remained unscathed, despite the forceful blow delivered by Teresa. Yet, for Luo Xuan, it was still insufficient. "Are you referring to your full strength?" Teresa chuckled, perceiving the low-ranking warrior before him as merely posturing, a sentiment echoed by the other Saiyans. Except for Mashi, she alone understood that Luo Xuan's capabilities extended beyond the surface, and his earlier display had merely been a moment of impatience. So it was merely a test? Mashi sighed in relief upon hearing Luo Xuan's words. If he had yet to unleash his full potential at this moment, one could only wonder if his complete strength could rival Teresa's prowess. "I shall indeed witness the extent of your capabilities." Teresa regarded Luo Xuan's assertion as nothing more than jest. It was already quite remarkable for a low-ranking warrior to cultivate to such a level. Should he continue on this path of training, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. However, to catch up with Teresa at this juncture seemed impossible. If a low-ranking warrior could match the strength of a high-ranking one, then what would become of the latter's status? Indeed, it will be F220-fold. Luo Xuan spoke softly, his words imbued with confidence. At present, he was training under 40 times the normal gravity. Based on his estimations, the formidable Teresa could likely defeat only a handful of advanced warriors. It was possible that her victories were merely coincidental, for he believed that in a confrontation with Lin, he would be swiftly vanquished. Furthermore, should he face the Saiyans on the gravity platform, victory would be utterly unattainable. This exemplifies the stark contrast between intermediate and advanced warriors. Now, Luo Xuan wished to ascertain whether he could match her prowess in an environment of 20 times normal gravity. After all, he possessed a somewhat limited understanding of his own strength and could only use this opportunity to gauge his capabilities. "Let us begin," he declared. Luo Xuan's lips curved into a subtle smile as he whispered a few words before vanishing from the spot. Had he truly disappeared? The three intermediate warriors were momentarily taken aback by Luo Xuan's astonishing speed. Only the one named Bello furrowed his brow slightly. Although he could not catch a glimpse of Luo Xuan, he could faintly perceive a shadow. Intriguing, Teresa remarked with a smile, for he was able to see Luo Xuan. Yet the latter's swift movements prevented him from making a move. Luo Xuan sprinted swiftly, his eyes sharpening as he observed Teresa's somewhat grave expression. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable opponent, and he dared not let his guard down. Seizing a moment, he materialized directly in front of Teresa and threw a punch. However, his fist merely passed through her. A mere afterimage? Luo Xuan was not unfamiliar with such phenomena, having frequently witnessed it in animated series. When speed reached a certain threshold, one could leave an afterimage in place. So fast. Mashi also noted Teresa's velocity, astonished that she could leave an afterimage. What incredible speed that must be. At that moment, she and Bello ceased their own attacks, fully aware that they were not the pivotal players in this confrontation. Regardless of victory or defeat, their outcomes were inconsequential. The true protagonists of this encounter were Luo Xuan and Teresa. They were the ones that mattered. As the afterimage faded, Teresa appeared from another direction. "Huh, you dare to challenge my speed? You shall perish." Teresa sneered, launching a punch toward Luo Xuan. To his astonishment, his fist also passed through Luo Xuan as formed, indicating that he had struck nothing but an afterimage. "Hey!" Luo Xuan refrained from unnecessary dialogue and delivered a swift punch towards Teresa's head, for they were engaged in combat, not in training. This time, he struck not a mere illusion, but Teresa's true form. However, his blow did not connect with her head, as she deftly blocked it. The two then vanished once more. Mashi and Bello were able to keep pace with their movements, yet the other three Saiyans appeared utterly bewildered. They could only hear the occasional sounds of their bodies colliding, while their silhouettes remained elusive. Such astonishing speed. This thought resonated in the minds of all present. As Luo Xuan and Teresa battled at breathtaking velocity, not only could they not match their speed, but even their eyes struggled to follow. With a resounding crash, the two reappeared before the onlookers, Luo Xuan's fist landing squarely on Teresa's face, while her punch simultaneously struck his. Both were sent reeling from the impact. Yet they executed a mid-air somersault and landed gracefully. The intensity of their gazes was ablaze with the fervor of combat. As the Saiyan blood coursing through them boiled with excitement, they had exchanged numerous blows, with neither side emerging victorious thus far. "Youngster, your combat prowess is commendable," Teresa remarked, her previous condescension replaced with respect, recognizing Luo Xuan as a worthy adversary. "Your strength is formidable as well." Luo Xuan spoke with an unwavering composure, acknowledging that his recent battle against Teresa had confirmed the formidable prowess of his opponent. Initially, he had presumed that this individual's ability to triumph over an advanced warrior was merely a stroke of fortune. However, it now appeared that his capacity to engage in battles beyond his level was indeed commendable. If Luo Xuan's intuition served him correctly, this man was likely a combat prodigy, albeit constrained by the limitations of his bloodline, preventing him from ascending to greater heights. At this moment, the animosity that once lingered in their gazes had dissipated, replaced by a mutual yearning for combat. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an adversary of comparable skill, particularly one capable of transcending their ranks. The fact that this individual could contend with Teresa on equal footing was nothing short of remarkable. Bello, while maintaining an outward calm, experienced a tempest of emotions within. He had initially thought of this individual as merely a capable mid-level warrior, yet now he realized that he possessed the ability to challenge advanced warriors. After all, Teresa's strength was such that she could engage with advanced fighters, and the fact that this man could stand against her signified his own prowess at that level. A low-level warrior wielding the combat strength of an advanced fighter was a complete upheaval of Bello's worldview. When had low-level warriors become so formidable? The other three Saiyans shared similar thoughts, no longer daring to underestimate the low-level warrior before them. Moreover, the female Saiyan standing beside him exuded considerable strength as well. Who were these two formidable beings, and from whence had they emerged? Such exceptional combat capabilities should surely have garnered some notoriety, yet it seemed these two remained largely unknown. Teresa then spoke to Luo Xuan, revealing that the next technique she was about to unveil was one she had only recently comprehended and had never executed before. She assured him that no other Saiyan had yet employed it. Originally, she had intended to contend for the gravity platform, but now it seemed she would first allow him to experience her skill. This was her ultimate technique, and she asserted that not even a single Saiyan had witnessed it, let alone executed it. Luo Xuan remained silent, fully aware that the Saiyan before him was incapable of deceit. However, his curiosity was piqued. What technique could this individual possibly wield that no other Saiyan could? Hey, Teresa bellowed, curling his right hand into a claw while grasping his wrist with his left, the veins on his forehead prominently bulging. What could this technique be? The onlookers were left in a state of confusion regarding Teresa's intentions. Only Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether this posture could be indicative of that particular move. As this possibility dawned on him, a grave expression settled upon his face. Everyone's attention was riveted on Teresa, for he was said to be employing a technique that no Saiyan had ever utilized before. What could it possibly be? Yeah, Teresa, undeterred by the surrounding atmosphere, maintained his focus, his gaze fixed upon his palm as though he were anticipating something. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred in the forest, where moments before there had been no trace of wind, causing the leaves to rustle softly. This occurrence was decidedly unusual. The abrupt gust shattered the surrounding stillness. Luo Xuan, be cautious, Mashi cautioned, recognizing that Teresa was no ordinary opponent, for he was clearly capable of battling beyond his level. Yet, having never witnessed this particular technique, all she could do was urge Luo Xuan to remain vigilant. Luo Xuan nodded, fully aware without she's reminder that this technique was unlikely to be straightforward. If his intuition served him right, it resembled something akin to a ki blast. However, the specifics would remain uncertain until later. At that moment, Teresa, who had been intensely concentrating on gathering energy, let out a chuckle, seemingly on the verge of success. Indeed, as his laughter echoed, everyone could see a glimmer of light forming in the palm of Teresa's hand. The crowd was taken aback. They had never witnessed such a technique before. What could it possibly be? As astonishment swept over the onlookers, Teresa bellowed, and they observed the small point of light in his hand begin to brighten. It grew increasingly luminous, ultimately coalescing into a small spherical form. What is this? Belu was equally perplexed, having never seen Teresa execute such a move, and was unaware of its potential power. It was clear that this was no ordinary technique. Teresa was a prodigious combatant, and the techniques he devised were not to be underestimated. Not a ki blast, but merely an energy sphere. Seeing this gathered entity, Luo Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. If it had indeed been a ki blast, he doubted he could withstand it. However, this energy sphere was something he could potentially contend with. The primary distinction between an energy sphere and a ki blast lies in the former's capacity for rapid, successive attacks, albeit with lesser power. The ki blast requires a greater accumulation of force. Yet, why was Teresa taking such an inordinately long time to form this energy sphere? Furthermore, he had mentioned that no Saiyan had yet mastered such a technique, implying that currently, the Saiyans were incapable of harnessing this energy sphere. It seemed that way. He had never seen a Saiyan employ it. Was it truly not due to concerns of harming their comrades, but rather an inability to use it at all? Luo Xuan had never encountered such a situation in the anime he had watched. Perhaps it was due to his limited exposure to a broader range of series. Indeed, he had not fully completed Dragon Ball, having only experienced a portion of it, leaving certain gaps in his memory. Luo Xuan now finds himself filled with a sense of regret. Had he foreseen his journey into the world of Dragon Ball, he would have immersed himself in all the related anime. However, there exists a possibility that his very presence has instigated subtle changes within this realm. Thus, it may be incumbent upon him to rectify these alterations. With a sly grin, he muses that he has never employed this particular technique before, and its potency remains a mystery to him. It is not too late for you to reconsider. As the energy sphere coalesces, Teresa releases a sigh of relief and addresses Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan remained silent, merely adopting a defensive stance, for he knew he must endure this attack. Observing the energy sphere in Teresa's hand, a grave expression crossed his face. It was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon in this world. Why? Of all moments, did his inaugural sight of an energy sphere manifest as an assault directed at him? Had he been familiar with it, he might have gauged its potency. Alas, now he could only rely on his own body to experience its force firsthand. The lengthy duration it took for Teresa to conjure the energy sphere was telling. In the realm of animation, it would undoubtedly be categorized as a ki blast. Yet, what Teresa wielded was evidently merely an energy sphere. Do you intend to endure my attack? Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's stance, Teresa felt a flicker of surprise. This technique was one she struggled to control. She was acutely aware of its sheer power, especially considering it was her first attempt against a human. Beside them, Mashi felt a shiver run down her spine as she beheld the energy sphere in Teresa's grasp. Although she lacked understanding of its nature, she sensed an underlying menace. She wished to caution Luo Xuan, yet upon seeing his resolute expression, she refrained from speaking further. After spending so many days with him, she understood his character. He would not easily concede, for such determination had brought him to this juncture. Bello, standing nearby, bore a solemn countenance. He had once believed his strength to be formidable. While he might not be able to best Teresa, he thought he could at least contend with her. Yet today, he realized the naivety of his assumptions. He understood that he could not withstand Teresa's new technique, let alone triumph over her. Even against the lower-tier warriors, he felt incapable of securing victory. Regardless of the cards he might play, the other three Saiyans stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words, their expressions blank as they observed. They recognized that as long as the lower-tier warrior survived, his name would echo among the Saiyans, regardless of the outcome of the battle. To fight against Teresa, the one closest to the upper tier, would be enough for all to remember his name. This time, Luo Xuan knew he must prepare adequately. He had no inkling of the energy sphere's true power and needed to brace himself. Very well, if you wish to test your strength, then I shall oblige. Should you truly manage to endure it, I will reveal a secret to you. Teresa admired Luo Xuan's unwavering spirit. There was a sense of kinship between them. Both hailing from humble beginnings, one a lower-tier warrior, the other a mid-tier. Their ascent to this level was no small feat, especially for Teresa, whose age rendered further breakthroughs increasingly unlikely. However, this young lad still possesses the potential for further advancement. In the years to come, when he reaches my age, he may very well surpass those lofty elite warriors. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to withstand my strike without succumbing. Come forth. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. As for the so-called secret, he held little interest. His primary focus was the energy sphere, wondering if he could manifest one himself. Prepare to be struck, Teresa declared. Without further ado, hurling the energy sphere toward Luo Xuan. The moment it left Teresa's grasp, it surged swiftly in Luo Xuan's direction. Hey! Observing the sphere's rapid approach, Luo Xuan crossed his arms before him and uttered a low exclamation, bracing himself to absorb the blow with his arms. Although he was uncertain of the force behind it, he was confident that it would not be powerful enough to obliterate his arms. As long as his body remained intact, the Senzu beans could restore him. At least in the anime he had watched, such attacks resulted in explosions that caused immediate death. Yet he had never seen anyone lose limbs, barring those involving slicing attacks. Bang! At the instant Luo Xuan shouted, the energy sphere collided with him, exploding on impact and sending a cloud of dust swirling around him. What now? Is he dead? The Saiyans, devoid of detectors, could not sense his energy and were left in suspense regarding Luo Xuan's fate. Given the potency of that attack, it seemed improbable that he had survived unscathed. They had never witnessed such a formidable technique, leading them to believe that Luo Xuan was either incapacitated or dead. Even Teresa shared this sentiment, considering it was an all-out strike fueled by his entire strength. If Luo Xuan had emerged unscathed, it would suggest an alarming level of power for such a low-tier warrior. Only Mashi gazed intently in Luo Xuan's direction, pondering deeply. Having interacted with Luo Xuan for some time, he understood that the warrior would not take unnecessary risks. If he chose to endure Teresa's assault, he must possess the capability to withstand it. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust and revealing Luo Xuan's figure. Remarkably, he remained standing, arms crossed, though his clothing was now tattered, reduced to mere strips of beast hide. He had withstood the attack? The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Luo Xuan, who had survived such a potent blow. How was this possible? Barrow's expression shifted. He understood that had he been struck by such an attack, he would undoubtedly be doomed. Yet this low-tier warrior had endured it. Barrow had always perceived Luo Xuan as a formidable combatant, yet he had assumed his defense would remain at the level of a low-tier warrior. To his astonishment, Luo Xuan's defensive capabilities were equally formidable. Teresa, too, was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the energy contained within the attack and had not anticipated that it could be withstood. Cough, cough. At that moment, Luo Xuan coughed from a distance, drawing the attention of the assembled crowd back to him. Luo Xuan, how are you? Ma Shi hastened to approach, clearly perceiving that Luo Xuan's condition was far from satisfactory. It's nothing. Luo Xuan smiled faintly, then crushed the celestial bean in his mouth and swallowed it, immediately feeling the resurgence of power within him. However, his external appearance remained disheveled, giving the impression that he was at the end of his rope. Sensing the restoration of his energy, Luo Xuan felt a sense of relief. Initially, he had been reluctant to consume the celestial bean in front of so many people. Yet, given that his opponent's strength was comparable to his own, he realized that should an attack be launched at that moment, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Thus, he chose to ingest the celestial bean. Luo Xuan fixed his gaze upon Teresa across from him, uncertain whether Teresa might suddenly resort to violence. After all, this was the realm of the Saiyans, where taking a life directly would pose no significant issue. You have won, Teresa conceded, lowering his guard as he addressed Luo Xuan. Though reluctant to admit it, he had unleashed his most formidable techniques, yet still found himself unable to vanquish Luo Xuan. Teresa, recognized as the one closest to becoming a high-level warrior, now faced the humiliating reality of being outmatched by a mere low-level fighter. Having been compelled to reveal his ultimate move against someone deemed insignificant, he felt no further inclination to continue the confrontation. You still possess strength. Luo Xuan smiled faintly. In this battle, he had already exerted all his strength. Without the aid of the celestial beings, he would undoubtedly be unable to continue the fight. He had initially believed that his prowess was sufficient to contend with high-ranking warriors. However, it now appeared that there remained a considerable gap in his abilities. Do you not still possess some energy? He mused. Even if I were to persist in the struggle, victory would elude me. Teresa cast a glance at Luo Xuan. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled and fatigued, his words resonated with conviction. Thus, Teresa too began to contemplate that if the battle were to endure, she might not emerge victorious either. Should you unleash another energy sphere, I would be unable to withstand it. Luo Xuan remarked, indeed, if another energy sphere were to manifest, I might truly be unable to withstand it. An energy sphere? What a fitting name. Unleashing such a force has already drained a considerable portion of my strength. Yet, its power is merely modest. Should another one arise, I fear I would be utterly exhausted. Teresa did not conceal the truth. This technique could only be employed once. Should he attempt it again, it would likely result in mutual destruction, or worse, his own defeat. Thus, he was reluctant to resort to such a maneuver unless absolutely necessary. Extracting energy from one's own body? Upon hearing Teresa's words, Luo Xuan was taken aback. Was this not a method of siphoning energy from the surrounding environment? Could it be that one draws upon their own vitality? Indeed, this notion had been gleaned from an ancient legend passed down through generations. However, such an endeavor was excessively taxing on one's energy, rendering it impractical for repeated use. Teresa was forthright with Luo Xuan, now regarding him as an equal, perhaps even superior to himself. After all, he was merely a low-ranking warrior, still in the bloom of youth. The fact that Luo Xuan could match him in combat at this stage suggested that he would undoubtedly surpass him in the future, given his current strength and the potential for even greater prowess. Legends? Luo Xuan was taken aback. This skill was derived from a legend? Indeed, it is a tale passed down through my family. There was once a Saiyan who could unleash these energy spheres in rapid succession, and he bequeathed this method to future generations. However, none of my ancestors were able to comprehend it. I only grasped it not long ago. Upon noticing Luo Xuan's interest in the legend, Teresa shared the story with him. Although merely a legend, his recent success indicates that he can continue to utilize it in the future. In essence, this legend transcends mere myth. It is rooted in reality, as there indeed existed a formidable Saiyan capable of producing these energy spheres continuously, thus creating an extraordinary legacy. Could you teach me? Luo Xuan inquired, his curiosity piqued by the energy sphere. At present, he found himself unable to wield it, with only Teresa, a fellow Saiyan, possessing that capability, and he wished to give it a try. I can teach you, but given your current strength, It will require 3 to 5 years of diligent training to condense it. Do not be misled by my rapid mastery. It was the result of intensive training. Teresa replied with a smile, having devoted over a decade to perfecting this skill. It remains uncertain how long it would take Luo Xuan to achieve the same. Luo Xuan nodded, his sole desire being to learn this method of cultivation. As for his potential for success, that would depend on his innate talent for training. Very well. I shall share this with you. Come closer. Should you truly succeed, it will benefit you as well. Besides informing Luo Xuan, Teresa intended to disclose this knowledge to Barrow and Mashi too. As for the other 3 Saiyans, they could listen if they wished. Their success would be contingent upon their own efforts, though achieving success would undoubtedly be challenging. The group of Saiyans drew nearer, and Teresa began to elucidate, sharing his experiences in cultivation, not to ensure their success, but at least to spare them from some misguided paths. It wasn't merely an act of generosity on Teresa's part. He was aware of certain secrets. The exorbitant price the Saiyans paid to acquire those gravity chambers from the Zoflu people was well known among them. In fact, this was hardly a secret. Most Saiyans were cognizant of it. Thus, empowering his comrades would increase their chances of victory in future battles. This was also the rationale behind why the elite warriors would permit intermediate warriors to train during their rest periods. Though they were the primary force, they still needed support from their peers. Therefore, assisting these intermediate warriors was essential for ensuring they could contribute during the forthcoming grand conflict. As Teresa spoke, Luo Xuan and the other Saiyans listened intently. Suddenly, the long quiet system initiated the installation of a new plugin. Cell energy extraction system? Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He was unfamiliar with it and promptly closed his eyes. As soon as he did, he found himself once more within the recesses of his mind. Indeed, at the previous location, a new shortcut appeared. F1. Immortal Bean System Cooling Down. Immortal Beans. Consuming one allows for 10 days without the need for food and heals any injury, although it cannot cure standard illnesses. F2. Gravity System 000. Gravity. Adjustable weight for the clothing worn, increasing from 1G to 1000G. F3. Multiverse Translation System Multiverse Translation. Capable of translating the languages of all races within the universe. F4. Cell Energy Extraction System facilitates the rapid extraction of energy from cells, accelerating the condensation speed of energy spheres. The appearance of the F4 shortcut, directly related to the energy sphere Luo Xuan was currently learning, enabled him to expedite the extraction of energy from his cells, thereby hastening the condensation of energy spheres. This shortcut was perfectly timed for Luo Xuan. After a prolonged silence, the system unexpectedly unveiled a new shortcut, one that was precisely what he needed at this moment. Just moments ago, he had been listening to Teresa explain how to extract energy from within cells, and now, a shortcut had appeared that could swiftly draw energy from the cells. Upon encountering the shortcut, Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Could this mean he was now capable of coalescing energy spheres? Moreover, could he potentially conjure several energy spheres in rapid succession? However, he quickly realized that the shortcut merely facilitated the swift extraction of energy from the cells. If the energy within his cells was only sufficient to create a single energy sphere, then he would be no different from Teresa, only able to condense energy once. Furthermore, the term rapid extraction implied that he must also possess the knowledge of how to do so. As he read the description, Luo Xuan gradually comprehended the implications. The amount of energy he could extract from his cells was fundamentally dependent on his own capabilities. If he lacked strength, then even the rapid extraction would not yield enough energy to condense an energy sphere. Ultimately, it was essential for him to cultivate his own abilities rather than solely rely on the system. It served merely as an auxiliary tool to facilitate his journey towards greater strength. Returning his thoughts to reality, Luo Xuan was aware that extraction might not succeed. Yet he was still eager to attempt it. He reasoned that his combat power was comparable to Teresa's and their abilities were similar, which suggested that his cells should be able to extract energy equivalent to that of a single energy sphere. If he did not succeed within 3 to 5 years. Teresa continued her lecture, and suddenly, Luo Xuan, with his eyes closed, extended his right hand, palm facing upwards, seemingly attempting to condense an energy sphere. However, his gesture differed slightly from his own technique. When Teresa condensed energy spheres, her fingers curled like claws, her left hand gripping her right wrist. Whereas Luo Xuan merely spread his right fingers, his left hand remaining still. Luo Xuan, you are too hasty, Teresa remarked, furrowing her brow. I have only just begun to explain how to condense energy. You will not succeed in your attempt like this. What I am about to discuss is crucial. It pertains to how to comprehensively and swiftly extract energy from cells. Observing Luo Xuan's impatience, Teresa noted that while his abilities were commendable, his eagerness was misplaced. They were only halfway through the explanation, and the most vital information had yet to be conveyed. Perhaps she had misjudged his temperament. Bello and the other 3 Saiyans watched Luo Xuan intently, initially believing he would succeed. However, upon hearing Teresa's admonishment, they stood by, awaiting the unfolding drama. Only Mashi gazed at Luo Xuan with a hint of surprise. She understood that he would not engage in actions without certainty, as such behavior contradicted his character. Thus, his current endeavor suggested that he possessed at least an 80% confidence in his abilities. Yet Teresa had just indicated that the most important information remained unspoken, leaving Mashi somewhat concerned that Luo Xuan was perhaps a touch too impatient. At this moment, Luo Xuan's consciousness had returned to his body, allowing him to hear Teresa's words. However, he could no longer afford to dwell on trivial matters. He placed his trust in the system and in his own abilities. Consequently, he adeptly employed the F4 shortcut keys, having mastered them with remarkable proficiency. With a mere flicker of thought, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint blue-white glow began to emanate from his outstretched palm. The onlookers were astonished by this glimmer, reminiscent of the energy sphere that Teresa had just conjured. Yet, only Teresa understood that this was not merely a resemblance. It was indeed the energy sphere he had been forming, albeit not yet fully materialized. Given a little time, approximately a few months, he was confident it could be successfully consolidated. Currently, he lacked the ability to swiftly extract energy from within the cells, but with continued practice, success was inevitable. He was undoubtedly a prodigy. Teresa mused, initially believing Luo Xuan was merely seeking attention, only to be surprised by his ability to gather some energy. However, he had yet to hear the explanation below, and once he did, it would not take long before he could conjure an energy sphere himself. Here it comes, Teresa exclaimed. His thought interrupted as he witnessed the point of light in Luo Xuan's hand flicker and then blaze forth, coalescing into a brilliant energy sphere. The Scion, initially intending to remark on the speed of Luo Xuan's achievement, remarkably faster than Teresa's own, held his tongue upon glancing at Teresa. Indeed, this pace surpassed his own by more than double, confirming Luo Xuan as a true genius, while he remained merely an ordinary Scion, a standard mid-tier warrior. Teresa, recognizing the unspoken sentiment, articulated it for him. It was undeniable that being able to form the energy sphere instantaneously after merely hearing the instructions was nothing short of genius-level talent. If they were to engage in battle now, Teresa lamented, he would surely be unable to defeat Luo Xuan. In the realm of energy sphere formation, the latter's speed exceeded his by a considerable margin, and while he struggled to consolidate his own, Luo Xuan's energy sphere would likely detonate upon him before he could react. How can one possibly compete? At last, Luo Xuan opened his eyes, gazing at the energy sphere hovering above his palm with a smile. This sphere encapsulated more than half of his energy. If this tactic fails to vanquish the foe, then it is likely that he shall be subdued by the adversary. However, this is merely the present circumstance. In the future, as one grows stronger, the capacity to harness cellular energy will increase, enabling the rapid formation of energy spheres. And the quantity will not be limited to just these. The energy sphere embodies his own vitality, and Luo Xuan can even sense that he possesses the ability to command this sphere. This may well be the essence of controlling energy. Of course, if one were truly formidable, even techniques like the Kamehameha could be manipulated to alter their trajectory. At this moment, Luo Xuan is far from being able to direct energy waves. Once this small sphere slips from his grasp, it will undoubtedly lose all control. Contemplating this, Luo Xuan clenched his fist tightly, shattering the energy sphere, which instantly erupted into a dazzling display of blue and white light before vanishing. It truly disappeared. For Luo Xuan could feel that this energy could not return directly to his body. His display of power astonished the nearby Saiyans, invoking both admiration and reverence. The display of skill by Luo Xuan even elicited a measure of astonishment from Teresa. Even he himself would hesitate to directly crush an energy sphere in such a manner. Should it detonate, he was uncertain if he could withstand the explosion. If he were unable to endure it, the consequences would be quite amusing. He could very well meet his demise at the hands of his own energy. However, Witnessing Luo Xuan's audacity sparked a bold thought within him. Indeed, you are a prodigy among the Saiyans, Teresa remarked, giving Luo Xuan a pat on the shoulder. Judging by the recent series of performances, Luo Xuan truly exemplified the essence of a super genius among the Saiyans, able to contend with higher-level warriors despite his status as a low-tier fighter. The rapidity with which he could coalesce an energy sphere was nothing short of extraordinary. "Thank you," he replied. Luo Xuan said little more, simply expressing his gratitude to Teresa. "This is not flattery. There is no need for thanks." Teresa assumed that Luo Xuan was thanking him for the compliment. "I am grateful to you for teaching me how to condense energy spheres." Luo Xuan offered a faint smile, attributing his success to Teresa. Without Teresa's guidance, he remained uncertain about when he would successfully condense an energy sphere. Most importantly, had it not been for Teresa teaching him how to gather this energy, he might never have triggered the system, thus missing the opportunity to acquire the F4 shortcut. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan believed that given time, he too could grasp this skill. Teresa was confident in Luo Xuan's innate talent and was certain that with sufficient time, he would master the technique. Hence, his instruction was merely a transfer of personal experience, helping Luo Xuan avoid unnecessary detours. "You all must diligently train as well, especially you, Belo, and the young girl. Both of you exhibit considerable potential. And with the right practice, you too can condense energy spheres," Teresa remarked, addressing the other 4 individuals nearby. In his view, any Saiyan had the capacity to succeed in their training, particularly those capable of fighting beyond their levels. With dedicated effort, they too could eventually learn to condense energy spheres. Understood, the group nodded in agreement. Witnessing Luo Xuan's ability to condense an energy sphere in mere moments instilled a sense of frustration among them. However, upon reflection, they realized that if a lower-tier warrior could achieve this, so could they, igniting their competitive spirit. Their current limitations stemmed from insufficient power and energy within their cells. Attempting to forcibly extract energy would likely lead to failure in condensing the sphere, risking their very lives in the process. Now equipped with a training method, they understood that with enhanced strength and greater familiarity with the skill, success was within reach. According to Teresa, this endeavor was not particularly challenging. With earnest practice, any Saiyan could succeed. Luo Xuan thought of Krillin and Yamcha from the anime, both of whom could condense energy spheres and even Kamehameha waves. As a Saiyan, it was inconceivable for him to be incapable of such feats. It was merely that the current Saiyans had not yet fully engaged with these concepts, preventing them from achieving mastery. "Teresa, you mentioned earlier about receiving your attack, which seemed to hint at a secret, perhaps related to the Northern Forest?" Luo Xuan inquired, now intrigued by the secret, especially after successfully condensing the energy sphere. During their previous battle, Teresa had indicated that by enduring his energy sphere, Luo Xuan would uncover one of his secrets. Luo Xuan speculated that, since they were all within the North Forest, this secret must undoubtedly be connected to it. Recently, he had heard from Mo.Shi that there seemed to be some unusual occurrences within the North Forest. A multitude of wild beasts had surged out from the depths of the forest. The scorpion-tailed lizards, which typically resided in the forest's interior, had been driven to the periphery, with some even encroaching upon the outer edges of the North Forest. The majority of the beasts found in the middle region had emerged from within the North Forest, leaving one to wonder what exactly transpired there. Before him stood Teresa, who was reputed to be the closest to becoming a high-tier warrior. At this moment, instead of engaging in training at the designated high-tier warrior facilities, she was meandering through the heart of the North Forest alongside several mid-tier warriors, which certainly indicated that something significant was afoot. Indeed, it was related to the North Forest. Whispers spoke of a new beast that had emerged within its confines, preying upon the existing wildlife, thus prompting many creatures to flee. Teresa remarked that this was a principal reason for the recent unrest in the North Forest. The beasts that had been driven out were now congregating in the middle region, while those in the center were being pushed further out, with some potentially escaping entirely from the North Forest. Consequently, Teresa was eager to venture into the heart of the forest, hoping to eliminate or at least drive away this new beast. What exactly was this new creature? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected emergence of a new beast. What could this mean? Typically, such creatures originate from elsewhere. However, what Teresa described was an abrupt appearance, suggesting that this entity manifested in the heart of the Northern Forest unbeknownst to anyone. While it is true that many mid-level warriors have ceased their training within the Northern Forest, a considerable number still remain. How could a being capable of confronting the native beasts and driving them out infiltrate the forest without detection? I find myself equally perplexed. Belo, perhaps you could elaborate. After all, Belo and his companions were among the few who witnessed this new beast firsthand. This is precisely why Teresa brought them here. They are among the scant individuals who have encountered the new creature, and thus Teresa felt compelled to investigate the matter further. Indeed, we too noticed something amiss in the northern forest that day. We formed a group, hoping to leverage our strength to venture deeper within, only to discover that the creatures typically residing in the forest had emerged. The burly man contemplated for a moment before speaking. Yes. We then stealthily proceeded into the more profound areas. Given our limited power, we avoided any confrontation with the beasts. It was only at the innermost reaches that we beheld an astonishing sight. Another Scion continued. We saw a colossal serpent. Well, it was likely a serpent, its hue a deep green. Though the details eluded us as we dared not approach too closely, all we discerned was its immense length, coiled together like a serpent. As Belo recounted this scene, he too frowned. The weight of that creature's presence was formidable. Upon hearing Belo's description, Luo Xuan's brow furrowed further. A green giant serpent, having traversed from outside the forest to within, and not a soul noticed its passage. Did it leave any traces upon its entry? Curiosity piqued, Luo Xuan inquired. If it truly is a colossal serpent, then even if it remains unseen, it should leave traces of its passage, should it not? The absence of such evidence is indeed perplexing. If there were signs, we would not find it so strange. It is precisely because no traces remain that we are left with a sense of unease. Given my awareness of Luo Xuan's superior abilities, I am acutely aware that he could easily eliminate me in an instant. The energy sphere, though I have yet to experience its full force, is evidently formidable from mere observation. Should it strike me directly, I must concede that I would be unable to withstand it. Thus, my demeanor while conversing with Luo Xuan has shifted from arrogance to caution. After all, every Scion, regardless of age or gender, possesses great strength. They will not yield unless faced with someone even more powerful. The absence of any trace is indeed peculiar. Frowning, Luo Xuan felt a sense of unease. A giant serpent, no matter how formidable, could not possibly traverse the depths of the forest without leaving a mark. It would have had to enter as if it were flying, which seems implausible. At that moment, the previously silent Mashi spoke up. How could a snake possibly fly? It is more plausible that it burrowed its way in, perhaps even creating a tunnel from the Zufu people. Another Scion expressed his thoughts, acknowledging the common understanding that snakes cannot fly. Yet tunneling is certainly within the realm of possibility. Indeed, this is a possibility worth considering. Thus, I am inclined to venture forth and investigate. However, our current strength is insufficient, which is why we are training here. Luo Xuan, would you care to join? Teresa nodded in agreement, believing that tunneling was the more likely scenario, and he planned to explore the interior of the forest. He also intended to allow Belu and the others to train, hoping to enhance their abilities, as they had been under his guidance for quite some time. If possible, I would like to accompany you, Luo Xuan said. Mashi, do you wish to join as well? Although Mashi was currently with Luo Xuan, she did not consider herself his subordinate. To Luo Xuan, Mashi was a friend, and he could not dictate her decisions, but could only extend an invitation. Observing this exchange, Teresa felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially thought Mashi was like Belu and the others, a subordinate of Luo Xuan, but it appeared otherwise. I will certainly accompany you, Mashi replied without hesitation. For her, having only recently joined Luo Xuan, she had already gained the capability to contend with individuals possessing innate advantages over her. Now, even when battling alongside Rigo and the others, she felt confident in her chances of victory. This was the benefit of being near Luo Xuan. You must understand that the interior of the forest is fraught with danger. I may not be able to protect you when the time comes. Within the depths of the northern forest, Luo Xuan had yet to venture, leaving him oblivious to the perils that lay within. Should there truly exist beasts fierce enough to rival high-ranking warriors, he could not guarantee Moshi's safety. Following you from the periphery, I had never entertained the notion of emerging alive. Yet here I stand, thriving, in less than 10 days. I have progressed from barely fending off 3 or 4 scorpion tigers to vanquishing 15. Even if death were to come, I would have lived sufficiently. Moshi smiled gently, recognizing the miraculous essence embodied in this young man. Scions are inherently combative, and so is she. Previously, as she roamed the outskirts, she believed it utterly impossible to operate in the central region. Entering would surely spell doom, a notion she felt acutely, albeit instigated by Luo Xuan's actions. However, had she not encountered Luo Xuan, she might have faced a horde of scorpion tigers. Conversely, through this encounter, not only did she survive, but she also emerged stronger. The expressions of Teresa and her companions reflected astonishment. How remarkable the transformation in less than 10 days, evolving from a mere struggle against 3 or 4 to conquering 15. The rate of growth is astounding. Is this due to the presence of this seemingly lowly warrior? How has this been accomplished? Very well. I shall devise a means to further elevate your strength. It appears that beyond the scorpion tigers, there exists something even more formidable within the central region. Something that has escaped from within, correct? Luo Xuan nodded. The scorpion tiger had ceased to be a viable target for his training. He now sought to adopt a new aspiration. This central region was once the dominion of the scorpion tiger, yet due to the internal issues plaguing the northern forest, a more ferocious beast had emerged, one that surpassed the scorpion tiger in savagery. Luo Xuan was eager to train against this formidable creature. Are you referring to the jungle velociraptor? It was Teresa who spoke up, possessing a deeper understanding of the northern forest than Luo Xuan. As soon as Luo Xuan broached the subject, Teresa instantly recognized what he was alluding to. The jungle velociraptor, a beast native to the depths of the northern forest, had recently been driven out in significant numbers. Unlike the scorpion tiger, which often appeared in large packs, the jungle velociraptor was typically encountered in smaller groups of 2 or 3. However, its prowess far exceeded that of the scorpion tiger. A single jungle velociraptor could effortlessly dispatch around 20 scorpion tigers. Despite their sizable forms, they exhibited remarkable swiftness and formidable defensive capabilities. Even when facing attacks from advanced warriors, they could withstand considerable punishment, and to slay them would require a substantial investment of time and effort from even the most seasoned fighters. Indeed, the scorpion tiger has lost its relevance. I wish to test myself against the jungle velociraptors. When do you plan to venture into the depths of the forest? Luo Xuan nodded. It was time to set a new objective. After all, he could now effortlessly defeat the scorpion tiger. The speed, strength, and robust defense of the jungle raptor were precisely the targets for Luo Xuan's training. Let us convene here in 7 days to enter together, said Teresa after a moment of contemplation. The others, including Bello and his companions, also needed to enhance their abilities to join in. It seemed that he, too, must find a way to grow stronger. Very well, we shall meet in 7 days. Mashi, let us depart. Luo Xuan nodded, refraining from saying much, and proceeded to lead Mo Shi in another direction. Perhaps one day, he would truly surpass the advanced warriors. As she watched Luo Xuan's receding figure, Teresa sighed, initially believing she was quite close to that level, only to realize now that there were others even nearer to it. Bello, are you four still training here? Teresa turned to inquire of Bello. Knowing his words carried weight among the group, the other 3 were inclined to heed his counsel. Thus, she addressed him directly, aware that Bello could make decisions on their behalf. The jungle swift dragons are beyond the capabilities of the 3 of us. I can barely manage to hold them off. Bello replied after a moment's hesitation. What if I join you? Teresa asked. With your presence, we would undoubtedly prevail. There is no doubt about that, Bello responded without hesitation. Even if we face 2 jungle swift dragons, we could certainly engage them. Are you afraid of death? Teresa inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she posed this seemingly perplexing question. Saiyans do not fear death. Rather, they dread the prospect of not dying in battle. Bello smiled at this. Embodying the Saiyan spirit, none among them feared the end. They merely wished to meet their fate with valor rather than succumb to the jaws of beasts. Very well. Let us venture deeper into the northern forest and challenge those jungle swift dragons, Teresa declared, nodding resolutely. She had been spurred on by Luo Xuan's example. If he, a low-level warrior, was daring to confront the jungle swift dragons, then she, who was reputed to be the closest to an advanced warrior, could not afford to lag behind. Indeed, Bello nodded in agreement, and the other 3 Saiyans, having overheard their conversation, displayed eager expressions. After a brief preparation, the 5 of them made their way into the depths of the forest. It was not only Teresa who had been motivated by Luo Xuan. The other Saiyans felt similarly inspired. If a low-level warrior could grow so formidable, why could they not? Are you truly intent on seeking out those jungle swift dragons for training? Mo Shi asked hesitantly, walking alongside Luo Xuan. What is this? Are you afraid? Luo Xuan nodded. Indeed, he intended to seek out those jungle raptors. After all, only such formidable beasts could facilitate his advancement. I am not afraid, yet given your speed, You may not match those jungle raptors. Moreover, their teeth, claws, and tails serve as powerful weapons. Thus, when confronted with them, it may not be as manageable as dealing with the scorpion tiger. As for Luo Xuan, Ma Shi had come to understand that this fellow was utterly unfamiliar with this planet, let alone with a species residing in the northern forest. Ma Shi surmised that Luo Xuan must have been engrossed in his cultivation, hence his naivete, and thus offered him a word of caution. Such matters are indeed remarkable. As anticipated by Ma Shi, Luo Xuan was only aware that the jungle raptors possessed formidable attack, defense, and speed capabilities, knowledge imparted to him earlier by Ma Shi. However, he remained oblivious to the true prowess of the jungle raptors. You wish to directly seek out the jungle raptors for training without any knowledge? Ma Shi was genuinely perplexed by Luo Xuan. Others who ventured to challenge such beasts were invariably well prepared. Yet Luo Xuan, in his ignorance, was intent on engaging them directly. It's all right. I too was initially unaware that the fat-toothed behemoth had two heads, or that scorpion tigers traveled in packs. Luo Xuan smiled. Indeed, he was oblivious to many things. Yet that could not serve as an excuse for evasion. What he truly required was a formidable opponent to strengthen himself, rather than seeking those he could easily defeat. Well then, it seems that safety is no longer an option while accompanying you. Emoshi felt helpless. It appeared that spending time with Luo Xuan would not bring any pleasant days. Now, a more pressing issue arose. Ignoring Emoshi's minor grievances, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow and said, "What issue? What kind of problem could possibly be deemed serious enough to concern Luo Xuan?" This was quite uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps this dilemma was indeed grave, for Emoshi's expression turned somewhat solemn when she inquired, "Can you sew? My clothes were torn during the recent battle." Luo Xuan gestured towards his own attire, which had been rendered barely adequate due to the recent battle with Teresa, during which he had braved the impact of an energy orb. He felt a lingering sense of discomfort regarding his appearance, particularly when juxtaposed with the standards of modernity. "When we next encounter a scorpion tiger, allow me to craft a garment for you," he offered. Creating clothing is rather straightforward. After all, their garments differ significantly from contemporary ones, consisting merely of several pieces of beast hide stitched together. However, Luo Xuan had never attempted such a task before, and even if provided with the hides now, he would lack the skill to fashion them. Thus, he would need to enlist Ma Shi's assistance. As for the scorpion tigers, how many should I seek out? Upon hearing that scorpion tigers could be used to fashion garments, Luo Xuan was immediately intrigued. How difficult could it be to hunt a scorpion tiger? Just one would suffice. How many more could one possibly need? Emoshi was left speechless. One scorpion tiger was already more than enough. After all, isn't it the very skin of a scorpion tiger that you are currently wearing? What is there to be so fascinated about? Very well, wait a moment. After Luo Xuan finished speaking, he dashed out without the slightest hesitation. Hey, is there really a need to rush so much? I couldn't comprehend why Luo Xuan was in such a hurry. After all, it was merely a torn piece of clothing. However, at this point, Luo Xuan had already sprinted quite a distance away, his speed leaving Emoshi feeling somewhat powerless. There was no way she could catch up, so she had no choice but to wait there. Not long after Luo Xuan left, a group of scorpion tigers happened upon Emoshi. Instantly, they launched an attack against her. Fortunately, the number of scorpion tigers was not overwhelming, just over 20. Emoshi was capable of defeating around 15 of them. So facing this group, while she could not eliminate them entirely, she believed she could buy some time. Being with him truly offered no sense of security. Emoshi shook her head in resignation and charged into the fray with the scorpion tigers. "I'm back. What do you think of this scorpion?" Luo Xuan gazed at the multitude of scorpion tigers before him, rendered speechless. Had he known it would be prudent to wait here, he would not have ventured so far. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely because of his absence that the scorpion tigers dared to attack Emoshi. Although their intelligence may be lacking, they possess an instinct for self-preservation. "Fortunately, you returned swiftly. Otherwise, I might have perished," Emoshi lamented as she slumped to the ground, the recent battle having drained her of considerable energy. "Come on, with your current strength, enduring for another 10 minutes should pose no challenge," Luo Xuan reassured her. Observing the numerous scorpion tiger carcasses strewn about, he couldn't help but smile. Had this been earlier, they would have easily dispatched Emoshi. However, her ability to withstand until his return indicated her continuous progress. "Look at all these scorpion tigers. Which one would you like as a garment?" Emoshi inquired, playfully nudging the bodies at her feet. Just a short while ago, Luo Xuan had ventured out to hunt scorpion tigers, and now he found himself amidst a plethora of their remains. "No, I recently discovered one with commendable defensive capabilities. I just wonder if its hide can be removed. Luo Xuan shook his head. Just moments ago, when he ventured outside, he encountered a group of scorpion tigers. Initially, he intended to slay one and bring it back, only to discover that one among them possessed formidable defenses. A mere kick had seemingly no effect on it. Defense? Which one? Observing his surroundings, each scorpion tiger appeared identical, and Emoshi had not paid them much heed. "It's over there," Luo Xuan remarked, then swiftly dashed out and returned with a scorpion tiger that seemed slightly smaller than the others. Is this the scorpion tiger king? He had not given it much thought before, but upon bringing the creature back, Emoshi's expression turned grave. The scorpion tiger king? No wonder this particular scorpion tiger exhibited such exceptional strength. It was the king of its kind. I wonder, is there a way to fashion armor from its hide? It should be capable of withstanding considerable attacks. Luo Xuan was quite pleased. After all, this was the scorpion tiger king, a creature renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. However, he posed a question. Are you not fearful of retaliation? By slaying the scorpion tiger king, you surely provoke the wrath of its kin. Do you not understand? The likelihood of encountering such a beast is a mere 1%. Thus, the scorpion tiger pack must number over 100. If you wish to avoid being hunted down, it would be prudent to craft garments from these ordinary scorpion tigers instead. Moshi offered this caution, having thoroughly acquainted herself with such data long before entering the northern forest. Over 100, you say? In fact, there are precisely 121, including this scorpion tiger king, all of which I have successfully dealt with. Luo Xuan chuckled lightly and casually remarked, 121 scorpion tigers? You managed to slay them all? Upon hearing his words, Emoshi's face instantly transformed into a mask of astonishment. 121 indeed. He himself struggled to deal with even 21, while this individual had already vanquished 121. Initially, he had presumed that Luo Xuan had merely fortuitously slain the scorpion tiger king without attracting too much attention from the rest, only to discover that he had eradicated the entire nest of scorpion tigers. Could you assist me in crafting a garment from this scorpion tiger king? Surely that is feasible? Given Emoshi's earlier comments, it was evident he understood how to remove the remarkably tough hide. As for the method behind the slaying of those over 100 scorpion tigers, Luo Xuan chose to remain reticent, for that was his secret. Were it not for his abilities, he would never have dared to provoke the jungle swift dragon, a creature renowned for its formidable defense, speed, and attack, once a dominant force within the northern forest. The azure serpent, as mentioned by Balo and his companions, was capable of driving the jungle swift dragon from the depths of the northern forest, indicating that this sudden appearance of the azure serpent was significantly stronger than the jungle swift dragon. If that were not the case, it would have been impossible to expel the swift dragon from its territory. Now, if even the jungle swift dragon could not be defeated, venturing into the northern forest would merely be a matter of sightseeing. Indeed, there is a method. Each scorpion tiger, regardless of its robust defense, harbors a weakness. The vulnerability of ordinary scorpion tigers lies in their abdomen. A strike to that area can breach their defenses. However, the scorpion tiger king is different. Its weakness is akin to ours, the Saiyans. Emoshi seized the scorpion tiger king's tail, drawing a dagger from his waist, and with a swift motion, he made an incision near the tail, slicing through to the abdomen and up to the neck. Your craftsmanship is commendable. Observing Emoshi's adeptness, Luo Xuan felt reassured. He had not anticipated that this intermediate warrior possessed the skill to craft garments. Of course, among us Saiyans, you seem to be the only one lacking in such basic skills. Emoshi rolled his eyes, pondering whether this fellow truly belonged to the Saiyan lineage. After all, aside from the name, how could he lack even the most fundamental of abilities? Ah, is that so? Ahem. Luo Xuan awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that this was, after all, a fundamental skill of the Saiyans. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Saiyans were currently in a primitive society, having not yet conquered the Zephyrians, and lacking advanced technology. Naturally, there were no clothing stores or battle suits to speak of. Speaking of which, without the kind of battle attire that Vegeta possessed, what would happen when these female Saiyans transformed into gorillas and then reverted to their original forms? Just then, a tremendous roar echoed, causing the very ground to tremble for a brief moment. What on earth is happening? Luo Xuan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Could it be an attack from a swarm of scorpion tigers? Uncertain, he speculated that perhaps a formidable beast was roaming nearby. Otherwise, such a commotion would be inexplicable. His understanding of the northern forest and its myriad ferocious creatures was, naturally, not as profound as Mashi's. Thus, upon hearing the noise, Luo Xuan instinctively assumed it was a group of scorpion tigers, especially since he had just vanquished one. Was it possible they were returning in force? However, Mashi dismissed the notion of scorpion tigers, positing instead that it was some large creature, for only a beast of considerable size could produce such a cacophony. Large beasts? As both Luo Xuan and Mashi pondered this, the source of the noise approached from the distance. Alarmingly, it was a pair of jungle raptors. How could they appear here? They must have been drawn by the scent of the scorpion tiger king's blood. Mashi immediately recognized the two beasts in the distance as jungle raptors. So this is a jungle raptor? Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the two large creatures. He had initially imagined jungle raptors to be akin to the swift dragons from Dragon Ball, but he was surprised to find they resembled Spinosaurus instead. You can focus on crafting my garments. I shall test their strength. Luo Xuan spoke softly, initially expecting to wait a while longer before seeking out his quarry. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by how swiftly it had come to him. He was eager to test the strength of the jungle raptor and to ascertain just how fast such a massive creature could be. He had intended to wait until his attire was complete before embarking on the hunt for the jungle raptors, but fate had other plans, and he found himself confronting them sooner than anticipated. Be cautious. These jungle raptors are exponentially more formidable than scorpion tigers, he warned. Emoshi nodded, surprisingly placing her trust in Luo Xuan. Despite the fact that he was facing two jungle raptors, she had faith in his abilities. All right, he replied with a smile, refraining from unnecessary chatter as he charged toward the two jungle raptors. He relished this direct approach to combat, engaging openly with the adversary and avoiding idle talk. As Luo Xuan advanced, the two jungle raptors noticed him. The audacity of this small figure attempting to challenge them was almost laughable. One of the raptors raised its foot to stomp down on Luo Xuan, pinning him beneath its weight. Emoshi witnessed this scene from a distance. Under normal circumstances, she would have cried out, Luo Xuan, and rushed to his aid. However, she remained composed, merely casting a glance before returning to her sewing. She understood that if Luo Xuan were so easily vanquished, her own fate would be sealed as well. Moreover, if he were truly vulnerable to defeat, she would not have faith in him to venture into the heart of the northern forest, where they were now approaching the inner sanctum. At that moment, Luo Xuan's low growl broke the tension, and she observed the foot that had pinned him lifting slightly, then further still. With a surge of strength, he pushed the foot away. Meanwhile, the other jungle raptor had begun to sprint toward Emoshi's position. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Xuan instantly accelerated, chasing after the jungle velociraptor and seizing its tail, effectively restraining the massive creature. Hee, Emoshi is crafting garments for me. You cannot disturb her, he declared, gripping the tail of the jungle velociraptor tightly and pulling it backward, thus bringing the formidable beast back. With a mighty heave, he swung the tail with such force that the colossal jungle velociraptor was flung away, colliding with two other jungle velociraptors. Roar! The two velociraptors were taken aback, astonished that a mere insect could impede their path. They immediately developed a modicum of interest in this inconspicuous creature. One of them bellowed at Luo Xuan, then swiftly lashed its tail in his direction. The speed was remarkable, yet Luo Xuan was no slouch. In the split second the tail was aimed at him. He leaped high into the air. However, just as he believed he had evaded the jungle velociraptor's assault, the tail of another struck his current position. Bang! Luo Xuan had no time to evade and could only brace himself. However, the force of the impact sent him crashing to the ground. The collision was so severe that it fractured the earth beneath him. Initially, he thought such exaggerations belonged solely to the realm of animation. Yet he now comprehended that the weight of a Saiyans body could indeed create a crater upon striking the ground. He had assumed the two jungle raptors were merely a pair of predatory beasts, but to his astonishment, their attacks were capable of synchronized coordination. This revelation caught Luo Xuan off guard. It seemed these jungle raptors did not merely forage together, but rather, their partnership allowed them to enhance their offensive capabilities. Intrigued, he thought, let us see what comes next. Perhaps confronting one jungle raptor would be manageable for Luo Xuan, but two posed a different challenge altogether, especially since their coordination suggested that their combined strength exceeded mere addition. In the distance, there appeared to be some commotion. Beilu and the others had initially set off in another direction, but had not ventured far when a thunderous roar resonated from the opposite side. This direction seemed to be where Luo Xuan had just departed from. Could something have transpired? One of the other Saiyans speculated, Luo Xuan just headed that way. Could he have encountered an ambush? Oh no, a sound that loud must be from the jungle raptors. Let us investigate. Teresa, having seen much in her time, recognized that such a cacophony could only originate from the jungle raptors. Indeed, Beilu nodded in agreement, curious to witness how Luo Xuan would fare against these creatures, reputed as the tyrants of the northern forest. Thus, the group made their way toward Luo Xuan, intending to assist if necessary. However, upon their arrival, they were met with utter bewilderment. What transpired here? They confirmed the presence of 2 jungle raptors and acknowledged Luo Xuan's plight. But the multitude of scorpion lizard carcasses scattered about and the sight of Mashi, seated amidst the remains and crafting garments, left them perplexed. What brings you here? Mashi queried, noticing their approach with a hint of curiosity. Didn't we agree to split up? We heard a commotion and came to see. We didn't anticipate you truly encountered jungle raptors. But what are you doing? Teresa briefly recounted the situation before inquiring further. Making clothes. Luo Xuan's garments were torn in battle, and since he cannot sew, he asked me to assist him, Mashi replied, holding up the scorpion lizard hide as if it were self-evident. I meant to ask why Luo Xuan is fighting over there while you are not aiding him? Teresa found herself at a loss for words. Of course, she was aware that you were engaged in garment making. She was not blind. However, she merely wished to inquire. Your companion is under attack by 2 jungle raptors, yet you choose to remain seated here, crafting clothes. Even if you are unable to defeat the raptors, it would be better to lend assistance, as even a moment's distraction could prove beneficial. Given Luo Xuan's capabilities, dealing with a single jungle raptor would merely be a matter of time. All he needed was a brief diversion, which would surely be more productive than remaining here in silence. No need, came the reply. Luo Xuan can handle it alone. He is merely using those 2 jungle raptors for training. Once he tires, he will swiftly bring the matter to a close. Mashi glanced over at Luo Xuan. Having spent recent days in his company, she had grown accustomed to his training methods. Initially, she had harbored concerns about his ability to cope. But she soon learned that when he became fatigued, he would strike decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Thus, she felt at ease. Training? Teresa and the others turned their gaze towards Luo Xuan. Indeed, they observed that although he was under assault from the jungle raptors, he appeared to manage the situation with remarkable ease. Furthermore, he seemed to be growing increasingly adept at anticipating their attack patterns, demonstrating a preternatural ability to predict their movements. This fellow is truly formidable. Upon their first encounter with the jungle raptors, he had the audacity to suppress his powers and utilize them as training targets. Is that truly a jungle raptor? They are coordinating their attacks? For the others, it was their first encounter with these creatures, and they were astonished to witness the raptors working in unison. Yet, Luo Xuan stood strong, maintaining composure even amidst the onslaught of 2 raptors. And he was continuously making progress, a true prodigy. Teresa watched Luo Xuan engage with the raptors and nodded in approval. Even she recognized that such feats were beyond her own capabilities. This young man was in a constant state of advancement. Perhaps soon, Luo Xuan would surpass all advanced warriors, including those who trained on the gravity platform. Behind her, Beilu and the others nodded in agreement. Luo Xuan's prowess was indeed beyond their comprehension. With a resounding crash, following another clash with the 2 jungle raptors, Luo Xuan stumbled back several steps. This is not enough. My strength cannot compete with that of the advanced warriors, let alone those training on the gravity platform. It was only through direct combat with the jungle raptors that Luo Xuan realized his power still fell short. After all, he was born a low-level warrior, and the inherent advantages he lacked were substantial. Moreover, his body had undergone little training over the past 17 years, existing in a state of neglect. It appeared that to catch up with the advanced warriors, he would require significant effort. Engaging with these jungle raptors had drained a considerable amount of Luo Xuan's stamina. After all, this entity is reputed to possess formidable speed, attack, and defense. Thus, at this moment, Luo Xuan appeared somewhat breathless, as he bore the weight of a heavy burden while engaged in combat. Although he looked fatigued, the 2 jungle raptors seemed to maintain their stamina. Teresa, with her keen eyesight, quickly discerned that Luo Xuan had reached a state of desperation. Let us lend him a hand, she suggested. Bello nodded in agreement. Despite Luo Xuan's prowess, facing 2 jungle raptors was indeed a daunting challenge. You best refrain from intervening, or soon enough, he will turn his attention to you, warned Bello. Upon hearing this, Mashi, who had been diligently crafting garments, raised his head to respond. He was already feeling the strain. Without assistance, Luo Xuan would likely succumb to the onslaught of the raptors. Teresa frowned at Mashi, questioning his inability to see that Luo Xuan was on the brink of defeat. Impossible, Mashi replied, casting a glance at Luo Xuan, whose smile reassured him, prompting him to shake his head and continue his work. Just as Teresa intended to voice her concerns, a tremendous crash echoed from a distance. She looked up to witness one of the jungle raptors collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Teresa, having missed the earlier events, inquired of Bello. However, before she could receive an answer, another deafening sound resonated nearby, revealing that the second jungle raptor had also fallen. What on earth is going on? Wasn't Luo Xuan already exhausted? Teresa felt a surge of frustration. It had been evident that he was fatigued. So how could he suddenly bring down both jungle raptors? With a roar, the two jungle raptors rose once more, snarling at Luo Xuan before resuming their assault. Although Luo Xuan had previously kicked them down, the impact had inflicted minimal damage due to the raptors' robust defenses. Naturally, Luo Xuan had not exerted his full strength. He had merely been testing the waters. Now, let us continue our little game, he declared with a grin. With a chuckle, Luo Xuan dashed towards the jungle velociraptors, now liberated from the constraints of gravity. Feeling considerably lighter. Has his stamina been restored? Looking at Luo Xuan in the distance, Beilu found himself utterly perplexed by this Saiyan. No. It was merely that he had unleashed all his power. It seemed he had been restraining himself moments ago, suppressing his own strength, engaging in battle with the jungle velociraptors. Although perilous, was undoubtedly an excellent training method. Observing Luo Xuan's strikes, Teresa too discerned that he was holding back his true potential. However, she remained unaware that Luo Xuan was utilizing a gravity system, and now, free from its limitations. How did he manage to temper his own power? Beilu shook his head. Feeling a sense of incredulity, he could not fathom how one could diminish their strength in such a manner. Mastery over one's inherent power to a precise degree would enable such control, yet he never considered employing this tactic for training. How curious. Now that Luo Xuan was utilizing all his might, could he possibly defeat two jungle velociraptors? It appeared that he had indeed tapped into his full strength. Would that suffice to vanquish both creatures? It remained uncertain, and they could only wait and see. Should he falter, they could offer their assistance. Teresa shook his head, unsure of Luo Xuan's exact capabilities, and thus, uncertain whether he could confront both velociraptors. Beilu nodded in agreement, eager to witness the prowess of this lower-tier warrior. Boom. While they were engrossed in discussion, Luo Xuan remained oblivious, his entire focus fixated on the two jungle velociraptors before him. Yet at that moment, he sensed that his power had not surged as much as he anticipated. What could be the reason? He had just fought under the weight of gravity, but now, liberated from that burden, his combat strength had not significantly escalated. Never mind, he resolved to deal with these two velociraptors first. Unable to comprehend the situation, Luo Xuan felt compelled to act swiftly and eliminate the two beasts. Hey! He leaped back a step, extending his right hand. F4, rapidly extracting energy. He intended to utilize an energy sphere. Observing Luo Xuan's movement, Beilu murmured. They were all too familiar with this action. However, an energy sphere could only contend with one jungle velociraptor at most, and it extracted energy from within the cells. Consequently, facing the other would pose a greater challenge. They prepared to assist. Teresa was quite familiar with the energy sphere, having essentially invented it, and thus she understood its advantages and disadvantages. Observing Luo Xuan employ this technique stirred a sense of concern within her. As she witnessed him utilizing the energy sphere, her brows furrowed in worry. While the energy sphere could indeed vanquish one of the jungle swift dragons, the other would seize the opportunity to launch an attack. In that moment, Luo Xuan, having just expended energy in creating the sphere, would find himself depleted and vulnerable, presenting the perfect chance for the second jungle swift dragon to strike. These creatures were not foolish. Their coordinated assaults indicated a level of intelligence that could not be underestimated. Consequently, Luo Xuan was in peril. I shall also conjure an energy sphere, Teresa resolved, intending to assist Luo Xuan when the other jungle swift dragon attacked. However, she acknowledged that her speed in gathering energy was not as swift as his, leaving her uncertain if she could match his timing. With that, Teresa extended her right hand, forming a claw-like shape upward, while her left hand gripped her right wrist, preparing to concentrate her energy. Wait, do not interfere, came the voice of Mashi, who had remained silent until now. She was aware of Teresa's capabilities, yet her faith in Luo Xuan's strength was unwavering. His silence suggested that all was well. and thus Mashi was determined to prevent Teresa from intervening. Are you not aware? Luo Xuan is in a precarious situation, Teresa replied, furrowing her brow at Mashi's obstruction. Was she doubting her own perception? In danger? He is fine. Just observe. Mashi shook her head resolutely, confident that Luo Xuan would not place himself in jeopardy. You, Teresa exclaimed, perplexed by the unwavering confidence of this woman. If it weren't for Luo Xuan, she might have been tempted to silence Mashi with a swift strike. At that moment, it was Bello who spoke up, his gaze fixed upon Luo Xuan, a hint of concern surfacing. What is it? Is Luo Xuan in peril? The interruption caused Teresa to frown. Could it be that Luo Xuan had already met his end? Raising her eyes, she saw Luo Xuan lifting his left hand. This action momentarily stunned Teresa, before a realization dawned upon her. Could it be that Luo Xuan intended? The thought remained unvoiced, yet Bello and the others comprehended her implication. Luo Xuan's movements mirrored those of his right hand, and although he had been evading attacks, he exhibited no sign of panic. As the moment approached, a flash of inspiration surged through Luo Xuan's mind, and in an instant, Teresa and the others saw glimmers of blue light emanating from his palms. The blue radiance intensified, coalescing into two energy spheres within the palms of Luo Xuan. Go. As the energy sphere coalesced, the jungle raptor approached Luo Xuan without hesitation. Luo Xuan, exhibiting no reluctance, hurled the energy sphere directly at the creature. In an instant, the sphere made contact with the jungle raptor, resulting in a powerful explosion. The force is astonishing, Belu remarked, watching the direction of the blast. Although the specifics of the situation remained obscured, the sheer power was undoubtedly capable of annihilating two jungle raptors. Before the dust could settle, a figure emerged from the haze. It was none other than Luo Xuan. Oh, what brings you all here? He inquired. Upon encountering Teresa and her companions, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, having been oblivious to their presence during the recent skirmish. It was only after the battle had concluded that he noticed they were also present. How did you manage this? The distant dust had settled, revealing the charred corpses of two jungle raptors, their remains blackened. Teresa glanced at the lifeless creatures, equally perplexed. What? An energy sphere? I merely unleashed them simultaneously with both hands, which is no different from what you taught me. After a brief moment of astonishment, Luo Xuan understood she was referring to the simultaneous release of energy spheres. In truth, he was aware that as long as his stamina was sufficient, he should encounter no significant difficulties. Moreover, the rapid system was adept at swiftly extracting energy from his cells, making it relatively effortless for him to manipulate the energy spheres with both hands. However, should Teresa attempt to replicate this feat, it would likely take her an extensive amount of time. Is that so? Teresa nodded, acknowledging the method. However, she would need to extract an additional portion of energy from within her cells. While this may sound straightforward, if her energy reserves were inadequate, she could easily collapse just as the energy was drawn out. In such a scenario, the energy sphere might detonate right before her, leading to quite the spectacle. Luo Xuan, your clothing. At that moment, Mashi approached, holding out Luo Xuan's attire. Luo Xuan took a glance at the item. Although it was rather rudimentary, merely woven from tiger skin and grass, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. There were still some bloodstains that had yet to dry, necessitating a wash. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. Undoubtedly, he could accept such imperfections, and he felt a deep sense of appreciation for Mashi's assistance. You have been supporting me all this time, allowing me to enhance my strength. Mashi was indeed grateful, had it not been for Luo Xuan. She would still be merely a mid-level warrior training on the outskirts of the northern forest, battling toothy behemoths. Thus, Luo Xuan had become her guiding light. Who would have imagined that a low-level warrior, whom she had once looked down upon, could be so formidable, even serving as her mentor on her journey to strength? Luo Xuan, may I accompany you in your training? Please teach me, came a whisper from Teresa, who had approached at that moment. You wish to train alongside me? Luo Xuan wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't this individual purported to be the one closest to the rank of a high-level warrior? What happened to the Saiyans' pride? Ahem. I believe your training methods align quite well with my own, and thus, I wish to train alongside you. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's expression, Teresa felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What kind of expression was that? Having lived over half a lifetime, no one had ever taught her, and with her remarkable talent, she had never regarded anyone as worthy of instructing her. Now, in her 40s, she had already achieved a prowess comparable to that of high-level warriors, and her strength had instilled in her a sense of pride. Yet today, she encountered Luo Xuan, a mere junior warrior, a teenager still in his teens, who surpassed her in strength and possessed even greater talent. Thus, Teresa genuinely admired Luo Xuan and wished to follow him in his training. After hearing Teresa's words, those around them cast astonished glances in her direction. This exceptionally proud genius was actually seeking guidance from a junior warrior younger than herself. If this were to spread, no one would likely believe it. Do you truly wish to train alongside me? However, I possess no special training methods. I merely engage in relentless training with ferocious beasts. Luo Xuan sighed in resignation, admitting that he truly had no effective methods for cultivation. His approach merely involved using a gravity system to bear heavy weights during training, which seemed rather unremarkable and devoid of any profound teachings. Let us join forces, he suggested. For having witnessed your recent battle, I realize that against the jungle raptor, I still stand a chance. However, it is unlikely that Balo and the others could escape. Together, we can offer each other some degree of support. Teresa pondered this notion. Perhaps Luo Xuan's training method was indeed that simple. She considered accompanying him for a few days, hoping to glean some insights. The others, including Balo, nodded in agreement. Although the sentiment may have been unflattering, they were acutely aware that, given their current capabilities, they stood little chance against the jungle raptor. Initially, they had harbored confidence in their ability to collectively hold one at bay. However, it had become evident that a single raptor could eliminate all four of them with relative ease. Their combined defenses, speed, and attack power were no match for the swiftness of the jungle raptor. Any attempt to stall its advance would surely be futile. Very well, let us proceed together. We need not return. We shall venture from here into the depths of the northern forest to ascertain just how formidable that azure serpent truly is. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that Teresa was indeed correct. Regardless, they would eventually need to venture into the depths of the northern forest. And Balo and his companions were aware of the location of the green serpent. They could not allow them to directly feed the jungle raptor. Furthermore, Luo Xuan had found his encounter with the two jungle raptors somewhat cumbersome. Should they face 3 or 4, they might truly be at a disadvantage. Having Teresa along would provide some assurance. Although typically, jungle raptors did not appear in groups exceeding 3, the current circumstances were unusual. After being driven out from the northern forest, one could never know if they had established new norms. Moreover, encountering them in pairs was not an impossibility. Very well. Where shall we go now? Shall we seek out the jungle raptors directly? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's agreement, Teresa nodded, reassured that as long as Luo Xuan permitted her company, there would be no issue. However, there was a matter of greater urgency that Luo Xuan needed to address prior to their quest. What is it? Teresa, Mashi, and the others grew alert at Luo Xuan's words. Was there another issue at hand? Had something transpired? My clothing reeks of blood. I cannot wear this. I need to find a place to wash it first. After it dries, we shall set forth. Moreover, night is approaching, so it would be prudent to find a place to rest for the night. Luo Xuan still clutched his garment, its heavy scent of blood making it impossible for him to don it directly. Thus, he resolved to wash it first. All right, I shall heed your advice. The group led by Teresa stumbled slightly, nearly losing their footing, initially expecting some urgent matter, only to discover it was about washing clothes. However, having committed to following Luo Xuan, they naturally acquiesced. Perhaps this was a necessary moment to gather their strength. Indeed, there is a river over yonder. Let us wash there. We could also find something to eat, as we are quite famished after the recent battle. As Luo Xuan passed by, he observed a river nearby, a suitable place to spend the night. Very well, let us proceed. Teresa nodded in agreement. Thus, the group made their way towards the river. Upon arrival, however, they were met with a shocking sight. Before them lay a multitude of scorpion tiger corpses, easily numbering in the hundreds, evidence of a massacre that had eradicated an entire pack. Is this where you captured the scorpion tiger king? Mashi, surprisingly unfazed, recalled that Luo Xuan had indeed wiped out an entire group of scorpion tigers to obtain the king, which he had fashioned into the garment he now held. Yes, this is the very spot, he affirmed. I initially intended to capture just one, but inadvertently, I attracted an entire horde. Luo Xuan nodded slightly, and then took his garment made from the hide of a scorpion tiger to wash it by the riverbank. Scorpion tiger? Upon hearing Mashi's words, Balo and the others turned to gaze at the garment in Luo Xuan's hands, realizing that it was indeed crafted from the hide of a scorpion tiger. The thought that one individual had slain an entire horde of scorpion tigers, with over 100 of them meeting their demise at his hands, was chilling. No wonder he could single-handedly confront 2 jungle raptors. Previously, They had assumed that the jungle raptors were merely slightly superior to the scorpion tigers, ones they could not contend with. However, they did not perceive a significant disparity between their own strength and Luo Xuan's. Yet now, with the revelation of the scorpion tiger, it became evident just how vast the chasm of power truly was. Beilu, capable of defeating 15 scorpion tigers, was already regarded as formidable among intermediate warriors. But Luo Xuan's ability to vanquish over 100 indicated a difference in strength of approximately 8-fold. Now do you comprehend his terror? Noticing the astonished expressions on Beilu and the others, Teresa chimed in. He had long recognized Luo Xuan's extraordinary nature. After all, anyone who could withstand his energy ball, a manifestation of half his own power, without any ill effects, must possess remarkable strength. Even a jungle raptor could be killed by such an energy ball. Yet that individual merely appeared somewhat disheveled, sustaining no serious harm, and had barely expended any energy, quickly recovering to manifest another energy ball. Had he known that at that moment, Luo Xuan had consumed a mystical being, restoring his lost stamina and healing his wounds instantaneously, he would have been astounded. Indeed. Of course, they were oblivious to these details, so upon hearing Teresa's words, they regarded Luo Xuan as overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what they could contend with. Fortunately, he had not unleashed his full might. Otherwise, they would have likely perished. In the future, as you follow him, strive to learn as much as you can. For a low-level warrior to possess the strength of a high-level warrior is an invaluable lesson. Even acquiring a fraction of that knowledge could elevate your own prowess. Teresa remarked quietly, revealing his intention in aligning with Luo Xuan. Meanwhile, Ma Shi, overhearing Teresa's statement, struggled to suppress his laughter. As night fell, they gathered around a fire to roast scorpion tiger meat. Saiyans were not picky eaters, and Luo Xuan adhered to the traditional virtue of consuming what was available. If it could not be eaten, it would be fashioned into medicine. He also placed his garment by the fire to dry. Luo Xuan, with your innate talent, you should be able to surpass those high-level warriors within a year. Would you be interested in forming a combat team then? You are aware of the potential dangers that may arise a year from now. If it's solely Saiyans, they might face annihilation. While enjoying their meal, Teresa initiated a conversation, as the quiet atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. A year from now? Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering that what Teresa spoke of must pertain to the impending assault on the Zufu people. Indeed, while the adversary may not possess combat prowess on par with ours, their technological advancements far surpass ours. Hence, it is those seeking demise who will be the first to charge forth. Nodding in agreement, it was clear that the Saiyans were all well aware of this situation. Each one was clandestinely preparing, hoping to showcase their abilities in a year's time. Ideally, one would aspire to establish a team, a small collective of their own, for true accomplishment lies in collaboration. After all, a solitary fighter cannot hope to contend against many. This sentiment resonated with Luo Xuan, who nodded in affirmation of Teresa's words. At times, a cohesive team proves far more advantageous than individual efforts. Consider Goku, who in his youth was surrounded by numerous companions. Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and later, in adulthood, found allies in Vegeta and Piccolo. Although Goku ultimately resolved every challenge, his companions were indispensable throughout the journey. Thus, Luo Xuan mused that having a few comrades to stand alongside would indeed be beneficial. Therefore, I believe you should endeavor to form your own group. When the time for battle arrives, mutual support will be invaluable. Teresa continued, appearing to encourage Luo Xuan in this direction. Your strength is comparable to that of advanced warriors. Why not establish your own team? Luo Xuan was somewhat intrigued. Before him stood Teresa, renowned for being the closest to a high-ranking warrior. If he so desired, he could surely gather numerous intermediate warriors to form a faction of his own. Do you think I haven't? Teresa replied, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Luo Xuan wished to express his thoughts, yet upon observing the somewhat unnatural expressions of Beilu and the others, he grasped the situation. Although Teresa was proclaimed to be the closest to an advanced warrior, he merely approached that status. His prowess was significantly inferior when compared to the advanced warriors on the gravity platform. Thus, he was accompanied solely by Beilu and a few others. The remaining intermediate warriors, like Shade, would be better off trailing behind an advanced warrior. This way, they might secure priority access to the gravity platform. Consequently, the aspiration to form a team proved to be quite challenging. Teresa shook his head in resignation, feeling somewhat helpless about the matter. Initially, he had anticipated that upon voicing his intentions, many would follow him into the heart of the northern forest. Previously, There were indeed many who could only operate on the outskirts of the northern forest, and he could lend a hand in the central region. However, ever since the gravity platform was established, individuals flocked to queue there, leaving only Beilu and a handful of others willing to accompany him in the central area of the northern forest. This situation was tinged with profound sadness. His small team had begun to show promise, yet the advent of the gravity platform shattered it. You set your expectations too high. We had aspirations to join you as well. Yet, your disdain for those of us with lesser strength dissuaded us. Consequently, we, lacking the capability to contend for the gravity platform, chose to remain, preferring to hunt the Fa beast on the outskirts of the northern forest. As Teresa lamented, Mashi, who had been quietly listening, spoke softly. She was aware of the circumstances, having once desired to join Teresa. However, at that time, Teresa's requirement was the ability to independently slay 3 scorpion tigers. Mashi lacked such strength rendering her unable to accompany him. It was for your benefit. Without the capability to defeat 3 scorpion tigers on your own, venturing into the heart of the northern forest would only lead to demise. Teresa had his rationale for this. During the selection process, he aimed to choose individuals with greater strength. If they were too weak, surviving in the central region of the northern forest would indeed be exceedingly difficult. This was undeniably true. Luo Xuan nodded. After traversing the central region of the northern forest for several days, he had encountered no fewer than several hundred scorpion tigers, gaining profound insight into their formidable strength. Without the capability to individually slay 3 scorpion tigers, even reaching the heart of the northern forest would lead to certain demise. Upon hearing Luo Xuan speak, Mashi refrained from further comment, having recently experienced firsthand the ferocity of the scorpion tiger pack. She was acutely aware that had she followed into this perilous realm, she might have already become mere fertilizer for one of the trees. However, in her prideful youth, she had been somewhat dismissive of this reality. At that time, Beilu and his companions had accompanied her. He had been capable of defeating 5 scorpion tigers, ranking among the more competent of those who followed. The 3 others were barely able to take down 3, which was the minimum requirement for joining the expedition. This fact brought some satisfaction to Teresa for when they entered. The strongest among them, Beilu, could only vanquish 5 scorpion tigers. After 2 years of rigorous training, he had now attained the ability to single-handedly defeat 15. Just a fortnight ago, Luo Xuan had managed to slay only 4 scorpion tigers, yet he now possessed the strength to conquer 15. As he spoke of this, observing Teresa's proud expression, Mashi could not help but interject. Just a fortnight? From 4 to 15? Upon hearing Mashi's words, Teresa and the others were taken aback. They had assumed Mashi had been with Luo Xuan in the northern forest for an extended period. The revelation that it had only been a little over 10 days was indeed surprising. There's nothing to be astonished about. Please continue discussing team matters. Luo Xuan, unfazed, recognized that Mashi had not fully elucidated her circumstances. On that fateful day, she had narrowly escaped death, revived by a miraculous being, leading to a significant enhancement in her Scion abilities post-recovery. This was the reason for her remarkable leap from slaying 4 to now conquering 15 scorpion tigers. Now, Luo Xuan found himself increasingly intrigued by the prospect of forming a small team. If he could indeed establish a group of his own, it would be a splendid choice. He expressed interest in Teresa's proposal to create a small team, acknowledging her assertion that, in the impending war a year hence, an individual's strength could not rival that of a cohesive unit. No matter how formidable one's abilities, assistance would be needed to fend off adversaries. I merely wish for you to assemble a team, Teresa remarked, recognizing Luo Xuan's potential for further growth. Ultimately, you are destined to achieve the level of a true advanced warrior. Teresa understood that while he himself was the closest to becoming an advanced warrior, Luo Xuan possessed the capability to surpass that threshold, even earning a place on the gravity platform. My strength is still insufficient. Luo Xuan shook his head, fully aware of his own capabilities. At present, his strength was utterly inferior to those individuals on the gravity platform, even when pitted against ordinary advanced warriors. The outcome remained uncertain. Thus, while he could contemplate forming a small group, establishing a formidable team was beyond his reach. After all, those were intermediate and advanced warriors, each one brimming with pride and unlikely to heed the commands of a low-level fighter. Only when he possessed the strength to seize a gravity platform would he attain the prestige necessary to organize a unit. Indeed, strength posed a significant challenge. I merely suggested a broad direction, and the future would unfold in its own time. Teresa nodded, acknowledging that Luo Xuan's current prowess was such that even among intermediate warriors, few would genuinely respect him. She herself had once harbored a similar arrogance, believing everyone would naturally follow her lead. Yet, when a gravity platform emerged, her team quickly dispersed, each finding excuses to depart. As an intermediate warrior, she experienced such disbandment. Thus, it was clear that Luo Xuan, being merely a low-level fighter, would struggle even more. Even if some were willing to follow him, when true combat commenced, few would remain. I shall take this into consideration, Luo Xuan replied. Teresa, how confident are you in defeating those advanced warriors on the gravity platform? This question held significance, as during his prior encounter with Lin, she had defeated him while exerting only 30% of her strength. At that time, Luo Xuan had just arrived in this world and was not yet familiar with its intricacies. Now, having grown, he wondered if he could stand against the Saiyans on the gravity platform. If he were to gauge his confidence, it would amount to none. Teresa shook her head, unashamed to admit that against ordinary advanced warriors, her victories were scarce. How could she hope to triumph over the prodigies on the gravity platform? Thus, her chances against them were non-existent. None? Did Mashi not say you were capable of contending with advanced warriors on the gravity platform? Upon hearing Teresa's words, Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, questioning whether Mashi's information had been erroneous. Allow me to clarify, Teresa interjected. Initially, I was indeed able to engage advanced warriors on the gravity platform. However, as they adapted to the environment, I gradually found myself unable to compete with them. The innate talent of advanced warriors is undeniably superior to ours. Bellows, aware that Teresa wished to avoid delving deeper into the matter, stepped in to assist her explanation. Oh, I see. Luo Xuan nodded. Though he also felt a twinge of concern, his current strength was comparable to that of Teresa. Even if he were strong, it would not be by a significant margin, implying that his chances of victory against Lin and her companions were virtually non-existent. Hence, he had come to the northern forest to train, wishing to avoid the mockery of others while waiting for a gravity platform. Teresa, too, had made a self-deprecating remark. After all, he had once been quite arrogant. As a mid-level warrior, challenging high-level warriors was no small feat yet, within just a few days. He had suffered defeats in all 5 battles he fought in a single day. Consequently, he had brought Barrow and others into the heart of the northern forest to train. Hey, isn't this quite good? He mused. At least it has tempered your resolve. Otherwise, you would not have comprehended techniques like the energy sphere. As he spoke, Luo Xuan conjured an energy sphere within the palm of his hand, only to crush it moments later, scattering brilliance across the surroundings. This display left Teresa and Barrow even more astonished and further solidified their trust in Luo Xuan. The energy sphere was beyond the reach of anyone but Teresa. Yet Luo Xuan could summon it with ease, highlighting the disparity between them. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Xuan was merely leveraging the advantages granted by the system to achieve such rapid manifestation. However, creating 2 energy spheres would consume most of his energy, indicating that his current strength was still insufficient. Naturally, when Teresa claimed that even high-level warriors could not conjure the sphere, Luo Xuan found it hard to believe. Teresa possessed considerable talent, yet he remained within the ranks of mid-level warriors. Among high-level warriors, there were many with greater potential. It was improbable that none could create an energy sphere. An energy sphere was merely a concentration of one's energy, although Saiyans could not sense their ki. Even fighters like Yamcha and Tien, with battle powers in the hundreds, could manifest it. It was unlikely that high-level warriors would be incapable of doing so. Even if the Saiyans currently existed in a semi-primitive state, their innate talent would ensure that if one person could succeed in conjuring it, others could as well. Unless Luo Xuan's arrival had disrupted certain rules of this world, it was inconceivable that only Teresa could comprehend it. This meant that if Luo Xuan were to face a high-level warrior capable of conjuring an energy sphere, his chances of victory would be utterly negligible. Thus, if he wished to form a team capable of self-defense, he needed the strength to secure a gravity platform. Only by achieving such power, one capable of effortlessly vanquishing mid-level warriors, could he prevent betrayal. It seemed that Teresa was quite concerned about the prospect of treachery. Thus, he wished for Luo Xuan to employ such means, ensuring that no one would dare to betray him. Betraying one who could effortlessly extinguish their life is undoubtedly the most foolish choice. At that time, Teresa lacked such power and could do nothing about the treachery of others. Hence, he hoped that Luo Xuan would possess such strength. Recalling Teresa's words, Luo Xuan also remembered that Lin seemed capable of effortlessly eliminating a mid-tier warrior. Reflecting on what Shade had previously mentioned, Luo Xuan became increasingly convinced that those who could wield energy orbs were certainly not limited to Teresa and himself. Therefore, Luo Xuan, what is your perspective on this matter? Noticing Luo Xuan lost in thought, Teresa presumed he was contemplating matters of team formation and inquired once more. We shall discuss it later. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that although there remained over a year until the once every 8 years full moon night on planet Vegeta, it would likely be too late to take any meaningful action by then. However, he could not foresee what changes might arise at that time, and his inadequacies in strength rendered him incapable of truly solidifying the loyalty of those around him. Well, that is acceptable, he replied, noticing that Luo Xuan had no immediate intentions, prompting Teresa to refrain from further comment. In truth, Teresa's words were also motivated by a desire to secure a robust ally for the future, for he perceived a potential strength within Luo Xuan. Yet, at present, Luo Xuan harbored no such intentions, leaving Teresa at a loss. According to Teresa, he believed that Luo Xuan would struggle against the elite warriors. Yet, despite having adapted to a significantly higher gravity level, Luo Xuan was perplexed by his continued inability to match their prowess. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed by Teresa's earlier remark, which implied that his chances of victory against those advanced warriors were virtually non-existent, thus casting doubt on his own prospects. Why was this the case? After dedicating countless days to rigorous training and exponentially increasing his gravity resistance, he found himself unable to keep pace with Lin and her peers. Was it truly a matter of bloodline and innate talent overshadowing his efforts? Could the notion that diligence could compensate for lack of natural ability be fundamentally flawed? Just as Luo Xuan was lost in contemplation, a sudden roar jolted him back to reality. What is happening? Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The sound bore a striking resemblance to that of the jungle raptors. It seemed they had encountered an attack. In this northern forest, Teresa remarked, safety becomes elusive after nightfall. As many ferocious beasts prefer to emerge in search of sustenance, it is likely that we are now confronted by such a creature. The sound was reminiscent of the jungle raptors heard earlier that morning, and while its identity was likely confirmed, the number remained uncertain. She also recognized the roar of the jungle raptors. However, she exhibited no sign of alarm. After all, during the day, Luo Xuan had demonstrated his prowess by single-handedly slaying 2 jungle raptors. Now, with 8 of them present, even if 4 jungle raptors were to appear, they would face little difficulty in handling the situation. Luo Xuan alone possesses the capability to confront 2 foes, while Teresa is more than capable of handling one. If it were Barrow alongside the other 3 Saiyans, they might struggle to hold off another adversary. However, with Mashi present, the outcome could be quite different. A roar echoed through the air. Before long, Luo Xuan sensed the presence of the raptor lurking nearby, evidently drawn by the corpse of the scorpion tiger. Are you not afraid? With a smile, Luo Xuan inquired, having just emerged from a state of gloom, now presented with the opportunity to engage with the jungle raptors that had arrived. What is there to fear? They are merely jungle raptors. Even if they hadn't come, we would still have sought them out. Their early arrival simply allows us to gauge their strength. Teresa, too, felt no trepidation towards the sudden appearance of the jungle raptors, as he and Luo Xuan had initially intended to utilize these creatures for training, and the timing seemed fortuitous. Hee. We are eager to test the prowess of these jungle raptors, Bailu chuckled, acknowledging that while they might not be able to defeat them, they could certainly use this opportunity to assess the disparity between their strengths and Luo Xuan's. Just then, the jungle raptors appeared before them, for in total, each roaring at one another, seemingly asserting dominance or perhaps competing for food. Luo Xuan, you take on 2. While Mashi and Bailu can hold 1 at bay, and I'll manage the last one. How does that sound? Teresa proposed with a grin, recalling that Luo Xuan had previously managed to handle 2 on his own, so he should have no trouble now. However, before Luo Xuan could respond, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, followed by the sound of massive footsteps. There's more than 4, Bailu exclaimed, his expression shifting as he realized that the roar did not originate from the 4 jungle raptors before them, indicating that additional ones were approaching. Indeed, as Bailu spoke, 2 more jungle raptors emerged into view, bringing their total to 6. What do we do now? Mashi's face grew serious as the sight of the 6 jungle raptors exceeded their capabilities. I can manage to hold 2, and Mashi and the others can handle 1. Leaving you with 2, but now we have an extra 1. What should we do? Teresa's earlier confidence faded, replaced by concern. He could barely hold 2 raptors. But victory seemed increasingly elusive. Perhaps I should try to hold one by myself? Luo Xuan, can you swiftly deal with the other two? Mashi suggested, her jaw clenched. She believed in Luo Xuan's strength to quickly eliminate the two jungle raptors, but whether she could hold one was uncertain. No, you cannot manage that. Even if you could, I can swiftly dispatch two with my energy sphere. However, my energy cannot sustain a third sphere, so your efforts would be in vain. Luo Xuan shook his head, fully aware of his own circumstances. Two energy spheres had already pushed him to his limits. Should he attempt a third, he risked complete exhaustion. What should they do then? Perhaps it would be wise to retreat for the time being? One of the Saiyans, hearing these words, expressed concern. If they could not devise a solution, would they not be courting death? Escape appeared futile, as their adversaries moved with astonishing speed. Mashi bellowed. You two must hold one of them back with the three of them, while Teresa, you should eliminate another with utmost haste. Surely, you are capable of that. Aren't you? Luo Xuan spoke softly, stating that there were no other options left. Eliminating one jungle raptor would pose no issue given a little time. But what about the remaining four? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa nodded in agreement. While she could manage to deal with one jungle raptor, the challenge of the four remaining loomed large. I will hold off the other four. Luo Xuan's tone remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any turbulence. You? No. You cannot hold on. Upon hearing these words, Teresa shook her head. Therefore, you should hasten to eliminate that burden of yours. Luo Xuan chuckled softly before charging directly towards the first four jungle speed lizards that had arrived. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's bold advance, Teresa initially contemplated intervening. However, Luo Xuan had already engaged in combat with the four jungle speed lizards. You handle one, and I shall take on the remaining one. Once resolved, we will assist Luo Xuan, she instructed, turning to Mashi and the others nearby. Understood, Mashi and Barrow nodded in unison, leading the remaining three Saiyans towards one of the two jungle speed lizards approaching from behind. After casting a glance at Luo Xuan, Teresa too sprinted towards the other jungle speed lizard. In an instant, the sounds of battle erupted from three different locations. Luo Xuan, wary of the four jungle speed lizards, refrained from underestimating them and engaged in combat without enhancing the gravitational pressure. The four jungle speed lizards, displaying a modicum of intelligence, were incensed by the audacity of this diminutive challenger. This posed a significant challenge for Luo Xuan, as the creatures emerging from the northern forest all seemed inclined to utilize combined skills. The colossal toothbeast exhibited this tendency, as did the jungle speed lizards, with the only exception being the scorpion tigers, which operated as a cohesive group. Luo Xuan hesitated not for long, unburdened by any weight, his body remarkably agile. Thus, he was able to leap to considerable heights. Upon reaching the vicinity of the velociraptor, one of these creatures lunged at him with a powerful stomp. Having engaged in combat with the velociraptor earlier that day, Luo Xuan had some understanding of its attack patterns. He promptly leaped to the left, deftly evading the strike. At that moment, another velociraptor swung its tail in his direction. Luo Xuan had anticipated this moment. With a deft backflip, he evaded the attack, his feet barely grazing the ground as he soared into the air. In a graceful arc, he delivered a powerful kick to the head of a velociraptor that sought to strike him. The impact was resounding, as the first velociraptor collided with another that was poised to attack, and both creatures tumbled to the ground simultaneously. Nearby, Teresa and Mashi observed the spectacle, their apprehensions easing slightly. They felt a measure of reassurance knowing that Luo Xuan could contend with two, even three velociraptors. However, facing four would pose a considerable challenge. Yet, witnessing Luo Xuan's initial victory sparked a flicker of hope in their hearts. Although he might be able to delay four velociraptors, it was clear he could not vanquish them completely. It seemed imperative that they act swiftly. Teresa, with her keen perception, recognized that despite Luo Xuan's fleeting success, he was not in a position to deliver a fatal blow. Even if he concentrated his energy into a sphere capable of defeating two, he would be left vulnerable when facing the remaining two velociraptors. Thus, the situation hinged on Teresa's ability to extricate herself rapidly from her own battle. And if she could triumph over her velociraptor, she would be able to assist Luo Xuan sooner. With a resolute shout, Teresa engaged the velociraptor before her, her combat prowess shining through as she gradually gained the upper hand in the skirmish. After all, while two velociraptors could coordinate their efforts, facing only one posed little challenge for her, as she was not hindered by an additional opponent. Conversely, Mashi's situation was less promising. None of the five possessed the capability to single-handedly slay a velociraptor, They could only strive to stall their advances. Mashi and Barrow fared somewhat better. Yet the other three Saiyans found themselves at a disadvantage. Though their strength was commendable, contending with the apex predators of the northern forest proved formidable. As the battle raged on, Luo Xuan narrowly avoided the strike of one velociraptor, only to be met with the relentless assault of another. With no means of escape, he braced himself for the impact. The collision sent him sprawling 5 or 6 meters away. Though he sustained no severe injuries, a numbness coursed through his hands. "Bring it on," he declared, undeterred. Luo Xuan did not falter. He charged forward once more, although his intention was to delay the 4 jungle raptors. The more he fought them, the more exhilarated he became. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a thrilling battle. The last time he felt this exhilaration was upon entering the northern forest, where he faced the fang-toothed behemoth for the first time. An encounter that had brought him immense joy, and now, this was the second occasion. With a thunderous roar, the 4 jungle raptors were enraged by Luo Xuan's continued advance. They unleashed a furious cry and resumed their assault. Having ruled this northern forest for many years, they were incensed to be challenged by what they perceived as a mere insect and were determined to devour him. Initially, Luo Xuan had aimed merely to stall these jungle raptors, but the situation had changed, and he now engaged them head-on. The jungle raptors possessed formidable defenses. Yet, so did Luo Xuan. Thus, they clashed directly, and surprisingly, neither side gained the upper hand. One of the jungle raptors lashed its tail towards Luo Xuan, who, without a moment's hesitation, seized the tail and wielded the creature like a massive hammer, striking another jungle raptor with it. However, he was caught by the foot of a third jungle raptor and sent flying. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, his resilience was considerable, and with his current strength, he sustained no severe injuries. Otherwise, that kick could have been lethal. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Xuan acknowledged the pain from the recent blow, though it had not gravely wounded him. Meanwhile, Moshi and his companions struggled against a single jungle raptor. Their efforts relied heavily on Moshi and Barrow, making it exceedingly difficult for them to delay the beast. As the battle progressed, Moshi and Barrow became increasingly aware of the disparity between themselves and Luo Xuan, as well as Trisa. They had initially thought Luo Xuan was only slightly stronger than they were, yet here he was, single-handedly taking on 4 jungle raptors with apparent ease. While they could scarcely manage one together, Moshi, be careful. At that moment, the jungle raptor, which had been targeting Barrow, suddenly pivoted and lunged at Moshi. If that kick landed, it would likely leave him severely injured. While Moshi intended to counterattack the jungle raptor, it swiftly turned and struck him instead. In a flash, Moshi was caught off guard and received a direct hit, sending him hurtling through the air. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Moshi!" Barrow shouted, as Luo Xuan and Trisa also witnessed Moshi's flight. The jungle raptor, seemingly unwilling to spare Moshi, abandoned its pursuit of Barrow and charged towards him instead. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Xuan disregarded the 4 jungle raptors by his side and swiftly darted towards Moshi, determined to rescue him before the raptors arrived. Although their time together was brief, Luo Xuan had undoubtedly come to regard Moshi as a friend. Therefore, upon seeing Moshi injured by the jungle raptors, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Bang! At this moment, the jungle raptor was already closing in on Moshi, its limited intellect leading it to the conclusion that if it were to eliminate this human, it could feast upon others thereafter. Indeed, its reasoning was accurate. Without Moshi, Belogon would be utterly incapable of holding off the jungle raptors. Once Belogon was dealt with, it could assist its companions. And Teresa would also stand no chance against 2 jungle raptors. Ultimately, it would lead to Luo Xuan being besieged by all 6 jungle raptors, making defeat an inevitable outcome. However, the raptor's level of intelligence was evidently quite low, as it failed to recognize the imminent danger approaching. Roar! Arriving before Moshi, the jungle raptor lifted its foot and brought it down upon the helpless figure of Moshi. At that moment, Luo Xuan felt the presence nearby. With a powerful push of his feet against the ground, he leaped into the air, his right hand forming a fist, aimed directly at the jungle raptor. Bang! Moshi and the others believed that Moshi was destined to perish beneath the feet of the jungle raptor. However, contrary to their expectations, just as the jungle raptor's foot was about to strike Moshi, Luo Xuan's fist pierced through the creature's body, allowing him to pass directly through it. Boom! As Luo Xuan descended, the jungle raptor collapsed instantly. A gaping wound marred its body, from which blood flowed incessantly. Trisa, having evaded the jungle raptor's assault, Observe the scene where Luo Xuan had pierced through the creature's form. Luo and his companions could hardly believe their eyes. The jungle raptor, renowned as the most formidable defender of the northern forest, had been penetrated by Luo Xuan's singular strike. Just how immense must the force of that punch be? Those who had battled the jungle raptor were well aware of its impenetrable hide, likening it to armor. Ordinary attacks scarcely inflicted harm. Yet, Luo Xuan had effortlessly driven his fist through the raptor's body. The magnitude of Luo Xuan's strength was unfathomable. No one could provide an answer. For the moment of astonishment was fleeting, abruptly interrupted by a roar. The jungle raptor, engaged in combat with Trissa, became enraged upon witnessing the demise of its companion. Launching a frenzied assault against Trissa, despite having the upper hand, Trissa found herself struggling against the furious jungle raptor. Observing this, Luo and his companions hurriedly rushed to assist. They could not allow Trissa to be harmed, for that would spell disaster. The events unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. As one jungle raptor fell, the other, consumed by rage, re-entered the fray in an instant. As Luo Xuan dashed forward to rescue Mo Shi, the other 4 jungle raptors followed suit, charging ahead with fervor. Although Luo Xuan had already vanquished one, 4 more remained to confront him. However, in his current state of unbridled fury, Luo Xuan paid little heed to the odds against him. In the instant he landed, coinciding with the fall of the jungle raptor, he swiftly pivoted his body. With a swift motion, he drew his hands apart, directing his palms toward the 2 approaching jungle raptors. Unlike before, where his palms had faced upward, this time they emanated a brilliant blue light, coalescing into 2 energy spheres. These spheres shot forth like lasers, racing toward the raptors. With a resounding explosion, the energy spheres struck their targets, sending the raptors flying. Although the rapid accumulation of energy diminished the impact compared to his previous strikes, it was still potent enough to extinguish their lives. This blow, infused with Luo Xuan's wrath, bore formidable strength. Without pausing, Luo Xuan propelled himself towards the remaining 2 jungle raptors. Given their towering stature, he leapt into the air, clenched his fist, and aimed a powerful punch at the head of one raptor. While this strike lacked the explosive force of his earlier attacks, it still knocked the creature to the ground, seemingly rendering it unconscious. As he landed, Luo Xuan rolled forward. At that moment, another jungle raptor's tail descended from above, striking the spot where he had just landed. Rising swiftly, he pivoted seamlessly, grasping the raptor's tail. With a fierce shout, he lifted the tail and spun, hurling the raptor against a massive boulder. The impact shattered the stone, sending shards flying, while the raptor lay on the ground, wailing in pain, struggling yet unable to rise. In that instant, as Luo Xuan dealt with the raptor, a thunderous sound erupted from where Teresa and her companions were engaged. At the climax of their confrontation, Teresa conjured an energy sphere and hurled it at her own raptor, swiftly dispatching it. With a sigh of relief, Teresa acknowledged the conclusion of the battle. The jungle raptors had proven to be quite formidable. The exertion required to defeat one had drained her significantly. Mo Shi. At this moment, Luo Xuan reached Mo Shi's side. Gazing down at the motionless figure on the ground, he called out softly. As if responding to his voice, Mo Shi's eyes flickered, turning toward Luo Xuan, seemingly attempting to convey something. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, blood began to pour forth relentlessly. How splendid it is to still possess a breath of life. Do not speak just yet, for shortly you shall have your say. Observing that Ma Shi had not succumbed immediately but was instead gravely injured, with his eyes still able to move and his mouth still capable of opening, Luo Xuan felt a surge of relief. Even with a flicker of life remaining, salvation seemed impossible. Our Saiyan technology is insufficient to restore him, unless he is transported to the Zoflurians, but that distance is considerable, and even if he were sent there, time may not permit. Beside them, Teresa shook her head at Luo Xuan's demeanor. Although Ma Shi had not perished outright, the difference was negligible. He was merely engaged in a futile struggle for survival. In such a predicament, the scientific prowess of the Zoflurians should be able to save him. Yet, those individuals would never extend their aid to a Saiyan. Luo Xuan paid no heed to Teresa. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Grateful for the existence of a celestial being that could yield salvation. Had it been in the past, reviving Mo Shi would have been an impossible endeavor. Come, consume it. Surely, it can be ingested. With a deft flick of his wrist, Luo Xuan conjured a celestial being into the palm of his hand. To prevent Teresa and the others from witnessing this act, he took such care, gently lifting Ma Shi's head. Luo Xuan crushed the celestial bean and fed it directly into her mouth. Take your time. Just swallow it down, he urged. Luo Xuan spoke gently. And it was no surprise. After all, he was a human from Earth. He simply could not bear to witness the demise of his companion without attempting to save her. He was incapable of such indifference. Teresa and the others remained silent, observing Luo Xuan, unable to comprehend the significance of his actions. However, at that moment, they beheld a remarkable transformation. Mashi's eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, and her previously pallid complexion regained a healthy flush. What was happening? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Mashi, who had seemed on the brink of death, was now miraculously revived. Phew, they had feared she was truly lost this time. Once recovered, Mashi exhaled in relief, having genuinely believed she was facing her end. Previously, Luo Xuan had informed her that such beans were no longer available, and she had not seen him use one since. So she was astonished to discover he still possessed one. Fortunately, the bean he had intended for himself had instead been given to her. Upon witnessing Mashi's recovery, Luo Xuan gently set her down and spoke with an air of calmness, devoid of the earlier anxiety and urgency, as if they were two entirely different individuals. Showing no concern for Mashi's fate. Thank you. You have saved my life twice now. Last time, your actions caused me harm, so I shall not hold you accountable. This time, I consider it a debt owed to you. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Mashi had observed the genuine concern in Luo Xuan's expression even when she was on the verge of death. Had it been any other Saiyan, she would have surely mocked them for their display of compassion, finding it absurd. Yet, when such an occurrence transpired in her own experience, she felt an inexplicable sensation that lingered, leaving her bewildered. No need. You should rest well, Luo Xuan replied, shaking his head as he settled beneath a tree. Though two jungle velociraptors remained nearby, one dazed and the other too injured to rise, they posed no threat to him. Teresa and the others exchanged glances at Luo Xuan, now filled with trepidation towards this seemingly lowly warrior. One individual challenging 5 jungle velociraptors, slaying 3 and gravely wounding 2. Was this truly a low-level fighter? Just moments ago, they had claimed his prowess paled in comparison to that of higher-ranked warriors, yet those elite fighters would likely struggle to achieve what Luo Xuan had. If this information were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation. Moreover, he possessed the astonishing ability to revive someone on the brink of death, restoring their vigor in an instant. What was the nature of this phenomenon? What just happened? Why did Mashi? Teresa could no longer contain his curiosity, as the event had profoundly challenged his understanding. How could someone who was destined to die be revived? Hearing Teresa's inquiry, Luo Xuan cast him a glance, his eyes tinged with crimson. If one's gaze could kill, Teresa would have perished countless times by now. Let us consider the unspoken. I shall treat my inquiry as unasked. Upon meeting Luo Xuan's piercing stare, Teresa felt a jolt in her heart, instinctively retreating a few steps. Had she unwittingly broached a forbidden topic? In the past, Teresa may have fancied herself capable of sparring with Luo Xuan, yet now, any thought of combat had dissipated. Should Luo Xuan truly decide to strike, she would undoubtedly flee. After all, a single blow could effortlessly pierce the body of a jungle raptor. And Teresa harbored no confidence in her ability to withstand such force. Even if she were not penetrated, sustaining severe injuries or death seemed a likely fate. However, Luo Xuan merely cast a glance her way before closing his eyes. When he reopened them, the bloodshot veins had vanished, and the once ferocious emotions had dissipated. I apologize for not being able to maintain my composure just now. Luo Xuan bestowed a smile upon Teresa, acknowledging that he had indeed been somewhat tempestuous moments ago. The sight of the raptor poised to strike down Mashi had ignited a surge of fury within him, an emotion he found utterly beyond his control. It's all right. It's all right. He reassured himself. Observing Luo Xuan return to his former demeanor, Teresa felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared he harbored no intentions of turning his ire towards her. Rather, his earlier rage seemed a fleeting tempest, one he had yet to fully master. What I had provided to Mashi was an unintentional discovery of mine, a peculiar being that, when consumed, could instantaneously mend one's injuries. You witnessed it yourself, much like Mashi. As long as one clings to life, revival is within reach. Luo Xuan also offered an explanation followed by an additional remark. Unfortunately, when I stumbled upon the situation, I was left with merely 3 magical beans. I consumed one, while the remaining 2 were devoured by Mashi. Should any issues arise again, I fear I shall be unable to assist you. The final statement was directed at Mashi, yet it was intended for Teresa and the others to hear. Although he had uncovered the secret of the celestial being system, he remained wary of Teresa and her companions. Until the crucial moment, he could not afford to rescue them. Such actions might foster a false sense of security, leading them to believe that he could always save them in times of injury. The revelation of the celestial being system's secret dawned upon Luo Xuan only at the moment of extraction. I understand. If those miraculous beings are absent next time, then let me perish, Mashi nodded. Presently, she found it hard to believe Luo Xuan's assertion of lacking those extraordinary beings. After all, he had claimed their absence previously, yet now they seemed to reappear. However, Mashi was not naive. She recognized that Luo Xuan's words were an attempt to conceal the truth from others. Indeed, I shall. Luo Xuan replied, his tone somewhat indifferent in response to Mashi's words. Meanwhile, Teresa remained utterly perplexed by their exchange. Moments ago, when Mashi was on the brink of death, Luo Xuan had been in a furious state. Now, their demeanor was inexplicably calm, leaving her bewildered. Nevertheless, Teresa chose not to dwell on the matter further and accepted Luo Xuan's words at face value. A thought flickered through Luo Xuan's mind. This was an increase in gravity. He wished to test whether the sensations he experienced during the day were indeed erroneous. At F240, the results of the test aligned with Luo Xuan's expectations, revealing little effect. At F250, gravity was once again augmented. This time, Luo Xuan did perceive some sensations, yet they were still quite faint. At F260, the experiment continued. Luo Xuan directly increased the gravity to 60 times, and at that moment, he could genuinely feel the weight intensifying. Mashi, could you please fetch that piece of clothing for me? He glanced at Mashi, who was lost in thought not far away, and inquired. Mashi did not elaborate further and proceeded to retrieve the Scorpion Tiger King leather armor that he had crafted for Luo Xuan earlier that day. Approaching Luo Xuan, Mashi seamlessly assisted him in donning the garment. Indeed, it was as I suspected. This was the reason I was unable to keep pace with those elite warriors. As the armor enveloped him, a smile graced Luo Xuan's face, confirming that his prior hypothesis was indeed accurate. What is it? Have you conceived a method to surpass those elite warriors? Mashi, standing beside Luo Xuan, heard his words and inquired with a hint of surprise. What is the extent of Luo Xuan's prowess? To be candid, Shi is equally perplexed. At times, he perceives Luo Xuan as merely possessing a slight edge over himself. Yet at other moments, he feels that Luo Xuan has transcended all intermediate warriors. Even when contending with advanced fighters, he seems capable of emerging victorious. After all, not every advanced warrior can effortlessly pierce through the formidable defenses of the jungle raptor with a single blow. There is a thought lingering in his mind, a possible rationale. But whether it can be resolved remains uncertain. He muses that he should ponder it further. Shaking his head, Luo Xuan refrains from expressing his thoughts too definitively. Aware of the cause, yet presently unable to address it. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's remark, Shi chooses not to speak further, opting instead to sit quietly beside him. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan closes his eyes, directing his thoughts inward. In his mind's eye, he contemplates two distinct shortcuts. F1, Celestial Bean System cooling down Celestial Bean. Consuming one grants 10 days without the need for sustenance and can heal any injury, though it cannot remedy ordinary ailments. F2, Gravity System 0000, Gravity, adjustable to increase the weight of donned clothing from 1 to 1000 G. Observing these two shortcuts in his consciousness, Luo Xuan smiles, for he has finally unraveled their secrets. Nevertheless, the second shortcut no longer holds much mystery. Rather, he wishes to modify it. Should he succeed, it may very well enable him to triumph over those advanced warriors. System, could you alter the functionality of F2 to enhance my own gravity instead of that of my attire? Luo Xuan communicated directly with the system through his consciousness, harboring skepticism that such an advanced system could truly comprehend his intentions. He had recently conducted an experiment, discovering that the shortcut key in question merely augmented the weight of his garments. This indicated that the additional burden was contingent upon the weight of his clothing. For instance, if his attire weighed 1 pound, an increase of 50 times the gravitational force would amount to a mere 50 pounds. Insufficient weight, indeed. Even if his outfit were fashioned from the hide of a scorpion tiger and weighed significantly more than usual, say 5 pounds, applying 50 times the gravity would result in only 250 pounds. While 250 pounds is considerable for an ordinary individual, to a Saiyan, it merely presented a slight challenge at first. With acclimatization, it would scarcely impede them. Thus, after Luo Xuan's garments disintegrated, even with the gravity amplified dozens of times, the subsequent cessation did not confer a substantial increase in his strength. Although the current gravitational force remained manageable for Luo Xuan, capable of augmenting weight by 1,000 times, equating to 5 tons, it would be insufficient for future endeavors. He could not reasonably seek to don hundreds of pounds of clothing merely to enhance gravity. Hence, he aspired for the system to modify the F2 shortcut to amplify his inherent gravitational force. This adjustment would effectively enable him to carry a gravity field with him, facilitating constant training. Was this not permissible? After a brief wait, Luo Xuan felt no alterations taking place. The system was ostensibly designed to empower him. However, this situation could only be deemed a glitch. Was it truly incapable of modification? Or perhaps the system was not as wondrous as he had envisioned. While it offered numerous means to bolster his strength, it appeared incapable of enhancing his gravitational force independently, relegating him to relying on his clothing for training purposes. As Luo Xuan experienced disappointment, a notification akin to the one he received upon first acquiring the system appeared. This time, it was an update for the Dragon Ball World plugin. Much like a game, initial iterations often bore certain flaws, which through successive updates were refined towards perfection. Presently, this Dragon Ball plugin, originally designed to increase the weight of garments, was undergoing such an evolution. However, Luo Xuan was not satisfied at this moment. He resembled a player within a game, discontent with the gravity system. The system, in response to his concerns, provided an update. Naturally, if Luo Xuan were to request a cooldown-free system for the mystical beings, such a demand would be impossible. He could optimize the system to enhance its perfection, yet could not alter its fundamental settings. It was akin to a gamer requesting infinite stamina or limitless gold, even if one were to uninstall the game. The modifications would remain unchanged. Upon witnessing the actual update of the plugin, Luo Xuan felt a sense of relief. Previously, while at the gravity platform, Lin had informed him that the gravity they experienced was equivalent to 1 times the standard. Thus, Luo Xuan was eager to test how this doubled gravity would impede his physical capabilities. As his awareness returned to his own body, Luo Xuan activated the gravity system. This time, he discerned that the system augmented the existing gravity, applying tenfold the Earth's gravitational force, which was equivalent to doubling the gravity of planet Vegeta. This was manageable. Feeling the weight upon him, Luo Xuan moved his arms and legs slightly, finding it bearable. After all, he had previously experienced these sensations on the gravity platform. Therefore, using it now did not invoke much discomfort. However, he understood that 10 times Earth's gravity was already the limit. Any further increase would likely prove intolerable. He decided to acclimate to this level first. There was no need to ponder excessively, especially since those advanced warriors were also training under 1 times the gravity. Luo Xuan contemplated that he would fully adapt to this gravitational force before gradually increasing it. This was where Luo Xuan differed from the advanced warriors. They could only endure incremental increases of 1 or 2 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, whereas Luo Xuan's system operated on Earth's gravity as a unit. This meant he could raise the gravity in smaller increments rather than in substantial leaps. By first adapting to 10 times Earth's gravity, he could subsequently progress to 11, 12 times, thereby facilitating a quicker acclimatization. What's wrong? Have you found a solution? Ma Shi, seated beside Luo Xuan, noticed his sudden awakening and the slight smile gracing his lips, as if he had devised a method to grow stronger. Could it be that, in such a brief moment, he had conceived a way to surpass the advanced warriors? Tressa, who had just passed by Luo Xuan, overheard Ma Shi's words and became intrigued. He was nearing the ranks of advanced warriors but had yet to secure a victory. Thus, he too was eager to grow stronger, fascinated by whether Luo Xuan had truly discovered a shortcut to power. Yet, the path to strength had no shortcuts. It demanded relentless combat. Endless cultivation and perpetual transcendence of one's limits may lead you to believe that you have reached your own boundaries. Yet, in truth, this is merely a stage, a bottleneck. Only by continuously breaking through these constraints can one truly surpass oneself and grow stronger. Although Luo Xuan himself harbored doubts about these words, uttering them nonetheless filled him with an invigorating spirit. Bottleneck, transcending oneself? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Ma Shi found herself deep in contemplation. She had initially thought she could only train on the periphery of the northern forest, facing the formidable fang-toothed beasts, perhaps gaining some strength. However, She never envisioned that she could venture into the heart of the northern forest to challenge the scorpion tigers. Even the so-called mightiest beast of the northern forest, the jungle speed dragon, was now a worthy opponent. Is this not precisely what Luo Xuan described as transcending oneself? Previously, she could only defeat 3 or 4 scorpion tigers on the outskirts, believing that was the extent of her life as potential. Yet, after entering the heart of the northern forest with Luo Xuan, she could now vanquish 15 scorpion tigers. With her recent revival, Mashi was uncertain of her current strength. Is this not what Luo Xuan spoke of, encountering and overcoming bottlenecks? On the other hand, Teresa was also lost in thought. Although he could not fully grasp the essence of Luo Xuan's insights, he was not dim-witted. He understood the general idea. The reason for his current plateau, he discerned, was the lack of encounters with opponents of higher caliber to surpass. Thus, the jungle speed dragons represented the ideal training adversaries. Only through relentless battles against them, progressing from 1 to 2, 3, or even more, constantly honing his skills on the precipice of death, could he continue to transcend himself, leaving no room for retreat. Thank you, Luo Xuan. No matter what happens from now on, I will follow you, Mashi expressed, her face betraying little emotion. Yet her words resonated with gratitude. Me too. Regardless of how many jungle speed dragons you choose to challenge, I, Teresa, will accompany you, he declared with a hearty smile. To him, it was clear that only through relentless challenges against the jungle speed dragons could one continuously surpass oneself. Hence, regardless of the number of adversaries Luo Xuan faced, Teresa would stand by him. Observing the two, Luo Xuan remained silent, merely nodding. Perhaps their interpretations differed, leading to varied articulations. But he recognized that they were both steadfastly advancing along the path of becoming stronger. That, in itself, was sufficient. Not far away, Belo and his companions gazed at Mashi and Teresa with confusion. What was transpiring? Had Luo Xuan shared something profound with them? Belo furrowed his brow, pondering what could have provoked such excitement in Teresa. Surely, Rakian must have bestowed some advantage upon him. However, Rakian had not directly engaged with him, suggesting that it was not the miraculous beings but rather some revelation he had imparted. Could it be a method to grow stronger? After a moment's reflection, Bello grasped the implication. If it were merely commonplace knowledge, it would not have elicited such fervor from Teresa, who had merely passed by moments ago. This indicated that it was not some clandestine secret. Coupled with the recent spectacle of Rakian piercing through a jungle speed dragon with a single punch, followed by the swift dispatch of 2 more and severely injuring another pair, it became apparent that Rakian had indeed shared insights on how to enhance their strength. It seemed he had casually mentioned it, leading to significant benefits for Teresa and the others. Otherwise, such exhilaration would be inexplicable. Damn it, Bello lamented, feeling he had missed out on invaluable knowledge. Although his own strength was commendable, it did not reach extraordinary heights, and he yearned to improve. Had he approached earlier, he might have gleaned Roshan's wisdom on becoming stronger, but that opportunity was now lost. Well then, let us rest a bit longer before we depart. Dawn is approaching. He glanced at the sky, which had begun to lighten. Initially hoping for a more restful reprieve, they had instead encountered an attack from the jungle speed dragons. Thankfully, they had emerged unscathed, but the day had already broken. Time was of the essence, as the battle between the Saiyans and the Zephyrians loomed ever closer, leaving no room for Rakian to relax. Once more, they set off, guided by Bello and his companions, making their way towards the location where the green serpent had appeared. Are you all right? Mashi inquired, drawing near to Rakian with a concerned expression. Since their departure, she had noticed something amiss with him. His steps seemed unusually heavy. Mashi surmised that Rakian might have been injured while rescuing her the previous night, and though she had consumed the last bean, he was left to endure his wounds in silence. I'm fine, Rakian replied, momentarily taken aback by her concern before shaking his head. The heaviness in his gait stemmed from being subjected to double gravity. It was no wonder he felt weighed down. However, he knew that once he fully acclimated, the burden would diminish significantly. That's a relief, Mashi responded. While she harbored doubts about his claim, she refrained from pressing further. Their companionship had spanned more than just a fleeting moment, and she was well aware of his disposition and reluctance to divulge personal matters. Even if one were to inquire incessantly, he would remain resolutely silent. As for his condition, it would not persist in this manner, at the very least. Walking would not feel so burdensome, akin to bearing the weight of numerous heavy objects. Yet, Luo Xuan wore merely the garment fashioned from scorpion and tiger skin, devoid of any additional encumbrances. A sudden roar pierced the air, The group had scarcely ventured far when they were greeted by this familiar cry, the unmistakable call of the jungle raptors. The deeper they progressed into the northern forest, the more prevalent these creatures became. Thus, vigilance was imperative. Upon hearing the roar, Teresa promptly cautioned Luo Xuan. They were steadily advancing into the heart of the northern forest, where the jungle raptors constituted a significant presence. Although currently displaced by the enigmatic azure serpent, their primary population remained concentrated within the depths of this forest. Therefore, encountering a jungle raptor here posed no substantial threat. Indeed, should their numbers be limited, we shall regard them as training targets. Conversely, if they appear in greater abundance, we shall seek refuge. Luo Xuan nodded. He now possessed the confidence to confront 4 jungle raptors. However, that was the extent of his capability. Anything beyond that would be overwhelming. After the events of the previous night, Luo Xuan understood that while the jungle raptors typically appeared in pairs, it was entirely plausible for multiple pairs to emerge simultaneously. Much like the trio of pairs that had appeared last night, the growls grew increasingly closer, prompting Luo Xuan and his companions to seek refuge behind several trees. Soon after, 4 jungle raptors materialized before them. 4? That was manageable. Upon realizing that there were only 4 of the creatures, Luo Xuan exchanged a glance with Teresa and then addressed the others. Mashi and the rest nodded in agreement, for jungle raptors fell well within their control range. And with no other jungle raptors in the vicinity, they decided to treat these 4 as their training targets. "Hey," Teresa called softly, sprinting towards one of the jungle raptors. The 4 creatures immediately targeted her with their aggression. Yet, Teresa remained undeterred, resolutely advancing towards her objective. Following her lead, Luo Xuan and the others soon joined the fray. Mashi and Bello, along with 3 other Saiyans, surrounded one, while Luo Xuan intercepted the other 2. "Now, allow me to acclimatize to this increased gravity," Luo Xuan murmured softly. Still unaccustomed to the doubled gravity, it was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills against the 2 jungle raptors. As he spoke, the battle between Teresa and Mashi against the raptors was already fervently underway, with each combatant focused on their training. Initially, they refrained from using energy spheres for attacks, as hurling such projectiles would undoubtedly result in the immediate demise of the jungle raptors, rendering the exercise meaningless. Under the onslaught of the 2 raptors, Luo Xuan chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he relied on his inherent speed to deftly evade their strikes, which was the optimal strategy for acclimating to the heightened gravity. He would only absorb their attacks when evasion was impossible, but each direct encounter drained a significant amount of his stamina. After all, resisting the jungle raptors while contending with the intensified gravitational force required considerable effort. With a resounding thud, Luo Xuan staggered back several paces after another exchange with the raptors. Mashi, engaged in her own skirmish, observed this scene with concern. Indeed, Luo Xuan appeared to be injured. Each step he took was heavy, leaving distinct imprints on the ground. The Luo Xuan of before would not have displayed such vulnerability. It was evident that his injuries stemmed from the previous night's battle against numerous jungle raptors. He likely wished to conceal his condition from me, having given me the last healing bean while neglecting his own treatment. Mashi mused to herself, convinced of her assessment. Biting her lip, she chose to remain silent, etching the sight into her memory while refocusing on the raptors before her. Not bad, Luo Xuan thought to himself as he halted his retreat, flashing a smile at the 2 jungle raptors before launching another assault. Battling the raptors under the strain of doubled gravity was undoubtedly the best way to push his limits. Only by continuously surpassing himself could he grow stronger. Frustrated by their inability to subdue this seemingly insignificant foe, the 2 jungle raptors intensified their attacks. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, a warning that more raptors were approaching. "This is bad. More raptors are coming this way. We must eliminate these beasts swiftly," Teresa shouted, prompting a quick response from the others. The jungle raptors were swift. If they did not resolve the situation with the one's beefo at that moment, one could only wonder what kind of grand battle would unfold. After uttering her words, Teresa began to conjure a sphere of energy while deftly evading the attacks of the jungle raptor. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan was retreating as well, but under the influence of double gravity, his speed fell slightly short compared to that of the jungle raptor. The most unfortunate were Mashi and his companions, who could merely hold off the jungle raptor, waiting for Luo Xuan or Teresa to subdue it before they could assist. However, after utilizing their energy spheres, how much energy would they have left? Bello, You and the others hold it off for now, Mashi declared as he took a step back, addressing Belo and the others. Initially, he had hoped to train effectively against the jungle raptors, but unexpectedly, more of them were arriving at this moment. Luo Xuan and his companions could only focus on eliminating the jungle raptors before them. If their numbers were to swell, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Presently, utilizing the energy sphere was the most expedient solution. However, the situation with Mashi and his group appeared rather troublesome, as none among them possessed the ability to wield the energy sphere. Well, they would first deal with the raptors and then assist Mashi. As Luo Xuan retreated, he shook his head in resignation, doubling the gravitational force. Indeed, adapting was not as simple as he had hoped. Initially, he had no intention of alleviating the gravity, aiming to dispatch the 2 jungle raptors under such conditions. Yet, it seemed impossible now, especially with Mashi requiring assistance. Just as Luo Xuan prepared to deactivate the gravitational system, he noticed Mashi stepping back, palm facing upward, mirroring the posture of Teresa, with her left hand gripping her right wrist. An energy sphere? Belo, standing closest to Mashi, observed this scene with astonishment. The resemblance to Teresa's stance was uncanny. Could Mashi also harness this technique? However, there was no time for contemplation. Without Mashi's aid, he found himself struggling against the jungle raptors, forced to evade their attacks. Teresa was the first to gather an energy sphere, hurling it toward the jungle raptor. Although the time she required to condense it was relatively lengthy, its power was formidable. The energy sphere struck the raptor with a resounding explosion, sending dust swirling and resulting in the unmistakable sound of the creature collapsing. Having dispatched the jungle raptor, Teresa turned her gaze toward Belo, intending to assist him, only to notice Mashi's stance. Could she also generate an energy sphere? Teresa was taken aback. After all, she had invested considerable time mastering this technique. The fact that Luo Xuan could conjure it effortlessly had already been a blow to her confidence. However, upon reflection, she realized that Luo Xuan's talent was indeed beyond her reach, granting her some solace. Yet now, witnessing someone with evidently lesser talent and combat prowess also capable of summoning an energy sphere dealt a significant blow to her morale. Nevertheless, she did not linger in hesitation and approached Belo to offer her support. She could no longer employ the energy sphere, as she had hoped to delay until Luo Xuan could extricate himself, so they could together vanquish the jungle raptors. It appeared that Luo Xuan would not resolve his predicament swiftly. They would have to let Mashi give it a try. Mashi stood firm, this being her first attempt, uncertain of her success. However, she felt the energy within her body, believing she could successfully condense it. Luo Xuan was indeed injured, otherwise he would not be moving so slowly. I must succeed. I cannot be a hindrance to him any longer. Mashi cast a glance toward Luo Xuan, observing him retreating continuously. However, there was no way to evade the attack range of the jungle raptor. If only he could dodge just a little, he would be able to swiftly condense an energy sphere, but it appeared he had not succeeded. He uttered softly, exerting himself to channel the energy from every cell in his body, concentrating it in the palm of his hand. Soon, a faint blue luminescence began to manifest at the center of Mashi's palm, gradually coalescing. This blue glow was familiar to Mashi. It resembled the energy spheres produced by Luo Xuan and Teresa, evoking a sense of excitement within her. She was so close to success. Although elated, Mashi remained focused. The condensation was not yet complete, and direct utilization was still beyond her reach. She had to strive even harder. Was success imminent? Not far away, Luo Xuan, deftly dodging the jungle raptor's assaults, kept a vigilant eye on Mashi's position. Initially taken aback, he recalled the previous night when Mashi had sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death, only to be revived by the miraculous healing beans. Given this trait, her combat prowess should have significantly improved. Mashi had likely surpassed Belo by a considerable margin, drawing closer to Teresa's level of power. Observing the blue glow in her palm, he realized she had successfully condensed the energy sphere. What a fortunate individual indeed. Luo Xuan chuckled softly, redirecting his attention from Moshi to the 2 jungle raptors before him. His gaze sharpened instantly as he deftly evaded an attack from one of the raptors and leapt away, successfully escaping its striking range. With Moshi's newfound strength, how could Luo Xuan remain stagnant? In an instant, he swiftly harnessed energy, and a sphere of power coalesced between his hands, which he hurled towards the 2 raptors charging at him. With a thunderous collision, the energy sphere met its targets. Get back! As Luo Xuan dealt with the raptors, Emoshi successfully formed his own energy sphere, shouting to Teresa and the others. They quickly moved aside as Emoshi released the sphere, which detonated upon impact with one of the jungle raptors. Although its power paled in comparison to that of Luo Xuan and Teresa, it was a commendable effort nonetheless. Good job, Teresa exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Though Emoshi was at the lower tier of mid-level warriors, his ability to successfully create an energy sphere was worthy of Teresa's recognition. Bello, too, regarded Emoshi with a serious expression. When they first met, their strengths were comparable. However, now that Emoshi had successfully conjured an energy sphere while he could not, Bello began to understand Teresa's sentiments. Previously, Teresa and Luo Xuan had been evenly matched, but the gap between Teresa and Luo Xuan was now widening. Let us move quickly. The jungle raptors are approaching, Luo Xuan shouted to the crowd. And without the slightest hesitation, several individuals followed him into the depths of the forest. Shortly after their departure, 4 jungle raptors emerged in the vicinity. Fortunately, they had moved swiftly. Otherwise, they would not have been able to contend with the 8 jungle raptors that would have awaited them. Upon their arrival, the 4 raptors beheld the lifeless forms of 4 others, clearly having met their demise. A fierce roar echoed through the air. After a considerable distance had been traversed, Luo Xuan and his companions finally exhaled in relief. Their physical strength had been nearly depleted, and any further confrontation would likely prove arduous. They regarded the jungle raptors merely as training targets, devoid of any intent to slaughter. Thus their concerns were somewhat alleviated. How are you? Upon halting, Luo Xuan noticed that Mashi's complexion appeared rather pale and inquired about her well-being. She had just exerted herself to forcefully conjure an energy sphere, and without the ability to rapidly gather energy, the toll had been significant. Had she been able to concentrate her energy swiftly, the consumption for such a technique would have been minimal, even during continuous assaults, resulting in but a slight expenditure. However, both Teresa and Mashi took an excessive amount of time to coalesce their energy spheres, leading to a compounded loss of energy and thus a greater depletion of their stamina. It's fine. A brief respite will suffice. Shaking her head, Mashi, now fatigued and panting heavily, reflected upon her struggle to generate the energy sphere. Her initial execution being rather clumsy, it had taken her considerable effort to succeed. With further practice, she would undoubtedly improve her proficiency. Who would have thought Mashi could master this technique? Truly impressive. Bello, you must strive to keep up, Teresa exclaimed with hearty laughter as she observed Mashi, still catching her breath. Although the energy sphere had nearly exhausted Mashi's reserves, her achievement was noteworthy. Having succeeded once, subsequent attempts would surely follow. It was merely a matter of time. In contrast, Bello had yet to successfully conjure an energy sphere, leaving him uncertain as to when he might achieve such a feat. For him, it was not merely a question of time. Without enhancing his strength, he would find it impossible to manifest an energy sphere. I wish I could. But without anyone to guide my training, my abilities remain stagnant, Bello lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Witnessing Mashi's ability to summon an energy sphere and vanquish the jungle raptor filled him with envy. Yet, he felt powerless. His innate talent was not particularly high, and the absence of a mentor rendered his progress impossible. Mashi, too, lacked a mentor. She has attained this through her own insights, which only underscores her superior talent. Teresa shook her head, recalling that in the past, she had regarded Bello's potential as quite formidable, or else she would not have chosen to accompany him. However, after encountering Luo Xuan and Mashi, Teresa now perceived Bello's abilities as rather average, lacking any extraordinary strength. Is that so? Just last night, I witnessed Luo Xuan instructing you and Mashi in your training. Otherwise, how could Mashi, who previously lacked such combat prowess, suddenly wield an energy sphere today? It seems implausible. Since the conversation had reached this point, Bello decided to speak candidly. Ever since he discovered last night how Luo Xuan instructed Teresa and the others in their cultivation methods, he had been feeling quite unsettled. Although his own talents were commendable, he felt he had missed out. This discomfort intensified when he witnessed Mashi, who had previously been unable to utilize the energy sphere, managed to do so today. Last night? Did Luo Xuan actually teach them anything? Furrowing his brow, he questioned whether he had forgotten any such instruction. Teresa, equally puzzled, looked at Mashi, but upon seeing the confusion etched on Mashi's face, she shook her head. Last night, Luo Xuan must have said something to you all, and you and Mashi appeared to be quite excited. Was it not a method of cultivation? or perhaps a technique to accelerate the formation of the energy sphere. Initially, he merely suspected that Luo Xuan had imparted some form of cultivation method, but it now seemed evident that there was more to it. He must have taught them how to rapidly condense the energy sphere. Otherwise, Ma Shi would not have succeeded so swiftly. Regarding that matter, what Luo Xuan shared with us was not a cultivation method, nor was it a technique for quickly condensing the energy sphere. He simply spoke a few words. Finally coming to this realization, it dawned on him that Luo Xuan had indeed conversed with them, but it bore little relevance to cultivation or the energy sphere. Words? Could you share them with me? Bello, intrigued by Teresa's denial, found it strange. Having spent over 2 years together, he understood Teresa well enough to know she would not intentionally conceal anything. Could it be that Luo Xuan's words had some profound effect, significantly enhancing both of them? Was there truly such a person? I can't clarify the specifics. Let Luo Xuan explain it, Teresa replied. While she was not particularly scholarly, the concepts resonated with her, but she felt incapable of articulating them herself. After all, Luo Xuan was right there. They could simply ask him. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Bello turned his gaze towards Luo Xuan. After all, it was Luo Xuan who had originally spoken those words. Perhaps his articulation would yield even greater effects. Do you believe Ma Shi's strength increased because of my assistance? Do you think her success in condensing the energy sphere was achieved through shortcuts? Luo Xuan, who had been listening intently to the prior conversation, now inquired lightly as Bello looked his way. In truth, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. One must continually battle those who are more powerful to truly enhance oneself. Only by facing stronger opponents can one grow stronger. This is the essence of a Saiyan. Without allowing Bello to respond, Luo Xuan continued. Are there indeed no shortcuts to strengthening oneself? It is indeed remarkable. Ma Shi can be considered a shortcut taker, having been revived from the brink of death by a mystical being, which significantly enhanced her strength. This is why she successfully managed to condense an energy sphere today. Otherwise, she would still be far from achieving that capability. However, now Beilu desires to learn the cultivation methods from Luo Xuan. Surely, Luo Xuan cannot merely bring him to the edge of death and then revive him with a mystical being. Can he? Although this approach may be a shortcut, Luo Xuan does not believe it to be more potent than the strength gained through personal cultivation. After all, it is not as though Sun Wukong and Vegeta continuously put themselves on the brink of death just to consume mystical beings. That would be unnecessarily convoluted. Moreover, Luo Xuan feels that utilizing mystical beings to train Beilu is excessively wasteful, which is the primary reasoning behind his reluctance. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan's assertions are not mere ramblings. The Saiyan trait of becoming stronger in the face of adversity is fundamental, constantly evolving through combat. Thus, this serves as a cue for Beilu. Whether he can grasp this concept, however, depends solely on him. In the ensuing days, Luo Xuan and his companions pressed deeper into the northern forest. They encountered numerous jungle speed dragons along the way, which they utilized as training targets. Through their interactions with these creatures, their coordination became increasingly refined. And Luo Xuan fully adapted to the double gravity. He now intended to incrementally increase the weight. They were on the verge of reaching the innermost depths of the northern forest. Ma Shi, having gradually familiarized herself with the energy sphere over these past days, no longer felt drained after launching attacks. As they approached the heart of the forest, Luo Xuan remained uncertain about the dangers that lay ahead. Recently, their training had indeed augmented their strength considerably. If any peril were to arise, Ma Shi expressed her confidence in her ability to escape. She nodded, acknowledging that the beings within the northern forest were formidable enough to instill fear even in the jungle speed dragons. Currently, she could only contend with a single jungle speed dragon. Facing more would surely be beyond her capabilities. However, should she find herself overmatched, fleeing would be a viable option. Ma Shi felt assured in her strength. If she wished to escape, even a high-ranking warrior would find it impossible to detain her. Thus, it would be best to resolve this current challenge, take a moment to rest, and then proceed toward the innermost part of the northern forest. Luo Xuan nodded, observing the 8 jungle raptors surrounding them, and spoke with a sense of ease. She offered no further commentary, merely returning the nod. All right, you two should cease your chatter. How shall we allocate our efforts? I can take down 2. Watching the 2 seemingly unconcerned individuals engaged in conversation amidst the peril of being encircled by 8 jungle raptors, he felt a sense of incredulity at their nonchalance. Under Luo Xuan's guidance, Teresa had learned to conserve her energy during combat, eliminating unnecessary exertion. Thus, She now possessed the strength to handle 2 jungle raptors single-handedly without issue. I can manage one, Emoshi declared, glancing at a nearby jungle raptor. After days of battle, she had gained the capability to confront a single jungle raptor head-on without succumbing. If she employed her energy sphere, she could also defeat one. No longer the Saiyan who had nearly perished when faced with 5 or 6 scorpion tigers. I too can contend with one, Bello gritted his teeth, his combat prowess having significantly increased. Though he still lacked the ability to harness the energy sphere, he was confident in his ability to hold off one jungle raptor. Very well, then you shall engage one, and I will handle the remaining 4. Luo Xuan nodded, feeling confident in his ability to contend with the 4 jungle raptors. What about us? The other 3 Saiyans expressed a sense of helplessness as they observed the allocation of the raptors. Their own combat prowess was formidable, yet in the presence of these individuals, they felt somewhat diminished. Just watch and learn, they suggested. Initially, they had intended to approach the 4 jungle raptors, but Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback by their inquiry. Had they not spoken up, he might have forgotten their existence altogether. At the beginning, their battle capabilities were commendable, and when teamed with Bello and Mashi, they could engage in substantial combat. However, as the overall strength of the group escalated, their contributions had waned significantly. Consequently, Luo Xuan had inadvertently overlooked them. As for what these 3 could contribute now, he was uncertain. He could only hope they would observe closely. That works, the trio mused, realizing that watching from the sidelines could indeed be beneficial, allowing them to study Luo Xuan's combat techniques and perhaps enhance their own skills in the process. Nodding in agreement, Luo Xuan made his way toward the 4 jungle raptors, while Teresa and the others proceeded toward their objective, with a series of explosive sounds erupting. The 8 jungle raptors fell, leaving only Bello's raptor standing. F4 swiftly extracted their gains. With his right palm facing forward, Luo Xuan launched an energy sphere directly towards the beleaguered Belluo. However, Luo Xian's true target was not Belluo, but rather the jungle raptor engaged in combat with him. A thunderous boom echoed as the jungle raptor was effortlessly reduced to a charred carcass. This marked the 5th energy sphere he had unleashed. Witnessing Luo Xian's ability to dispatch the jungle raptor with yet another energy sphere left Teresa and the others in a state of astonishment. In just a few short days, Luo Xuan had managed to conjure 5 energy spheres in succession. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, Teresa would have found it hard to believe the immense energy expenditure involved. Just how formidable had Luo Xuan become? With a sigh of relief, Luo Xuan recalled that he had previously mentioned that as long as he could rapidly condense the energy, the consumption would be minimal. The only remaining factor was the amount of energy his body could harbor. Let us take a moment to rest, he suggested. When the time comes, we shall venture directly into the northern forest to uncover the nature of that azure serpent. Luo Xuan remarked that the current team is predominantly led by him, as his combat prowess here is unparalleled. Luo Xuan, I wish to engage in battle with you. Just as Luo Xuan permitted the team to rest, Teresa approached him. It was not a case of overestimating his abilities. Rather, witnessing Luo Xuan's astonishing capacity to conjure 5 energy spheres in succession was a significant blow to his confidence. During their initial encounter, their combat strengths were relatively comparable. However, after just a few days of rigorous training, it seemed that Luo Xuan had surpassed him by a considerable margin. Thus, Teresa was eager to gauge the disparity between them. Battle? Upon hearing Teresa's request, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that Teresa wished to test his own mettle in light of Luo Xuan's continuous improvement. Is that acceptable? Teresa now held a degree of respect for Luo Xuan, opting to inquire rather than directly attack, which was evidently a departure from the science Luo Xuan was accustomed to. Could it be that his presence has indeed altered certain narratives, resulting in significant changes among the individuals here? Very well, let us begin. Luo Xuan nodded. Since Teresa had made this request, it was only fitting to oblige. In truth, Luo Xuan was also eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess, and engaging in combat with Teresa would provide insight into the disparity between himself and advanced warriors. Without a data detector, the situation was indeed rather troublesome. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Mashi and Belo were momentarily taken aback, challenging Luo Xuan. Wasn't that akin to seeking unnecessary suffering? However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, they felt reassured. Teresa's intention was not to defeat Luo Xuan, but rather to gauge the magnitude of the gap between them. Luo Xuan understood this sentiment as well. Similarly, he sought to measure his own combat capability through this duel with Teresa. Thus, he consented to Teresa's request for a bout. You must be quite fatigued after unleashing 5 energy spheres, Ma Shi inquired with concern, aware from her own experience how taxing such an endeavor could be. Given that Luo Xuan had already concentrated 5 times, engaging in battle now might be somewhat inequitable. I'm perfectly fine, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head. Although he had just condensed 5 energy spheres, it posed no significant threat to his body. At the very least, it was sufficient to deal with Teresa. I had also condensed 2 energy spheres earlier, but Luo Xian's strength far surpassed mine. If we were both in peak condition, I estimated I would be defeated in a single blow, hence now was the most opportune moment. As Ma Shi spoke, he did not lower his voice, and Teresa was able to hear him as well. Bello, would you care to test your combat prowess? Upon hearing Teresa's words, Ma Shi found himself at a loss for further comment and turned to Bello with an inquiry. Me? I think not. To fight Luo Xuan would be tantamount to seeking my own demise. After a brief moment of surprise, Bello did not expect to be implicated in this matter, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. Even though Luo Xuan had expended considerable energy, Bello was acutely aware that he stood no chance against him. It was best to refrain from such a confrontation. Who said you had to fight him? I will battle you instead. A subtle smile played on Ma Shi's lips, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. With you? Bello hesitated, recalling that his combat capabilities were relatively comparable to Ma Shi's previously. If provoked in such a manner, he would have accepted without a second thought. However, circumstances had changed. Ma Shi was now capable of condensing energy spheres, and Bello did not believe he could withstand the onslaught of such an attack. Rest assured, I am currently unable to condense another energy sphere. We can agree to forego its use. Observing Bello's expression, Ma Shi understood that he was undoubtedly concerned about the energy spheres. After all, he was not Luo Xuan, who could remain unscathed under Teresa's energy sphere assault, an attack even the highly defensive jungle raptor could not withstand. Moreover, Bello's defensive capabilities were hardly superior to that of the jungle raptor. Very well, I shall challenge you and ascertain the extent of our strength disparity. Upon hearing Ma Shi's statement, Bello no longer hesitated and readily agreed. To decline at this juncture would only portray him as excessively timid. Even if he were to lose, he must engage in the battle. It was for his own dignity. Let us begin. Luo Xuan, without uttering unnecessary words, addressed Teresa directly. Your combat prowess surpasses mine. I shall make the first move. With a resounding shout, Teresa promptly appeared beside Luo Xuan. His speed was no less impressive. Otherwise, he would not be able to engage in combat with high-ranking warriors, and his fighting techniques were undoubtedly well-honed. Upon reaching Luo Xuan's side, Teresa did not hesitate for an instant and swiftly launched a kick towards Luo Xuan's head. Even if Luo Xuan were to endure such a strike, he would emerge unscathed, allowing Teresa to engage in battle with complete assurance. Luo Xuan remained motionless, merely raising his hand to intercept the kick from Teresa. The force of Teresa's kick struck Luo Xuan's arm, seemingly losing all momentum, as it was effortlessly blocked. However, Teresa was not one to underestimate his opponent. With a wealth of battle experience, he retreated without a moment's hesitation. Just as he stepped back, Luo Xuan's fist landed precisely where he had stood moments before. Although that punch had missed its target, Teresa remained vigilant, aware of Luo Xuan's profound combat expertise, which ensured he would not squander energy unnecessarily. Knowing that a missed strike often leads to a follow-up attack, Teresa braced himself for defense. Sure enough, as he assumed a protective stance, Luo Xuan's onslaught commenced. Delivering a powerful punch, Teresa quickly crossed his arms in front of him, managing to deflect Luo Xuan's blow. Nevertheless, the force behind that punch was formidable, sending Teresa staggering backward. Impressive, he thought, glancing at his reddened arm, feeling somewhat disheartened by the evident disparity in their abilities. Looking up, he found Luo Xuan's figure had vanished. In the heat of battle, losing focus was detrimental. As Teresa pondered this, Luo Xuan's voice suddenly resonated behind him, prompting him to whip around and discover Luo Xuan standing right behind him. Such speed! When did he move behind me? Just moments ago, Luo Xuan had attacked him. Yet now he was already at his back. How astonishingly swift! Without granting Teresa a chance to react, Luo Xuan unleashed a punch to his abdomen before withdrawing his hand. Ugh! Teresa clutched his stomach, and as Luo Xuan retracted his fist, he crumpled to the ground, having lost all fighting capability. After effortlessly defeating Teresa, Luo Xuan reactivated the gravity system. During their confrontation, he had deactivated it to assess his combat prowess, which allowed him to dispatch Teresa with such alacrity. Otherwise, the fight might have taken longer. The three Saiyans observing from a distance were utterly astounded. How did Luo Xuan get behind Teresa? One Saiyan inquired. I don't know. His speed was so immense that it was impossible to see him. Another Saiyan responded, shaking his head. They had only witnessed Luo Xuan deliver a punch to Teresa. And then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him to strike again, leading to Teresa's downfall. Suddenly, a sound interrupted their daze. They turned to see Mashi withdrawing his foot, while Bello lay beneath a fallen tree. The three Saiyans swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer might of Luo Xuan and Mashi. Upon their initial encounter, both Teresa and Bello were formidable opponents. However, they were swiftly defeated. How did this transpire? After a brief respite, let us investigate the true strength of the Azure Serpent. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Luo Xuan remarked and assisted Teresa in sitting against a tree. You didn't exert your full strength just now, did you? Teresa, having finally regained her composure, cast a serious glance at Luo Xuan. Her inquiry captured the attention of those around them, who regarded Luo Xuan with disbelief. How could he have effortlessly vanquished Teresa without employing his full might? Come on, you can't deny it. A single punch powerful enough to pierce through a jungle raptor cannot possibly yield such minimal force, Luo Xuan countered. While my defense is slightly superior to that of a jungle raptor, it is not significantly so. Seeing Luo Xuan remain silent, Teresa continued, acknowledging the blow to her pride. The fact remained that Luo Xuan had defeated her without using his full strength. Well, I utilized approximately 70% of my power. How do you think that compares to those elite warriors? Luo Xuan finally confessed, unable to conceal the truth any longer. His previous punch had indeed not been delivered with maximum force. It seemed that only when he was agitated did his strength reach such heights. As for why his right hand appeared to be stronger, Luo Xuan speculated it might be related to a past fracture, though he could not be certain of this. I should be capable of contending with those elite warriors on the gravity platform. As for whether I could win, that remains uncertain. It has been quite some time since I last visited the gravity platform, and I am unaware of how much those elite warriors have progressed. After a moment's hesitation, Teresa responded, acknowledging that it had been a long time since she had faced elite warriors. Those individuals trained on the gravity platform, where their efforts yielded remarkable results, would not be easily defeated. Nevertheless, in terms of innate talent, Teresa held a favorable view of Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xuan was merely a low-level warrior who had become so powerful without the aid of a gravity platform. If he were to train on one, defeating those elite warriors would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Were Luo Xuan to learn of Teresa's sentiments, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. For he was indeed utilizing a gravity system, one that he had consistently employed, which had facilitated his rapid advancement. Had it been the previous gravity system, which merely increased the weight of his clothing, his progress would not have been so swift. However, the current system bore similarities to the gravity platform, allowing him to move freely with remarkable results. In contrast, Lin and her companion's gravity platform was fixed, limiting their ability to train effectively in combat. However, Luo Xuan is quite different. Whether he is dining, resting, or engaging in combat, he does so under the weight of double gravity. Furthermore, his battles are fought against ferocious beasts without holding back. Although the combat prowess of these beasts may not rival that of advanced warriors, they do not exhibit the restraint characteristic of their human counterparts. If both parties were to fight without reservation, the number of advanced warriors who might perish would be unfathomable. It is precisely for this reason that the advancement of those elite warriors lags behind that of Luo Xuan. They engage in battles with measured restraint, whereas the beasts of the northern forest do not. In their confrontations, it is a matter of life or death, and it is through these harrowing encounters, teetering on the brink of mortality, that Luo Xuan experiences such rapid growth. Victory and defeat remain uncertain. Luo Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. He had originally believed he could engage in combat with the majority of elite warriors. However, it now appeared that he still fell somewhat short. You have performed remarkably well for a low-level warrior. Your inherent disadvantages are evident. Yet, you have surpassed many of us mid-level fighters, and considering your youth, with further cultivation, it is entirely possible for you to vanquish those elite warriors. Noticing Luo Xuan's slight despondency, Teresa offered a word of comfort. This reassurance was sincere. He had witnessed Luo Xuan's growth firsthand. In merely half a month's time since their initial encounter, he had already advanced to such a remarkable level. Given a bit more time, surpassing elite warriors would not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, Luo Xuan nodded, feeling a pang of frustration. After all, he had been diligently training for an entire month, employing the most perilous methods in his pursuit. Yet, he still found himself unable to match the prowess of the advanced warriors. The inherent advantages possessed by these elite fighters surpassed those of the lower-tier combatants. Their innate combat abilities evidently more formidable. This disparity seemed rather unjust. However, he recognized that such inequity could serve as a catalyst, propelling Luo Xuan to strive even harder in his endeavors. Luo Xuan's aspirations extend far beyond the immediate horizon. He seeks not merely the jungle raptors or elite warriors, but aspires to become a Super Saiyan or even further. What do you say? Shall we embark? Observing the renewed confidence on Luo Xuan's face, Mashi felt a wave of relief. Though she remained silent, both she and Teresa had overheard the conversation between Luo Xuan and Teresa. She harbored concerns that Teresa's words might weigh heavily on Luo Xuan, yet it seemed evident that he was not the type to crumble under a minor setback. After all, having risen from a lowly warrior to this level, such blows should hardly faze him. Very well, let us proceed. After glancing at Teresa and Bello, and confirming that they seemed untroubled, Luo Xuan nodded. Their next destination was the depths of the North Forest, where the enigmatic green serpent awaited. He pondered the creature's strength, which had evidently compelled numerous jungle raptors to vacate the inner forest. His curiosity was piqued. Not far ahead, after a brief walk, Bello came to a halt. This spot marked the location where they had previously encountered the green serpent. Not far off, the colossal green serpent coiled in place. Do you know the strength of that serpent? Mashi inquired, aware that only Bello and the three Saiyans had laid eyes on it. They were uncertain of its prowess, and if it were excessively formidable, it might be wise to keep their distance. I don't know. When we last saw it, it didn't seem particularly powerful. It was merely colossal. However, its ability to drive away the surrounding jungle raptors implies it must possess greater strength than they do, Bello replied. As they approached, they had not encountered any jungle raptors, indicating that the creatures had indeed been driven away. Given the ability to repel so many of them, Bello and the others were understandably cautious about drawing too near. They could not afford to provoke the green serpent, lest a single strike obliterate them, especially since they could hardly defeat even one jungle raptor. After much effort, Luo Xuan and his companions had finally reached the interior of the North Forest, now just a short distance from the mysterious green serpent. Everyone, be vigilant. If anything arises, we must flee, Teresa whispered, aware that the serpent's strength was likely formidable. Should a battle ensue, they might find themselves overmatched, so caution was paramount. Understood, Bello and the others nodded, although they were unaware of the serpent's precise strength. The fact that the jungle raptors had fled from this area spoke volumes about its ferocity. After all, animals possess a sensitivity far surpassing that of humans. Let us proceed, Luo Xuan remarked. Although he was unaware of the nature of the being in question, his curiosity was piqued. What purpose could such a formidable entity serve? Lurking within the northern forest? Had it perhaps been driven from another realm? As he pressed onward, the group proceeded with utmost caution. Although the vicinity seemed devoid of fearsome beasts, the presence of something that even the fiercest creatures dreaded necessitated vigilance. Is it right here? Inquired Tressa softly, as Bello, who was leading the way, came to a halt and gestured ahead. Bello nodded affirmatively, then parted the branches before them, revealing a colossal serpent quietly coiled. This serpent was indeed of extraordinary size, leaving Tressa and the others utterly astonished. Its body resembled that of a snake, with the head of a crocodile, the limbs of a lizard, the claws of an eagle, antlers reminiscent of a deer, and scales akin to those of a fish. With whiskers adorning its jaws, was this a dragon? Although Luo Xuan was equally astonished, his reaction differed from that of Teresa and the others. The azure dragon evoked a sense of familiarity within him. It was reminiscent of the divine dragon from the Dragon Ball universe. This magnificent creature, akin to the dragon from the series, could be summoned by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, granting the summoner a singular wish. Upon this realization, Luo Xuan felt a surge of excitement and boldly stepped past the crowd towards the divine dragon. Though he was uncertain why this celestial being had appeared in this realm, the prospect of it fulfilling his wish and transporting him back to the real world sparked hope within him. In that case, he would no longer need to tirelessly train and fight for survival in the Dragon Ball universe. Luo Xuan acknowledged his fondness for this world, yet he cherished his original world even more. Initially, he intended to return to Earth to see if the divine dragon there could assist him in returning to his former realm. Little did he anticipate encountering something here. A twist of fate indeed. Luo Xuan, what are you doing? As Luo Xuan boldly approached the colossal serpent, she promptly grasped his arm. Although she was unaware of the true terror the serpent possessed, it was prudent to exercise caution around such entities in the northern forest. It's fine. I have confidence. Luo Xuan replied, regaining his composure after She's intervention. He had been momentarily overwhelmed by excitement. The emergence of the divine dragon held the potential to transport him back to his original world, which was exhilarating. However, upon reflection, he realized that this divine dragon was a creation of Earth's gods, likely not yet manifested, and he pondered how it could possibly exist on planet Vegeta. Nevertheless, having encountered the divine dragon, Luo Xuan felt compelled to inquire further. Be careful, she cautioned, observing the unwavering confidence in Luo Xuan's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she released her grip. Luo Xuan nodded and continued his approach towards the divine dragon. The closer he drew, the more distinct it became. It was undoubtedly the divine dragon from the world of Dragon Ball. As Luo Xuan neared, the divine dragon noticed him, and to his astonishment, it spoke. However, the words uttered were incomprehensible to Luo Xuan. They were neither the language of the Saiyans nor Chinese. Luo Xuan activated the multiverse translation system within his mind, a system renowned for its ability to translate all languages in the universe. Luo Xuan, you have arrived? Just as Luo Xuan initiated the translation system, he heard this question. Do you know me? Luo Xuan found it rather perplexing. This dragon was indeed remarkable, for it seemed to know his name. Originally, this scion was called Royster. But after his rebirth, he chose to adopt his former name. Yes, I am aware. The dragon's voice resonated with a magnetic allure reminiscent of the anime. Then, dragon, why have you appeared here? He thought it prudent to clarify matters first, for the dragon's presence in this realm was decidedly peculiar. Because you made a wish, allowing me to bring you to this world. After fulfilling your desire, I became ensnared by an unfamiliar energy. The dragon's response only deepened Luo Xuan's bewilderment. What could that possibly mean? I wished for you to transport me to this world. Yet I have no recollection of making such a wish. This was clearly amiss. He had only just arrived in this realm and had not even encountered the Dragon Balls. To be precise, it was your future self who made the wish. The dragon directly addressed Luo Xuan's confusion. My future self wished for you to bring me to this world. But why? The more he listened, the more muddled he became. He questioned the veracity of the dragon's words. He longed to return to reality. How could he possibly have wished for the dragon to bring him here in the future? Indeed, the specific reasons will become apparent to you in due time. The dragon seemed disinclined to elaborate further on Luo Xuan's inquiry. The dragon, true to its portrayal in the Dragon Ball universe, exuded an air of arrogance. Will you perish if you divulge more? Who is it that has confined you here? Is there truly no path back? Luo Xuan continued to inquire, for the divine dragon was trapped in this place, allowing for numerous questions to be posed. He contemplated whether there might be a way to return to the realm of reality, even if the future Luo Xuan were to make wishes. He was resolute in his desire not to remain here. Uncertain of the overwhelming power that bound him, he recognized that once the Dragon Balls were restored, he would vanish, returning to the future to fulfill the wishes of the one who sought the Dragon Balls. This energy could confine him, yet it could not restrain the flow of time and space. Luo Xuan grasped the essence of the dragon's response only partially. It seemed to imply that the dragon could return to the temporal realm of the future and once again transform into a Dragon Ball. Considering Luo Xuan's short time in this world, merely about a month, it suggested that the divine dragon might linger here for another 11 months. How did you manage to drive away the fierce beasts in this vicinity? This was a pressing question. Although the dragon could grant many wishes, its combat prowess was significantly lacking. Even the original Piccolo could vanquish it. With a battle power of approximately 260, it paled in comparison to the Saiyans. While the jungle speedsters here were capable of engaging intermediate warriors, how had this divine dragon managed to expel these jungle speedsters? Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's approach, Mashi and the others felt a wave of anxiety. After all, this was a colossal serpent capable of driving off jungle speedsters. If Luo Xuan were to provoke it, they were uncertain whether he could handle the confrontation, as the serpent's combat abilities remained unknown to them, just as Luo Xuan's power was a mystery. They understood that if a battle ensued, they would be utterly powerless, thus they could only hide and observe the unfolding situation. Is Luo Xuan conversing with that giant serpent? After a moment of watching, Beilu could no longer contain his curiosity. Since Luo Xuan had approached, It seemed he was engaged in dialogue with the serpent. Could it be that Luo Xuan was capable of communicating with it? It appeared plausible, for the serpent had not attacked him. Perhaps he was indeed speaking to it. Teresa nodded in agreement, suggesting that Luo Xuan was indeed in conversation with the serpent, but the content of their exchange eluded their understanding. Luo Xuan communicated with the divine dragon using the earthly language of this world. Not only Teresa and the others, but even Luo Xuan himself had to employ the multiverse translation system to converse with the dragon. Their fear was not directed at me, but rather at the energy that ensnared me. In response to Luo Xuan's heart-wrenching inquiry, the dragon appeared unfazed, merely offering a succinct explanation. So that is how it is. Luo Xuan murmured softly, pondering the origin of this energy and the reason behind the confinement of the divine dragon in this place. After its entrapment, no actions were taken. The dragon merely remained here. What, then, is the significance of its captivity? Do you truly remain unaware of the identity of the one who has ensnared you in this temporal realm? Luo Xuan was perplexed. Was the intention behind confining the divine dragon here merely to facilitate their encounter? Such a possibility seemed rather improbable. Had the divine dragon not manifested, Luo Xuan would have likely dedicated himself even more fervently to his cultivation. Yet, with the dragon's emergence, his yearning to return to the realm of reality intensified. After all, this was an unfamiliar world, one that Luo Xuan did not particularly cherish. I do not know, the divine dragon replied with utter clarity, unambiguous and devoid of any pretense. Is there anything that my future self has instructed you to reveal to me? Luo Xuan remained utterly bewildered. Why would his future self take such reckless actions? Bringing him into this world? Could it be that his future self no longer desired a return to the realm of reality? Such a notion seemed improbable. It must be an impostor posing as Luo Xuan. He had been told that he must strive to grow stronger in order to protect what he cherished. Indeed, the dragon's inquiries were of no consequence until one dared to ask. Protecting what he wished to safeguard? What could that possibly entail? Surely, it could not be his responsibility to save the world. Was that not the task of Sun Wukong? Yet, at this moment, it appeared that Sun Wukong was absent. The more questions arose, the more muddled Luo Xuan felt. What was the purpose behind all this? Why did his future self insist on having the dragon transport him to this world? Had he discovered that a return to reality was impossible and sought to ensure Luo Xuan's own misery? Then, dragon, can you send me back to my original world? He pondered. There was no point in overthinking it. This world offered little in terms of entertainment. Luo Xuan yearned for the dragon to return him to his former reality. Though that world might not allow for such adventurous exploits, it was certainly preferable to the imminent warfare on planet Vegeta. Ultimately, he longed to return to that tranquil existence, as his own wish was for world peace. Very well, that seems simple enough. If the dragon possessed the power to bring Luo Xuan from the tangible world into this two-dimensional realm, it surely had the capability to return him to reality. The dragon's might was indeed considerable. While its combat prowess may have been lacking, the possession of such extraordinary abilities was commendable. Now, send me back to the realm of reality. Upon hearing the dragon's response, it was unmistakably the standard reply given during the fulfillment of wishes. Though Luo Xuan had not indulged much in anime, he distinctly recalled the phrase so easy as part of the wish-granting process. That is not feasible. Just as Luo Xuan was filled with anticipation to return to the real world, the dragon interjected with yet another statement. Did you not just say it was no problem? Luo Xuan was deeply disheartened. Was this divine dragon, trapped in ennui, merely seeking amusement at his expense? Your wish is simple. Yet you have not gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, I am unable to assist you. The dragon's response nearly made Luo Xuan spit blood. Is the matter of fulfillment not merely a phrase? Must it be complicated for the sake of amusement? At this moment, Luo Xuan was entirely justified in believing that the Dragon Ball universe he had entered was a mere fade, clearly designed to drive the original fans to despair. Divine Dragon, if you persist in this manner, there will be no need for your return. You might as well remain here. Luo Xuan was filled with rage, and the consequences were dire. Just as he began to question the authenticity of the divine dragon, it spoke once more. Farewell, and so on. Luo Xuan instinctively replied, but he soon realized his mistake. However, it was too late. The dragon had already transformed into a radiant golden light and vanished, seemingly returning to the world of the future. Wasn't it agreed upon to last for a year? Why did it disappear so swiftly? Could it be that the passage of time in the future world differs? Standing in a state of bewilderment, Luo Xuan pondered the situation. Was this divine dragon merely toying with him? Nevertheless, the dragon had imparted a wealth of knowledge, revealing how he had arrived in this world and confirming the existence of the Dragon Balls, which held the power to return him to his reality. If the Dragon Balls could facilitate his return, why then grant a wish that brought him into this two-dimensional realm? These questions left Luo Xuan utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the thoughts or the extraordinary circumstances that his future self might be entangled in. Luo Xuan, are you all right? What happened to that colossal serpent? Were you conversing with it just now? As Luo Xuan delved into his thoughts, Emo Shi and the others, having witnessed the giant serpent's vanishing act, hurriedly approached him. Initially, upon seeing the golden light, they had feared the serpent was about to strike. However, it seemed now that the serpent had fled, leaving them all in a state of confusion. What could Luo Xuan have said to compel the serpent to retreat? Roar! We must leave. The divine dragon has vanished, and the swift beasts of the forest are approaching without any adversary. Luo Xuan exclaimed, realizing that the divine dragon had vanished, taking with it the energy that it confined it. The jungle raptors, keenly attuned to this change, began to return. Upon hearing a roar, Luo Xuan quickly grasped the situation. The disappearance of that energy would undoubtedly be sensed by the astute beasts, a natural instinct to seek fortune and avoid peril, irrespective of their prowess. Thus, at the very moment the energy dissipated, the nearby jungle raptors made their way back, for their nest lay in this direction. Previously driven away, now that the force keeping them at bay had vanished, they were returning home. We must leave this place, he urged. Teresa nodded gravely. If the jungle raptors were indeed returning, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Despite their confusion, the group had no choice but to head towards the outskirts of the jungle. Along the way, they encountered several assaults from the jungle raptors, all of which Luo Xuan swiftly dispatched, for there was no time to linger. The longer they stayed, the more jungle raptors would converge upon them, with a thunderous roar. After eliminating a pack of 10 jungle raptors, the group successfully escaped the depths of the northern forest and reached a more central location. Many of the jungle raptors had returned to the interior, rendering this central area relatively safe. It seems unlikely any jungle raptors will pursue us here. Let us rest for a moment, Luo Xuan suggested. Observing the surroundings, which appeared devoid of immediate threats, he felt assured. The group nodded in agreement, now increasingly reliant on Luo Xuan. They had witnessed his prowess firsthand, having single-handedly taken down 7 of the 10 jungle raptors. By the way, what was that enormous serpent? And what did you mean by divine dragon? After a brief respite, Mashi curiously inquired. The others perked up at her question, intrigued by the topic, but hesitant to ask Luo Xuan directly. Now that her rapport with him had grown, Mashi finally mustered the courage to voice her curiosity. That was no mere serpent. It was a dragon, Luo Xuan clarified, though it differs somewhat from the jungle raptors. I learned about such dragons from my grandfather in my youth. Their power is formidable. However, they do not attack indiscriminately. As long as one communicates properly with them, they will depart peacefully. Luo Xuan was aware that his conversation with the dragon was incomprehensible to the Saiyans, thus he fabricated a tale. If the dragon could indeed fulfill any wish, it is likely that the Saiyans would have set their sights on Earth immediately after unifying planet Vegeta, for it was something that even Vegeta coveted. Is it easy to communicate? Mashi pondered, and indeed, the dragon had instilled fear in the jungle's swift lizards, causing them to flee. However, after conversing with Luo Xuan, it vanished in a flash of light. This demonstrated the dragon's immense power and its communicative nature, albeit in a manner only Luo Xuan could comprehend. As Mashi and the others could not grasp his earlier words. Luo Xuan, what are your plans next? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's explanation, the others began to understand. Their unfamiliarity with the dragon, combined with Luo Xuan's reasonable assertions, made it easy for them to be convinced. Nevertheless, given Luo Xuan's newfound strength, remaining in the North Forest would merely be a waste of time, as it was no longer suitable for his growth. I wish to continue my training to become even stronger, hence I intend to journey to the place where advanced warriors cultivate. Reflecting on this, Luo Xuan realized that the most formidable entities in the North Forest were the jungle's swift lizards. He had initially expected something far more powerful within, only to discover the dragon. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out the training grounds for advanced warriors, where it was evident that even the weakest there surpassed the jungle's swift lizards. Luo Xuan was now capable of enduring 15 times Earth's gravity, equivalent to 1.5 times that of planet Vegeta. While this was impressive, it was not enough. He was still far from his goal. You wish to go to the South Desert? Hearing Luo Xuan's words, Teresa was somewhat taken aback. Just as there were training grounds for intermediate warriors, so too were there for advanced warriors, albeit in different locations. The advanced training area was situated in a vast expanse of desert to the south. Although it lacked many ferocious beasts, it was rife with venomous creatures. Known for their formidable combat prowess, aggressive nature, and strong defenses, all while adept at concealing themselves within the sands. One could easily fall victim to their poison if not cautious, as the primary focus of training there was to enhance a Saiyans' reflexes, offensive capabilities, and speed. It was unexpected that Luo Xuan aimed to train in such a perilous locale. And what about you all? Luo Xuan nodded, recognizing that training speed and reaction time were paramount, making this his optimal choice. I will accompany you, Moshi declared without a hint of hesitation. It was alongside Luo Xuan that she had ventured into the heart of the northern forest, attaining her current prowess. Thus, wherever Luo Xuan went, she would follow unreservedly. I shall join you as well. Although it has often been said that my strength rivals that of high-ranking warriors, I have never set foot in the southern desert. Therefore, I shall accompany you this time, Teresa remarked after a brief pause. He had lingered in the northern forest for quite some time. Yet his experiences paled in comparison to the few days spent with Luo Xuan. Previously, he had encountered formidable beasts and avoided them when possible, unlike Luo Xuan, who boldly sought out confrontations with such creatures. He too hoped to journey to the southern desert with Luo Xuan, aspiring for personal growth. What about you, Bello? Luo Xuan nodded, casting a glance at Beilu and the others. Their combat prowess was commendable, and he now wished to accompany them. Wherever Teresa goes, I shall follow. Beilu hesitated not, for since aligning with Teresa, he had reaped numerous benefits. Though his strength was lacking, the prospect of journeying to the southern desert intrigued him. The other three Saiyans, however, shook their heads. Despite their significant power gains, they lacked even the capability to confront the jungle raptors alone. Venturing to the southern desert would be tantamount to a certain demise. Hence, they preferred to remain in the northern forest to further hone their abilities. Luo Xuan respected their decision, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Each harbors their own aspirations, while he valued their strength. Persuading them to join the expedition to the southern desert felt somewhat forced, leading to their inevitable parting. Shall we proceed directly to the southern desert? Teresa inquired. Having resolved to embark on the journey, the sooner they departed, the better. Indeed, but prior to that, we must take Beilu to hunt a few jungle raptors, enabling him to successfully condense an energy sphere. Without it, he would be ill-equipped for the southern desert. Upon reflection, Luo Xuan deemed it essential for Beilu to master the energy sphere before their departure. It would be ludicrous for a Saiyan to falter in this fundamental skill. In truth, it was merely a matter of time. Presently, Beilu was more than capable of not only condensing the energy sphere, but likely could also execute continuous launches without issue. However, his energy expenditure during the condensation process was excessive, hindering his success. Thus, two solutions emerged: either bolster Beilu's energy to a level akin to Moshi's, allowing for greater extravagance, or incite him to unleash his potential. Once the technique of condensation was grasped, future attempts would become significantly easier. Luo Xuan had methods to enhance Beilu's strength. One being to severely challenge him in combat, and then provide him with a magical bean to amplify his abilities. However, given the precious nature of such beans, he was reluctant to squander them. Although he had recently discovered a means to reduce their cooldown time, it was still unwise to waste them. Therefore, he resolved to stimulate Beilu in another manner, contemplating a suitable approach. Are you suggesting that I too can condense an energy sphere? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Bello's face lit up with excitement. He felt that while Luo Xuan and the others could manifest energy orbs, he himself was incapable, perhaps due to a lack of innate talent. However, upon listening to Luo Xuan, a flicker of hope reignited within him. Previously, Teresa could only condense an energy orb once, but now she had progressed to being able to do so twice. Moreover, Moshi, who had struggled to succeed in this endeavor, had also achieved it, all thanks to the young man before them. Therefore, the prospect of having a chance to successfully condense energy orbs filled Bello with exhilaration. He mused that if it were not for a genuine deficiency in talent, then success should indeed be within reach. Luo Xuan expressed his concerns, fearing that if the energy condensation ultimately failed, it would inevitably reflect poorly on Beilu's innate abilities. Indeed, a lack of talent would result in a consistently inferior performance compared to others. Very well, when shall we commence? Upon reflection, he recognized the validity of this assertion. Should the condensation prove unsuccessful, it would certainly indicate a deficiency in talent. Thus, Belo exhibited no hesitation. As long as he could successfully condense the energy sphere and not impede others, that would suffice. No rush, let us first seek a jungle raptor. This thrill undoubtedly stemmed from the exhilaration of battle, for the Saiyans were inherently a warrior race, growing stronger with each confrontation. Consequently, Luo Xuan deemed it necessary to incite Belo through this method. Agreed. Belo nodded, confident in his current combat prowess, capable of stalling a jungle raptor single-handedly, though defeating one still posed a challenge. However, since Luo Xuan had consistently trained with jungle raptors, Belo held no doubts. Subsequently, Luo Xuan and his 3 companions bid farewell to the trio of Saiyans, who now possessed sufficient strength to navigate the central region of the northern forest without fear. Confident that evasion from any jungle raptors would not pose a problem. Roar. Upon encountering 4 jungle raptors, a smile crept across Luo Xuan's lips. With a swift motion, he unleashed his abilities, swiftly defeating 3 of the jungle raptors, leaving only 1 remaining. The last jungle raptor, witnessing the demise of its companions, did not succumb to fear. Rather, it was consumed by fury. Belo, this one is yours. Luo Xuan gently patted Belo's shoulder and then gestured towards the furious jungle raptor not far away. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Belo did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly charged towards the jungle raptor. All right, regardless of what happens next, do not intervene. We will sit over there. After conveying this to Mashi and Teresa, Luo Xuan explained that the jungle raptor was meant to provoke Belo. If Teresa and the others intervened, the intended effect would be lost. Mashi nodded without a second thought, as she was most inclined to follow Luo Xuan's guidance. Teresa, after a brief moment of hesitation, also nodded, trusting that Luo Xuan would not endanger Belo. Thus, the 3 found a shady tree, seated themselves beneath it, and began to enjoy scorpion meat while slowly observing Belo's battle. Belo's combat prowess was notably strong, and during his confrontation with the jungle raptor, he surprisingly gained the upper hand. Although he was unaware of Luo Xuan's true intentions behind this battle, he trusted that there was a rationale behind Luo Xuan's instructions. As long as he could successfully condense an energy sphere, that would suffice. Belo's combat abilities were indeed impressive. Teresa, watching from the side, nodded in agreement. After all, Belo had been accompanying him in the northern forest for many years, and while his progress had been modest during that time, his development alongside Luo Xuan was quite astonishing. Had I known, I would have left him with 2 jungle raptors. Luo Xuan was taken aback. This Belo was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Just as Teresa was about to respond, she witnessed Luo Xuan toss a piece of scorpion tiger meat, striking Belo's foot just as he intended to kick the jungle raptor. Belo was poised to land a blow on the jungle raptor, yet unexpectedly, his strike was thwarted by a chunk of meat. However, at that moment, he could not ascertain the identity of the assailant, as the jungle raptor was already lunging towards him, forcing him to evade swiftly. Thus, the scene unfolded repeatedly. Luo Xuan would produce a piece of scorpion tiger meat, take a bite, and then hurl it at the precise moment Belo aimed to strike the jungle raptor. Belo's fury escalated. What was the meaning of this? Not only was he receiving no assistance, but someone was actively aiding his adversary. Yet, Luo Xuan showed no sign of ceasing his interference. Each time Belo attempted to attack, he was thwarted. Gradually, Belo found himself increasingly on the defensive. Teresa, witnessing this spectacle, contemplated intervening but ultimately refrained. Recalling Luo Xuan's assurance that he would not harm Belo and his earlier declaration to refrain from interference, regardless of the circumstances. Damn it, Belo fumed. Feeling the weight of frustration, this was the first time he had encountered such a suffocating battle. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he retreated slightly, his mind consumed by rage. Engaging the jungle raptor was no simple task, and with Luo Xuan's constant meddling, the fight became increasingly vexing. As his fury clouded his judgment, he finally managed to evade an attack from the jungle raptor, his right hand slightly outstretched, left hand grasping his right wrist, conjuring a sphere of energy. However, instead of directing the energy sphere at the jungle raptor, he inadvertently hurled it towards Luo Xuan. A reflex born from the earlier disruption he had faced from that direction in his heated state. Luo Xuan, watch out, as Belo successfully formed the energy sphere. Both Mashi and Teresa initially smiled, only to see the sphere hurtling towards them. They quickly rose, shouting a warning. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Luo Xuan did not evade. Instead, he stood tall, fingers spread wide, as the energy sphere detonated at the moment of contact. In an instant, dust was whipped into the air, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of yellow soil. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the debris and revealing Luo Xuan, unharmed. With his fingers still outstretched, having absorbed the energy sphere, the rumble echoed. This time, the energy sphere had not originated from Bello, but from Luo Xuan himself. After catching the energy sphere thrown by Bello, Luo Xuan swiftly conjured his own energy sphere. No, cried Teresa, for although Bello had just attacked Luo Xuan, she firmly believed it was unintentional. Witnessing Luo Xuan gather energy, she feared he was enraged and intended to eliminate Bello. It is only natural to feel anger in such a situation. After all, one had offered assistance in generating the energy sphere, only to become the target of that very person's wrath. Thus, Teresa assumed Luo Xuan sought to vanquish Bello. However, her shout came too late. For Luo Xuan's speed in summoning the energy sphere was astonishing, and the explosion resonated instantaneously near Bello. There was truly no necessity for him to kill Bello. It was evident that the latter had not acted with malice. The explosion was so powerful that not even Teresa would survive its wrath. Luo Xuan's strength was overwhelming. Yet he had no intention of taking Bello's life, especially after their lengthy companionship. He was not the sort to indulge in wanton violence. As Teresa grappled with despair, Mashi's voice echoed in her ears. Having spent the most time with Luo Xuan, Mashi understood his character better than anyone else. She was certain that just moments ago, Luo Xuan had no intention of slaying Bello. Teresa lifted her head upon hearing Mashi's words, realizing they were indeed accurate. Luo Xuan was not one to exhibit such volatile temper. At that moment, Teresa heard footsteps and turned toward Bello's direction, where he emerged from the dust. Bello, are you all right? That's wonderful. After 2 years of camaraderie, their bond was strong. Had Luo Xuan truly struck him down, Teresa would have been at a loss as to whether to seek vengeance. Thank you. I was reckless just now, unable to control my emotions, Bello said, addressing Luo Xuan sincerely without acknowledging Teresa. It's nothing, Luo Xuan replied. Luo Xuan shook his head. The recent events were indeed intentional on his part. He sought to provoke Bello into a state of fury, compelling him to coalesce the energy sphere. He understood that a Saiyans' combat prowess escalates significantly in moments of rage. Thus, even if some energy was squandered in the process, the uncontrollable wrath would inevitably lead to a successful accumulation of power. As for the subsequent attack initiated by Luo Xuan, are you all right? Teresa inquired, glancing at Bello. It was evident that he had just endured Luo Xuan's assault. So how could he possibly be unscathed? Bello's defenses were formidable, yet they did not suffice to withstand Luo Xuan's might. Actually, Luo Xuan's strike was not directed at me, but at the jungle raptor. After forming the energy sphere, I lacked the strength to fend off the jungle raptor's attack, which ultimately led to its demise at Luo Xuan's hands, Bello elucidated. This was the truth of the matter. Luo Xuan had not harbored any murderous intent against him, but rather had rescued him from the jaws of the jungle raptor. Understanding dawned on Teresa as she listened to Bello's explanation. It became clear that Luo Xuan's target had been the jungle raptor. Now that Bello had also mastered the art of energy sphere formation, with a bit of practice, he would become increasingly adept. It was time for them to venture into the South Desert. Luo Xuan paid no heed to these matters and spoke directly. The others nodded in agreement and followed suit, as it was time to depart from the northern forest. They had lingered there for over a month, and their cultivation had yielded commendable results. Along the way, they encountered a familiar group of acquaintances. How could there be so many scorpion tigers at the outskirts of the northern forest? Hart gazed despairingly at the 50 or so scorpion tigers surrounding them, swearing that he had not harmed any of their young this time. Yet, these scorpion tigers seemed to be trailing them. Who could have foreseen that they might meet their demise here? Rigo shook his head in resignation, having completely given up hope. It was not merely the 50 scorpion tigers that posed a threat. Even 15 could easily vanquish them. Thus, he found himself devoid of any will to resist. The only one still inclined to fight was perhaps Keith, but his combat prowess was insufficient. With a roar, a scorpion tiger lunged at him, and there was no time to defend. He could only resign himself to fate. However, in the next moment, the scorpion tiger was sent flying. Mashi? Upon seeing the familiar figure before them, Rigo and the others were taken aback. You're alive? Or have you chosen to abandon your entry into the central region? Nonetheless, you might be joining us now. Dying together could be considered a form of fate. Rigo felt a flicker of joy upon seeing Mashi. Yet the dire circumstances dulled his elation. How could they contend with over 50 scorpion tigers unless Luo Xuan were to appear? But in the next instant, the three stood agape in astonishment, for Mashi charged straight into the throng of scorpion tigers and, much like Luo Xuan before her, dispatched one with a single punch. Before long, there lay the corpses of over 50 scorpion tigers. How did she achieve this? Rigo swallowed hard. When they had been together, Mashi could barely slay 5 scorpion tigers, yet here she was, facing 10 times that number. How was this possible? However, after vanquishing the scorpion tigers, Mashi paid them no mind and walked away. Mashi, where are you going? Keith could not help but shout. Mashi paused momentarily. To the southern desert. Then she continued on without looking back, leaving Rigo and the others in a state of stunned silence. Mashi did not glance back. When she had sought to enter the central region of the northern forest, Rigo and the others had no intention of accompanying her. Now that her strength had grown, there was no need for her to linger. Her earlier actions had merely been a fortuitous encounter, saving them and repaying an old debt. Is it all resolved? Upon seeing Moshi return, Luo Xuan inquired in a rather indifferent manner. During his battle against the fang-toothed behemoth, he had already harbored no goodwill towards Rigo and the others, who were merely wagering and spectating from the sidelines. It was one thing not to lend a hand, but to bet and observe was quite another. Well, we may depart now. He nodded slightly, clearly indicating that Moshi wished to avoid further mention of Rigo. Perhaps he felt disillusioned by them, or perhaps having grown stronger, he deemed it beneath him to associate with them. Luo Xuan remained silent, merely turning to stride towards the northern forest's outskirts, followed closely by Teresa, Bello, and Mashi. Was that truly Mashi just now? Rigo gazed at the lifeless bodies of the 50 scorpion tigers strewn across the ground, his astonishment still etched upon his face. 50 scorpion tigers, not merely 5. How could they have been dispatched so effortlessly? I do not know. Hark swallowed hard before shaking his head. Has Mashi's combat prowess truly surged to such heights after our prolonged separation? Judging by her current strength, even 10 Harks would prove no match for her. Indeed, it is Mashi. It appears her decision to venture into the heart of the northern forest and follow in Luo Xuan's footsteps was wise, allowing her to accelerate her growth. Kiss had witnessed Mashi's timely intervention, thus affirming that the individual in question was indeed Mashi. Back when she and Luo Xuan entered the heart of the northern forest, he had presumed she had succumbed to the jaws of the scorpion tigers. Little did he expect her emergence from the depths. Now seemingly at the pinnacle of intermediate warrior strength, perhaps even rivaling advanced warriors. However, he might have overestimated Mashi. Advanced warriors undoubtedly possess such prowess. Yet not all who wield such strength can be compared to them. Mashi's ability to vanquish so many scorpion tigers stemmed primarily from their dispersed combat capabilities. Though they might be stronger when united, when scattered, they could be dealt with individually, a task Mashi had learned to master since aligning herself with Luo Xuan. Upon encountering the jungle raptors, she had indeed regarded the scorpion tigers with disdain. Hearing Kiss's words, Rigo felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Had he chosen to accompany Mashi into the heart of the northern forest, perhaps he too could have grown as strong. Yet, regret was futile now. They would never catch up with Mashi's strides. Did she not mention heading to the southern desert? Rigo suddenly recalled Mashi's words. The southern desert was a realm where only advanced warriors could survive, and even some of those perished within its treacherous confines. Yes, she must be going with Luo Xuan. They likely underestimate the perils of the southern desert. Hark, having overheard this, believe Mashi would not be foolish enough to venture into such a perilous place unless driven by Luo Xuan. Perhaps they are aware, Kiss remarked, considering that they were the true fools, while Mashi's choice to follow Luo Xuan was astute. If they were not fools, they would surely challenge those jungle raptors. Hark retorted, disgruntled, asserting that Luo Xuan and his companions could no longer endure their current situation. Unable to conquer the jungle raptors, they had opted for the southern desert instead. Did they truly think the southern desert was structured like the northern forest, with outer, central, and inner zones? How naive. Subsequently, Hark added a remark. The southern desert is starkly different from the northern forest. In the former, poisonous creatures do not adhere to territorial boundaries and tend to wander freely. Occasionally, some high-ranking warriors venturing into the southern desert encounter the most terrifying entities within, and it is entirely plausible for them to meet their demise. In response to Hark's taunts, both Keith and Rigo remained silent. Had they not witnessed Mashi's prowess? They might have engaged in conversation, However, after observing Mashi's current strength, they opted for silence. It was not until one fateful day, when they encountered 3 mid-tier warriors emerging from the heart of the northern forest, that they learned of the events that transpired involving Luo Xuan and Mashi in that region. Beyond lay the southern desert. After 2 days of travel, Luo Xuan and his companions finally reached the expanse of the southern desert. Gazing at the gradually yellowing horizon, Luo Xuan nodded. The atmosphere here was distinctly different from that of the northern forest. The southern desert diverges from the northern forest in that it lacks any discernible hierarchy. Here, regardless of whether one possesses great strength or weakness, whether solitary or communal, encounters with various beings are inevitable. Teresa provided an explanation, as he was quite knowledgeable about the southern desert. Upon entering, one may immediately encounter formidable creatures, or conversely, wander for a considerable time only to confront lesser beings. Nonetheless, caution is paramount, for the inhabitants of the southern desert are predominantly venomous. Renowned for its poisons, nearly every creature here harbors toxins. A mere scratch can be fatal if not treated promptly. Furthermore, due to the Saiyans' limited technological advancement, many cases of poisoning remain untreatable, thus fostering a system of trade. The Tuffles supply antidotes to the Saiyans in exchange for a specific metal found within the desert, allowing the Saiyans to barter the mineral resources for medicinal remedies. You seem quite well versed in the intricacies of the southern desert. Luo Xuan casually remarked that had it not been for Teresa, he might have ventured indirectly. In the past, I had once relied on my formidable strength to traverse the South Sand Desert, albeit for merely a day before departing. Upon mentioning this, Teresa displayed no signs of embarrassment. Although the creatures within the South Sand Desert lack formidable combat prowess, they possess remarkable speed and defensive capabilities. Adept at concealing themselves amidst the shifting sands, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. They approach stealthily, striking with a sudden bite. If their venom is potent, it can swiftly incapacitate the nervous system, potentially rendering even a Saiyan powerless in battle. Thus, upon Teresa's entry into the South Sand Desert, he encountered several such creatures. And the following day witnessed the demise of 3 elite warriors, prompting his hasty retreat. So it was. Let us proceed. Luo Xuan nodded, realizing that vigilance was necessary even within. Despite the inherent dangers of the South Desert, he understood that to become stronger, one must bravely confront perilous situations. After all, this was the world of Dragon Ball, and he had no desire to remain a mere wretch with a power level of 5. The same sentiment resonated with Teresa and the others. They too felt the relentless surge of their own strength and would not shy away from danger, as that was not the nature of a Saiyan. Without hesitation, they followed Luo Xuan into the South Desert. As they journeyed forth, Luo Xuan and his companions encountered no immediate threats. The South Desert appeared even quieter than the northern forest. Yet, beneath this deceptive tranquility lay far greater dangers. Thus, they remained cautious, aware that silence often conceals the most perilous of threats. What could it be? A sandstorm vortex? At that moment, Luo Xuan noticed a swirling column of yellow sand connecting the earth to the heavens, resembling a tornado. Fortunately, it was not advancing towards them. In this South Desert, they not only had to be wary of hidden creatures lurking in the shadows, but also of natural phenomena like sandstorms. Mashi interjected, relieved that the vortex was at a considerable distance, posing little threat to them. Nonetheless, for the Saiyans, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Their keen eyesight and swift speed allowed them to spot potential dangers from afar and retreat accordingly. Soon after, the sandstorm dissipated, revealing numerous rocks that had been uncovered, as this was merely the edge of the desert. After the wind settled, Luo Xuan noticed something unusual on the ground not far off. It appeared to be 2 individuals. Teresa and the others also discerned the figures lying on the ground. It was evident that, in the glaring daylight of the South Desert, they must have perished. They did not seem to be Saiyans. Mashi nodded in agreement, noting that the physiques of the 2 were distinctly unlike that of Saiyans. Could they be Zoflurians? Let us investigate, he suggested. Upon arriving in this world, Luo Xuan had yet to encounter the fabled Zoflurians, renowned for their remarkable intellect. Although it was likely that what remained were merely 2 lifeless bodies, Luo Xuan felt a compelling urge to behold them. The others remained silent, showing little interest in whether they were Saiyans or Zoflurians. However, since Luo Xuan was intrigued, they decided to accompany him for a closer look. As they approached, it indeed became evident that there were 2 corpses sprawled upon the desert sands, their faces obscured. Only their diminutive stature was visible, approximately half the size of Luo Xuan. Furthermore, their attire was not the fur garments characteristic of Saiyans, but rather authentic clothing, albeit tattered and worn. It was apparent that these individuals had not met their demise recently. Judging by their physique, they were unmistakably Zaflurians. After observing the two bodies, Luo Xuan remarked that their size was evidently smaller than that of Saiyans, and their garments were clearly not of Saiyan origin. Luo Xuan nodded slightly and reached out to turn the corpse over, for he sought something specific. "Be careful," came the warning just as Luo Xuan extended his hand. A snake lunged towards him, aiming to bite, and Imoshi gasped in astonishment. Luo Xuan responded swiftly when the serpent appeared. He did not retract his outstretched hand, but instead struck directly at the creature's vital point. The snake was effortlessly flung away by Luo Xuan, and after a brief writhing on the desert sands, it succumbed to its demise. Although Luo Xuan's strike was casual, its force was not to be underestimated. He did not anticipate that the venomous serpent could thrash about for a few moments before succumbing to its fate. It appears that the creatures inhabiting this desert possess a resilience that is rather formidable. Luo Xuan murmured softly before turning the corpse over. Indeed, he discovered a detector affixed to its eyes, precisely the item he sought. Although this device held limited utility, it possessed the capability to gauge another's combat prowess. And Luo Xuan yearned to ascertain the extent of his disparity with those formidable warriors. As he reached out to retrieve the detector, a frown crossed his brow. The device appeared intact, yet the button on its side was irreparably damaged. He also removed the detector from another corpse. However, he shook his head in dismay. For this one was in even worse condition, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Clearly, it was rendered unusable, thus shattering Luo Xuan's plans. As he began the installation of the plugin, the system activated, setting the shortcut key to F5. Just as disappointment began to settle in, the system in his mind commenced downloading the plugin, fortuitously acquiring the very detector he required. "Luo Xuan, what is this?" Teresa inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him discard the two detectors taken from the Zufu people. It seemed these Saiyans were unaware of the purpose of such devices. Despite having interacted with the Zufu, the use of these gadgets had not yet become widespread, and these two individuals certainly did not appear to be ordinary Zufu. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in the southern desert. "I am uncertain. I merely wish to examine it out of curiosity. It seems to be some sort of machine." "Though it appears damaged," Luo Xuan replied, withholding any further explanation since Teresa was oblivious to its significance. There was no necessity to divulge this information, especially considering the Saiyans would not encounter such devices for at least another year. "Let us proceed." Luo Xuan shook his head. The system had already provided him with a detector. Consequently, he no longer required the others. However, assigning a detector to a shortcut key felt somewhat extravagant. After voicing his thoughts, Luo Xuan rose and continued onward with Teresa and the others. As they walked, he deliberately stepped on the two detectors, obliterating them. It was evident that these two Zaflurians had encountered an attack in the desert and perished, with no other Saiyans having interacted with them. Therefore, Luo Xuan wished to conceal the detectors from others, for Saiyans were not foolish. Teresa and her companions were indifferent, as they held no interest in such devices that would not enhance their strength. Witnessing Luo Xuan crush the two small machines only reinforced their belief that these contraptions were of dubious merit. Otherwise, why would he destroy them? As the group advanced, Luo Xuan's consciousness turned to the newly added shortcut key in his mind. He felt somewhat wasteful about the shortcut for the detector, considering that such devices should be readily available among the Zaflurians. Even if acquiring one proved impossible, they would eventually obtain such technology following a victorious battle in a year's time. Yet, since it had already been downloaded, Luo Xuan had to accept it, despite his reservations. After all, this was a gift from the system. He could request enhancements, but could not demand a replacement for something else. If it were within his control, he would have preferred a shortcut that directly transformed him into a Super Saiyan. F1 for Super Saiyan, F2 for Beyond Super Saiyan, and F3 for Super Saiyan 3, such simplicity. However, these were merely fanciful thoughts, for the system could only provide shortcuts to strengthen Luo Xuan, not forcibly elevate his power. At best, it offered auxiliary support. It was akin to the magic bean system, without a cooldown period. Luo Xuan could recklessly injure himself and then consume the beans to rapidly boost his strength. Nevertheless, ever since he uncovered the secret of the magic beans, he had ceased to covet such perilous methods of power enhancement. As his consciousness delved deeper, Luo Xuan eagerly inspected the F5 shortcut key, and excitement surged within him. This F5 detector seemed to deviate from his initial expectations. F5, detection system active. Capable of detecting all biological combat power data. Passive, can sense the energy of all beings. With range increasing alongside capability to sense energy. Moreover, as a passive skill, it meant Luo Xuan could perceive the presence of energy. It is worth noting that in the Dragon Ball universe, aside from Goku, no other Saiyans could sense energy. Even Vegeta acquired this skill later on. This indicated that Saiyans inherently lacked such an ability. After defeating the Zoflurians, they began to utilize detectors, becoming increasingly reliant on such devices. However, Luo Xuan is different. He possesses the ability to sense the presence of qi, which allows him to control his own energy, thereby evading detection by others' devices and skillfully concealing his true capabilities. An over-reliance on the data provided by detectors is certainly not a prudent choice. Presently, Luo Xuan can perceive the qi of living beings, indicating that he too can master his own energy. Thus, the shortcut key has not been squandered. Rather, it has bestowed considerable advantages upon him. Luo Xuan, are you all right? You've been lost in thought, Emoshi remarked, observing Luo Xian's shifting expressions, one moment serious, the next smiling, leading him to suspect that he might have been bitten by a venomous snake. I'm fine, merely contemplating some matters that I find perplexing, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head. Matters concerning the system must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, given his current capabilities, he would be unable to safeguard himself adequately. Although his strength is formidable, it is merely relative. To illustrate, even when compared to Lin and her companions on the gravity platform, he feels he would be at a disadvantage. Thus, he recognizes the necessity for further rigorous training. Without it, there are indeed those on planet Vegeta who could bring about his demise. F5 detection. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xian's mind. He resolved to first assess the effectiveness of the detector while simultaneously gauging the combat prowess of Mashi and his companions. The initial evaluation focused on Mashi's battle power, which registered an impressive 3,407, significantly stronger than Raditz upon his arrival on Earth, whose power was a mere 1,500. However, it is worth noting that Raditz was a low-level warrior, whereas Mashi classified as a mid-level warrior, making a battle power exceeding 3,000 rather unremarkable. In comparison, he still fell short of the formidable Naba, who had achieved a battle power of 4,000 when he came to Earth. Yet, when juxtaposed with Vegeta's strength at that time, Mashi's power could be deemed negligible. Subsequently, Luo Xuan proceeded to measure Teresa's battle power, which astonishingly reached 5,100, surpassing Naba's. It is no surprise that her strength rivals that of high-level warriors. Such a battle power is indeed formidable. Lastly, he assessed Barrow, whose power was lower than Mashi's at only 2,333. Nevertheless, being a mid-level warrior, he still outclassed Raditz, who hailed from a low-level warrior background. Luo Xuan pondered whether the detector could also measure his own battle power. After observing the powers of his companions, he gained a general understanding, enough to estimate the battle power of high-level warriors, albeit with some inaccuracy. It was unreasonable to use Mashi and the others' battle powers to infer those of Rigo and his associates, who likely fell below the threshold of 2,000. With these thoughts lingering, Luo Xuan glanced at himself, only to be astonished to discover that his own battle power was indeed displayed in his mind, a staggering 7329. Luo Xuan was somewhat astonished to discover that his combat power had reached over 7,000. However, upon reflection, he found solace in this realization, for he had trained under more than double the gravity of planet Vegeta, which had enabled him to attain such a formidable strength. In contrast, Son Goku had trained on King Kai's planet, where the gravity was merely equivalent to that of normal planet Vegeta, yet upon his return, his combat power had soared to 8,000. With the application of the Kaioken technique at 4 times its normal capacity, he had achieved an astounding combat power of 32,000, ultimately defeating Vegeta. Thus, Luo Xian's current combat strength, exceeding 7,000, did not seem particularly remarkable. He pondered the combat power of Lin. He recalled that during their last encounter on the gravity platform, Lin had only utilized 30% of her strength to defeat him. Although he had significantly improved since then, Lin too had been advancing, training against formidable warriors. While she could not train daily under such intense gravity as Luo Xuan, high-level fighters possessed innate talents. He wondered how much their combat power might have increased over the course of a month. It appeared that he must strive even harder, otherwise, when faced with those opponents, victory might elude him. Understanding his own combat power only intensified Luo Xuan's desire for greater strength. After all, his current abilities were insufficient for intergalactic challenges. Even on planet Vegeta, many Saiyans surpassed him, and he needed to overcome them. Luo Xuan, do you truly have nothing to attend to today? Mashi remarked, observing Luo Xuan's shifting emotions, from furrowed brows to jubilant expressions, and now brimming with determination. This behavior struck Mashi as peculiar. Is there something lurking over there? Do exercise caution. Luo Xuan shook his head as the detector suddenly identified a combat power nearby. Initially, he had no way of discerning this presence. Yet the device in his mind revealed an unseen combat force in close proximity. Although Luo Xuan could not perceive anyone in the vicinity, it was evident that this power was concealed in the shadows. What could be lurking in the darkness? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi was momentarily taken aback. However, her trust in Luo Xuan remained unwavering. She believed in his words without hesitation. After all, were it not for Luo Xuan, she might still be like Rigo and the others, merely slaying the Wanshu beasts at the outskirts of the northern forest, with no right to practice in the southern desert. Everyone, exercise caution beneath this expanse of sand. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that the entity lay concealed beneath the desert, entirely invisible to the naked eye. However, the recent detection had revealed its presence with clarity. This creature lurked beneath the sands, possessing a combat capability of merely 170. Yet, Luo Xuan did not underestimate this seemingly feeble opponent. Hidden within the desert, a sudden assault could ensnare even a Saiyan. Especially given that Frieza had warned him about the majority of creatures in this desert being venomous. A bite could lead to paralysis of the nerves, even if it did not result in death. Thus, the southern desert proved to be far more perilous than the northern forest. The danger was not merely a function of the creature's combat strength, but stemmed from their propensity for unexpected attacks, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. With a detector, one could be aware of these creatures' presence. However, without one, a sudden strike might catch one off guard, resulting in potential harm. Even with a detector indicating the location and nature of these beings, a multitude of them or a sluggish reaction could still lead to a bite. For these entities were adept at concealing themselves in the desert. Everyone, exercise caution, he advised. Though these creatures may not be formidable, they often strike in numbers. If one is spotted, it is likely that others are nearby. Frieza's experience far surpassed that of Luo Xuan and his companions. Although his tenure in the southern desert had not been extensive, he held a profound understanding of the habits of its creatures, frequently having heard elite warriors recount their encounters. After all, he was once regarded as the closest to an elite warrior himself. Such individuals would undoubtedly be familiar with a few elite warriors. Consequently, Frieza often listened to tales from those who had traversed this region, discussing the myriad creatures and their behaviors. Frieza harbored aspirations of honing his skills in the southern desert, recognizing its potential to enhance a Saiyant's reflexes and speed. Previously, he had believed his combat strength and defense to be commendable, prompting his intention to refine his speed and reaction time in this challenging environment. However, after spending a day there, he prudently returned to the northern forest for training. Although the creatures of this region generally possessed low combat capabilities, eliminating a Saiyan was far simpler than dealing with the swift jungle raptors. Regardless of one's strength, fatigue would inevitably set in, and it was during these moments that the creatures would strike unexpectedly. If one remained vigilant, there would be no issue. Yet, if caught off guard and bitten, one could swiftly become their prey. Let us all remain vigilant, he reiterated. Luo Xuan nodded, astonished to discover that there were other hidden beings in the vicinity. However, the detector merely indicated that some creatures were concealed not far away, without revealing any presence elsewhere. Could it be that these beings possessed such remarkable stealth that the detector failed to capture their traces? Nevertheless, Luo Xuan and his companions paid little mind to this. After all, they had come to the South Desert for cultivation, not for leisure. Thus, the strength of whatever lay hidden within held little significance for them, whether it posed a lethal threat or not. It was precisely these concealed entities in the depths of the desert that would facilitate their continuous growth. Hence, they harbored no fear of such beings. On the contrary, they gravitated towards their presence. After all, the Saiyan nature is inherently combative, and retreating in the face of danger without making an attempt was hardly the hallmark of a true Saiyan. Suddenly, as the group cautiously advanced towards the location where Luo Xuan had just detected the hidden creature, a snake darted towards them with incredible speed. Indeed, it zipped through the air, its swiftness rivaling that of the jungle's swiftest predators, and it lunged toward Mashi. However, for Mashi, this small serpent posed no threat. With a swift kick, she sent it flying. "Be careful," Mashi whispered, sensing something amiss. The serpent's size seemed oddly diminutive. Just as her words lingered in the air, a multitude of dark shapes began to emerge around them, densely packed and ominous. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were the very same kind of small snakes Mashi had just dispatched, but now their numbers appeared overwhelming. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A horde of small snakes surged towards Luo Xuan and the others, each one moving with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, they had encircled Luo Xuan and his companions, the sheer quantity of serpents leaving them astounded. Far from underestimating these creatures, Luo Xuan and his comrades recognized the challenge posed by such a multitude. Even if they were to engage, it would take an inordinate amount of time to eliminate them all. "Look over there." At that moment, as Luo Xuan and the others contemplated how to eradicate the snakes, Bello pointed excitedly towards a nearby patch of ground. The group turned to see a small snake wriggling on the ground before it lifted its head and regarded them, flicking its tongue. This snake was none other than the one Mashi had just kicked away, now seemingly unscathed, as it approached them with an unwavering speed. What was happening? Although Mashi's kick had not been executed with full force, it should have sufficed to deal with a mere snake. How could it be that the creature appeared completely unfazed? Upon encountering the diminutive serpent, Mashi was struck with utter astonishment. This very snake was the one she had sent flying, and she was acutely aware of the immense force she had employed. Even a scorpion-tailed lizard would not have survived such a kick. How could this little serpent possess such formidable resilience? Luo Xuan and his companions discovered that after she had kicked the small snake, it appeared to be unharmed. It merely twisted its body and advanced toward them. "Did you not use your full strength?" Bello inquired, glancing at she as the small serpent approached. If she had indeed held back, that would be understandable. Although she had not exerted her utmost, a kick should have incapacitated a scorpion lizard. It was astonishing how resilient this little snake was. She shook her head, clarifying that it was not her kick that lacked force, but rather the snake's remarkable defensive capabilities that had rendered her attempt futile. "It seems we must exercise caution. These serpents possess both speed and formidable defenses, and perhaps even venom. Everyone, be vigilant." Teresa's expression grew serious. He had previously ventured into the South Desert but had not encountered such a scenario. At that time, he had only faced a giant snake with relatively low combat prowess, which he ultimately dispatched. However, he later witnessed several elite warriors being overwhelmed by a pack of wolves, which enlightened him to the perils of the South Desert, prompting his departure. As for these highly defensive small snakes, he had never encountered their like before and was left wondering what other dangers lurked in the desert. "Let us resolve this quickly. If necessary, we can resort to energy orbs." Despite the presence of the small snakes, Luo Xuan did not perceive an overwhelming threat. Yet, he harbored a nagging feeling that these snakes were not their true adversaries and that something far more perilous lay hidden within the sands. The others nodded in agreement. But at that moment, the small snakes had already surrounded them in great numbers, though their combat strength was not particularly formidable. The primary risk they posed was their venom. As long as they remained cautious and avoided bites, they should encounter no insurmountable issues. The serpents moved with astonishing speed, yet Luo Xuan and his companions were not sluggish. Moreover, having learned from Shi's earlier experience, they engaged these snakes with all their might. Upon closer engagement, they realized just how formidable the defensive capabilities of these small snakes truly were. Even when they exerted their full strength, some snakes remained unscathed, reviving to attack the group anew. Why has this battle dragged on without resolution? Shi pondered, perplexed that despite having slain many, the small snakes seemed to emerge in an endless stream. There must be a snake den nearby, from which they continuously emerge from beneath the sands. At this moment, Luo Xuan's expression mirrored concern. He had initially thought that although the small snakes were numerous, they could be swiftly dealt with in battle. However, it now appears that this is not the case. After exterminating one batch, another emerges, as if these serpents are inexhaustible. Whenever they are nearly eradicated, a fresh wave appears. If this relentless cycle continues, Luo Xuan may endure, yet Shi and her companions might find their stamina insufficient. Even if they attempt to flee, they may not outrun the swiftness of these serpents. Engaging in direct combat is manageable, but turning one's back on these agile creatures would be unwise. An unending onslaught? Goodness. Could it be that we are facing the progenitor serpents? Upon hearing the dialogue between Luo Xuan and Shi, a name surfaced in Teresa's mind. Progenitor serpents? What are those? Noticing Teresa's grave tone, Emoshi realized that these serpents were likely no ordinary foes. Otherwise, Teresa would not exhibit such concern. However, upon hearing the name, particularly from Emoshi, Luo Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. You Saiyans certainly have a flair for the dramatic. Previously, he had heard of a small snake species inhabiting this desert, known for its low combat prowess and seemingly endless proliferation. It could exhaust its victim, re-emerging no matter how many were slain. Due to their combat habits, these snakes have a remarkably short growth cycle, maturing into full serpents within just 7 days. Hence their name, progenitor serpents. Teresa was well informed and could provide some answers to Emoshi's inquiries. But how did those Saiyans who escaped manage to do so? Beilu was particularly concerned about this matter. Since some had encountered them and others had escaped, there must be a way. I don't know. No one has ever evaded the progenitor serpent's attacks. The knowledge that exists comes from distant witnesses of a progenitor serpent assault. As for their habits and growth cycles, that information was uncovered by the Zafula people. They likely shared it because they require iron resources from this desert. Teresa shook her head. If someone had truly escaped, his demeanor would not be so somber. It is precisely because no one has ever escaped that he bears such a grave expression. No one has ever escaped? How is that possible? Even if these serpents are formidable, high-level warriors are not weak. Surely, someone must have managed to flee? Emoshi countered Teresa's assertion, questioning how it could be that high-level warriors have been unable to escape while mid-level warriors have failed. As for that, I cannot say. Perhaps these serpents possess an innate sensitivity, finding us easier prey. After all, it is rare to hear of high-level warriors encountering progenitor serpents. Teresa shook her head, affirming that such encounters are indeed uncommon. After all, if the serpents were to appear, there would undoubtedly be a multitude of their carcasses strewn about, along with the remains of the Saiyans. Yet, such occurrences are rarely witnessed, and when they are, it is typically the case of a solitary serpent or merely 2 Saiyans being involved. Never has it been reported that 3 Saiyans fell victim to an attack by these serpents. Thus, it stands to reason that these serpents possess the ability to sense the strength of their adversaries and will avoid confrontation if they perceive overwhelming power. Here, we have merely 3 intermediate warriors and 1 Luo Xuan. Even if Luo Xuan and Teresa are comparable to advanced warriors, in Teresa's eyes, they remain merely comparable and cannot truly surpass that threshold. Therefore, it is conceivable that in the eyes of the serpents, their combat prowess is not deemed formidable, which may explain the attacks they have faced. This rationale is the only conclusion the group could arrive at. Otherwise, they should not have been targeted by these serpents, indicating that the serpents can indeed sense power. Regardless of the circumstances, we must devise a means to escape this place, for these serpents are relentless in their pursuit. Teresa has also heard tales regarding the origins of these serpents. It is said that they cannot be eradicated, which allows them to roam freely in this desert, leading to the demise of advanced warriors at their fangs. However, encounters with them are scarce, which has led to a general sense of complacency. Little did they anticipate such misfortune, as they had scarcely entered the southern desert when they encountered these serpents. Moreover, it is likely that other entities lurk within this realm, necessitating heightened vigilance. Although the nature of these entities remains unknown, Luo Xuan is aware that beneath this desert, other creatures are concealed, seemingly biding their time for the opportune moment. Furthermore, Luo Xuan understands why they might be perceived as weaker. According to Teresa, the serpents do not engage unless faced with 2 or more advanced warriors. Within this group, both Luo Xuan and Teresa have attained a level comparable to that of advanced warriors, coupled with the formidable abilities of Mashi and Bello. It stands to reason that their collective strength is equivalent to that of at least 3 advanced warriors. Yet, the serpentine creatures do not seem to exhibit any fear, which leads Luo Xuan to deduce that these creatures possess an innate ability to sense energy. After acquiring the shortcut key, Luo Xuan managed to suppress his energy, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary low-level warrior. This may very well be the reason for the serpent's misjudgment. Naturally, Luo Xuan refrained from augmenting his energy further, as he was keen to ascertain what lay hidden beneath the desert. If these serpents could indeed bring down an advanced warrior, he would find that utterly implausible. Thus, he was certain that something lurked in a corner of the desert, poised to strike. Unless this concealed entity was dealt with, they risked becoming the victims of the serpents. Mere tales of Saiyans slain by their hands. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the others grew vigilant. Although they felt nothing amiss, Luo Xuan had never been mistaken in his assessments. They too believed that a more formidable presence lay hidden beneath the desert. Time passed, and fatigue began to set in among them. However, they sensed that the number of serpents was dwindling, prompting them to intensify their assaults. Yet, the powerful entity Luo Xuan had mentioned had yet to reveal itself. Teresa began to harbor doubts, pondering whether Luo Xuan might have misinterpreted the situation. Perhaps the serpents were not as formidable as folklore suggested. They might have underestimated their strength. After all, with a collective prowess akin to 3 advanced warriors, it seemed improbable that they would falter against these lesser serpents. "Hey!" Mashi exclaimed as he dispatched the last serpent, leaving behind a multitude of carcasses, evidence of the hundreds that had attacked them. It appeared no more serpents were forthcoming. Had they truly eradicated an entire nest? Finally, they had vanquished the serpents, leading to a collective sigh of relief. Despite the serpents' low combat prowess, their astonishing defense was commendable. Had their offensive capabilities been slightly greater, it would have been challenging for them to escape unscathed. However, it was evident that these diminutive creatures posed little threat, making their defeat a relatively manageable task. "Let us hasten our departure. There may be another wave of attacks approaching," Teresa urged, disregarding Bello's relief. Luo Xuan nodded in agreement, though he remained quite apprehensive. However, time was of the essence. It was prudent to proceed without further hesitation. He surveyed the surroundings, which were eerily silent, a stillness that sent shivers down his spine. Without lingering in doubt, Luo Xuan and his companions ventured towards an alternate route. They had embarked on this journey into the desert for the purpose of cultivation, and it was inconceivable to abandon their quest over such trivial matters. To relinquish their aspirations would mean a lifetime of stagnation, devoid of strength. To attain greater power, one must embrace continuous risks and engage in combat with formidable adversaries, for it is through challenge that one grows stronger. Just as Luo Xuan turned away, a set of data suddenly materialized in his mind SI, revealing combat power indicators, signifying the approach of someone or something. "Be cautious," he warned. Luo Xuan let out a low shout, for there was no time to observe the combat prowess. However, as his words escaped his lips, a piercing cry reached his ears. "Ah!" The voice of Teresa echoed, and Luo Xuan and his companions beheld before them Teresa ensnared by a colossal python, its appearance reminiscent of the yin serpent, albeit adorned with a peculiar horn-like protrusion upon its head. The F swiftly coalesced. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xuan swiftly conjured an energy sphere and hurled it towards the colossal yen snake's head. Hiss! The creature, struck by the attack, let out a pained cry. Teresa, seasoned in combat, sensed the loosening grip of the constraining force upon her body as she witnessed Luo Xuan strike against the yen snake. Summoning her strength, she struggled free and darted away in the direction of Luo Xuan and the others. Hiss! The yen snake shook its head, realizing that its intended prey had fled, and without a moment's hesitation, it surged toward Teresa. The speed of the yen snake far surpassed that of the smaller variants, allowing it to quickly close the distance and open its maw, poised to devour the petite figure in one swift motion. F4 rapidly coalesced. Without hesitation, Luo Xuan concentrated his energy into a sphere and launched it directly into the gaping maw of the serpent. The energy sphere detonated within the creature's mouth, while Teresa hastened to Luo Xuan's side. What on earth is that being? Teresa gazed at the entity that had ensnared him, feeling a lingering dread. Had it not been for Luo Xuan's timely intervention, he might have already been devoured by that monstrous figure. It must be the serpent. Yet this creature is the true harbinger of death for advanced warriors. Luo Xuan gazed at the serpent before him, which had endured 2 strikes from his energy sphere without sustaining any apparent damage, his expression slightly grim. According to the readings from his detector, this colossal serpent possessed a combat power of merely 1024. However, its formidable defensive capabilities rendered it rather challenging to confront. Luo Xuan gazed upon the colossal serpent before him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The recent energy sphere, capable of obliterating even the swiftest of jungle dragons, had proven to be ineffectual against this immense creature. The readings from the detector indicated that this serpent possessed a combat power of merely 1024, a remarkable feat for an entity of its kind. Were it not for the fact that they were on planet Vegeta rather than Earth, it was unlikely that any animal could attain such a level of prowess. Yet, despite Luo Xuan's own combat power exceeding 7,000, he found himself unable to breach the serpent's formidable defenses, a perplexing predicament indeed. This creature's power must be considerably higher than that of the smaller serpents previously encountered, although lacking a detector and unable to sense energy. Teresa could discern that this entity's combat power was likely substantial, as its imposing appearance suggested. Indeed, its strength surpassed that of other wild beasts. However, every individual present should be capable of dispatching it. The primary challenge lay in the serpent's incredibly resilient defenses, rendering energy spheres futile in penetrating its formidable armor. Luo Xuan nodded, appreciating the remarkable prowess of the serpent-like creatures known as the Yanxi. Their combat strength was indeed formidable, leaving him to ponder how they had developed such capabilities. Did these serpents possess the ability to cultivate and enhance their physical forms? According to the principles of natural selection and survival of the fittest, it was imperative for these Yanxi to continuously grow stronger to endure the harsh desert of planet Vegeta. Those unable to adapt would inevitably face extinction. However, for animals to engage in cultivation was virtually impossible. They could only evolve, adapting themselves to the natural world. Failing to cultivate, they could harden their scales, thereby enhancing their defensive capabilities. Indeed, within the southern desert, one could find no weaklings. Upon entering, Luo Xuan encountered such a powerful being, and he felt a thrill at the prospect of what adversaries lay ahead. When he was ensnared earlier, he distinctly sensed the formidable hardness of the serpent's scales. Even with his full strength, he could leave no mark upon them. Teresa nodded in agreement, recalling his own attempts to strike the massive Yanxi when it had coiled around him. However, his attacks appeared to have little effect on the creature. If we combine our efforts, do you think we could subdue this Yanxi? Barrow inquired, noting that their own combat abilities were not insignificant. Moreover, Luo Xuan had indicated that their strength surpassed that of the serpent. If they joined forces, they should be able to eliminate the creature, shouldn't they? Initially, Barrow had harbored doubts about Luo Xuan's capabilities, but now he was fully convinced. They had felt no sign of the immense Yanxi's presence. Yet Luo Xuan had sensed it. When they had dealt with the smaller Yanxi, they had thought Luo Xuan mistaken, believing there to be no formidable entity beneath the desert. However, after the emergence of the larger serpent, they had come to respect Luo Xuan's insights. Thus, whatever he stated now would not be met with skepticism. No, you and Mashi can only form an energy sphere once at most, and you've already expended considerable stamina battling those smaller Yanxi, Luo Xuan countered. If we attempt to unite our strength now and fail to breach its defenses, the repercussions will inevitably fall upon you. Upon reflecting on Barrow's concerns, Luo Xuan shook his head. They had indeed been drained by the smaller serpents, and their energy had yet to fully replenish. Engaging in further combat would be futile. They now understood the purpose behind the Yanxi releasing so many smaller counterparts. It was a strategy to exhaust their strength. Furthermore, they realized that the reason the Yanxi refrained from attacking more than 2 high-level warriors was due to the potential threat posed by 3 such fighters. Even with the consumption of the serpentine creature, it remains impossible to expend such a vast amount of stamina. Ultimately, it may find itself vanquished by the combined efforts of 3 advanced warriors. It is unexpected that this colossal serpent possesses intelligence, understanding how to secure sustenance more safely. This could explain its reluctance to attack the nearby Saiyans who are merely spectating. It seeks to avoid attracting too many adversaries. As long as its food supply is sufficient, it is content. Those passing Saiyans, upon witnessing the advanced warriors, recognize their inability to escape and certainly would not intervene. To risk their own lives would be foolish, hence. Upon observing the small serpent's aggression, they chose to withdraw. As for the immense serpent before them, none had previously seen it emerge. All the advanced warriors they had encountered had fallen victim to it. This indeed presents a formidable challenge, considering this creature can even slay advanced warriors. Although the 4 of them, including Luo Xuan, might collectively rival 3 advanced warriors, they are not a singular entity, leading to considerable exhaustion. The serpent is astute, aware of the necessity to conserve its strength before emerging. Had it not been so, confronting the small serpent would have sufficed. With one warrior engaging the small serpent and another tackling the larger one, what course of action shall we pursue now? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi furrowed his brow, astonished by the serpent's capabilities. Leave it to me to deal with this. Every creature has its vulnerabilities. As long as we can uncover its weaknesses, we shall prevail. Luo Xuan stated that every living being possesses vulnerabilities. Even the Saiyans have their tails as a point of weakness. Although this serpent possesses formidable defensive capabilities, once its Achilles heel is identified, it becomes significantly easier to confront. Therefore, you must exercise caution. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mashi and the others refrained from interjecting. After all, as Luo Xuan pointed out, their current assaults would merely be futile expenditures of effort. They must await Luo Xuan's discovery of its weakness. When that moment arrives, a coordinated strike will yield remarkable results. Luo Xuan nodded, then adjusted the gravity system to 0, effectively nullifying any increase in gravitational force. The speed of the serpent was formidable, and Luo Xuan found himself considerably fatigued. Without the aid of the magical beans for recovery, his only recourse was to lower the gravity. After all, compared to the beans, which were quite precious, he would refrain from consuming them unless in dire circumstances. With a whoosh, upon deactivating the gravity system, Luo Xuan propelled himself like an arrow released from its bow, soaring towards the colossal serpent. The creature, having recently endured 2 of Luo Xuan's attacks, remained on guard. Although those strikes had not breached its defenses, they had certainly caused discomfort, prompting the serpent to hold back and seek an opportune moment to retaliate. However, as Luo Xuan launched a direct assault, fear was not in the serpent's repertoire. This diminutive foe was no stranger to its kind. The serpent had feasted on many like him before, finding their flavor quite delectable. Thus, witnessing Luo Xuan's audacious attack incited its fury. How dare this morsel resist? Luo Xuan sprang into action, launching a swift punch that struck the head of the serpent with remarkable speed. The serpent, caught off guard, had no time to react and was directly hit by Luo Xuan's blow. However, after being struck, the serpent appeared unfazed and retaliated with a powerful lash of its tail. In midair, Luo Xuan had no means of evasion and could only brace himself to endure the serpent's fierce attack. Bang! Luo Xuan was abruptly cast into the desert, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand. Luo Xuan called out Teresa, taken aback by the unexpected defeat after just one fleeting encounter. As the sand settled, Luo Xuan's figure was nowhere to be found, causing Teresa and her companions to narrow their eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, Luo Xuan had inexplicably darted to the tail of the yen snake, seizing it with both hands and hurling the creature forcefully onto the desert floor. Such astonishing speed. Did you catch a glimpse of Luo Xuan's form? The skirmish transpired in the blink of an eye. Bello only witnessed Luo Xuan being flung into the desert, and then he vanished from sight, only to reappear as he sent the colossal yen snake tumbling away. No, both Teresa and Mashi shook their heads, acknowledging that Luo Xuan's movements were far too swift. Even their keen eyes could not keep pace with his remarkable velocity. To what level had Luo Xuan ascended in his cultivation to possess such extraordinary speed? It was significantly faster than during his earlier battle with Teresa in the northern forest. Hiss! Luo Xuan's speed was remarkable, yet the serpent's swiftness was equally impressive. Mere moments after crashing onto the desert sands, it materialized before Luo Xuan, its jaws agape, poised to strike. F4 rapidly coalesced. Luo Xuan, with his palm facing forward, directed an energy sphere into the gaping maw of the serpent-like creature. Upon impact, the sphere erupted within its mouth. Seizing this moment, Luo Xuan evaded the serpent's assault, fully aware that this strike would not inflict any significant harm. After all, he had previously tested its resilience, and although the energy sphere's potency was slightly greater this time, it was still insufficient to cause real damage. As he engaged the creature, Luo Xuan discerned its formidable defensive capabilities. It was indeed more resilient than anticipated. After being struck once more, the serpent regarded him warily, refraining from launching another attack, as it seemed to recognize the threat posed by this seemingly diminutive adversary. Luo Xuan's prowess was commendable, exhibiting considerable combat experience by deftly avoiding the creature's strikes. Bello remarked on Luo Xuan's adeptness, acknowledging his extensive experience in battle. It was no small feat to conjure an energy sphere so swiftly and direct it toward the serpent's mouth. Most would have opted for evasion, recognizing the tremendous toll such an attack could exact on one's stamina. Evasion would necessitate ensuring one's speed was sufficient to outpace the serpent, lest they suffer a grievous bite. A strike from such a colossal beast would likely be fatal, for no creature capable of traversing this arid landscape could be trifled with. Moreover, it was evident that Luo Xuan's formidable abilities enabled him to execute such a technique. Few could summon an energy sphere with such rapidity. Teresa nodded in agreement, acknowledging that not everyone possessed the capacity to gather energy so quickly as Luo Xuan did. Mashi remained silent, though she was taken aback when she first encountered Luo Xuan. He was merely honing his combat skills against the colossal beasts. Yet, in the span of just over a month, his combat experience had grown tremendously. However, only Mashi understood that this wealth of experience was acquired at the cost of his life, training against formidable foes like the massive beasts, scorpion tigers, and jungle swift dragons, creatures others sought to eliminate swiftly, yet he had chosen them as his training ground. Through countless battles, Luo Xuan had cultivated the combat experience that now rivaled that of high-ranking warriors, a testament to the extraordinary effort he had invested, far beyond that of his peers. Otherwise, if a low-ranking warrior could so easily match a high-ranking one, the distinction between the two would be rendered meaningless. After a prolonged exchange of glances, the serpent could no longer contain its impatience and initiated an attack. However, it did not charge at Luo Xuan directly, but instead burrowed into the sands of the desert. Is the serpent retreating? Bello pondered, frowning at the sight of the creature disappearing into the desert. Had Luo Xuan driven it away? No, the serpent was a native of the desert, having grown accustomed to its harsh environment. Thus, the desert serves as an ideal battleground for it, concealed within the sands. It becomes virtually undetectable. At the opportune moment, a direct strike could ensue, one that even Luo Xuan would struggle to withstand. Teresa shook her head and explained that if the yin snake could be so easily vanquished, it would not have gained such a notorious reputation in the South Desert. The creature possesses considerable intelligence. What should we do? Should we assist Luo Xuan? If it attacks from behind, at least we could offer some support, Barrow inquired, noting that Luo Xuan was entirely unaware of the yin snake's whereabouts. If it were to launch a surprise attack from behind, Luo Xuan would be in peril. Useless, Mashi interjected before Teresa could respond. We cannot match the yin snake's speed. Even if it strikes from behind, we would merely be consumed, unable to defend ourselves. Only Luo Xuan can keep pace with it. Had they been able to match the yin snake's velocity, each one of them would far surpass the creature in combat capabilities. Thus, they would not merely be spectators. However, their inability to keep up left them with no choice but to stand idly by. On the battlefield, Luo Xuan observed as the enormous yin snake plunged into the sands, vanishing from sight, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For others, its disappearance into the desert signified a deadly ambush, yet for Luo Xuan, equipped with a detector, the situation posed little challenge. Time passed, and the yin snake remained in hiding. Over here, at a certain moment, a series of data appeared on Luo Xuan's detector, akin to the one from Dragon Ball, complete with a small triangle indicating its location. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his spot. In that instant, the yin snake's cavernous maw emerged beneath his feet. But Luo Xuan retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the massive creature flying. The moment the yin snake revealed itself, he struck with precision and swiftness, exhibiting remarkable agility. What incredible speed! Teresa marveled, astonished by the rapidity with which Luo Xuan had moved. How did he know the yin snake would emerge from that direction? Barrow, witnessing the yin snake being kicked away, realized he had no foresight of the creature's approach until it was too late. The yin snake was indeed swift. Had he not been forewarned, he would have been unable to evade it, just as he himself could not have anticipated the creature's emergence from beneath him. Yet Luo Xuan had clearly evaded beforehand and launched his kick without hesitation, evidently aware of the yin snake's trajectory. However, no one could provide an answer to his unspoken question, as Teresa and Mashi were equally astonished, because they too were unclear about how Luo Xuan accomplished this. After being kicked away by Luo Xuan, the yin snake merely twisted its body a few times before burrowing directly into the desert, re-emerging to find itself behind Luo Xuan. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Xuan pivoted, his toes barely grazing the ground as he launched a powerful kick that struck the underside of the great yin snake's head. The creature hissed in response. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, it ignited a fierce anger within the serpent. In this vast desert, it typically concealed itself, rarely encountered by foes. Yet today, it had been discovered twice by a mere morsel, a humiliation that weighed heavily on its already limited intellect. Meanwhile, the trio of Mo-Shi, relegated to mere spectators, stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by Luo Xuan's remarkable feat that could not comprehend how he had accomplished such a display, which transcended their previous understanding of his abilities. Though formidable before, Luo Xuan had never exhibited such prowess. Today, he seemed to possess an extraordinary strength. His speed had surged, and his reflexes were astonishingly sharp. He was no longer the Luo Xuan they once knew. Unbeknownst to them, prior to the battle, Luo Xuan had relieved himself of the burden of gravity. Additionally, a new shortcut had emerged in his mind, a detector that enabled him to pinpoint the great yin snake's location the moment it moved. With a velocity that rivaled the serpent's own, he deftly evaded its strikes and countered. However, Luo Xuan was acutely aware that this approach was unsustainable. Despite appearing to hold the upper hand, he understood that the intensity of mental focus required for this battle was immense. Any moment of hesitation could result in the serpent's fangs finding their mark. His stamina was depleting rapidly, and if the fight dragged on, defeat would be inevitable. He needed to ascertain the creature's weakness. The great yin snake, realizing that concealing itself was futile, ceased its attempts to hide and launched a direct assault on Luo Xuan. This straightforward attack aligned perfectly with Luo Xuan's intentions, after all. Locating the serpent in the desert was merely a matter of pinpointing its position without the means to uncover its vulnerabilities. Thus, a direct confrontation was advantageous for him. Yet, as the great yin snake initiated its frontal assault, the situation turned precarious for Luo Xuan. Teresa furrowed his brow, perceiving the scenario differently from Luo Xuan. He believed that the serpent's concealment in the desert allowed Luo Xuan to sense its presence and strike effectively, which was advantageous. However, with the serpent attacking head-on, Luo Xuan might struggle to withstand its rapid onslaught. What should we do? Upon hearing Teresa's concerns, Beilo too found merit in his words. If this were indeed the case, Luo Xuan could be in grave danger. What other options remained? We could not keep up with Luo Xuan's pace and could only watch from the sidelines. It was Shi who spoke up. She had always held unwavering confidence in Luo Xuan. Thus, upon witnessing his current predicament, she refrained from voicing any concerns and simply observed in silence. As she had previously stated, there was no way to assist him. Intervening now would only complicate matters for Luo Xuan. If they could have aided him, they would have already done so. Bei Luo contemplated this notion and concurred. The battle between Luo Xuan and the yin she was far beyond their capabilities, rendering them powerless to intervene. Hey! As the yin she lunged forward, Luo Xuan met its charge. Although its speed was impressive, its large physique hindered its agility. Thus, despite its keen reflexes, it could not match Luo Xuan's nimbleness. This was Luo Xuan's advantage. Although smaller in stature, he had numerous opportunities to evade, unlike the yin shi, which, regardless of how it maneuvered, could not escape its fate. This necessitated the evolution of its formidable defensive scales. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a living target, easily dispatched by any seasoned warrior. Capitalizing on his inherent advantages, Luo Xuan relentlessly attacked the yin shi, leaving no opportunity unseized. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he still could not discern the creature's weakness. As if the yin shi were devoid of any vulnerabilities. How is this possible? At this juncture, Luo Xuan had expended considerable energy, yet remained oblivious to the yin shi's weak points. However, he reasoned that every living creature must possess a flaw. It was inconceivable for it to be entirely invulnerable. While evading the yin shi's onslaught, Luo Xuan reflected on the previous battles, feeling as though he had overlooked something crucial. He launched another punch at the yin shi, but this time it seemed prepared, swiftly swatting Luo Xuan away with its tail before darting off. Luo Xuan. The sight of the yin shi tossing Luo Xuan aside astonished Teresa and the others. The onlookers had not perceived any indication of his imminent attack. Yet the yin shi appeared to anticipate it. Ah, so that was it. Undeterred by being flung away, Luo Xuan merely smiled. That last move was not a matter of prediction. Just as he had evaded the yin shi's assaults through his detector, the creature relied on instinct. The yin shi was not aware of Luo Xuan's intention to strike a particular spot. Rather, it instinctively protected that area. Any assault directed there would trigger its inherent reflex to defend. It became increasingly evident that this location was indeed the yin shi's vulnerability. Just as Luo Xuan had been troubled by the inability to identify the yin shi's weak point, he had now inadvertently stumbled upon it. The weakness resided in its abdomen. No wonder, during their earlier engagement, if the yin shi had extended a fraction further, it could have bitten Luo Xuan. However, it refrained, fearing an attack on its vulnerable midsection. Luo Xuan, are you alright? Shi and the others approached Luo Xuan, who had just been unexpectedly flung away by the formidable yin snake with a heavy blow. I'm fine. Did you all notice where I struck just now? That is the vulnerable point of this colossal yin snake. I will find a way to expose its weakness. You all can attack directly. Luo Xuan wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of blood, yet he paid it no heed as he addressed Shi and the others. The three cast a glance at the approaching yin shi, nodding in acknowledgement. They had observed the previous position and initially thought it was a preemptive awareness of Luo Xuan's intent to strike there. However, it now appeared to be an instinctive act of protection. Indeed, upon finishing his words, Luo Xuan swiftly advanced towards the yin snake once more. At this moment, he was the only one capable of keeping pace with the creature's speed. Thus, it fell upon him to devise a means to compel the yin snake to reveal its vulnerabilities. All they needed to do was to launch an assault on the exposed weak points when the time came. Boom. Luo Xuan engaged in yet another fierce battle with the serpent, Na Yin. With fists and feet, he struck valiantly, while Na Yin retaliated with its tail and fangs. The two locked in a relentless exchange of blows. Luo Xuan found himself unable to breach the defenses of the serpent. Yet the creature was equally incapable of mounting an assault against him. Even on the rare occasions when it did manage to strike, Luo Xuan successfully parried the blows. How advantageous it would have been to wield a weapon. Once more, he delivered a punch against the serpent's scales. Feeling a sense of frustration as his efforts bore little fruit, however, the recoil left his hand stinging. It appeared that Saiyans had yet to witness the use of weapons, preferring instead to engage in combat with their bare fists. As Luo Xuan steadied himself, the enormous Da Yin serpent swiftly lashed its tail toward him. Caught off guard, Luo Xuan had no choice but to catch it with his hands. Thud. Although he managed to grasp it, his legs sank deeply into the desert sand. Should the serpent strike again, he would undoubtedly be crushed. Aware of this peril, Luo Xuan clung to the serpent's tail, and as it withdrew, he was lifted off the ground. Naturally, had the serpent chosen to simply let go of its tail, he would have been flung away. However, the serpent did precisely that. Hey! As the serpent released its tail, Luo Xuan clung tightly, sliding along the tail in a half circle before landing steadily. Yet he did not relinquish his grip. With a powerful maneuver, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the serpent sprawling away. F4 swiftly extracted itself. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xuan hurled an energy sphere towards the soaring serpent, striking it precisely in the abdomen, the very locus of its vulnerability. A hiss escaped the creature, akin to a lamentation, as it felt the impact of the blow. Before its anguished cries could dissipate, the energy spheres launched by Mo Shi and his companions followed swiftly in succession. While Luo Xuan engaged in battle, they had been meticulously preparing their assault. As Luo Xuan's attack landed, their energies harmoniously converged upon the serpent's weak point, resulting in a resounding thud as the serpent collapsed heavily to the ground. At last, the ordeal seemed to be resolved. Bello released a deep sigh of relief. Although the serpent's combat prowess was not formidable, its defensive capabilities were remarkably robust. Had the battle continued, Luo Xuan's stamina would have surely been insufficient to endure. Not yet. Teresa replied gravely, shaking her head. Despite their successful strikes upon the serpent's vulnerability, it had not succumbed to death, and thus the matter remained unresolved. Upon hearing Teresa's words, Bello turned his gaze back to the serpent, and indeed, he observed that it still writhed, albeit with diminished vigor. It was very much alive. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Xuan understood that he could not allow the serpent to recover, for if it did, all efforts would be in vain. What he did not anticipate, however, was that upon his approach, the serpent burrowed straight into the desert, seemingly attempting to flee. Naturally, Luo Xuan could not permit its escape. The serpent, having previously utilized its smaller offspring to deplete their stamina, clearly possessed a degree of intelligence. Should it manage to evade capture, it could very well lie in wait within the desert, poised to exact revenge. The southern desert was already fraught with peril, and the presence of a vengeful serpent would render the situation all the more dire. If one were not vigilant, they could easily fall prey to it. Observing the serpent's retreat into the sands, Luo Xuan swiftly lunged forward, grasping the serpent's tail and pulling it back with all his might. Luo Xuan possessed immense strength, and at this critical moment, he gradually pulled the yin snake out. Hiss! Realizing it could not escape, the yin snake swiftly turned its head and lunged at Luo Xuan. However, he deftly evaded the strike, only to be forcefully flung into the air by the creature's tail. This was dire, suspended in the sky. Luo Xuan found himself unable to move, his agility severely compromised, leaving him vulnerable to the impending attack of the yin snake. Witnessing this scene, Teresa shouted in alarm. Indeed, as Teresa had predicted, the yin snake, seizing the opportunity after unexpectedly tossing Luo Xuan aloft, wasted no time in opening its jaws wide and lunging towards him. After much effort, Luo Xuan managed to suppress his soaring body, only to begin his descent. Alas, when will he be able to fly? Luo Xuan muttered a complaint. Yet there was little he could do. He had yet to master the art of flight. Meanwhile, the serpent below was advancing towards him, its elongated form indeed quite impressive. F were swiftly extracted. Luo Xuan launched an energy sphere directly at the yin snake, and his body was propelled slightly upwards before descending again towards the creature. With a low grunt, Luo Xuan clenched his fist tightly, extending it forward, harnessing the momentum of his descent as he propelled himself towards the yin serpent. In an instant, Luo Xuan plunged directly into the serpent's maw. Luo Xuan. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan being swallowed, Emoshi shouted in alarm. Moments later, they beheld Luo Xuan erupting from the serpent's mouth, delivering a powerful punch as he emerged. The F-Force swiftly extracted their energy. This time, Luo Xuan directed his energy sphere towards the ground. However, its potency was diminished, for his stamina was nearly depleted. Utilizing the energy sphere's cushioning effect, Luo Xuan landed gracefully. Simultaneously, the serpent's head crashed heavily onto the ground. At this juncture, Luo Xuan was drenched in blood. The lifeblood of the colossal serpent. This was not his first encounter with such a sanguinary state. He had previously passed through the body of a jungle swift dragon in a similar fashion. With a sigh of relief, he glanced at the subdued yin serpent sprawled on the ground, unable to move. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary so soon after entering the South Sand Desert. Although its combat prowess was lackluster, the resilience afforded by its scales had allowed it to endure for an extended period. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Seeing that Luo Xuan had vanquished the serpent, Emoshi and the others approached with concern. The battle they had just witnessed was nothing short of thrilling. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head, perplexed by the inexplicable phenomenon. Each increase in the strength of his fist seemed to extract a considerable amount of his energy. Initially, the toll was manageable, but as the potency of his strikes intensified, he felt the energy being siphoned away in greater quantities. If he did not become stronger soon, he feared that the energy within him might soon become insufficient to draw upon. Thus, he recognized the necessity of augmenting his strength. The yin snake was indeed a formidable adversary, and he could only wonder how many of such creatures lurked within the South Desert. Teresa observed the yin snake, its blood oozing forth and seeping into the sands, and shook her head in resignation. Having only just entered the South Desert, they were already confronted by such a creature. One could only imagine the number of these yin snakes that inhabited the vast expanse of desert. Should they encounter more, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. We should depart from this place, Luo Xuan suggested. The blood of the yin snake may attract the attention of other ferocious beasts. He glanced at the nearby yin snake, acknowledging its might, yet it was not the most powerful being in the South Desert. The strong scent of blood could potentially lure other predators. Thus, it was prudent to leave, lest they inadvertently draw the ire of an enemy that Luo Xuan might struggle to confront. Indeed, the others, including Ma Shi, concurred, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. The yin snake, while possessing formidable defensive capabilities, was not the apex predator of the South Desert. After Luo Xuan tidied up a bit, they set off together, heading in another direction. Shortly after their departure, a large bird began to circle above the site where they had just fought, before swooping down to seize the enormous serpent and soaring away in a different direction. It was peculiar. Just moments ago, he felt an abundance of strength in his right hand, yet now it felt no different from his left. As Luo Xuan walked, he became acutely aware of his right hand, which seemed to possess an extraordinary strength, particularly in moments of peril, far surpassing that of his left hand. It would be more accurate to describe it as power rather than mere strength. Yet, during times of tranquility, his right hand appeared to be no different from usual, making it nearly impossible to discern the extent to which its power could surge. However, he regretted not having the means to measure his combat prowess during those intense moments. Luo Xuan spoke with a hint of regret, pondering that had he been able to gauge his power at that moment, he would have discerned the extent of his combat prowess during the eruption of strength in his right hand. By his own estimation, the enhancement was undoubtedly significant. Whether in his encounters with the fang-toothed behemoth or the jungle raptor, or even during the recent battle with the yin snake, Luo Xuan distinctly sensed the formidable increase in strength emanating from his right hand. Yet, the precise magnitude of this augmentation eluded him. Luo Xuan, I noticed that you only unleash your power at the last possible moment during combat. Why not unleash it from the outset? Teresa observed Luo Xuan's peculiar behavior. Despite his capability to pierce the jungle raptor with a single punch, he waited until Ma Shi was gravely injured to strike. The same pattern occurred in his battle against the yin snake, where he could have easily breached its defenses but opted to delay his assault. While Teresa recognized the oddity, uncertainty lingered in her mind, prompting her to inquire further in hopes of uncovering the truth. Is he perhaps training with the yin snake? Just as Luo Xuan struggled to find an appropriate response, Ma Shi interjected. Training? Teresa directed her gaze towards Ma Shi, furrowing her brow. having known Luo Xuan for a longer duration. Ma Shi might possess insights that others lacked. But was Luo Xuan truly training with the yin snake? From their first encounter, he had fought the fang-toothed behemoth while holding back his full strength, only delivering the finishing blow when he was nearly exhausted. The same pattern repeated with the scorpion tiger and subsequently with the jungle raptor, where he always struck decisively at the last moment. Ma Shi offered an explanation, though she too was puzzled by Luo Xuan's tendency to wait until the end to unleash his full might. Aware that Luo Xuan was reluctant to divulge the truth to others, she spoke up. Is that so? After a moment of contemplation, Teresa acknowledged that this had indeed been the case before. Yet, in the recent encounter with the yin snake, Luo Xuan had evidently engaged in battle. With a sense of resignation, Luo Xuan nodded, recognizing the peculiar nature of his right hand's sudden outburst. However, his instincts urged him to keep this matter discreet. Thus, he resolved to frame it as mere training. Very well. Although Teresa remained somewhat skeptical, she felt it unwise to press further since Luo Xuan had spoken. Perhaps he was indeed simply engaged in training, and it was she who had overthought the matter. Luo Xuan directly activated a gravity level 16 times that of planet Vegeta, which equates to 1.6 times its gravity. After all, if he wished to strive harder to grow stronger, he must subject himself to an even greater gravitational force. Furthermore, Luo Xuan resolved not to release this gravity unless absolutely necessary. He had just expressed his gratitude. Luo Xuan and Mo Shi trailed behind, while Teresa led the way ahead. Luo Xuan spoke softly to Mo Shi beside him, expressing his gratitude, for without her intervention moments ago, he would have been at a loss. It's nothing. But I am curious, she replied with a smirk, her gaze fixed intently on him. Why do you always wait until the very last moment to unleash your formidable fighting prowess and defeat your opponents? With a playful grin, he responded, Well, I'm in the midst of training. Luo Xuan returned a smile and then whispered. Since he had not spoken earlier, it was unlikely he would divulge anything now, after all. It was a secret. The training in the desert was rather monotonous. If left to practice alone amidst the sands, one could only wonder how long he would endure. Fortunately, with Ma Shi and a few others accompanying him, the solitude of the desert was somewhat alleviated, allowing for conversation and camaraderie. How have you been lately? After their recent battle, Luo Xuan observed that Ma Shi's combat experience had significantly matured, rendering her a stark contrast to the person he had encountered in the northern forest. Moreover, she had successfully managed to condense energy spheres twice, a feat that, although seemingly straightforward, proved somewhat challenging for them at present. Not bad. My combat abilities have noticeably improved. Indeed, training in the southern desert was far more effective than in the northern forest. Ma Shi nodded in agreement. Apart from her concern for Luo Xuan, she remained as stoic as when they first met, displaying little emotion. However, she would smile when in Luo Xuan's presence. That's good. Let's continue our training for a while longer before we return. Luo Xuan nodded. It had been 2 months since he entered the northern forest, and now he could effortlessly navigate under 20 times the gravitational force. This intensity of training was akin to training under double the gravity of planet Vegeta, which significantly accelerated his progress. However, he understood that such training, while effective, was far from sufficient for truly becoming powerful. Previously, he had assessed his combat strength, which stood at 873, surpassing Goku's strength upon his return from King Kai's planet, which was 8,000, while Vegeta's was at 18,000, a considerable disparity. Nevertheless, Luo Xuan recognized the importance of balancing effort and rest. The high-intensity battles, though they rapidly enhanced his abilities, also placed a substantial burden on his body. Yet, the only regret he harbored was, I happen to want to return as well. Ma Shi nodded, acknowledging that after a prolonged period of training, one might yearn to go back and take a look. Conversely, Teresa and Bello were indifferent, having spent more than a year training outside without returning home. They had integrated their training into their lives. However, since Luo Xuan expressed a desire to return home, they agreed to accompany him for a visit. Ugh, seriously, how could that guy be so strong? A Saiyan, marked by numerous scars, exclaimed as a group approached from a distance. They had just discovered a metal mine and intended to bring it back to trade with the Zufu people for essential supplies in the desert. Such medicinal items were crucial for the battle-hardened Saiyans, who inevitably faced injuries. Unfortunately, while attempting to transport the ore, they encountered another group of Saiyans who outright seized their find. With no means to fight back, they had to concede defeat. Let us just find another mine, said a lean scion, looking somewhat disheveled but not as battered as the earlier speaker. If we can acquire those medicinal supplies, we could endure longer in this southern desert. Once our strength increases, we can settle the score with them. They were a formidable quartet of elite warriors, yet fate had them face 6 elite fighters this time, making victory impossible, thus forcing them to relinquish their hard-earned metal. Is that someone over there? A previously silent scion remarked, spotting Luo Xuan and his companions in the distance. His tone laced with caution. In the southern desert, combat was commonplace, yet they were all injured. Continuing to fight was not out of the question. But if their adversaries were significantly stronger, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. That person looks quite familiar. The tall, slender scion cast his gaze upon an individual across from him, a figure that seemed somewhat familiar. It was Treza. Just as the tall scion finished speaking, a voice, laced with malice, interjected. The tone was far from amiable, almost dripping with animosity, as though this speaker harbored a grudge against Treza. Treza? Is that the same intermediate warrior who defeated you? Another scion chimed in, having previously heard of his companion's defeat at the hands of an intermediate warrior. It appeared that the rumors were indeed true, if it weren't for my carelessness. And the strict rules of the gravity platform, where any fall results in a loss, I wouldn't have lost to that individual. The scion, who had once been vanquished by Treza, clenched his teeth further upon hearing this. Although it was true that he had encountered an unexpected mishap during that bout, a loss is a loss, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, it was widely known that he had succumbed to an intermediate warrior, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Calm down. This isn't the gravity platform. And there are no stringent rules here, the battered scion remarked with a grin, still irked by the theft of the iron ore he had discovered. Encountering opponents of lesser strength was, in fact, quite welcome. Let us not cause a ruckus. We should search for the next iron mine, the tall scion suggested, shaking his head, wishing to avoid further conflict. It's nothing. We'll just deal with them, another combative scion responded with a chuckle. And the 3 of them began to stride towards the location of Luo Xuan and his companions. Reluctantly, the tall scion followed suit. As the group of scions spotted Luo Xuan and his companions, Luo Xuan, in turn, became aware of their presence. However, he did not pay them much heed. Although the area was vast, it was, after all, a place where advanced warriors trained, making such encounters rather commonplace. Yet at that moment, Luo Xuan noticed they were approaching him. If one were to follow the cliched narrative found in novels, a confrontation seemed imminent. What are you staring at? The battered scion approached Luo Xuan and, noticing Balo's unwavering gaze upon his face, barked irritably. What is it to you? Balo, taken aback by the scion's brashness, had merely been curious about who had inflicted such injuries upon him. Now, he wondered why the assailant had not struck harder. Surely, had he been the one to inflict the blows, the outcome would have been far more severe, enough to leave the scion speechless. Treza, it has been quite some time. Hasn't he it? But this place is certainly not meant for you intermediate warriors. Oh, and look, there's a piece of lowly trash. The scion who had been defeated by Treza declared, directly addressing him. Indeed, the scion had previously succumbed to Treza. But that was due to the stipulation that falling from the gravity platform constituted a defeat. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck off the platform by Treza, leading to his loss. At least from his perspective, this was the rationale. As a high-ranking warrior, he could not possibly be defeated by a mid-tier combatant. I had wondered who it was, only to discover it was Titus. Upon seeing him, Treza recognized Titus immediately. He had faced few high-ranking scions and had generally been unable to overcome them. However, he remembered the few he had bested, with Titus being the strongest among them. Winning against Titus was, even for Treza, a feat that involved a stroke of luck. And it was this victory that earned him the title closest to that of a high-ranking warrior. It could be said that Teresa's renown was firmly established following his battle with Titus. Haha, I have said it before. This southern desert is not a place for mid-tier warriors and lower-tier scum. Titus chuckled in response, believing that Teresa's victory was merely a matter of fortune in the southern desert. Even when life and death were at stake, how could there be rules? What? After being defeated by me, do you still have the audacity to come here? We mid-tier warriors are not allowed. Yet you, a high-ranking warrior who was bested by one of us, still dare to show your face? Treza remained unperturbed. After all, he was merely a former adversary. And even if luck played a role, a victory was still a victory. Moreover, Treza was no longer concerned, for he understood that his strength had now reached a level where he could easily overpower Titus. You merely won by chance, if you have the capability. Let us engage in combat once more. Titus, incensed by Teresa's words, felt a surge of anger. This was a scar he bore for a lifetime. Ever since his defeat at Teresa's hands, he had often been the target of ridicule. Even on the gravity platform, he was frequently looked down upon. Although Titus possessed some strength, he was still a high-ranking warrior, and ultimately, he had no choice but to retreat to this southern desert for training. He never anticipated that he would cross paths with his nemesis today, evoking a particularly hostile reaction. Forget it. I do not wish to engage with a defeated foe. In response to Titus's remarks, Teresa shook his head. He truly had no desire for another confrontation. He sensed no danger emanating from Titus, indicating that Titus was no longer his rival. What? I see you're afraid. Titus, perceiving Teresa's reluctance to engage, mocked him. However, Teresa dismissed the comment. Casting a glance at Luo Xuan, who seemed indifferent, merely glancing over before resuming his play with the sand. Never mind, you are not my adversary. Ultimately, Teresa shook his head once more, convinced that Titus posed no threat. However, the tall and slender Scion was able to sense a hint of danger. This indicated that he was indeed the strongest among them. Should he choose to strike, Teresa believed she would be unable to withstand his assault. That would not be permissible. Realizing that words would not compel Teresa to act, Titus decided to take the initiative. He swung a punch toward Teresa, yet she evaded it with a mere shift of her body, skillfully dodging his blow. If you are so eager to fight, then bring it on. Teresa felt a surge of anger. After all, with Luo Xuan by her side, she was confident that he would not remain passive should the tall Scion engage. At this moment, Teresa and her companions were entirely centered around Luo Xuan, who possessed the strength to match the challenge. I too seek a worthy opponent. And you shall do nicely, my young adversary. From now on, do not let your gaze wander indiscriminately. The Scion, who had just suffered a beating and bore the marks of his defeat, noticed that Titus and Teresa had begun to clash. Frustrated by his recent humiliation, he redirected his focus toward Bello. Without a moment's hesitation, Bello met him head-on, having long harbored disdain for this Scion. Leave that woman to me. I have no interest in sparring with lowly warriors. Scions are inherently combative, and another Scion glanced at Mashi and Bello before making his way toward Mashi. It appears I have also become a target. Observing the approaching figure, Mashi's lips curled into a dangerous smile, and he softly remarked to Luo Xuan. No need to hold back. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. He had just utilized the detector to assess the combat prowess of these individuals. The one named Titus possessed a power level of 4,892, significantly weaker than the current Teresa, whose strength has notably increased, making her defeat a trivial endeavor. As for the Scion engaged in battle with Barrow, his power level was a mere 2871, prompting Luo Xuan to question whether this individual was truly a high-ranking warrior. The one aspiring to challenge Mashi had a power level of only 3,000, which posed no challenge whatsoever for Mashi, whose strength was now closely trailing that of Teresa. However, the sole surprise for Luo Xuan was the tall, slender high-ranking warrior, whose combat strength astonishingly reached 6165, marking the highest power level of any Scion Luo Xuan had encountered thus far. Logically, such a formidable strength should be vying for dominance on the gravity training platforms. It was perplexing to find it manifesting in the southern desert for training. Moreover, the companions accompanying him boasted relatively low power levels. Could it be that a combat strength exceeding 6,000 is deemed unworthy of contention on those gravity platforms? Now, it seems, it is just you and me. Shall we engage in battle? Luo Xuan rose to his feet, brushing off the sand from his attire, and then turned his gaze towards the elite warrior. Speaking in a calm tone, he harbored a desire to engage in combat with these esteemed fighters, eager to ascertain the extent of his own capabilities. Elite warriors are not merely distinguished by their formidable combat prowess. Their wealth of battle experience far surpasses that of many intermediate fighters. However, when faced with Luo Xuan and his companions, the narrative shifts, for they have honed their skills throughout their arduous journey from the northern forest. In terms of both combat strength and experience, they significantly outmatch other intermediate warriors, standing on par with elite fighters. You wish to challenge me? The tall, lean Scion cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xuan, furrowing his brow. His expression was not one of disdain. Rather, he sensed an unusual quality in this individual before him. Despite being a low-level warrior, Luo Xuan emanated a formidable pressure akin to that felt against those formidable opponents in the gravity chambers. How could a low-level warrior invoke such a sensation? The tall, lean Scion regarded Luo Xuan with newfound respect, This low-level warrior was certainly not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, he would not retreat. Whether facing a low-level warrior or an elite fighter, he harbored no fear. Indeed, Luo Xuan nodded, harboring no words to articulate. He merely wished to test his own prowess. Thus, even if the advanced warrior declined, he would still proceed to engage. Such audacity! The tall, slender Saiyan chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. While he did not hold Luo Xuan in contempt, it was undeniable that Luo Xuan was a low-level warrior. In his eyes, it required monumental courage for a low-level warrior to challenge an advanced one. This sentiment perhaps stemmed from the inherent superiority felt by advanced warriors, who were blessed with greater innate talents from birth, making their ascent to strength comparatively effortless. Therefore, they perceived a low-level warrior's challenge to an advanced one, someone who had consistently overshadowed them, as a formidable act of bravery. However, Luo Xuan was not of this world, and thus, he bore no such concept. With his own strength having risen, he simply sought to test it and proceeded to issue a challenge. Let the battle begin. Without any superfluous words, Luo Xuan charged directly towards the elite warrior. He had no desire to squander time here. He merely wished to ascertain the extent of the strength possessed by those Saiyans on the gravity platform. Bang! Luo Xuan's punch was effortlessly intercepted by the advanced warrior. After all, this was no mere beast, nor was it someone like Treza. The figure before him was a genuine advanced warrior. In terms of both combat prowess and battle experience, he was exceptionally formidable. Thus, regarding such an individual as a worthy adversary, Luo Xuan remained vigilant. Impressive strength indeed. The advanced warrior chuckled, lifting his leg and launching a kick towards Luo Xuan. Luo Xuan executed a backflip, skillfully evading the incoming strike, and then stood firm, gazing at the formidable warrior before him. "I shall not hold back," he declared. The senior warrior, without the slightest hesitation, propelled himself forward with a precise push of his toes against the ground. Initially, he believed that a low-level warrior, no matter how strong, could never rival a high-level warrior. However, his perception had shifted. The combat prowess of this low-level warrior was perhaps on par with his own. This indicated that the low-level warrior before him had indeed attained the level of a high-level warrior. When did it become so effortless to surpass a high-level warrior? Despite the tumultuous thoughts raging within him, his expression remained unchanged. After all, while this low-level warrior might be able to contend with a high-level warrior, it did not guarantee victory. He wished to convey to Luo Xuan that transcending the capabilities of a high-level warrior was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, the inherent sense of superiority would be undermined. A high-level warrior, indeed. Luo Xuan merely murmured softly, realizing that the combat experience of this elite warrior surpassed his expectations significantly. Thus, he became vigilant. This presented an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, having already gauged each other's abilities. Neither party sought further testing, and they immediately erupted into a fierce battle. The elite warrior landed a punch on Luo Xuan, only to be met with a powerful kick that sent him flying. As Luo Xuan pursued, he was taken down by a shoulder throw, but quickly retaliated with a kick to the warrior's abdomen, propelling him into the air. With a swift push off the ground, Luo Xuan followed suit, ascending into the sky. However, midway through his ascent, the elite warrior began to plummet back down. Luo Xuan swiftly steadied his body and soared towards the ground. At the very moment the elite warrior landed, he deftly evaded in another direction. Just as Luo Xuan was about to touch down, the warrior unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Luo Xuan let out a loud shout, managing to stabilize his body momentarily in midair. The advanced warrior's kick narrowly grazed his face before he finally descended to the ground. At the instant of landing, he supported himself with one hand, swiftly flipping over to stand upright. Was he truly a low-level warrior? The trio that had battled alongside Tessa was equally astonished. They had realized during Luo Xuan's challenge to the advanced warrior that something extraordinary was occurring. However, they had initially held a sense of disdain, questioning how a low-level warrior could dare to challenge an advanced one. Yet now, they found themselves utterly mistaken. This low-level warrior was indeed capable of engaging in combat with an advanced warrior. Furthermore, the three mid-level warriors before them seemingly possessed the strength to contend with advanced warriors as well. What kind of team was this, after all? Come again. The advanced warrior exclaimed with evident exhilaration, directing his shout at Luo Xuan before resuming his assault. At that moment, Luo Xuan felt the blood within him begin to boil. This exhilarating battle was a novel experience for him, unlike his previous encounters with Tessa, the jungle raptor, or the yen serpent. None had ignited such a sense of thrill within him. Thus, with each exchange, he found himself reveling in the combat. Although his soul belonged to Earth, his body was that of a Saiyan, and his thirst for battle remained undiminished. Only through combat could he feel truly alive. Boom, boom. The intensity of their duel escalated. And although only a brief time had elapsed, both warriors displayed formidable combat prowess, making it increasingly difficult to discern a victor. Luo Xuan had been consistently battling the advanced warrior under conditions of increased gravity. Otherwise, his innate strength would have easily overwhelmed the advanced warrior, rendering the fight rather unentertaining. As Luo Xuan continued to engage in battle, he felt an exhilarating thrill, while the advanced warrior, after experiencing this rush, found himself increasingly astonished. He realized something remarkable. This low-ranking warrior was utilizing him as a training partner, continuously enhancing his combat experience. The advanced warrior finally comprehended that this lowly fighter was, in fact, treating him as a sparring companion. Faced with this revelation, he felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Unable to fathom that such a formidable low-level warrior could challenge an advanced fighter in this manner. The most frustrating aspect was his realization that he was unable to defeat Luo Xuan. Hey, you truly are quite formidable. However, allow me to showcase my technique. The advanced warrior declared to Luo Xuan after they momentarily disengaged. He acknowledged Luo Xuan's strength. Recognizing that a low-ranking fighter could compel an advanced warrior to such an extent was indeed impressive. Was he finally about to unleash his trump card? Nearby, Titus overheard the tall, slender Saiyans' words and felt a twinge of surprise at the strength of this low-level warrior. Yet, after the initial astonishment, he couldn't help but revel in a sense of schadenfreude. Once that technique was employed, it seemed certain that the low-ranking warrior, if not killed, would at least sustain serious injuries. As Luo Xuan gazed upon the formidable warrior before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. This situation mirrored his previous encounter with Teresa. Could it be that Saiyans preferred to reserve their most potent techniques for the final moments of battle? It made sense. After all, if one could secure victory without revealing their ultimate move, there would be no need to unleash such a devastating strike. Thus, this formidable technique would only be employed when one found themselves at a disadvantage. However, what struck Luo Xuan as familiar was not merely the warrior's words, but rather his stance. Could it be yet another energy sphere? Not far away. Ma Shi and the others also observed the advanced warrior assume a position that unmistakably indicated the gathering of an energy sphere. Teresa, on the other hand, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had previously asserted that this technique was one he had painstakingly mastered over time, only to witness the tall, slender Saiyan successfully conjuring it as well. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the advanced Saiyan manifested an object akin to an energy sphere in his hand, seemingly far more potent than Teresa's creation. Yet, in comparison to Luo Xuan, it still fell short. Be cautious, the slender warrior cautioned. This technique may not claim your life, but absorbing its impact could deplete your stamina significantly. He believed this attack held great power, albeit not sufficient against the young man before him, who was capable of standing toe-to-toe with advanced fighters. This technique would likely be ineffective against such a formidable opponent, yet it could exhaust his energy reserves. Should that happen, a subsequent assault would surely lead to the defeat of this lesser warrior. Then I shall certainly give it a try. Luo Xuan remarked with a hint of indifference that perhaps in the past, he indeed expended considerable physical energy, much like the first time he encountered Teresa employing this particular technique. However, after mastering the ability to condense energy orbs, he has come to understand them quite well. Such entities could not possibly inflict harm upon him. Teresa, your companion is rather foolish. Should he lose, do not blame us, Tades commented while engaged in combat with Teresa. Although he was astonished by Teresa's newfound strength, his extensive battle experience allowed him to hold his ground, enabling him to make light of the situation. Oh, is that so? Teresa refrained from engaging in excessive banter, for had Luo Xuan been vulnerable to such an attack, she would have defeated him long ago. Regrettably for her, Luo Xuan had already proven capable of withstanding energy orbs during his battles with intermediate warriors, rendering the threat trivial now. You may not comprehend what this entails, but you shall soon find out. Do not limit your ignorance then. Observing Teresa's calm demeanor, Tades felt a flicker of anger but soon distanced himself from her, preparing to witness the unfolding spectacle. Others also ceased their activities, eager to witness the downfall of the lowly warrior, while Ma Shi and his companions refrained from intervening. Anticipating the moment when this group would face defeat, After all, they had suffered greatly at Luo Xuan's hands, just when they thought they could catch up to him. He had already darted far beyond their reach. Very well, prepare to receive my attack. The tall, slender Saiyan nodded, casting the energy orb from his hand. The orb hurtled forth at a breathtaking speed, trailing a luminous tail as it surged toward Luo Xuan. Observing the approaching energy orb, Luo Xuan made no move to defend himself. He simply gazed at it, not going to block. Tades and his companions found his inaction peculiar. Even Teresa was taken aback by Luo Xuan's lack of defense. Just as their astonishment reached its peak, the energy orb had already arrived beside Luo Xuan. Ah! Luo Xuan let out a thunderous shout, and in that moment, the energy sphere struck him directly, resulting in a tremendous explosion that whipped the sand into a swirling tempest. Was he killed? How tragic. Taitisi shook his head and remarked that had he attempted to defend himself, he might have survived. However, since he did not, his demise seemed inevitable. Yet, contrary to expectations, he was not dead. Another Saiyan, observing the swirling yellow sands, saw a figure emerge, his pupils dilating in astonishment. It was none other than Luo Xuan. At that moment, he not only remained unscathed but appeared unchanged from before. How could this be? The tall, slender Saiyan was taken aback by the spectacle. Even in defense, one might not withstand such an attack, yet this seemingly inferior warrior had merely shouted to fend it off. Impressive strength, he remarked. Luo Xuan smiled. The power of that energy sphere was indeed impressive, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon him. You, exclaimed the tall, slender Saiyan, visibly astonished, yet rendered speechless. The reason for his silence lay in the fact that his most formidable technique had been effortlessly countered by a mere shout from the lowly warrior opposite him. This realization left him feeling profoundly defeated. Since you have unleashed your ultimate move, I shall do the same. Luo Xuan smiled, then extended his hand, and an energy sphere instantly formed within his grasp. How can you also do this? The tall, slender Saiyan was taken aback. This low-level warrior was capable of such a technique. Let us resume our battle once this is resolved, Titus. Upon witnessing Luo Xuan's display, the trio of Teresa understood that the fight was nearing its conclusion. All right then, Titus initially intended to suggest continuing the match against Teresa. However, upon turning around, he saw Teresa also concentrating an energy sphere in her hand. Glancing at the other two, he noticed the female warrior, along with another intermediate fighter, both wielding energy spheres as well. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the senior warrior, whose astonishment had now transformed into sheer shock. Before him stood a low-level warrior exhibiting formidable combat prowess, capable of manifesting energy, while the three others, though intermediate fighters, seemed less formidable in his eyes. Yet, to his surprise, they all succeeded in gathering energy spheres, their power seemingly rivaling his own. What sort of individuals are these? At that moment, Titus and the battered Saiyan, whose face was now bruised and swollen, found themselves regretting their decision to engage in combat with this group. How had they cultivated their skills? A team of 4, 1 low-level warrior and 3 intermediate warriors, were all capable of contending with high-level fighters. Moreover, they appeared to surpass ordinary high-level warriors. When had it become so effortless to surpass them? I surrender, I surrender. Faced with the overwhelming potency of Luo Xuan's energy sphere, surrender was the only option. He had initially believed that after unleashing his ultimate move, the low-level warrior would surely falter. Yet he was astounded to find that the mightiest technique was effortlessly countered by a simple shout from his opponent. Following that, the same technique was employed against him. While uncertain of its full force, he could surmise from his own experience that it was unlikely to be inferior to his. We also surrender. Following the tall Scion's capitulation, the remaining 3 Scions followed suit, realizing they had yet to master energy spheres and felt powerless in the face of such might. Upon hearing their surrender, Luo Xuan, albeit reluctantly, withdrew his energy sphere, recognizing that continuing the fight would be rather ungracious, given their concession. It was unfortunate. He had intended to test the efficacy of his energy sphere against a high-level warrior, only to have the opportunity snatched away by their surrender. Had the tall Scion been privy to Luo Xuan's thoughts, he would surely have felt a surge of indignation, questioning why he should serve merely as a means to gauge the potency of an attack. Luo Xuan possessed the ability to effortlessly crush the energy sphere. However, Teresa and her companions dared not attempt such a feat. They could only hurl the energy sphere into the desert, where it would detonate. The Scions, witnessing the formidable power of the energy sphere, swallowed nervously, relieved that they had not foolishly tried to intercept it. Were they truly incapable of harnessing such an energy? Luo Xuan observed the expressions of the individuals present, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that those senior warriors were incapable of successfully condensing energy spheres? This seemed rather elementary, did it not? Even those with a mere few hundred combat power could accomplish such a feat. How could they falter? Having been bested by Luo Xuan, and given that he had not made any further moves, the tall and slender Scion held a favorable impression of him. Thus, when Luo Xuan inquired, he readily responded, for it was not a matter worth concealing. How puzzling. Luo Xuan found it peculiar that Bellows was capable of harnessing energy spheres. This implied that with just a modicum of study, success in their formation was attainable. Yet, it raised the question of why those few Scions were unable to accomplish this feat. Could it be that the tall, slender Scion before him had not imparted the knowledge necessary for this skill? Are you truly a low-level warrior? The advanced warrior hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Although the individual before him appeared to be a low-level warrior, he found it hard to believe that such a seemingly inferior fighter could possess such formidable combat prowess. Perhaps. Luo Xuan smiled. Indeed, he was a low-level warrior. Yet, who asserts that low-level warriors cannot possess formidable combat prowess? Though he may have been born with lesser innate talent and progressed at a slower pace than others, he firmly believed in the adage that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. Your combat ability is commendable. Why have you not ventured to the gravity platform? Is it true that the advanced warriors there are genuinely that powerful? Luo Xuan pondered for a moment, feeling compelled to inquire about this matter. He was unfamiliar with other advanced warriors, and it was a rare opportunity to encounter one with commendable strength. It was a perfect chance to gauge his abilities against those on the gravity training platform. Could it be that, despite so much time devoted to cultivation, he still could not prevail? That was not the case. Rather, he simply favored training in the wilderness. While the training there might enhance his strength, he held an aversion to that environment, although the individuals present were undeniably formidable. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the tall, slender Scion shook his head. He too could easily secure a spot on a gravity platform, yet he disliked being confined to such a setting, preferring the freedom of the wild for his training. After all, he had cultivated in the wilderness since childhood, and a sudden change would be somewhat disconcerting for him. Thus, it was understood. Luo Xuan nodded, although he had not gleaned any particularly useful information. He deduced that the Scion on the gravity platform possessed a combat strength comparable to that of the individual before him, albeit some were undoubtedly stronger. The extent of that superiority remained uncertain. If you venture to that gravity platform, you should be able to triumph over most, aside from a few formidable opponents, he remarked. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the tall, lean Scion presumed that Luo Xuan held an interest in the gravity platform and thus offered a word of caution. During their recent bout, he had discerned that Luo Xuan's combat prowess surpassed his own. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that he would likely excel against the other Scions on the platform. However, confronting those few who had never been bested on the gravity platform posed a significant challenge. After all, the longer one trained there, the greater their combat strength became. Indeed, I shall endeavor to visit and test my abilities when time permits. Luo Xuan nodded, deciding to postpone the discussion for another time. After all, he was currently immersed in training within the gravity system and had no need for the gravity platform. His desire to challenge the gravity platform stemmed primarily from the fact that it was utilized by Mashi and others. Only on the gravity platform could their combat prowess truly advance. You have come here in search of iron, ore, haven't you? We just discovered a vein over there, but it was snatched away by someone who had just descended from the gravity platform. If you wish to confront him, you may try your luck, spoke Taitisi, who, having witnessed Luo Xuan's formidable strength and feeling disgruntled over the theft of the iron ore, encouraged him to take action. In his view, even if the iron ore were not theirs in the end, it should not be allowed to fall into the hands of those rogues. Taitisi refrained from speaking recklessly, interrupted the tall, slender Scion, cautioning against Taitisi's suggestion. The individual who had come down from the gravity platform was indeed quite powerful. His descent was merely for relaxation in the desert, as training on the gravity platform was no trivial matter. Shabak, weren't you just defeated and feeling indignant? We share your frustration. After all, we have no desire for that iron ore. If he seeks a challenger, you are the most suitable candidate, Taitisi remarked candidly, revealing his own dissatisfaction. Oh, he descended from the gravity platform? Luo Xuan found this intriguing, realizing that this was a genuine Scion who had just come down from the gravity platform. A challenge seemed enticing indeed. Yes, he just came down yesterday. He claims to be resting now, but will return to challenge in a few days. Shabak confirmed with a nod, acknowledging that the individual's combat ability surpassed his own. However, I doubt you would be able to best him, as I could barely hold my ground against him. After reflecting for a moment, Shabak added his insight, having faced both individuals and understanding their respective strengths. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan's interest was piqued. If this individual truly had just descended from the gravity platform and was merely taking a break, it indicated a long-standing presence on the gravity platform. Engaging in combat with him could provide an enlightening perspective on the true strength of the Saiyans who trained there. Are you interested? Moshi inquired, noticing the smile that graced Luo Xuan's lips. She had grown somewhat familiar with him, although he appeared gentle most of the time. It was impossible for a Saiyan to be entirely mild-mannered. Perhaps he had simply not encountered anything that sparked his interest until now. I am somewhat intrigued, Luo Xuan replied. Luo Xuan nodded, harboring a profound interest in formidable individuals. The mere prospect of engaging in combat invigorated him, particularly when it involved battling the strong. However, one might ponder the number of adversaries they faced. As they were not feeble, they had been driven away. Moshi interjected, noting that the 4 individuals before them possessed considerable combat prowess. Yet, this lineup had been vanquished, indicating that their opponents were not only powerful, but likely enjoyed a numerical advantage as well. Moshi perceived this clearly. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. There were 6 adversaries. Upon hearing Moshi's words, even before Luo Xuan could inquire, Shabak spoke up first. They originally should not have succumbed so swiftly, but the presence of 6 opponents had swiftly led to their downfall, and a rather severe one at that. 6 individuals? What is their strength? Luo Xuan furrowed his brows, contemplating how 6 individuals could inflict such damage upon the group led by Shabak. Faced with these formidable opponents, his own chances of victory seemed rather slim. This was no contest. Naturally, there would be no one-on-one battles. Among the 6, 5 possessed relatively weak combat prowess, yet the other 2 were considerably more formidable. One of them was the advanced warrior who had just descended from the gravity platform, far surpassing Luo Xuan in strength. While the other boasted a combat ability akin to his own, it was rumored that these 2 had been rivals, engaged in fierce battles on the gravity platform for many years, and it was this very individual who had dealt such a harsh blow to Il. Shabak gestured towards the battered Saiyan, whose injuries had only worsened, revealing that during his recent bout with Bello, the latter had shown no mercy. However, Shabak shook his head. Among these 4, not a single advanced warrior was present, yet they exhibited such remarkable strength. Had they been born as advanced warriors, their combat capabilities would likely have overwhelmed even those on the gravity platform. Advanced warriors are inherently endowed with exceptional combat talents, while intermediate warriors follow suit. And low-level warriors are deemed inferior. Yet, the presence of a low-level warrior exhibiting such power rendered any sense of superiority among advanced warriors moot. Shabak understood that the low-level warrior's strength was not merely a gift. The effort required to reach such heights must have been exponentially greater than that of others. Indeed, Luo Xuan had not paused since entering the northern forest, continually battling within the gravity environment, while the advanced warriors on the gravity platform took breaks when fatigued. Consequently, he had gradually caught up to them. Another warrior with strength comparable to yours? Luo Xuan hesitated. The mightiest among them, Teresa, possessed a combat power of just over 5,000, similar to Shabak's. Would that not imply the opponent exceeded 6,000? Despite the mere hundreds separating 5,000 from 6,000, that difference could prove decisive in battle. Thus, even if Teresa faced this opponent, victory was uncertain. Teresa, what are your thoughts? After a moment's reflection, Luo Xuan inquired, hoping Teresa might possess confidence. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's question, Teresa shook his head. Though I have not faced such an individual, observing your battle with him leaves me with no assurance of success against him. If the opponent shares his strength, I would be at a disadvantage. To be frank, I sensed a hint of danger emanating from Shabak. Teresa was not deceiving. Upon their initial encounter, he had felt an aura of peril surrounding Shabak. Thus, if the opponent was indeed as powerful, victory would elude him. Then we have no choice but to bide our time. With a resigned shake of his head, Luo Xuan contemplated the urge to engage in battle with the formidable opponent. Yet he remained acutely aware of the safety of those around him. Should the adversary confront him directly, he would not falter. However, seeking out trouble and potentially endangering his comrades was an entirely different matter. If you truly wish to proceed, I can assist you in dealing with that individual, spoke Shabak. Having heard Luo Xuan's declaration, Although he had initially intended to dissuade him, he, like Titus, harbored an undeniable frustration within. After all, they had painstakingly discovered the iron mine, only to relinquish it so easily, and witnessing his allies so severely injured was not something Shabak could ignore. You would help me? Luo Xuan felt a twinge of curiosity. How intriguing that Shabak would propose to assist him in fending off a Saiyan. It was not a matter of me aiding you, but rather you aiding me. In response to Luo Xuan's words, Shabak merely shook his head. This matter was inherently his own. Now that Luo Xuan sought to confront that individual, it paradoxically implied that he was indeed assisting Shabak, thus rendering Luo Xuan the one offering aid. I too can withstand one, Titus remarked, already in a foul mood. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Teresa for a confrontation at this very moment. His irritation stemmed from a recent defeat, and upon encountering an old adversary, he felt compelled to approach. Yet, he now recognized that he could not prevail against Teresa. The initial victory he had claimed over her was merely a stroke of luck. Now, she possessed the strength to easily overcome him. What now? Luo Xuan glanced at the others and inquired, expressing his eagerness to engage in battle. However, he remained attentive to his companion's opinions. He did not perceive the situation with Shabak as a trap, after all. There was no necessity to engage in a bruising conflict merely to deceive a couple of intermediate warriors and one novice fighter. Even if their two teams were to be lured into a confrontation, he was indifferent, as his energy sphere was capable of being unleashed more than once. I shall heed your judgment, Mashi declared first. Having completely entrusted herself to Luo Xuan's authority, she would follow any decision he made. We are also indifferent. Both Teresa and Bello nodded in agreement, for they had never known fear and held great faith in Luo Xuan. A smile graced Luo Xuan's lips. The prospect of battle was exhilarating. Shabak observed the profound trust that Teresa and the others had in Luo Xuan, which surprised him. 3 intermediate warriors displayed such unwavering confidence in a novice fighter. It struck him as peculiar, especially since he had just remarked that the novice stood little chance against that individual. Yet, these 3 seemed thoroughly convinced of the novice's potential. A thought flickered in Shabak's mind. Could it be that the novice had not exerted his full strength during the previous encounter? It seemed improbable. The novice had indeed fought with all his might. Shabak shook his head, recalling that he had distinctly sensed the novice's full effort in battle. It was inconceivable that he had held back. In truth, Shabak's perception was not entirely flawed. Luo Xuan had indeed given his all, albeit under the strain of double gravity. Were that burden lifted, the outcome might have been vastly different. Meanwhile, Mashi and the others did not dwell on such complexities. As long as Luo Xuan exuded confidence in his ability to prevail, they were satisfied, regarding the rest as inconsequential. Let us proceed then, Shabak. If you would be so kind as to lead the way. Upon hearing that Teresa and the others had no objections, Luo Xuan nodded and turned his gaze to Shabak, having learned the latter's name during their conversation. Very well, Shabak replied, recognizing Luo Xuan's determination and choosing not to prolong the discussion. To do so would only suggest a lack of courage on his part. It was unthinkable for someone seeking to reclaim honor to hesitate. Thus, the 8 of them marched resolutely towards the location of the so-called iron mine, with Shabak sharing numerous details about the mine along the way. The Saiyans, traversing this desert, were bound to encounter dangers, and injuries were to be expected. However, the medical capabilities of the Saiyans left much to be desired. If the injuries are severe, there is no remedy. One can only search for the iron ore required by the Zafluri within this desolate desert, exchanging it for medicinal supplies or assistance in healing. Shabak's wife, too, has been rendered paralyzed due to a battle. While many Saiyans tend to disregard emotional attachments, not all are devoid of such sentiments. Shabak yearns for his wife's recovery. Thus, he scours the desert for iron ore to barter for the medical aid of the Zafluri. In Luo Xuan's recollection, the Zafluri are a peace-loving race, and as long as the Saiyans provide the iron ore, they have never broken their word. However, unbeknownst to them, the Saiyans are secretly plotting the downfall of the Zafluri. Of course, Luo Xuan wishes not to involve himself in these matters. He merely desires to survive in this world of Dragon Balls, regardless of what may unfold. He has no intention of meddling in the affairs between the Zafluri and the Saiyans. His sole wish is for self-preservation. So, does that mean the iron ore is of great significance to you? Luo Xuan inquired after hearing Shabak's words. According to Shabak, if the situation were to drag on, his wife's condition may never fully recover. This urgency drives him to relentlessly seek iron ore in the desert, only to have a significant find snatched away from him. Luo Xuan has now come to understand that the so-called iron ore does not refer to an entire mineral deposit, but rather to a type of ore rich in iron, which lies buried beneath the desert sands. Thus, the search for it proves to be quite challenging. The Zophoran, lacking the self-defense capabilities of the Saiyans, have opted to engage in trade with them. This arrangement not only facilitates harmonious coexistence between both parties, but also fulfills the Zophoran's objectives. Rest assured, should we succeed in defeating that adversary, I shall not covet the iron ore. I will seek it out at a later time. Shabak, under the impression that Luo Xuan was concerned about his potential desire to seize the iron ore, felt compelled to clarify. While he indeed has a pressing need for the iron ore, should it be acquired by Luo Xuan, it would rightfully belong to him. And Shabak would not harbor any envy. Luo Xuan remained silent, advancing quietly. In truth, this iron mine was of little consequence to him, for he possessed divine beings capable of healing any injury. However, ailments were a different matter. Divine beings could not cure sickness, necessitating a visit to the Zafula people for treatment. Those individuals ahead were the very ones who had recently bested them. After walking for a while, Shabak pointed to a group of individuals seated nearby. Those were the Saiyans who had just defeated them. Upon hearing Shabak's words, Luo Xuan glanced over and activated his scanner in his mind. The 6 individuals across from them exhibited considerable combat prowess. Even Luo Xuan and his companions could not match their strength. As Luo Xuan regarded them, they too became aware of their presence. Who do we have here? What is this? Are you still unwilling to concede, hoping to reclaim this iron mine? You've brought a few allies, I see. But Shabak, do you really believe these 3 intermediate warriors and 1 low-level warrior can aid you? A man seated on the ground mocked, completely disregarding Luo Xuan. For he was merely a low-level warrior. Ignatz, you would do well to temper your arrogance. Now that you've returned with Luo Xuan to seek the iron mine, even if we cannot prevail, we must not allow our spirits to falter, Shabak retorted. Very well, come and take it then, Ignatz replied with a smirk, gesturing toward a massive boulder behind him as he spoke to Shabak. Luo Xuan cast a glance at the rock, which appeared rather ordinary, albeit with a deep black hue. It seemed this stone was indeed the iron ore spoken of by Shabak. As long as you can defeat me, this iron ore shall belong to you. Upon uttering these words, Ignaz rose to his feet. Witnessing his ascent, Luo Xuan's pupils constricted, and a thought flickered through his mind. F20 gravity. As Luo Xuan released the gravity, Ignaz's form became ethereal, subsequently materializing before Shabak, delivering a swift punch aimed at Shabak's face. What astonishing speed! Teresa and the others also found their pupils narrowing, astonished by Ignaz's rapidity as he appeared before Shabak in the blink of an eye. You shall face me. Just as everyone assumed Shabak was about to endure a blow, a voice resonated. Then, the onlookers beheld a young lad intercepting Ignaz's punch. The spot where the boy had just stood gradually transformed into an illusion, fading from sight. The expression of surprise began to surface on Ignaz's face as he beheld the youth who had managed to block his strike. No one had anticipated this, not even Shabak. Ignaz's punch had been caught by this lowly warrior, and he had barely registered the speed of that blow. What astonishing velocity! At that moment, a singular thought coursed through everyone's minds. This lowly warrior's speed was remarkable, rivaling that of Ignaz. What could possibly explain this? Ignaz's countenance also reflected astonishment. He had initially assumed that Shabak had come with companions to reclaim the iron ore and intended to teach Shabak a lesson. Thus he had held nothing back in his earlier attack. Yet, a punch delivered without restraint had been intercepted by a lowly warrior. What could this mean? Your prowess is commendable, Ignaz remarked, concealing his surprise with an air of nonchalance. Very well, may we reclaim the iron ore? Luo Xuan calmly stated that he was not there to obtain iron ore. His true intention was to engage in combat. The allure of iron ore paled in comparison to the thrill of battle. However, to be forthright about his desire for a fight seemed rather uncouth. So he sought a more palatable expression. In Luo Xuan's view, if such an arrogant individual were to relinquish the prospect of iron ore over a mere statement, then the fight would indeed be rendered unnecessary. Very well, I have already mentioned that the iron ore can be yours, provided you possess the strength to claim it, he declared. Ignaz nodded in acknowledgement. Although this lowly warrior before him had the capacity to withstand a punch from him, it did not imply that he could contend with him in a fight. If a battle ensued, Ignaz was confident that he could dispatch this pathetic opponent in mere moments. Thus, he regarded Luo Xuan's claim to the iron ore with utter disdain. Indeed, that is the intention, For my companions shall not endure a futile skirmish, Luo Xuan replied. His enthusiasm for combat palpable. Over time, he had developed a profound affection for the sport of fighting. You may engage me in battle. Yet your companions may find themselves suffering, as my allies do not enjoy merely spectating. In Ignaz's estimation, the only one with any semblance of strength among the opposing party was the lowly warrior before him and Shabak. He had already encountered the 3 higher-ranking warriors, whose abilities were rather mediocre. As for the recently introduced intermediate warrior, he could only regard it as a jest. If the higher-ranking warriors were inadequate, what could he expect from 3 intermediate ones? Then let us put it to the test. Observing the 5 higher-ranking warriors behind him, Luo Xuan remained unfazed. Based on the data he had just reviewed, Ignaz possessed the highest combat prowess among the group. Beside him stood another higher-ranking warrior whose combat strength reached 6243, comparable to Shabak, though slightly superior. The remaining higher-ranking warriors did not exhibit extraordinary strength. One had a power level of 5,644, which Trissa could easily handle, while another, with a strength of 5,037, could be managed by Titus. The last 2 had power levels of 3,900, which Mashi could utterly dominate, and 3,033, where Bello would likely be capable of holding his ground. As for the outcome, it remained uncertain, as the 2 were relatively evenly matched, though the higher-ranking warrior likely possessed greater combat experience than Bello. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Luo Xuan still had several higher-ranking warriors without opponents. When the time came, they could intervene as needed. Although Luo Xuan's side had a slight numerical advantage, Ignaz had not anticipated that the strength of the 3 intermediate warriors could rival that of the higher-ranking ones. Had he known, he would have certainly pondered the situation more carefully. However, in his ignorance, he believed that even with a mid-tier warrior interfering during his companion's battle against those elite fighters, there would be no cause for concern. Thus, Ignaz felt assured of victory on his side. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a powerful kick towards Luo Xuan. At present, there were no rules to adhere to, as they were not on a gravity platform. Even if one were to be killed, it mattered not. After all, he was merely a low-level warrior, and during this critical juncture, efforts should be made to avoid harming the Saiyans whenever possible. In combat, the aim was to defeat, not to deliver fatal blows. This, however, applied to elite and certain mid-tier warriors. As for low-level warriors, their demise was inconsequential, given their abundance and their role as fodder. Bang! Nevertheless, his attack was effortlessly thwarted by Luo Xuan, who then retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Ignaz's face. Since the opponent showed no mercy, neither would Luo Xuan. He had no regard for whether Ignaz was an elite warrior, as he himself was not a Saiyan and thus lacked any notion of their customs. Naturally, Ignaz was not so easily dispatched. His strength was comparable to that of Luo Xuan, and he managed to absorb the blow. If this is all the strength you possess, then prepare to perish. Ignaz chuckled as he caught Luo Xuan's punch, promptly driving his knee toward Luo Xuan's abdomen. Bang! Luo Xuan countered with his own knee, blocking the strike. I return the sentiment. Unnecessary probing can be avoided, he declared, retracting his fist. Their previous exchanges had merely been tests. The genuine battle was yet to commence. As you wish, Ignaz smirked, then vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. Shabak and the others could not even catch a glimpse of Ignaz, as if he had completely disappeared. However, Luo Xuan felt no surprise, regardless of how swift he was. He could still sense the presence of energy. As long as he did not truly vanish, such rapid movements held little significance for him. Of course, should he fail to match Ignaz's speed, defeat would be inevitable, but Luo Xuan was confident that his speed was on par with Ignaz's. Just as everyone was taken aback, Ignaz reappeared behind Luo Xuan, launching a punch directly at him. Yet, just as he believed he had struck Luo Xuan, he found his fist passing straight through him. I am right here. Luo Xuan's voice echoed in his ear, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying. Moments earlier, Luo Xuan had adeptly evaded Ignaz's attack with remarkable speed, leaving behind merely an afterimage. This technique, reminiscent of the afterimage technique employed by a young Son Goku in Dragon Ball, had lost its efficacy against formidable adversaries over time. However, in this instance, it proved effective against a Saiyan devoid of a scouter and unable to sense energy. Yet, such efficacy might only be fleeting. The surrounding Saiyans were astonished to witness Ignaz being sent sprawling by a mere low-level warrior. Could it be that Ignaz was outmatched by someone of lesser rank? Another high-ranking warrior rushed to assist Ignaz, but was intercepted by Shabak. "Your opponent is me," Shabak stated calmly, having just witnessed Luo Xuan's performance. Though taken aback, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never anticipated that Luo Xuan could contend with Ignaz. Initially, he believed their strengths to be comparable. It now appeared that Luo Xuan had held back during their earlier confrontation. Not bad indeed, employing high speed to deceive. With that, Ignaz rose, uttered a word, and then vanished from sight. Luo Xuan also smiled faintly before vanishing from the spot. Subsequently, the air was filled with the sound of clashes, serving as a reminder to the others that the two were engaged in a fierce battle at high speed. Influenced by Luo Xuan and Ignaz, the other Saiyans swiftly joined the fray, igniting an instant explosion of conflict. Saiyans seldom wield weapons. They primarily rely on their hands, feet, and even their bodies for combat. Thus, the continuous sound of physical collisions reverberated throughout the area. After their next contact, Luo Xuan sensed a degree of pressure. Despite the fact that this advanced warrior's combat power was slightly inferior to his own, their extensive battle experience posed a challenge. When battling Ignaz, Luo Xuan had also felt a certain level of pressure, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. "Indeed, your combat prowess has taken me by surprise. Yet, your lack of battle experience appears to be your Achilles heel," Luo Xuan mused, feeling the weight of the pressure. Ignaz, noticing this, recognized that there were several instances where the lower-ranked warrior could have struck him, but he adeptly evaded each attack. Initially concerned, he now felt no trepidation whatsoever. Luo Xuan, however, dismissed Ignaz's remarks. While it was true that his battle experience was somewhat lacking, it stemmed from the fact that he rarely faced opponents of comparable strength. He had always trained against ferocious beasts to rapidly accumulate combat experience. Yet, at a certain level, such training became futile, for when his strength overwhelmed the beasts, any combat experience gained became irrelevant. What Luo Xuan truly required now was an opponent of equal caliber. Previously, Shabak had served as one, and now Ignaz even more so. As long as the battle continued, Luo Xuan's combat experience would inevitably grow. Given sufficient time, the lack of experience could hardly be deemed a fatal flaw. Bang! Bang! Luo Xuan and Ignaz engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows without either gaining a distinct advantage. Luo Xuan bore several injuries, yet Ignaz fared no better, his wounds surpassing those of his opponent. Frustration coursed through Ignaz. How could this lowly warrior possess such strength? As a high-ranking fighter, it was humiliating to be bested by one he deemed inferior. The prolonged struggle had become intolerable for him. With a resounding thud, Ignaz landed a punch squarely on Luo Xuan's face, while Luo retaliated with a kick to Ignaz's chest, sending them both sprawling backwards. "Die!" Ignaz shouted as he hit the ground, showing no signs of hesitation as he hurled an energy ball toward Luo Xuan. Sensing Ignaz's sudden surge of power, Luo Xuan, upon landing, swiftly activated his quick access system to conjure his own energy ball. A thunderous explosion erupted as their energy spheres collided, resulting in a dazzling display that neutralized each other. Nearby combatants paused, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Ignaz's allies were astonished to witness this lowly warrior wielding a technique of such magnitude, rivaling that of their own Ignaz. Meanwhile, Shabak looked on in disbelief, grateful that Luo Xuan had refrained from using this move earlier. Had he done so, Shabak would surely have been overwhelmed, as Luo Xuan's display of power was evidently superior. Curse it! Ignaz had anticipated that this lowly warrior would employ such a technique, but he had not expected him to generate energy comparable to his own. Without further hesitation, Ignaz charged towards Luo Xuan, continuing to gather energy for another strike. Luo Xuan, unyielding, utilized his quick access system to generate the most potent energy sphere with minimal expenditure. In a contest of energy spheres, Luo Xuan would not be outmatched, for his prowess slightly eclipsed that of Ignaz, allowing him to conserve energy more effectively. Thus, the two became locked in an exchange of energy projectiles, each refusing to yield. The overwhelming spectacle left the other Saiyans in awe, including Mashi and his companions, who were astonished by Luo Xuan's ability to conjure such a multitude of energy spheres. Shabak, alongside the Saiyans engaged in battle, shared in the astonishment, realizing they too were capable of multiple energy formations. However, it is certainly not feasible for such a rapid escalation or for the numbers to be so overwhelming. In the hearts of both Luo Xuan and Ignaz, the level of danger has risen significantly. The energy spheres can bombard as if without consumption. Is there still a necessity to continue fighting under such circumstances? In fact, In the eyes of Luo Xuan and Ignaz, these energy spheres are akin to inexhaustible resources. Regardless of how much energy is condensed, it does not impose a substantial drain on them. After all, their combat power has already surpassed 8,000, and energy spheres are not akin to energy waves, which require considerable expenditure. Following a brief exchange, the two seem to find little point in continuing and resume their clash. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans refrained from further combat. Their strengths were relatively comparable. As long as they prevented one another from intervening, there was no need to persist in the battle. They all understood that the conflict between Luo Xuan and Ignaz was the crux of this confrontation. Ultimately, whoever emerged victorious would secure triumph. Thus, there was no necessity for them to continue fighting. The duel between the two persisted, leaving everyone astonished. They had not anticipated that a low-ranking warrior could contend with Ignaz to such a degree, even appearing to hold an advantage. Who was this lowly warrior? Such formidable combat prowess. Why had I never heard of him before? The Saiyan warrior, whose strength was comparable to Shabak's, furrowed his brow. Logically, if a low-ranking warrior of such strength had emerged among the Saiyans, it would be implausible for no one to be aware of it. Even a mid-tier warrior capable of rivaling high-ranking fighters, even if merely slightly stronger, would be known. Just like Teresa over there, though not exceptionally powerful, he is still recognized. Yet this low-ranking warrior, who can stand toe-to-toe with Ignaz, has never been mentioned before. Such power would surpass that of most high-ranking warriors on the gravity platform. Others shared the confusion. Apart from Mashi and the other two, no one knew that such a formidable low-ranking warrior existed among the Saiyans, a warrior long deemed worthless. Now capable of battling high-ranking fighters to this extent, does it not imply that those high-ranking warriors, who are significantly weaker, are even less than worthless? Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, both warriors bore some wounds. Though they did not employ weapons, the fists of a Saiyan are the finest weapons. Damn it, Ignaz seethed, frustrated after failing to defeat the low-ranking warrior before him. Yet, he found himself powerless. The longer the battle continued, the more astonished he became. This low-ranking warrior was honing his skills through their clash. Initially lacking in combat experience, he was now growing increasingly formidable. Although Ignaz had previously relied on his combat experience to contend with this low-ranking warrior, he found himself at a loss now. In the midst of battle, Luo Xuan had acquired a wealth of combat techniques. Consequently, he found himself capable of firmly suppressing Ignaz, and he was certain that victory was within his grasp if he continued. With this thought in mind, he approached Ignaz without a moment's hesitation. However, as he neared, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Ignaz. Before Ignaz could react, Luo Xuan struck him forcefully in the back with his elbow, catching Ignaz off guard and causing him to stagger unsteadily. In that instant, Luo Xuan had vanished once more, materializing in front of Ignaz, where he delivered a powerful knee strike to Ignaz's abdomen, inflicting considerable damage. Ignaz, now clutching his midsection, struggled to regain his composure. Yet Luo Xuan showed no signs of pausing. He understood that if he granted Ignaz a chance to recover, the fight would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he unleashed a swift right hook to Ignaz's face, followed by a barrage of punches that rained down upon him like bullets. Finally, a decisive kick sent Ignaz flying across the arena. His movements were fluid and swift, akin to flowing water, and by the time the other Saiyans reacted, Ignaz had already been propelled backward. Luo Xuan had no intention of halting his assault. Fully aware that failing to incapacitate Ignaz now would lead to complications later when Ignaz's fury would render him far more formidable. The most concerning factor was indeed an enraged Saiyan, for that state represented their peak strength. The other Saiyans attempted to intervene, but they were thwarted by Shabak and his allies. I concede, Ignaz finally uttered as Luo Xuan pursued him. Realizing he could not triumph over Luo Xuan, he surrendered outright. Surrender? Very well. Initially intent on continuing the fight, Luo Xuan ceased his attacks upon hearing Ignaz's admission of defeat. After all, with the opponent conceding, it would be unreasonable for Luo Xuan to persist. Shabak and the others, upon hearing Ignaz's concession, were filled with exhilaration. Luo Xuan had not only emerged victorious, but had done so with remarkable ease. Splendid, Shabak exclaimed, feeling a sense of vindication, particularly after having suffered at Ignaz's hands previously. The fact that Luo Xuan had compelled Ignaz to surrender was a testament to his strength. Their excitement was palpable, and Teresa and the others wore smiles of joy. While they had anticipated Luo Xuan's victory, they had not expected it to be so decisive. I have won. That iron mine is surely mine now. Luo Xuan gazed at Ignatz with a sly smile. He still craved more of the contest, yet the opponent had surrendered outright, leaving him with no recourse. Well then, it is yours. I concede, Ignatz declared with remarkable decisiveness. He had been so thoroughly bested by Luo Xuan that he lacked the strength to retaliate, and his stamina was now severely depleted, rendering further struggle futile. I have emerged victorious. Luo Xuan turned to Teresa and the others, revealing a smile. Having learned much from this battle, Ignatz, upon noticing Luo Xuan's movement, displayed a sinister glint in his eyes before lunging forward to seize Luo Xuan's tail. Be careful, Shabak exclaimed, realizing Ignatz's intentions, but it seemed his warning came too late. The moment Luo Xuan felt his tail being captured, he sensed something was amiss. Yet, at that instant, he found himself devoid of strength. What are you doing, Ignatz? Saiyans never grasp each other's tails during combat, and you have already lost. Observing Luo Xuan's sudden weakness, Shabak understood the gravity of the situation. A Saiyans tail is a known vulnerability. All Saiyans are aware that, regardless of their animosity, they would never resort to seizing an opponent's tail in battle. Saiyans pride themselves on their honor. A victory is a victory, and a defeat is a defeat. It was shocking that Ignatz, after admitting defeat, would still resort to such underhanded tactics against Luo Xuan. The Saiyan engaged in battle with Shabak also frowned at this scene, taken aback by Ignatz's despicable maneuver. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent, for they were allies in this moment. How contemptible! Luo Xuan yearned to break free, yet found himself devoid of any strength. This was his first encounter of being caught by the tail, and he discovered that such an experience was truly unpleasant. Every ounce of his energy seemed unattainable. He was not unprepared, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Saiyans might seize their tails during combat. He simply had forgotten about the existence of his own tail. Although he was not a Saiyan, and aware that the tail represented a vulnerability, he had not contemplated it further, gradually forgetting its very existence. Luo Xuan could hardly fathom the depths of Ignatz's treachery. After conceding defeat, Ignatz had seized upon his vulnerability. Regrettably, lacking a tail in his previous life, he had unwittingly exposed it to his adversary this time. Treachery? This was merely a consequence of his own negligence. There was no notion of deceit in this battle. True combat transcended such trivialities. It was a matter of survival, a fight where one either emerged victorious or succumbed to defeat. This was no arena of gravity. Having grasped Luo Xuan's tail, Ignatz grinned malevolently, indifferent to notions of fairness. His sole intent was to eliminate this lowly warrior. Once accomplished, the aftermath would be of no consequence. However, should he be vanquished by such an inferior opponent, the repercussions on his reputation would be dire. Thus, he resorted to this method to dispose of Luo Xuan. Ignatz, you would do well to refrain from recklessness. If news of this spreads, it will not bode well for you, shouted Shabak, witnessing Ignatz's actions. With so many witnesses to Ignatz's defeat at the hands of a lowly warrior, any retaliation would surely tarnish his image. Humph, I'll ensure you are left speechless, Ignatz retorted with a smirk, channeling an energy sphere and hurling it directly at Luo Xuan. With no means of defense and utterly drained of strength, Luo Xuan could only rely on his physical resilience. Yet, the energy sphere detonated upon impact, inflicting considerable pain. Boom. The sound of Luo Xuan's anguished cry only fueled Ignatz's frenzy. Never before had he so thoroughly dominated a lowly warrior, and the thrill of tormenting Luo Xuan was intoxicating. Thus, one energy sphere after another rained down upon him. Luo Xuan, Ma, she shouted, attempting to rush to his aid, but was intercepted. Her opponent, though lacking in combat power compared to her, possessed formidable practical skills, making it impossible for her to defeat him swiftly. Similarly, Teresa and Shabak found themselves in a stalemate. Even with two warriors joining forces, overcoming their strong Saiyan adversaries was no easy feat as the fierce battle raged on. An incongruous scene unfolded nearby. Ignatz gripped Luo Xuan's tail with one hand while relentlessly bombarding him with energy spheres. Initially, Luo Xuan could still manage a cry, but soon he was rendered utterly silent, as if he had perished. Boom. As Ignatz prepared to conjure another energy sphere, he realized he could not successfully form one. Cursed be the exertion he had expended during their earlier confrontation. He was fatigued beyond measure. Ignatz cast a fierce glare at Luo Xuan, who lay motionless, his back charred and seemingly devoid of life. Is this how he meets his end? Truly pathetic. Ignatz kicked Luo Xuan a few times, and upon realizing the latter's utter stillness, he felt a sense of satisfaction. According to Ignaz's estimation, such an assault would easily overwhelm not just a low-level warrior, but even a high-ranking one would struggle to withstand it for long. Thus, this lowly warrior was undoubtedly doomed. After dealing with Luo Xuan, Ignaz turned his attention towards Shabak, where a fierce battle raged on, yet no victor had emerged. Angias, are you still unable to resolve this? Allow me to assist you. Ignaz called out to the Scion engaged in combat with Shabak. No need. Have you handled your side? If so, let us depart, given your injuries. Encountering another high-level warrior might leave you stranded here, the Scion, referred to as Angias, replied coolly, stepping back from Shabak. That makes sense. Heh, Shabak. Let us hope we do not cross paths again. Otherwise, I shall end your life, just as I did with this lowly warrior. Upon hearing Angias's words, Ignaz contemplated and found them reasonable. His own wounds were considerable, and with numerous enemies, it was wise to vacate the area. He issued a warning to Shabak and promptly departed with his companions. Mashi and the others found themselves helpless. They had no means to defeat Ignaz and his group. Even if they pursued, they would ultimately face defeat. It was better to ascertain whether Luo Xuan still had a chance at survival. Luo Xuan. Mashi rushed to his side, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld his scorched back. Though she was a Scion and often regarded herself as devoid of emotion, witnessing Luo Xuan in such a state stirred her heart. I am not dead yet. Just when everyone presumed Luo Xuan had succumbed, he managed to twitch a finger and laboriously utter a few words. However, he appeared to be on the brink of death, each word a struggle, his voice frail. There was still breath within him. If they sought the Tuffles people for healing, he might yet survive. Hearing Luo Xuan's faint voice, though weak, signified that he had not entirely perished. Indeed, we shall take you to the Tuffles people, Shabak stated, to which Teresa nodded in agreement. Throughout their time together, Luo Xuan had saved them countless times, and this was the most grievous injury he had sustained. The one named Ignaz had employed such despicable tactics to inflict such harm upon him. No, it's unnecessary. Shabak, take the ore and leave. Regarding seeking treatment from the Zoflurians, Luo Xuan merely shook his head. Once we escort you to the Zoflurians, we shall depart. I am certain that Ignaz will be waiting outside for you. My strength should prove quite beneficial. Shabak was taken aback by Luo Xuan's reluctance to venture towards the Zoflurians, insisting instead on taking the iron ore with him. There is no need to send them away. Luo Xuan found himself devoid of the strength to argue, merely addressing Mo Shi. Luo Xuan urges you to leave. Do so swiftly. Mo Shi, understanding Luo Xuan's intentions, promptly dismissed Shabak without a moment's hesitation. Very well, we shall take our leave now. My thanks for this. Once I recover, my life will belong to you, Shabak. Despite his uncertainty regarding Luo Xuan's motives, Shabak could only acquiesce and departed with the other three Saiyans, leaving behind the iron ore. Luo Xuan, how are you faring? Mo Shi inquired, her earlier concern dissipating as she noticed a slight smile gracing Luo Xuan's lips. Could you kindly assist me by retrieving the items in my possession? In his current state of exhaustion, Luo Xuan found himself reliant on Mo Shi. Without uttering a word, Mo Shi gently pried open Luo Xuan's hand, revealing a miraculous bean nestled within. Upon sighting the bean, a smile graced Mo Shi's lips, for she had experienced its extraordinary effects twice before and was well aware of its potency. Recognizing the significance of this particular bean, she understood that Luo Xuan would indeed be fine this time. Without a moment's hesitation, she administered the bean to him. Though she comprehended the bean's remarkable nature, capable of equating to a life itself, allowing one to resurrect as long as they had not succumbed to death, she also knew that as long as she remained by Luo Xuan's side, her own survival was assured. Despite his frequent claims that the beans were exhausted, he always seemed to possess another. Perhaps he wished to avoid drawing attention during those times, for his fighting prowess was minimal, rendering him defenseless. However, the tides had turned. Luo Xuan was now capable of battling high-ranking warriors and even surpassed many of them. Thus, should anyone seek to target him now, they would only invite their own misfortune. With a crisp crack, Luo Xuan consumed the miraculous bean offered by Mo Shi. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped him, and all his wounds vanished without a trace. Although they had witnessed this spectacle before, Teresa and the others remained astounded. The bean truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. Phew, thankfully I wasn't struck down. This tail is quite a hindrance, he mused. Luo Xuan brushed his fingers against the tail behind him. Had he been more vigilant, he would not have been subjected to such a beating by that scoundrel. That individual truly embodies treachery. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Emoshi also expressed disdain for that character. Among the Saiyans, seizing an opponent's tail during combat is considered the most ignoble act. Well, never mind. You should consume these beans now. Luo Xuan opened his hands, revealing 3 miraculous beans. The recent battle had taken a considerable toll on Emoshi and the others. After all, they had fought fiercely on 2 occasions and had sustained various injuries. These beans were renowned for their ability to restore both vitality and strength. However, consuming them now might seem excessive, as they were merely injured and not on the brink of death. Upon seeing the extraordinary beans in Luo Xuan's grasp, Emoshi hesitated, pondering whether it would be more prudent to save them for a dire moment when their efficacy would be maximized. Go ahead and eat them. I have more, Luo Xuan urged. Luo Xuan smiled, for this substance was originally intended to restore vitality and heal injuries. If one were to consume it only when on the brink of death, there might come a day when it could no longer be obtained. Saiyans, when engaged in battle, are rarely afforded such fortune. It is only Luo Xuan who has been this fortunate on this occasion. Moreover, he has already discerned how to shorten the cool-down time for these miraculous beans. Thus, for him, they no longer seem an extravagant luxury. Presently, after accounting for the beans given to Mashi and the others, he still possesses 9 beans in his quick-access system, which is ample. Contemplating this, although uncertain of the truth in Luo Xuan's words, he felt undeniably fatigued. Thus, he heeded Luo Xuan's advice and consumed a bean without hesitation. Such a sensation. Upon ingesting the bean, Tressa and the others immediately felt all their fatigue dissipate, and their injuries healed instantly. It turns out that this substance is truly remarkable. As they sensed the changes within their bodies, Tressa grew increasingly awestruck by the extraordinary nature of these beans. How could such a wondrous bean exist? Fortunately, as long as one does not perish, recovery is possible. However, it appears to have no effect on ailments unrelated to injuries. Luo Xuan did not conceal anything. After all, as long as he did not reveal this item himself, it was beyond anyone's grasp. At least on this planet Vegeta, no one could wrest the magical beans from his possession. Moreover, he had forged a bond of camaraderie with Tressa and the others, sharing life and death experiences. And he had a clear understanding of their character. The ruthlessness often depicted in Saiyan warriors was absent. At least the 3 members of his team were not the type to abandon their comrades or cower in fear. Mashi remained silent, merely glancing at Luo Xuan. She was aware of the extraordinary properties of the beans, understanding that they were not merely for healing wounds. Previously, when she was on the brink of death and consumed one of these beans, her strength had increased significantly, yet now, its effects seemed diminished. This suggested that the beans were far more potent when consumed in dire circumstances. Of course, Mashi was unaware that this phenomenon was related to the Saiyan physiology, mistakenly attributing it solely to the bean's properties. Nevertheless, she understood one crucial point. Luo Xuan had just sustained severe injuries, teetering on the edge of death. If that were the case, his strength should have been considerably augmented. Should this be true, then encountering Ignaz again would surely result in an effortless victory. Had Ignaz not unexpectedly seized Luo Xuan's tail, the battle would have already been lost. But now, Luo Xuan's strength ought to be sufficient to easily defeat him. Luo Xuan was also aware of this and promptly utilized his scouter to gauge his battle power. To his dismay, it registered only 16,762. He furrowed his brow at this figure, perplexed as to why his battle power had only increased by such a meager amount. Luo Xuan recalls that when Sun Wukong arrived at Namek, his combat power was 90,000. After exchanging bodies with Captain Jinyu and subsequently recovering from severe injuries, his power surged to 3 million, representing an astounding 33-fold increase. Why, then, did his own combat power only rise marginally? Could it be that my injuries were not sufficiently grave? After much contemplation, Luo Xuan surmised that there could only be one reason for his current predicament. Although he had appeared gravely injured, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness and was still able to consume the magical beans. Thus, his combat prowess had not significantly increased. While there was a slight enhancement in his strength, it was insufficient for him to harness the beans for greater power. However, Luo Xuan had no intention of relying on these external means to elevate his abilities. True strength is cultivated through relentless training. In the past, Sun Wukong and the others had ample magical beans at their disposal, and they were aware that Saiyans experience a surge in power upon recovery from near-fatal injuries. Nevertheless, they chose not to exploit this method for enhancement. Perhaps there are inherent drawbacks to such an approach, or perhaps they simply deemed it beneath them. Luo Xuan could not ascertain. What he did know was that to truly grow stronger, one must rely on their own discipline and training. Although his combat strength had indeed improved somewhat, it remained modest, around 10,000, still inferior to Vegeta's power level upon his arrival on Earth. Hence, Luo Xuan felt little cause for pride. What should he do next? Seek out Ignaz? In Mashi's estimation, Luo Xuan was certainly not the type to harbor grudges without recompense. Despite his amiable demeanor, provoking him would lead to undesirable consequences. For the time being, there was no urgency to confront him. It was unnecessary to seek him out immediately, as he would surely return to the gravity chamber. When that time comes, he could approach him directly. For now, Luo Xuan desired to venture into the northern forest. Luo Xuan shook his head. Ignaz was already a master on the gravity platform. Although he had been defeated, once he recovered from his injuries, he would undoubtedly return to the gravity platform. Thus, Luo Xuan harbored no concerns regarding that matter. As for returning to the northern forest, he certainly had his own thoughts. After this battle, he had come to realize that no matter the level of cultivation achieved, the tail remained a perpetual vulnerability. Previously, having never been caught by the tail, he could not fathom the sensation of it being seized. However, now that he understood, it became imperative for him to dedicate time to strengthen his tail. In this desert, achieving that was utterly impossible. To cultivate his tail, he needed to journey to the northern forest. The northern forest? Hadn't he already traversed that area? Training there seemed futile, as it would merely squander time without rendering him any stronger. I wish to go there to cultivate my tail. There is nothing to be gained in this southern desert. Luo Xuan did not conceal his intentions. If possible, he wished to bring Mo Shi and the others along. After all, this was a vulnerability of the Saiyans, albeit one that could certainly be surmounted. Some individuals are inclined to confront their weaknesses, while others are not. For instance, Vegeta has managed to overcome his, whereas Goku's brother still finds his tail to be a liability. Train the tail? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Mo Shi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching her own tail. She had never encountered the notion of Saiyans training their tails for countless years. The tail had been regarded as a weakness among their kind, and never had anyone considered overcoming this flaw. Among the Saiyans, there existed an unspoken rule. During combat, one must refrain from grasping another's tail, otherwise, such an act would surely be deemed contemptible. However, not all Saiyans adhere to this custom, for the consequences of non-compliance are negligible. Just as Ignaz had recently seized Luo Xuan's tail in an attempt to eliminate him, such occurrences were not unprecedented. Yet, it was Luo Xuan who first broached the idea of overcoming this weakness. Indeed, if it is a weakness, it is only natural to train it. Otherwise, one would remain encumbered in battle. It might be more prudent to simply sever it altogether. Luo Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Although the extraction was quite direct, it must have been rather painful. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to train, for once extracted, one could no longer transform into a monster, which would diminish the thrill of the experience. Indeed, that is the truth. A weakness must be confronted and overcome, though no one has ever attempted it. I believe it is worth a try. After contemplating Luo Xuan's words, Teresa found them to be quite reasonable. Each Saiyan possesses this particular vulnerability, and true combat would certainly exploit it. Thus, it is essential to overcome this weakness. Very well, I shall accompany you, Mashi agreed, recognizing the validity of the argument. If they did not address this flaw, they might find themselves at a disadvantage in future battles. Therefore, if a method to conquer this weakness existed, Mashi was inclined to explore it. I will join you as well. Bello reflected for a moment and concluded that following Luo Xuan was undoubtedly wise. Previously, he had believed his combat prowess to be formidable, making further improvements seem arduous. However, after a brief period alongside Luo Xuan, his strength had surged dramatically. Thus, he was convinced that whatever Luo Xuan deemed feasible was indeed attainable, and he was resolute in accompanying him. All right, let us embark together. Luo Xuan nodded. Since these individuals were now considered allies, it was only natural for them to grow stronger, ensuring that they would not become a burden in the future. What should be done about the iron ore? As Luo Xuan prepared to depart, Teresa reminded him that when Shabak had left, he did not take the iron ore with him. They could not carry it away now, as it was rather cumbersome to transport. This matter could be disregarded. Luo Xuan had no intention of abandoning it. Although he possessed celestial beings for healing injuries, they would be of no use in the event of illness. However, while cultivating, having the iron ore in tow seemed rather inconvenient, thus it had to be relinquished. Just then, an aircraft-like vehicle approached, causing Luo Xuan to pause momentarily. After living in such primitive conditions for an extended period, the sudden appearance of advanced technology left him momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Was this the technology of the Zufu people? Had they discovered the iron ore? As he pondered, two Zufu individuals descended from the craft, their eyes adorned with scanners. When the vehicle drew nearer, Luo Xuan suppressed his aura. Although he was aware that the Zufu were a peace-loving race, he preferred to keep his strength concealed, particularly from them. "It was us who discovered it," Teresa communicated. Though it was not entirely accurate, it was close enough. The Zufu must have arrived due to a notification from Ignaz and his companions. After all, some elite warriors were tasked with searching for iron ore and had means of contacting the Zufu. "All right, what would you like to exchange? Medicines or items are acceptable, as long as they fall within a reasonable price range." The Zufu glanced at Luo Xuan and the others, noting Teresa's combat power exceeded 5,000, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Luo Xuan, would you like to exchange?" Since the iron ore originally belonged to him, the decision on what to exchange rested with Luo Xuan. "Can items also be exchanged?" Luo Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that not only medicinal items could be exchanged, but other goods as well? Indeed, as long as it fell within the value range of the iron ore, all items were eligible for exchange. Although it was peculiar that a Saiyan with a combat power of merely 300 would find themselves in this southern desert. They merely came to collect the iron ore and did not inquire further. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that this iron ore could be exchanged for goods. He was uncertain, however, whether it could be traded for weaponry. As someone who had traversed from Earth, Luo Xuan held a particular fondness for cold weapons. After all, relying solely on his bare hands felt rather unentertaining. Although weapons might prove ineffectual in combat, wielding them instilled a sense of grandeur. "I wish to exchange for a weapon." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xuan concluded that exchanging the iron ore for weapons was a more pragmatic choice. Weapons. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, the two Zafulu individuals regarded him with caution. Their technological prowess was their safeguard. If the Scion were to acquire weapons and subsequently master their use, how would they defend themselves? Although the possibility of exchanging items existed, no Scion had ever opted to exchange for weapons before. Was it truly impossible to obtain weapons? Luo Xuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Is it truly impossible to exchange for a weapon? It is not that it is entirely unfeasible. Rather, your Scion warriors possess such formidable combat prowess that laser weapons would serve little purpose for you. It would be far more practical to exchange for some medicinal supplies or food. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's inquiry, the Zafulian offered a brief explanation. Although the exchange of weapons is not entirely out of the question, acquiring them would not significantly benefit the Scions. Moreover, as a precautionary measure, it would be wise to advise this Scion against pursuing such an exchange. Upon returning, I must report to my superiors that a Scion wishes to exchange for weapons. Laser weapons? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. What I seek to exchange for are melee weapons. Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that these Zufu people believed he sought to exchange for firearms, such as laser weapons or guns. Cold weapons? This time, the two Zufu individuals were perplexed. This Scion seemed remarkably polite, a stark contrast to the Scions of yore, whose dealings were often brash and unrefined. This one, however, appeared to embody a closer affinity to the Zufu people. Nevertheless, the notion that a Scion wished to exchange for cold weapons was indeed peculiar. Yet it was a transaction they could accommodate, as cold weapons held little value in the present day. They were of no use to the Zufu people, nor to the Scions. Indeed, I wish to exchange for a sword. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment and decided to wield a sword. For in the realm of his previous existence, the use of swords was rather commonplace. Although this choice may not bear significant utility, it was simply his preference. Very well, I shall have it delivered. First, we must assess the iron content of this or to determine the quality of the item you wish to exchange, he stated. Upon hearing that Luo Xuan merely sought a sword, the Zafulu people collectively breathed a sigh of relief, and one of them proceeded to test the iron content of the ore. If Luo Xuan's conjectures were accurate, this was no ordinary iron ore, it was likely meteoric iron. Otherwise, it would not be so straightforward as a mere fragment. true iron ore would certainly encompass an entire mining area. The iron content is quite satisfactory, reported another Zofulu as he adjusted some equipment, soon producing a set of data which he handed over to the Zofulu, who had previously conversed with Luo Xuan. The latter glanced at the results, nodded in agreement, and then retrieved a device that seemed to be a communication tool. Is that memory metal? Luo Xuan observed as the Scion extracted the device he had just inserted into the iron ore, though he was unaware of the device's nature. Its effortless penetration into the ore was evident. What astonished him further was the ore's remarkable restoration. Once the device was removed, there was not a trace left, as if nothing had transpired at all. This phenomenon prompted Luo Xuan to recall a term, memory metal. Suddenly, as he gazed at the iron ore, another flying vessel approached and hovered beside him and his companions. However, this craft bore no Zofulruans. The Zofulruan who had just used the communicator boarded the vehicle and emerged with a box, presenting it to Luo Xuan. This is the melee weapon you wish to exchange for. Its sharpness and rigidity will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction, the Zofulruan courteously remarked, assisting Luo Xuan in opening the box. Inside lay a sword, which differed from what Luo Xuan had envisioned. He had anticipated a smaller blade. Instead, this sword was remarkably robust, with a broad blade and an elongated hilt, suitable for grasping with both hands. Why does this sword seem somewhat familiar? At the sight of the weapon, Luo Xuan experienced a fleeting sense of recognition, as though he had encountered it before, yet he refrained from voicing this thought. Very well, our transaction is complete. Should you discover more iron ore in the future, do not hesitate to contact us. The ore can be exchanged for various medicines and daily necessities. Wishing you a safe journey through the desert. Indeed, safety was paramount in the treacherous South Desert, rife with peril. Even the Zofulruans had met their demise within its expanse. Despite their advanced flying technology, misfortune could still strike. It was akin to the two Zofulruan corpses Luo Xuan had previously witnessed, likely victims of a snake attack while they were at rest. After delivering these words, the two Zofulruans departed with the iron ore. Despite their diminutive stature, they possessed formidable technological prowess, making the transport of the ore a trivial task. As Luo Xuan watched them recede, his attention returned to the sword in his hand. Though it was not the ideal form he had imagined, possessing a weapon was still advantageous. How did you come to acquire this? Moshi inquired, glancing at the sword Luo Xuan held. During the transaction, they had remained silent, respecting Luo Xuan's autonomy over his iron ore and the choice of exchange. Now that the trade was concluded, their curiosity piqued regarding Luo Xuan's intentions for the weapon. Was it a matter of ineffective punches or insufficient strength? This item serves a purpose for me. Luo Xuan did not respond to the question, though he too was uncertain as to why he needed to exchange for this sword. It seemed to carry some emotional significance. Well, if there is nothing else, let us proceed directly to the northern forest. After glancing at the three individuals around him, he deemed there were no further matters to attend to. Thus, Luo Xuan prepared to set off once more towards the northern forest. Will you simply carry that box? Observing Luo Xuan cradling the box, it struck him as rather peculiar, as he would have preferred to hold a piece of, or instead. Luo Xuan found it reasonable to draw the sword, slinging it over his back, while discarding the box without a second thought. Had he been able to see his own reflection at that moment, he would have recalled that this sword bore an uncanny resemblance to the one frequently wielded by Trunks. However, at present, Luo Xuan remained oblivious as the four of them journeyed towards the northern forest. In pursuit of honing the weakness of his tail, Luo Xuan, along with Moshi and the others, departed from the southern desert, setting their sights once more on the northern forest. Initially, they suspected that Ignaz might post guards over the desert, but they encountered none. Given Luo Xuan's current combat prowess, he could easily vanquish any adversaries alone. After all, his strength had already surpassed half of Ignaz's capabilities. Thus, the four continued their journey towards the northern forest without any hindrances. Oh no, we're truly doomed. Who told me that there were no more jungle raptors in the central region of the northern forest? Exclaimed the diminutive Hake. Despair etched upon his face as he surveyed the four jungle raptors surrounding them. Witnessing Moshi's significant power increase after entering the central forest, they had been envious and resolved to venture there together for training. Initially, their experience was manageable, as many scorpion tigers had retreated to the deeper parts of the forest, leaving only a few at the outskirts. However, they soon encountered three formidable mid-level warriors who were also training in the central region. Thanks to their impressive abilities, The three mid-level warriors engaged in continual battles with the scorpion tigers, thus enhancing their own strength considerably. Just as they reveled in their newfound power, they were met with the dreaded jungle raptors. Previously, these creatures had vanished from the central area of the northern forest, rumored to have retreated deeper inside. Yet, to their dismay, 4 of them suddenly appeared, encircling the group. Regretfully, Rigo and his companions had no desire to fight. While the 3 mid-level warriors contemplated a confrontation with the raptors. "How about we each take on one?" suggested one Scion to another. "Yes, let's give it a try. At least we can buy some time. We Scions don't simply wait for death," replied the second Scion, casting a glance at Hake, who had already collapsed to the ground. "But what about the 4th one?" interjected the 3rd Scion. They could delay one raptor but had no means to eliminate it. Their hope rested on the chance that another Scion might pass by to assist them. If another raptor were to join the fray, their situation would become dire indeed. "I'll attempt to handle the last one," volunteered one of them. At this moment, Keith approached the 3 individuals and spoke to them. Although he had never engaged in combat with the jungle velociraptors, he was unwilling to await his demise passively. He preferred to face his fate with valor. "You?" The 3 Scions looked at Keith, a mixture of surprise and skepticism washing over them. Despite their astonishment at his willingness to stand forth, they held little hope for his combat prowess. "While my strength may not rival yours, I am eager to fight, rather than await death." Keith did not elaborate further. He simply wished to shield Moshi from witnessing this confrontation. In the presence of the jungle velociraptors, he had been stripped of all courage to fight. Perhaps Moshi would never see him again, for she had ventured to the southern desert. Initially, Keith had aimed to follow in her footsteps, but it now seemed unlikely, as he might very well perish here today. Very well. The 3 Scions scrutinized Keith anew, their respect for this typically taciturn individual suddenly elevated. Without further ado, the 4 of them charged toward the 4 jungle velociraptors. Though the odds were not in their favor, they resolved to delay the inevitable as long as they could. Wow. Rigo, witnessing Keith's decision to engage the jungle velociraptors, felt a surge of astonishment. Keith, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, dared to confront the beasts, a notion that was anything but trivial. On the other hand, Hack merely glanced at the scene before dismissing it. In his estimation, Keith was merely courting his own destruction. It would be wiser to devise a means of escape. Bang! Shortly into the skirmish, Keith was flung aside. This marked his inaugural battle against a jungle velociraptor. So this is the extent of their power? Indeed, they were far superior to him. If Moshi could contend with such creatures, it was evident that he could not keep pace with her. Only through genuine combat could one truly grasp the formidable might of the jungle velociraptors. Despair enveloped Keith. He realized he stood no chance against them. The notion that these creatures were merely a slight upgrade from the scorpion tigers now seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, at this juncture, he felt no fear. After all, death was certain. It would be better to confront the jungle velociraptor head-on, perhaps affording others a chance to escape. "Rigo, let us flee now?" At that moment, Hack, seated on the ground, had a sudden epiphany and addressed the seemingly dazed Rigo. "Isn't that a bit unwise?" Rigo furrowed his brow. While Keith engaged in battle, he had refrained from aiding him, yet now he suggested fleeing? What does it matter? That fool Keith has chosen his own demise. We need not accompany him. They are currently distracting the jungle velociraptors. We can simply depart. At worst, we can find a high-ranking warrior outside to rescue them. Hark remarked, although his sole desire was to flee. "Well, that seems reasonable," Rigo pondered, finding some merit in the idea that as long as they could escape, they might return with assistance to rescue their companions. "Then let us depart," Hark declared, rising to prepare for their exit alongside Rigo. Was it truly right to abandon their comrades in such a manner? Just as they turned, a voice resonated in their ears. "Luo Xuan? Moshi?" Rigo glanced over, only to discover that the speaker was none other than Luo Xuan. Hadn't Luo Xuan and Moshi already departed from the northern forest? Moshi, the combatants, upon hearing Rigo's exclamation, turned their gazes towards him, while Keith gasped in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Moshi had returned. At that very moment, the jungle raptor seized the opportunity while Keith was off guard and aimed to strike at him. Realizing it was too late to evade, Keith could only shut his eyes. Was it truly wise to await death with eyes closed? Just then, a voice resonated in his ear. Upon looking up, he saw Luo Xuan's hand blocking the foot of the jungle raptor. Luo Xuan? Witnessing the scene left Keith utterly astonished. A single hand holding back the foot of the jungle raptor. Was this truly a Scion? As Keith beheld Luo, Xuan effortlessly restraining the creature. He was filled with awe. Had Luo Xuan truly grown this powerful? Without lingering further, Luo Xuan embraced the foot of the jungle raptor and hurled it aside before drawing the sword from his back. He was eager to test the sharpness of this blade. How embarrassing it would be if the Zoflurians had forgotten to sharpen it. Hey! Luo Xuan leapt forward, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, and struck down upon the jungle raptor with unimpeded force, shattering its defenses and cleaving the creature in two. What a fine blade, he mused, despite the peculiar nature of his thoughts. Without a moment's pause, he executed horizontal and diagonal slashes, akin to slicing through fruit, methodically reducing the jungle raptor to several pieces. In a swift motion, the energy sphere unleashed its power, obliterating the raptor's remains into a fine mist. Though the events may seem prolonged in recounting, Luo Xuan accomplished these feats in mere moments, a testament to the swiftness of his actions. By the time the jungle raptor lay in ruins, Keys and Rigo were still in a state of disbelief, while Luo Xuan had already turned his attention to the second jungle raptor. In hardly any time at all, the 4 jungle raptors that had besieged them were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Truly, this is an exceptional sword. After dispatching the 4 raptors, Luo Xuan exhaled with relief, having initially underestimated the weapon's prowess. Given that it was merely a casual exchange, he had not anticipated its ability to penetrate the defenses of the jungle raptors, renowned for their formidable protection in the northern forest. Such a feat was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Rigo and his companions were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how Luo Xuan had so effortlessly vanquished the 4 raptors in a single encounter. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely have believed it. Moreover, what was that radiant blue light? It appeared as though it were something entirely new to them. I never expected the item you exchanged for to be so sharp, Mashi remarked, dismissing Rigo and the others, viewing them as mere bystanders, her disdain palpable. As a Saiyan, she could accept a cold-blooded demeanor, but retreating in the face of battle was simply unacceptable. Not too shabby, she concluded. Luo Xuan sheathed the sword with a decisive motion. Luo Xuan, how have you returned? The 3 Saiyans approached, having not accompanied the earlier expedition to the southern desert. Their combat prowess was commendable within the northern forest, however. Venturing into the southern desert could prove perilous, even for seasoned warriors. After all, it was a realm where even the most formidable fighters could meet their demise. Indeed, the emergence of such formidable species often heralds the arrival of even more powerful entities in the vicinity. We had some matters to attend to, so we made our way back here, Luo Xuan remarked, without elaborating further. The 3 intermediate warriors did not press for details either, as they were well aware of Luo Xuan's nature. He would speak of matters he deemed significant, while refraining from discussing those he wished to keep silent. Mashi. Cases suddenly found himself at a loss for words as he glanced at her. He had thought he would never see Mashi again in his lifetime, yet here they were, unexpectedly reunited. Indeed, you have performed admirably, unlike some others. Mashi nodded in acknowledgement, somewhat surprised by Cases's unexpected courage, as he was typically reticent. Although his strength was somewhat lacking, he did not flee, which impressed Mashi far more than the 2 who lacked even the courage to engage in battle. There was no choice. Fleeing at that moment would have led to certain death. Cases shook his head, clarifying that it was not fear of death that restrained him, but rather the realization that fleeing would only hasten his demise, making it more prudent to remain and fight. Perhaps if the 3 of you could join forces, you might be able to delay them for a while longer. However, currently, you all seem hesitant, Mashi acknowledged, nodding in agreement, as they stood before the jungle raptors. Should they turn and flee, the likelihood of being slaughtered was exceedingly high, given the raptors' remarkable speed. I wish to train alongside you, Cases asked after Mashi's suggestion, regretting his earlier decision not to accompany Luo Xuan into the depths of the northern forest, uncertain whether it was still possible to join them now. You cannot keep pace with us, Mashi shook her head, not out of disdain for Cases, but rather due to the undeniable reality that he could not match their current rate of progress. The challenges they faced were of a caliber akin to the jungle raptors, beyond Cases's capability to keep up. Cases fell silent, acutely aware that he had indeed fallen behind Mashi and the others. If they encountered a formidable opponent, he would only serve as a liability, incapable of contributing to the battle. When will I be able to train with you? Despite understanding his inability to keep up with Mashi, Cases showed no signs of surrender. He was resolute in his belief that with diligent training, he could become stronger. Recalling that his combat prowess had once been comparable to Mashi's, Yet now, she had evolved to such an extraordinary level. Thus, he trusted Luo Xuan's words through training. One could indeed grow stronger. A Saiyans journey would never cease. Wait until you can gather an energy sphere, Mashi mused before extending her hand, effortlessly conjuring an energy sphere. This. Rego and his companion, not far off, watched in astonishment. They had believed only Luo Xuan capable of such a feat. But it appeared Mashi could do so as well. Moreover, from Mashi's words, it implied that the two intermediate warriors behind Luo Xuan could also form this energy sphere. Just how powerful were these four individuals? As he gazed at the energy sphere in Mashi's hands, Kiss resolutely nodded his head. Although he was uncertain about how to condense such power, he harbored faith in himself, believing that one day he would undoubtedly achieve a similar mastery as Mashi. Mashi acknowledged this with a nod. Regardless of whether Kiss would eventually reach that level, at least he possessed a goal that would propel him to grow stronger. Kiss. You cannot keep pace with Mashi and the others. It would be wiser to join us. We also possess knowledge on how to condense energy, and we shall share it with you in due course, called one of the three Saiyans. This individual, despite Kiss's initial lack of strength, had witnessed his audacity in battling the jungle raptor, deeming him worthy of partnership. All right, Kiss replied, nodding in agreement. These three had previously fought alongside Luo Xuan and were formidable warriors themselves, so aligning with them would certainly be advantageous. Having settled this matter, let us depart. Luo Xuan approached Mo-Shi, extending his hand to grasp the energy orb, and then spoke in a calm tone. He had remained silent until now. As it was Mo-Shi's affair, since it had been resolved, it was time to depart. The unexpected display of skill by Luo Xuan took Keith by surprise. Moments ago, he sensed the peril emanating from the energy orb in Mashi's grasp. Although he did not witness its full destructive potential, he instinctively recognized its capacity to annihilate a jungle raptor in an instant. Yet, Luo Xuan casually grasped the energy orb as if it were inconsequential, engaging Mashi in conversation without a hint of concern. Mashi nodded, revealing no intention to linger for long. She was well aware of Luo Xuan's formidable prowess. Thus his display elicited little astonishment from her. Let us proceed. Luo Xuan nodded, and then led Mo-Shi and Teresa towards the central area of the northern forest. He harbored no fondness for Rego and his companions, thus refraining from engaging them in conversation. However, he did exchange greetings with the other three Saiyans, and he acknowledged Keys with a nod. It was commendable for someone of lesser combat prowess to muster the courage to confront the jungle raptor, and Luo Xuan recognized this bravery. Let us depart as well, Keys, one Saiyan remarked, observing the retreating figures of Luo Xuan and his companions. Indeed. Keys replied with a nod, then followed the trio of Saiyans in another direction. This left Rego and Hark alone, who had remained silent in Luo Xuan's presence and now dared not utter a word, only managing a wry smile and shaking their heads in resignation. They exchanged glances, then made their way toward the periphery of the northern forest, realizing they could no longer linger in the central area. If they were to be discovered by a swarm of scorpion tigers, they would undoubtedly be overmatched. Perhaps their fate was to fight the giant toothed beast only at the edges of this forest for the rest of their lives. Luo Xuan, what method do you intend to employ to train your tail? Mo-Shi inquired, intrigued. No Saiyan had ever attempted to cultivate their tail before, and it seemed a formidable challenge for Luo Xuan to embark upon such a quest. Perhaps you could find some monkeys to grasp their tails, or you might seize mine while I engage in combat with Teresa, or even bind a massive stone to your tail and battle the jungle raptor. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps there were numerous methods available. However, these particular approaches seemed quite commendable. Indeed, these strategies were all feasible. Upon hearing Luo Xuan's remarks, Teresa nodded in agreement. Binding the boulder could serve to strengthen the tail, and grasping the tail was another viable option. Some methods appeared to be more straightforward, while others were slightly more challenging. Well, as for the specific methods, you may decide as you see fit. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that these methods were rather straightforward. When one's tail is seized, it saps all strength. However, with diligent cultivation, the tail could potentially evolve into an additional limb. Thus, it was imperative for Luo Xuan to refine this tail, as neglecting it would lead to complications. Indeed, I believe enlisting a monkey to grasp the tail is a commendable idea. Mo-Shi nodded in agreement, seemingly finding this approach quite sensible, as it appeared to be the only practical solution available at the moment. Once the tail is captured, one would find themselves devoid of any strength. If confronted by a jungle raptor, the likelihood of being devoured would be significantly higher. Moreover, considering her femininity, the thought of a man grasping her tail from behind felt rather uncomfortable. Very well, then, let us seek out a monkey. Luo Xuan harbored no objections. Indeed, this method proved to be the most suitable. However, the question remained, where could they find the monkeys? In the days that followed, Luo Xuan and his companions tirelessly searched for monkey troops within the northern forest. Any encounters with the jungle raptors along their journey were effortlessly resolved, for their current abilities made overcoming such challenges a mere trifle. At last, after several days, they stumbled upon a troop of monkeys in a secluded part of the forest. Remarkably, they forged a friendship with these creatures in no time at all. Perhaps it was due to their shared characteristic of having tails that facilitated their camaraderie. During this period, Luo Xuan and his companions engaged in a playful game of tail catching with the monkeys. Initially, it was quite painful. However, after a few days, they began to realize that being caught by the tail was not so agonizing after all. How does it feel? Luo Xuan playfully suspended a small monkey with his tail, while the little creature clutched tightly to it, delighting in their whimsical interaction. This method appeared remarkably effective. In contrast to 3 days prior, Moshi felt an undeniable sense of improvement. At least now, even when his tail was grasped, he possessed the strength to resist. Unlike before when a mere grasp would render him utterly powerless. Indeed, this newfound sensation was far superior to his previous experiences, granting him confidence in future confrontations without undue concern for his tail. Teresa nodded in agreement, initially harboring doubts about the efficacy of such a technique for tail training. However, the answers were now apparent. This method genuinely fostered the development of their tails. Teresa's tail had progressed to the point where it could effortlessly lift several small monkeys. Even if caught, it bore no consequence. Reflecting on the first day when a monkey seized his tail felt akin to suffering a grievous injury, rendering him utterly incapable of exerting any strength. Yet, observing Luo Xuan's perseverance, he too gritted his teeth and endured, ultimately discovering that the results were indeed commendable. In battle, we ought to regard our tails as instruments of weaponry. While they may represent a vulnerability for others, we shall wield them as our own formidable armament. Luo Xuan smiled. Though the tail was not particularly powerful, it remained an integral part of their anatomy. If it could be utilized as adeptly as their limbs, their combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. However, elevating the tail to a level comparable to that of their arms and legs appeared to be a formidable challenge. Using the tail as a weapon? Moshi furrowed his brow. Overcoming this limitation was already quite an accomplishment. To wield it as a weapon would necessitate training even more rigorous than that of their limbs. Is it truly feasible? Indeed. If the tail could be employed with the same versatility as their limbs, one's combat capabilities would certainly be augmented. It would be akin to engaging in battle with other Saiyans, where they would be preoccupied with safeguarding their own tails, while you could remain unencumbered. Even launching attacks with your tail, thereby significantly increasing your chances of victory. Luo Xuan elucidated a statement, though it was merely a product of his spontaneous musings, and he was uncertain of its efficacy. A weakness remains a weakness. Even if one conquers it, it retains its essence. Yet, Luo Xuan aspired to transform this weakness into a formidable weapon, a task that undoubtedly required considerable effort. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, and Moshi nodded in agreement, resolutely following Luo Xuan's directives, as she always did. Beside her, Teresa and Bello also nodded in concurrence, as Luo Xuan engaged in his training. The gravity platform outside underwent a subtle transformation. With a resounding thud, the atmosphere surrounding the gravity platform momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonishment. Hiss. Could that truly be an intermediate warrior? This individual was the same one who had previously been vanquished by a low-ranking warrior. How had he become so powerful? What was the secret behind this transformation? Observing the advanced warrior who had struck the gravity platform with unparalleled ferocity, the onlookers found themselves struggling to comprehend the situation. Were Luo Xuan present, he would instantly recognize that this was the same intermediate warrior he had nearly defeated in their last encounter. I will kill you, the advanced warrior. Having risen from the ground, prepared to ascend the gravity platform once more but was restrained by those surrounding him. Calm down, Ignaz, you cannot defeat him. This defeated advanced warrior was indeed Ignaz. He had returned from the southern desert, his strength somewhat depleted but not significantly harmed. After a few days of rest, he resolved to return to the gravity platform to continue his training. After all, being bested by a low-ranking warrior had left him quite disgruntled, and upon arriving, he chanced upon an intermediate warrior displaying arrogance. Thus, he boldly ascended the gravity platform, intent on subduing this intermediate warrior. However, after exchanging a few blows with his opponent, he was unceremoniously cast off the platform. This was a blow to Ignaz's pride. He had been defeated by both a low-ranking warrior and an intermediate warrior within mere days. Yet, Ignaz understood that this fight held no promise of victory for him. He had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Even his previous bout with the low-ranking warrior had not felt this lopsided. Hiki, Lin, will you truly not divulge where that low-ranking warrior has vanished to? The intermediate warrior disregarded Ignaz and instead turned his gaze towards Lin, who was at the far end of the gravity platform. He would never forget the low-level warrior who had nearly beaten him to death. It was precisely due to that low-level warrior that he had attained his current strength. Following his recovery from that grievous injury, he discovered that his power had significantly increased. After much contemplation, he concluded that this transformation was a result of being treated while in a severely wounded state. He then experimented with this theory, finding it indeed effective, which brought him immense joy. He relentlessly subjected himself to severe injuries for treatment, and after exhausting all his savings, he emerged extraordinarily powerful. If you wish to know where he has gone to challenge me, I shall tell you. Lin spoke in a calm tone. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind the intermediate warrior's newfound strength, she was not easily defeated. Heh, I will rise to the challenge. The intermediate warrior chuckled, making his way towards another gravity platform, having already challenged several. Each platform was swiftly conquered, propelling him towards the next. However, the gravity platforms progressively housed stronger opponents as one moved further back. Thus, reaching Lin would require some time. If any of you are afraid, feel free to send them over, Lin addressed the other Saiyans. Heh, we Saiyans do not surrender without a fight, stated a senior warrior, who, despite recognizing the intermediate warrior's formidable strength, was eager to gauge just how strong he truly was. Indeed, another senior warrior, a female, nodded in agreement. This individual was certainly powerful, but they were not weak either, and they felt compelled to engage in battle. Lin nodded, refraining from further comment, lost in thought about why this individual had become so formidable. All right, since you all wish to fight, I shall proceed to battle. After dispatching yet another senior warrior, the intermediate warrior nodded and made his way towards another gravity platform. In the crowd, Shade observed this scene with a furrowed brow before breaking away from the throng and heading towards the northern forest. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan and his companions remained oblivious to the happenings outside, diligently training within the northern forest. Rigo, just my luck to run into you. Have you seen Luo Xuan? Shortly after entering the northern forest, Shade encountered Rigo and Hack, who were preparing to leave. Luo Xuan? He should be deeper within the northern forest. Rigo replied weakly after glancing at Shade. Deeper? That area is the realm of the jungle raptors. Why did you not stop him? Upon hearing that Luo Xuan had ventured into the depths of the northern forest, Shade was momentarily taken aback. Then, with palpable excitement, he exclaimed, the jungle raptors within the northern forest were formidable adversaries that he would avoid even upon encountering them. How had Luo Xuan managed to reach such a perilous place? Who could possibly impede him now? In response to Shade's remarks, Hark interjected, what do you mean by that? Shade was momentarily stunned. Hark, who was known for his boastfulness and invincibility, was now expressing such sentiments for a reason. The current Luo Xuan was exponentially stronger than before. He had single-handedly slain over 100 scorpion tigers, and within mere minutes, had dispatched 4 jungle raptors. After a recent sojourn in the southern desert, he had returned just a few days prior, stating that he had business to attend to in the northern forest. Rigo, somewhat exhausted, spoke with incredulity, acknowledging the astonishing feats being recounted, though he felt powerless to alter the reality of the situation. Single-handedly defeating over 100 scorpion tigers? Resolving 4 jungle raptors in just minutes? Returning unscathed from the southern desert? Are we truly speaking of the same individual? Shade's mind struggled to comprehend. Could this truly be Luo Xuan? The same Luo Xuan who had once been on the brink of death at the hands of a mid-level warrior, only to be saved by him? Can you reach Luo Xuan now? Or perhaps inform me how I might locate him? I have matters to discuss. Shade inquired anxiously after a moment of hesitation. Initially, he had intended to warn Luo Xuan to stay far away, yet now sensed that Luo Xian's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was imperative to find him first. We are unaware of his exact whereabouts within the northern forest. Rigo replied, shaking his head. They only had a vague idea of his location. Then I shall venture in alone to search for him, Shade resolved. With no other options available, he would rely on luck to find Luo Xuan and must remain vigilant against any lurking scorpion tigers. Although he had made some progress at the gravity training facility over the past month, he had not become significantly stronger. Concerning the jungle raptors, he could manage only one. Encountering two would necessitate a hasty retreat. Originally, he had thought Luo Xuan was still battling the behemoth at the forest perimeter, only to discover that he had already penetrated deep within, unbeknownst to the world outside. Luo Xuan and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle in the central region of the northern forest, dragging heavy burdens with their tails against the jungle raptors. With a thunderous crash, the last jungle raptor collapsed. Phew, this battle was indeed no simple task. Now, it is your turn, Luo Xuan, one of them remarked. They fought in this manner, with one warrior engaged in combat, while the other two, unencumbered by heavy loads, stood guard nearby to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Luo Xuan had originally intended to engage in battle, but suddenly sensed 5 distinct auras approaching from that direction. Among them, one felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Kiss and his companions. "What is the matter, Luo Xuan?" Moshi inquired, as she remained oblivious to the presence of any auras. However, Luo Xuan's demeanor indicated that something was amiss. "Someone is approaching. It seems to be Kiss and his group." Luo Xuan did not conceal anything. Although he refrained from discussing the matter that angered him, he had no intention of hiding the truth. After all, there was little to gain from such concealment. Kiss? Are they truly coming to the depths of the northern forest? Upon hearing Luo Xuan's words, Moshi was taken aback. While Kiss and the others might manage in the central region of the northern forest, venturing into its innermost parts seemed rather ill-suited for them. There should be 5 individuals. The identity of the 5th remains a mystery. Regardless, I shall first deal with this swift beast in the jungle. As Luo Xuan spoke, he deftly coiled his tail around a wooden post and swiftly advanced towards the jungle raptor. Meanwhile, while Luo Xuan engaged in battle, Kiss and his companions also appeared in this vicinity. Luo Xuan was in the midst of combat. A Saiyan spotted him, despite having a large tree behind him. He could discern that it was indeed Luo Xuan. Could it truly be Luo Xuan? Shade observed the individual who was effortlessly overpowering the jungle raptor, struggling to reconcile this with the notion of him being a mere lowly warrior. In the northern forest, none but Luo Xuan could so ruthlessly dominate the jungle raptors. Let us approach him, for with his presence, we need not fear those creatures. Their journey into the depths of the northern forest had not been without challenge, as they encountered numerous jungle raptors along the way. However, they made a concerted effort to avoid confrontation, ultimately taking over a day to reach this point. Upon their arrival, Moshi and his group grew wary, only relaxing their guard when they confirmed it was indeed Kiss and his companions. "What brings you here?" Bello inquired, glancing at the 3 Saiyans. These 3 had once accompanied him, and it was evident they had a reason for venturing into the depths of the northern forest. Otherwise, they likely would not have dared to enter. "It is this individual who seeks Luo Xuan, claiming that his woman is in danger." The speaker cast a peculiar glance at Shade, his expression somewhat enigmatic. Although he was skeptical of the man's words, it seemed he had a degree of familiarity with Kiss. Consequently, Kiss agreed to guide him, which led to their collective presence here. Luo Xuan's woman? Moshi's expression turned slightly strange as he glanced at Luo Xuan. This fellow has a woman? How had he never heard him mention this before? "Luo Xuan, cease your fighting. Lin may be in peril." Shade disregarded Moshi and shouted towards Luo Xuan. Suddenly, a massive tree trunk behind Luo Xuan collapsed. In an instant, he launched himself like a released arrow towards the jungle raptor. His speed was astonishing, and with a single leap, the jungle raptor fell lifeless to the ground. Luo Xuan then vanished from sight, reappearing right before Shade. "Uncle Shade, what has happened to Lin?" Upon encountering Shade, Luo Xuan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this final adversary was indeed Shade. However, he quickly dismissed his surprise and inquired directly. "With Lin's formidable strength, how could there be any peril? Do you recall the intermediate warrior you previously vanquished? For reasons unknown, his power has surged dramatically, and he is currently challenging the gravity platform, demanding Lin reveal her whereabouts." Shade provided a brief explanation. "A surge in power?" Luo Xuan murmured to himself, then exchanged a glance with Moshi. The two of them were acutely aware of the situation at hand. The Saiyans' inexplicable surge in power must have resulted from being on the brink of death and subsequently revived. It seems that the mid-level warrior experienced a similar fate, and one can only wonder how many times he has been resurrected. But what has become of Lin now? Has she been defeated? Luo Xuan was particularly concerned about this matter. Had Lin been defeated? I cannot say for certain. When I arrived, he had just vanquished Ignatz, a formidable warrior of considerable strength, yet he was dispatched with relative ease. Shade shook his head. He had only observed the situation from a distance before coming to seek out Luo Xuan, initially intending to facilitate his escape. However, upon witnessing Luo Xuan's prowess, he found himself in a state of hesitation. Ignatz, that despicable scoundrel, had been defeated? Teresa was equally astonished. Ignatz's combat abilities were undoubtedly superior to his own, and he had not anticipated such a swift downfall. Despicable scoundrel? Have you encountered him before? Then you must be aware of his capabilities. Please enlighten Luo Xuan, Shate remarked. Although Shate was unfamiliar with Teresa, the latter's knowledge of Ignatz indicated he could provide specific insights to Luo Xuan. I need not elaborate. That individual has clashed with Luo Xuan and was ultimately bested by him. Teresa shook his head, omitting the subsequent details that involved the mystical beings. Upon hearing this, Shate and several other Saiyans were left in stunned silence. Luo Xuan had not only faced Ignatz, but had also triumphed over him, and that was no ordinary warrior. Setting that aside, we must hasten our return. I am uncertain where he has ventured to challenge next. Luo Xuan furrowed his brow, for Ignatz's combat prowess exceeded 8,000. A mid-level warrior could easily vanquish him, and it was estimated that their strength must surpass 10,000. The last time Luo Xuan's combat power was over 8,000. He had not triumphed so swiftly in battle against him. It has taken me 2 days to arrive here, yet fortunately, I encountered Keith. The higher one ascends the gravity platform, the stronger the combat ability becomes, thus we still have time to venture forth. As for Sate, it remains a mystery. He had ostensibly come to facilitate Luo Xuan's escape, yet instead insists on taking him to the gravity platform. Perhaps it is due to hearing Teresa mention that Luo Xuan could contend with high-level warriors, especially after Luo Xuan had just slain the jungle raptor with a mere single strike, a creature capable of engaging high-level warriors. Consequently, Sate seems to have ignited a flicker of confidence in Luo Xuan. That individual must be Moshi, she whispered to Luo Xuan. Having just discerned the sudden surge of power from that person, likely due to some reason, it is indeed quite possible, and he must have attempted it numerous times. Nonetheless, such strength pales in comparison to the prowess gained through one's own cultivation. Therefore, in a scenario where their combat powers are relatively equal, defeat is inevitable for him. Even if his strength is slightly inferior, he should still be capable of overcoming him. Luo Xuan nodded, aware that the individual in question must have sustained injuries, and, after treatment, discovered changes in his physical condition. Moreover, he was the type to grit his teeth and give it another attempt, which led to the present circumstances. Were it any other Saiyan, even upon realizing such a phenomenon, they would not allow themselves to be beaten nearly to death only to seek healing as a means to augment their combat prowess. Unless truly cornered with no alternatives, one would certainly not resort to such a method for enhancing their fighting abilities. It was evident that the intermediate warrior could not tolerate being vanquished by a lower-ranked fighter, which precipitated the events of today. So, do you have confidence? Moshi nodded, having experienced an increase in strength post-treatment herself. She naturally understood the essence of such a power surge. I cannot say, as I cannot ascertain his combat capability without having encountered him. Luo Xuan shook his head. He had never encountered that intermediate warrior and was uncertain about the extent of his current combat prowess. Consequently, he could not ascertain whether he could defeat him. He hoped that the individual in question would not become excessively powerful. Otherwise, a twisted psyche would undoubtedly bring unnecessary turmoil to this world. Thus, the group proceeded towards the outskirts of the northern forest. Meanwhile, at the gravity platform, Lin's battle with the intermediate warrior had commenced. Are you truly unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of that low-level warrior? The intermediate warrior inquired. If you defeat me, I shall certainly inform you, Lin replied, maintaining her composure despite the presence of the formidable warrior before her, unwilling to divulge Luo Xuan's location. She was somewhat astonished that this individual had made it this far, yet she would not concede defeat so readily. Very well, since you are so determined to protect him, I shall have no choice but to defeat you first. Without a moment's hesitation, the intermediate warrior launched an attack. Lin's expression grew serious. Having vanquished several advanced warriors, this opponent must possess considerable strength, and she wondered if she could prevail. However, she knew she had to engage in this battle. Otherwise, if all the advanced warriors were defeated by this individual, it would be a profound embarrassment. With a low hiss, Lin confronted the intermediate warrior, and their clash ensued. Both exhibited formidable combat abilities. Yet it was evident that Lin was primarily on the defensive, slightly at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, her extensive combat experience far surpassed that of the intermediate warrior, allowing her to manage the situation with difficulty. The skirmish raged on, with both parties exchanging blows. Lin's wealth of combat experience made her uncertain about the outcome against the intermediate warrior. Observing the battle from the gravity platform, an advanced warrior who had previously been defeated by the intermediate warrior recognized his prowess. Although lacking in battle experience, the intermediate warrior's strength was undeniable. While Lin was able to hold her own, defeating him would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, this individual was previously vanquished by a low-level warrior, and now he has become so formidable. Do you know the reason behind this transformation? An advanced warrior nodded, recalling his own attempts to conquer the intermediate warrior through experience, which ultimately failed due to the vast disparity in strength. I have no idea, another advanced warrior replied, shaking his head, bewildered by the sudden surge in the warrior's strength. It seemed apparent that his combat prowess was not merely the result of training, although the cause of his abrupt enhancement remained a mystery. The keen eyesight of the advanced warrior was undeniable. Although this individual possessed formidable combat prowess, his experience in battle was remarkably lacking, rendering him merely an ordinary intermediate warrior, with far superior experience compared to him. Thus, it was evident that his strength was not derived from rigorous training. Perhaps he had struck a deal with the Zoflurians, altering something within himself. After all, given the advanced technology of those beings, achieving such a transformation should not be overly challenging. It was rather unexpected that we were defeated by someone of this nature, the previous advanced warrior lamented, feeling humiliated to be bested by one who had augmented his combat abilities through dubious means. Indeed, another advanced warrior nodded in resignation. Had they been defeated through diligent training, they would harbor no grievances. Yet, it was clear that this individual had forcefully elevated his combat strength, lacking the authenticity of true power. With a resounding clash, the two combatants on the gravity platform engaged fiercely, neither side managing to secure a definitive victory at that moment. However, it was evident to onlookers that Lin was beginning to tire, despite her wealth of combat experience. Facing an opponent with significantly greater strength demanded an immense expenditure of her stamina, leaving her barely able to sustain her position. If this continued, Lin was likely to succumb. An advanced warrior observed and shook his head. Should the battle persist in this manner, Lin might indeed be defeated by that intermediate warrior. Indeed, the disparity in their combat strength was too great. It was astonishing that they would all fall to an intermediate warrior. Another advanced warrior sighed in disbelief. They had not anticipated that their once proud talents as advanced warriors would be utterly vanquished by an intermediate foe. They remained unaware of how this intermediate warrior had enhanced his abilities. Had they known, perhaps they would have scoffed, for even in the face of Frieza, King Vegeta had never considered such methods to augment his strength. Lin is about to lose. With a resounding impact, after being struck once more, Lin was sent flying, while the intermediate warrior surged past her. If you do not speak now, I shall render you powerless, the intermediate warrior sneered. Merely a fool who resorts to underhanded tactics to bolster his combat strength. Lin, engaged in battle, recognized that this opponent's power was artificially inflated, lacking genuine combat experience. That is still strength, perish, she retorted, provoking the intermediate warrior into a fit of rage. Boom. In the next instant, the intermediate warrior was sent hurtling away. I hear you are looking for me? A calm male voice resonated. I hear you are looking for me? At the moment the intermediate warrior was sent flying, a male voice resonated across the gravity platform. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a young man, clad with a colossal sword upon his back, standing resolutely on the gravity platform. The very intermediate warrior, now airborne, had just been struck by him. Luo Xuan, what brings you here? You must leave at once. That fellow intends to kill you. Lin was taken aback upon seeing Luo Xuan, astonished that he had returned. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that the presence of a low-ranking warrior was of little consequence, and urged him to depart immediately. Consume this. Luo Xuan presented a celestial bean to Lin, urging her to consume it, although Lin found it peculiar to eat a bean at such a moment. The intensity of Luo Xian's gaze compelled her to momentarily hesitate before she swallowed it, without further ado. As soon as she ingested the celestial bean, Lin felt an immediate surge of vitality coursing through her, and the injuries sustained from the recent battle vanished without a trace. What an extraordinary bean, Lin remarked softly, refraining from inquiring about the origin of this miraculous item. Well then, leave the subsequent matters to me. Luo Xuan nodded slightly. He had just utilized a detector and discovered that the combat prowess of that intermediate warrior stood at an impressive 18,238, a formidable strength that surpassed his own. However, he discerned that this intermediate warrior's power was entirely derived from a near-death resurrection, indicating a deficiency in combat experience. Nevertheless, his strength vastly exceeded Lin's, whose combat power was merely 12,772. It was only through her extensive battle experience that she managed to hold her ground. That individual is no longer the intermediate warrior he once was. He has somehow significantly augmented his strength. If you were to confront him, it would merely be a path to your demise. Lin shook her head, acknowledging her inability to overcome that intermediate warrior. What could Luo Xuan possibly achieve? If I can defeat him once, it stands to reason that I can vanquish him again. Luo Xuan chuckled and said, although his combat prowess did not match that of the intermediate warrior, the outcome of a real confrontation was far from certain. Are you certain you wish to engage that individual? Lin furrowed her brows. During their first battle, she had witnessed Luo Xuan's unwavering confidence, which ultimately led to his victory over the intermediate warrior. Now, he exuded a similar confidence once more. Could he truly be assured of success? It seemed implausible. A low-level warrior could not possibly evolve to such a degree in merely a month's time. Rest assured. Luo Xuan nodded slightly before turning around to gaze at the intermediate warrior not far away. Heh, you finally dare to show yourself? Do you see? These advanced warriors are all my defeated foes. However, the humiliation you once bestowed upon me is a memory I cannot easily erase. It seems that only by taking your life can I find solace from the past. The intermediate warrior chuckled in response. Although he had just been sent flying by Luo Xuan's kick, he was, in fact, unscathed. Very well, I understand. Let us engage. Luo Xuan spoke in a calm tone. Yet only those who truly understood him could discern the anger simmering within. Very well. The mid-level warrior, witnessing Luo Xuan's complete lack of surprise, felt a surge of frustration. He had defeated numerous high-ranking warriors and had expected this individual to be intimidated. However, it appeared that Luo Xuan was utterly unfazed. Luo Xuan. Lin cast a glance at him but chose not to say more. Perhaps this low-ranking warrior still had the potential to create another miracle. Luo Xuan said little, simply unfastening the sword from his back and tossing it to Mo Shi. Lin cast a brief glance before descending from the gravity platform, encouraging Luo Xuan to give it a try. If it proved too challenging, she was confident in her restored stamina to rescue him. Very well, the intermediate warrior nodded, then vanished from sight. Such swiftness. The surrounding Saiyans were astonished to witness the intermediate warrior's instantaneous disappearance. Even the senior warriors could barely perceive a trace. Each was taken aback, for during the battle, the gravity of the platform had been disabled, allowing for the full expression of speed. Luo Xuan had similarly deactivated his gravitational system, resulting in a significant disparity in power. Should he re-engage the gravity system, he might genuinely face defeat. Vanished? To Luo Xuan, who could sense the presence of energy, the concept of disappearance was non-existent. Such rapid movement still left traces for him to follow. Die. The intermediate warrior reappeared directly behind Luo Xuan, his right finger extended, aimed at the heart's core. Just as the onlookers braced for a gruesome spectacle, they were astonished to find that though the warrior's hand passed through Luo Xuan's body, no blood was shed. Another trick? Spoke Ignaz, recalling how he had been deceived by this very tactic during his confrontation with Luo Xuan. Was that an afterimage? Lin was taken aback. The image left behind by Luo Xuan indicated that he had indeed vanished. Vanished? Did the low-level warrior also disappear? The surrounding senior warriors were even more astounded. They recognized the intermediate warrior's formidable combat prowess, having been bested themselves. But who was this Luo Xuan? Merely a low-level warrior. Yet he exhibited a speed beyond anything the senior warriors could rival, striking them with profound disbelief. When had the distinction between intermediate and low-level warriors become so negligible? Vanished? How could his speed be so extraordinary? The intermediate warrior was somewhat taken aback by the swiftness of this lowly warrior. He had initially intended to strike him down in a single blow, yet the latter managed to elude him. Nevertheless, he was not without merit. Upon the gravity platform, he strained his eyes in an effort to discern Luo Xuan's trajectory, but to no avail. Suddenly, Luo Xuan materialized before the intermediate warrior, delivering a powerful punch. However, the intermediate warrior was quick to react, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, successfully absorbing the impact, though he was forced to retreat several steps. Damn it, he muttered, realizing that he could not match Luo Xuan's speed. Abandoning the notion of defeating him in a single strike, he opted for a direct assault. In his mind, he believed that while this individual's speed may surpass his own, his combat prowess could not possibly rival his own. Thus, he aimed to overwhelm Luo Xuan with sheer strength. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Having triumphed over numerous advanced warriors, how could he possibly be thwarted by a mere lowly fighter? Onlookers beneath the gravity platform were equally astonished, unable to fathom the formidable combat abilities of this lowly warrior. Was this indeed the same fighter who had previously bested the intermediate warrior? At that moment, some recognized Luo Xuan. Indeed, it was the lowly warrior, whose strength had evidently surged. One Saiyan, having witnessed Luo Xuan's earlier victory over the intermediate warrior, nodded in acknowledgement. The memory lingered vividly due to the sheer astonishment it had evoked. They were utterly perplexed as to how he had achieved such prowess. A lowly warrior expressed a sense of wonder, reflecting on the contrast between the intermediate warrior, who had defeated all the advanced fighters, and Luo Xuan, who now stood as his equal. I overheard the advanced warriors mention that the intermediate warrior did not attain his strength through personal training, as his combat experience was comparable to that of other intermediate fighters, remarked a nearby Saiyan, clearly having listened to the earlier discussions among the advanced warriors. Is that so? Does it imply that the lowly warrior follows a similar path? If so, the outcome of their battle could be uncertain, inquired the previous lowly warrior. I cannot say, the Saiyan replied, shaking his head, as he had not heard any discussions regarding the lowly warrior's training methods. Meanwhile, among the advanced warriors, seeing Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior matching speeds prompted furrowed brows. Was it possible that this lowly warrior had forcibly augmented his strength? Only a select few, like Moshi, comprehended that Luo Xuan's power was not the result of such artificial enhancement. Even with a forced enhancement, the subsequent training solidified the acquired strength. Therefore, Luo Xuan's combat experience is comparable to that of these advanced warriors, and may even surpass it. The intermediate warrior charged directly at Luo Xuan. Showing no signs of hesitation, he launched a powerful punch towards him. Luo Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. A direct confrontation? Just as I wished. Luo Xuan's speed cannot be deemed swift, yet in direct combat, he harbors no fear of this formidable opponent who has hastily augmented their strength without a solid foundation, and has come to challenge the mid-level warriors of the gravity platform. Hey! Luo Xuan retaliated with a punch, meeting the strike of the intermediate warrior head-on. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided, each fighter being forced to step back, showcasing their comparable strength. Damn it, the intermediate warrior mused. Initially confident that he could easily send Luo Xuan flying off the gravity platform, leaving him unaware of his impending doom, just as he had experienced himself. However, he was astonished to find that Luo Xuan had successfully caught his punch, after enduring several near-death experiences to reach his current level of combat prowess. He could not fathom how this low-level warrior had achieved such strength. Had he perhaps uncovered that elusive secret? Unthinkable, even if the low-level warrior had stumbled upon it. There was no way he could have ascended to such heights. It would have required exhausting all his resources, and a low-level warrior could hardly possess any reserves. Nevertheless, he found it easier to believe that Luo Xuan's strength was derived from having discovered that very secret, rather than from diligent training. Thus, without hesitation, he resolved to exploit his superior combat experience to defeat this low-level warrior who had forcibly augmented his abilities. With a swift kick aimed at Luo Xuan, the latter showed no hesitation in deflecting the strike and retaliated with a kick that sent the intermediate warrior flying. The warrior felt a surge of frustration. He had anticipated an effortless victory, only to find himself on the receiving end of a thrashing. The battle continued, with exchanges of punches and kicks, often at blistering speeds that only the high-level warriors could perceive. Others, including the Saiyans, struggled to keep pace. A resounding impact signaled that Luo Xuan had been struck and sent flying for the first time. Indeed, combat strength proved pivotal in this encounter. Although the intermediate warrior lacked extensive battle experience, his raw power far surpassed Luo Xuan's. Should the fight persist, there was a genuine risk that Luo Xuan might be overwhelmed. After all, if the battle continued, the intermediate warrior would only grow more adept, which could spell trouble for Luo Xuan. Now, I shall defeat you, the intermediate warrior declared. Exhilarated by the sight of Luo Xuan being sent flying, his first triumph over this low-level fighter. Meanwhile, Lin, observing from below the gravity platform, furrowed her brow. Initially taken aback by Luo Xuan's impressive combat skills and experience, she had believed victory was assured. Yet, it now appeared that Luo Xuan's power was still inferior to that of the intermediate warrior. The low-level fighter's strength was not merely a product of forced enhancement. His combat experience was not significantly lacking compared to theirs. If the battle continued, the outcome could very well tip against him. A seasoned warrior discerned that Luo Xuan's prowess was not a product of mere enhancement. During the recent skirmish, although Luo Xuan found himself in perilous situations on several occasions, he effortlessly extricated himself each time. Thus, his strength was not a forced augmentation. Rather, it stemmed from the seasoned combat experience of a lower-tier warrior, honed through relentless trials on the brink of life and death. Nevertheless, the intermediate warrior undeniably possessed a significant advantage in combat capability over Luo Xuan, rendering the latter's position quite precarious. If a swift resolution did not materialize, defeat loomed inevitable. Another advanced warrior nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. They recognized Luo Xuan, this lower-tier warrior, as formidable. In fact, some of the higher-ranked warriors present had not withstood the rigors of battle for as long as he had. This indicated that the lower-tier warrior was indeed superior to many of the advanced warriors in attendance. Consequently, they were compelled to accept the undeniable truth. Luo Xuan surpassed them in strength. Among the crowd, Ignaz was taken aback upon witnessing Luo Xuan's emergence, astonished that he had managed to recuperate from such grave injuries. Most strikingly, it appeared that Luo Xuan's combat prowess had substantially increased. Ignaz now harbored a sense of regret regarding his previous endeavor to seize Luo Xuan's tail. The battle between Luo Xuan and the intermediate warrior rages on, with both parties exhibiting nearly equal prowess. As such, it proves challenging to determine a victor in the immediate moment. Humph, your combat experience is commendable. However, your fighting capability pales in comparison to mine. The intermediate warrior scoffed, now aware that Luo Xuan's battle experience likely surpasses his own. Yet, he remains confident that his strength will ultimately prevail, believing that with perseverance, he shall surely defeat Luo Xuan. Is that so? Luo Xuan retorted with a question. And then he took the initiative. This marked the first instance of Luo Xuan striking first, although he had just been engaged in combat. It was predominantly the intermediate warrior who had initiated the attack. Luo Xuan had primarily focused on defense and counterattacks, but now he was the one to make the first move. It appeared that he was confident in securing victory. Trissa, observing Luo Xuan taking the initiative, murmured softly. Having spent considerable time with him, she understood his temperament well. If he lacked confidence in the situation, he would never have made the first move. Typically, he would merely probe his opponent, treating it as a warm-up. It was evident that Luo Xuan's warm-up exercises had concluded, and it was now time for his counterattack. He advanced directly toward the intermediate warrior, delivering a powerful punch. However, it was deftly evaded, yet Luo Xuan showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly transitioning to an elbow strike. Although the intermediate warrior possessed formidable combat prowess, Luo Xuan's reflexes were slightly superior. Thus, as his elbow neared the intermediate warrior's body, it seemed poised to be blocked. Luo Xuan vanished in an instant, only to re-emerge behind the intermediate warrior. His strike landed squarely upon the warrior's back, propelling him into the air. Without a moment's pause, Luo Xuan disappeared once more, materializing beside the warrior. With his fingers interlaced like a volleyball player, he sent the intermediate warrior soaring back again. Subsequently, Luo Xuan did not linger. He vanished yet again, only to appear at the very spot where the warrior was destined to land. Ascend, he commanded. Luo Xuan spoke softly. Then, with a surge of strength, propelled the mid-level warrior into the sky. Glancing at the ascending warrior, Luo Xuan leaped upward, swiftly catching up with him. Transitioning his right hand from a fist to an open palm, he struck the mid-level warrior directly. The impact was thunderous, sending the warrior crashing down onto the gravity platform. Luo Xuan landed steadily on the platform, observing the fallen mid-level warrior with a detached gaze. What had just transpired? The mid-level warrior, bewildered, had not grasped the sequence of events. He only perceived himself soaring through the air before tumbling down onto the platform. The speed exhibited was astonishing. It appeared that Luo Xuan had not exerted his full strength. An advanced warrior also discerned this fact. Luo Xuan had seemingly withheld his true power. Otherwise, such an overwhelming display of strength would not have been possible. It seemed he had merely been testing the waters. Another advanced warrior nodded in agreement. Realizing that he had barely been able to keep pace with Luo Xuan, despite being an advanced fighter himself. In a combat scenario, he would undoubtedly have been bested. After all, failing to match Luo Xuan's speed equated to having no opportunity to react. "Do not hesitate. Eliminate him at once," shouted a voice from the crowd, belonging to a female Saiyan who had previously been defeated. Seeing the mid-level warrior incapacitated, she was eager to strike, believing there would be no repercussions. However, Luo Xuan remained unfazed by the outburst, fixated on the motionless warrior. He understood that this mid-level fighter would not be easily dispatched. If it were truly that simple, the advanced warriors surrounding him would not have fallen to this very warrior. "Unexpectedly, your speed is astonishingly swift. It seems I must unleash my full potential to engage you in battle," the mid-level warrior declared. Rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Xuan's previous attack had drawn blood. Full potential? Upon hearing this, Luo Xuan displayed no surprise. Yet the onlookers below were taken aback. Could it be that the mid-level warrior had not exerted his full strength during their earlier confrontation? It seemed absurd. If that were the case, the advanced warriors would be utterly humiliated, having believed they faced an opponent at full capacity, only to discover he had not even begun to fight with all his might. Lin furrowed her brow, questioning whether this warrior was merely posturing. During their earlier clash, she had distinctly sensed that he had unleashed all of his power. Why, then, was he now claiming he would fight with his full strength? He should have done so from the outset. Luo Xuan spoke softly, fully aware that a combat power exceeding 10,000 could not possibly manifest such a meager display of strength. This indicated that the intermediate warrior had indeed not exerted their full capabilities. Allow me to demonstrate what true terror entails." With a sinister grin, the intermediate warrior advanced towards Luo Xuan. Upon reaching him, a glimmer of light flickered in his hand as he hurled an energy sphere directly at Luo Xuan, quickly followed by a series of successive energy spheres aimed at him. Even the advanced warriors were momentarily taken aback, while they were capable of condensing energy spheres themselves. Witnessing such a rapid succession of energy spheres being formed was unprecedented. However, concern for Luo Xuan began to rise among them, as a low-level warrior's ability to condense energy spheres was uncertain. Should he falter, this battle would surely be lost. Only Ignaz and a select few were aware that not only could Luo Xuan condense energy spheres, but he could do so at a rate far surpassing that of the intermediate warrior. With a thunderous boom, all the energy spheres detonated simultaneously, engulfing Luo Xuan entirely. "Luo Xuan!" Lin exclaimed in alarm, fully cognizant of the destructive power of those energy spheres. She knew that had she been subjected to such an onslaught, the outcome would have been equally dire. Luo Xuan, a low-ranking warrior, was bombarded by such an onslaught of energy orbs. One could only ponder the outcome. "Have you never witnessed this technique?" chuckled the mid-level warrior. However, as he spoke, it was as if an unseen force had seized him, and his eyes widened in terror as he beheld Luo Xuan before him. Luo Xuan not only emerged unscathed from the recent explosion, but was also surrounded by a multitude of energy spheres. The mid-level warrior gazed in astonishment at the energy orbs encircling Luo Xuan. How could it be possible for a low-level warrior to achieve such a feat? In an instant, despair washed over him. He had believed this technique to be his own creation, one that no one else could wield. Yet, here was his opponent, employing it on the very first attempt. What could possibly explain this? Meanwhile, the high-ranking warriors observed the scene with equal astonishment. How could Luo Xuan conjure so many energy spheres? What immense power must he possess to accomplish this? Were you satisfied with your recent display? Now it is my turn. Luo Xuan spoke calmly, expressing that had the opponent refrained from employing energy spheres, he would have similarly chosen not to engage. However, with the adversary now resorting to such tactics, he held nothing back. Although intermediate warriors could conjure numerous energy spheres, a greater quantity did not equate to augmented power. In fact, the sheer number diminished their potency significantly. As the spheres hurtled toward Luo Xuan, he managed to neutralize some with his own energy spheres, while others he deflected with his body. Consequently, he appeared somewhat disheveled, yet remained unscathed, with minimal energy expenditure. After all, he was not exhaustively gathering energy. Instead, he utilized shortcuts to swiftly and efficiently manifest powerful energy spheres. "Go forth," he commanded. Without further hesitation, Luo Xuan hurled all his energy orbs towards the intermediate warrior. Do you think I would stand still and be struck like you?" The intermediate warrior chuckled sinisterly before vanishing from his original position, leaving the energy orbs to soar to where he had just been. Humph. Luo Xuan let out a cold snort and then hurled the energy orb towards the intermediate warrior. The warrior, deftly dodging from side to side, managed to evade all of the energy orbs. Hee, how does it feel? The consumption from those energy orbs must be considerable for you, right? Your failure to evade my energy orb was your greatest blunder. Although I too have expended a fair amount of energy, at least I inflicted some damage upon you. And what about you? You squandered so many energy orbs for nothing. The intermediate warrior chuckled. While his energy orbs had not succeeded in vanquishing Luo Xuan, they had nonetheless drained some of his strength, whereas Luo Xian's attacks had no effect on him whatsoever. Is that so? Luo Xuan exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the intermediate warrior. Initially, his fingers were splayed towards the warrior, but he executed a swift feint. How is this possible? Truly impressive. In the fleeting moment when Luo Xuan grasped the air, all the onlooking Saiyans were left utterly astonished by such an extraordinary maneuver. Only the intermediate warrior appeared bewildered, questioning the unfolding situation. However, upon noticing that everyone's gaze was directed towards him, he hesitated briefly before turning to look behind him. To his dismay, he discovered that the energy spheres he had just evaded were now positioned behind him, effectively sealing off his escape route. As he realized this, the energy spheres swiftly surrounded him, and in an instant, they collided with his body, resulting in a tremendous explosion. What a remarkable technique, remarked a senior warrior, nodding in approval. Although he too could conjure numerous energy spheres, witnessing one maintain control over them at such a distance was a first for him. He mused that had he been in the same position, he would have been incapable of executing such a feat. Indeed, he reflected, he could not achieve it. How had this low-level warrior trained to reach such a level? Despite the intermediate warrior's combat prowess being slightly superior, Luo Xuan's battle experience and innate talent far surpassed his. Another senior warrior concurred, acknowledging the truth in this observation. The intermediate warrior's combat aptitude paled in comparison to that of Luo Xuan. Lin, who was among the spectators, also nodded in agreement, her thoughts deeply stirred. Previously, on the same gravity platform, she had defeated Luo Xuan with merely 30% of her strength. Yet now, he had advanced ahead of her. Surely the intermediate warrior must have sustained significant injuries after being engulfed by so many energy spheres. A fellow intermediate warrior surveyed the multitude of energy spheres, feeling a chill run down his spine. If he were to be struck by that many energy spheres, he would undoubtedly be incapacitated. Yet, given the intermediate warrior's formidable strength, perhaps he had merely sustained injuries? As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the situation within, their astonishment palpable. Remarkably, the intermediate warrior seemed entirely unscathed. How could this be possible? Exclaimed a senior warrior in disbelief. Regardless of one's strength, being bombarded by such a multitude of energy spheres should have resulted in some form of injury, or at the very least, torn clothing. The contrast was stark. While Luo Xuan had emerged unhurt but disheveled, the intermediate warrior appeared not only unharmed, but also entirely composed. What is that? An observant individual noted. Spotting a faint halo surrounding the intermediate warrior, a phenomenon not characteristic of Saiyans. It bore resemblance to the defensive shields utilized by the Zofrilians. A more powerful Saiyan furrowed his brow at this revelation, recalling his encounters with the Zofrilians, who possess such protective barriers, impervious even to energy spheres. Indeed, this was the Zofrilian defensive shield, seemingly implanted directly within the warrior's body. Another elite warrior nodded affirmatively. He had encountered such things before. The Zofler people also possessed numerous defensive warriors. Though their combat prowess was not formidable, their technological advancements were remarkable. Previously, he had witnessed Zofler individuals implanting these protective shields directly into their bodies, enabling them to activate upon receiving an attack. This raised the question, did this intermediate warrior no longer qualify as a true Saiyan? Another individual, upon hearing their exchange, began to comprehend the implications. In the eyes of the Saiyans, those who underwent modifications could hardly be considered Saiyans at all. A lively debate erupted among the crowd, the vicinity of the gravity chamber buzzing with fervor. As long as I can defeat all of you. Whether I am a Saiyan or not will be for me to determine. These words reached the ears of the intermediate warrior, inciting his fury. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his true nature. However, the sheer number of energy spheres he had just witnessed indicated that, given his defensive capabilities, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. In a confrontation with these lower-tier warriors, he would stand no chance of victory. Thus, in this critical moment, He resolved to activate his protective shield. As Luo Xuan observed him deactivate the protective shield, he momentarily stood in astonishment, but soon regained his composure. It became apparent that this individual did not solely rely on the brink of death to enhance his strength. The intermediate warrior was likely augmented. Could it be that the Zoflurians possessed the technology for modification? This scenario led Luo Xuan to contemplate the concept of artificial beings. Had the Zoflurians truly acquired the capability to create synthetic life? Artificial beings, by definition, are crafted using humans as a template and then altered accordingly. This intermediate warrior seemed to embody such a creation. After undergoing Zoflurian modifications, he could no longer be considered a Saiyan. He was unworthy of remaining in this place. At that moment, a senior warrior shouted towards the intermediate warrior, "Ha! Unworthy to be here? If you have the ability, come and take me down, then cast me aside." Upon hearing the senior warrior's words, the intermediate Saiyan merely chuckled in response. The senior warrior, upon receiving this retort, felt his confidence wane. He had previously engaged in combat with this intermediate warrior and had never stood a chance, having been thoroughly overpowered. While his combat experience allowed him to hold his ground momentarily, it was only for a fleeting moment. "Haha, you defeated foes. What right do you have to speak of me? Do you believe I am unfit to be a Saiyan because of my modifications? Step forth and face me. If you can defeat me, you may do as you please. Otherwise, kindly silence yourselves." The intermediate warrior laughed heartily as he noticed the Saiyans fall silent. Although he had indeed undergone modifications, his combat prowess was unmatched. Only Luo Xuan stood a chance against him. To him, the others were insignificant, and thus he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Humph, now that my true nature is revealed, I shall no longer conceal it. Prepare to witness the extent of my terror. Noticing the silence, the intermediate warrior disregarded the others and turned his gaze towards Luo Xuan. Upon hearing his words, Luo Xuan's expression grew solemn. If this individual were indeed an artificial being, what immense power would he possess? Just as Luo Xuan pondered this, the intermediate warrior shouted, and Luo Xuan felt the surge of the opponent's energy escalating. Luo Xuan had not anticipated that this intermediate warrior would possess the capacity for concealment. Initially, their combat prowess seemed only marginally superior to his own, yet now it appeared to be continuously on the rise. Luo Xuan directly employed the detector to assess his data, and the results revealed figures that left him utterly astonished. His combat power had already surpassed 20,000, and it was continually on the rise. He had not anticipated that this individual had been concealing his true combat prowess from the very beginning. Luo Xuan was somewhat astonished, initially believing that his battle power of 18,000 was his utmost capability. However, he now discovered that he had surpassed a battle power of 20,000. He chuckled. "Isn't this surprising? Did you know that the Zoflurians possess a machine capable of detecting battle power? I previously tested it, and my peak battle power registered at 23,421. During our recent skirmish, I estimate your battle power was around 16,000. For a Saiyan, that's quite formidable, yet my strength has exceeded 20,000. Upon boosting his power, the intermediate warrior flashed a grin at Luo Xuan. While Luo Xuan also detected the battle power, it was indeed slightly over 23,000, although there was a minor discrepancy from what the warrior had stated. "How do you feel? Are you frightened? It's too late now." Noticing Luo Xuan's silence, the intermediate warrior shouted at him before vanishing in an instant. Luo Xuan possessed the ability to sense the presence of energy, yet his speed was utterly inadequate to match that of the intermediate warrior. In an instant, he propelled himself towards the spot where the warrior had vanished, only to find the formidable opponent materializing behind him, the very same individual who had just sent him flying. With a chuckle, the intermediate warrior reappeared, this time directly in front of Luo Xuan, executing a swift kick that sent him hurtling through the air once more. "Is this how you treat me?" The warrior taunted, reappearing beside Luo Xuan and delivering another powerful kick that launched him into the sky. At this moment, Luo Xuan found himself devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. His combat prowess barely exceeded 16,000, rendering him helpless against an adversary boasting over 23,000. "Why do you not fight back?" As Luo Xuan prepared to regain control over his body, the intermediate warrior had already ascended above him, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen with a knee strike. Luo Xuan was attacked and plummeted from the sky, landing heavily upon the gravity platform. Thud! The intermediate warrior followed suit, returning to the gravity platform. "What is the matter? Why aren't you fighting back?" Observing Luo Xuan's arduous fall, the intermediate warrior smirked, placing a foot upon Luo Xuan's back while leaning casually on his knee, grinning maliciously. Luo Xuan. Seeing Luo Xuan so utterly defenseless, Ma Shi shouted in alarm, preparing to rush forward. However, she was restrained by Terry Sarah. For the combat prowess of that individual was such that even the combined strength of the senior warriors present might prove insufficient to confront him. Fighting prowess cannot merely be measured by numbers. Luo Xuan. At this moment, Lin clenched her fists tightly, astonished by the formidable strength of this modified Saiyan, a type she despised most. If you concede now, perhaps I might spare you. The intermediate warrior disregarded the others and fixed his gaze upon Luo Xuan. I have not yet lost. Although Luo Xuan was severely beaten, he did not perceive himself as defeated. After all, it is precisely this struggle that renders the experience intriguing. Is that so? The intermediate warrior growled menacingly before lifting his foot and forcefully bringing it down. This intermediate warrior boasted a combat power exceeding 20,000. Such a stomp was no trifling matter. Luo Xuan felt a sharp pain radiating from his back, as if his bones were on the verge of breaking. What's the matter? Are you still defiant? After delivering the blow, the intermediate warrior maintained his original stance and posed a question. I shall not concede. Luo Xuan would never concede defeat. At that moment, however, a message flashed through his mind. The plugin was being installed. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated within his consciousness, a sound that was exceptionally pleasing to him at that moment, as it indicated the system was downloading a plugin. Although previous downloads had not occurred at critical junctures, this one held the promise of something beneficial, perhaps a technique such as the Dance of the Void or the Kamehameha. Luo Xuan would not refuse any enhancement to his strength, no matter how modest. The installation process was underway, and soon the plugin was completed. The Kaioken technique was activated. Assigned to the F6 key. Upon realizing this, Luo Xuan's heart raced. He had anticipated a simple Kamehameha or a similar technique, yet he was bestowed with the formidable Kaioken. This technique, a creation of the North Kai, was not a direct offensive maneuver, but rather a means to amplify one's physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense by several folds. However, it bore significant risks to the body. Should one exceed the limits of their physical capacity while utilizing it, the consequences could be catastrophic. Luo Xuan recalled all of this, and the sudden acquisition of such a powerful technique took him utterly by surprise. The Kaioken existed in various forms, including a standard and an enhanced version. The standard Kaioken, or 1x Kaioken, represents the most basic form, while the 2x Kaioken doubles one's battle power, not to be confused with merely multiplying by 1, which would yield no increase. In fact, the 1x Kaioken is equivalent to 5 times one's usual battle power. Hey, why so silent? Are you planning to concede? Taunted the mid-level warrior, mercilessly trampling on Luo Xuan while inquiring mockingly. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan's consciousness returned to his mind, and he swiftly assessed the F6 shortcut. F6, Kaioken standard form, toggle, enables one to enhance their physical strength, speed, attack power, and defense by several folds, but it also imposes grave risks. Exceeding one's physical limits could lead to collapse. Just as Luo Xuan suspected, the subsequent toggle would likely adjust the multiplier. Currently, the Kaioken was set to standard form, requiring toggling for enhancements such as 2x, 10x, or 20x. However, for now, utilizing the standard form of Kaioken would suffice. With a battle power of 16,762, Luo Xuan faced an uphill battle against the mid-level warrior S23, 421, who could easily overpower him. Although his combat experience may not rival that of Luo Xuan, his fighting prowess is undeniably superior. In order for Luo Xuan to attain greater strength, he must resort to the Kaioken technique, which typically amplifies his power by 5 times. This implies that upon activating the Kaioken, Luo Xuan's combat strength would soar to an impressive 143. Silence begets death, it seems. At this moment, the intermediate warrior grows increasingly impatient. Even if the low-level warrior concedes, he would not be spared. It is merely a source of amusement for him, but ultimately, he intends to eliminate him. The time to act is now. Kaioken. Luo Xuan let out a loud shout, and a radiant red light enveloped his body, forcefully repelling the intermediate warrior. What is this? The intermediate warrior gazed at Luo Xuan, who was emanating a crimson glow, astonished. How could he rise again after being on the brink of defeat? Meanwhile, The other Saiyans observed Luo Xuan's transformation with furrowed brows. Is this a protective shield? One intermediate warrior inquired uncertainly, eyeing the red aura surrounding Luo Xuan. No, this is not a shield, replied the advanced warrior who had previously mentioned the protective barrier. Shaking his head, this is a manifestation of maximizing one's inner energy. They had initially thought that Luo Xuan's combat prowess had reached its zenith, only to be taken aback by the revelation that he could further elevate his fighting capabilities. Did you enjoy your moment? Now it is my turn. Luo Xuan gazed at the intermediate warrior, acutely aware that the duration of his use of the king's fist was limited. He could now fully perceive the strain on his body. Should he continue to engage in battle under such conditions, it was likely he would not last much longer, leaving him with no choice but to take decisive action. With that, Luo Xuan vanished, re-entering the fray with the intermediate warrior. Previously, he had been on the defensive, but now he was able to hold his own against the opponent. Most importantly, Luo Xuan's combat prowess had surpassed that of the intermediate warrior, significantly increasing his chances of victory. The surrounding elite warriors were filled with fervor as they witnessed this remarkable clash. The Saiyans, known for their combative nature, were exhilarated by the display of such formidable strength. Had there not been such a disparity in power, they would have eagerly joined the fray. The battle on the gravity platform escalated into an intense exchange, with both combatants relentlessly firing energy spheres. Fortunately, the gravity platform, crafted by the Zufu people, remained intact throughout the conflict. Damn it! The intermediate warrior found himself increasingly astonished as the battle progressed. It seemed that Luo Xuan's strength had indeed surpassed his own. Despite his own battle power reaching 23 for 21, Luo Xuan appeared to exceed this figure. Should the battle continue, defeat was a genuine possibility for him. At times, the intermediate warrior activated his defensive shield, enabling him to mitigate some of the incoming attacks. Huff during the fight, Luo Xuan began to feel fatigued. If he did not conclude this battle soon, his body might very well give way. It appeared that victory was within his grasp. Frieza observed the battle on the gravity platform, astonished by the extent of Luo Xuan's strength. However, his opponent was indeed formidable, managing to persist in contention with Luo Xuan. Something felt amiss. It seemed that Luo Xuan's stamina was diminishing significantly. At this moment, Mashi also sensed a peculiar discrepancy. Although Luo Xuan had expended energy during the skirmish, it was unfathomable that he would tire so quickly after such a brief engagement. Luo Xuan had forcibly augmented his strength, an enhancement that placed considerable strain on his body, resulting in his current state. Standing beside Mashi, Lin spoke up, having observed more than others. She recognized that Luo Xuan had indeed exerted himself to elevate his power in order to contend with the intermediate warrior. Yet, this enhancement appeared to exact a heavy toll on his stamina. Lin discerned that Luo Xuan's energy reserves were severely depleted, although such battles inherently demanded great physical exertion. It seemed that the toll he was experiencing was even greater. Thus, it was evident that Luo Xuan's boost in strength was achieved at the cost of his own vitality. Although the intricacies of this method elude her understanding, she is acutely aware that it undoubtedly exacts a considerable toll on Luo Xuan. A toll, you say? Emoshi furrowed her brow, recognizing the truth in the words of this seasoned warrior. Indeed, after employing this technique, Luo Xuan's strength has surged, yet the depletion of his energy is equally swift. It is no wonder that he had refrained from using this move earlier. The consumption it demands must be substantial, explaining his current state. Such an enhancement surely drains your resources as well, does it not? When Lin and her companions discerned that Luo Xuan's heightened combat prowess is linked to his stamina, the intermediate warrior also grasped this reality. Indeed, the consumption is considerable, but securing victory is more than sufficient, Luo Xuan remarked, although he was uncertain if he could emerge victorious. After all, his opponent was not significantly weaker, and the most pressing concern was that this individual possessed a formidable shield, which posed a considerable challenge for Luo Xuan. Then give it a try. Once the intermediate warrior discerned Luo Xuan's intentions, he became less hesitant, initially believing that Luo Xuan had suddenly enhanced his strength. However, it turned out that he had merely exhausted his stamina. If this were indeed the case, there would be little to worry about, for the battle would soon reach its conclusion. After all, Luo Xuan's energy expenditure far exceeded his own. If the situation continued in this manner, victory should be attainable. He had genuinely achieved a combat power exceeding 20,000, while Luo Xuan had merely forced an enhancement. Should he fail to defeat Luo Xuan during this period, it would mean he had entirely assumed the dominant position. Moreover, Luo Xuan had no means to breach his shield. Thus, in this confrontation, victory was undoubtedly his. Thud, thud, thud. As the two engaged in combat, each pondered how to vanquish the other. Hey! Luo Xuan hurled a multitude of energy spheres, yet the intermediate warrior effortlessly activated a defensive shield that nullified all of them. This is ineffective against me, the intermediate warrior remarked, before retaliating with a barrage of energy spheres that detonated upon contact with Luo Xuan, who remained unscathed. Your energy spheres hold no power over me, just as mine do not affect you. Thanks to the enhancement of the King's Fist, Luo Xuan had not only elevated his combat prowess, but also significantly augmented his defense and speed. Thus, the intermediate warrior's energy spheres proved utterly futile against him. It seemed that the defense of the lower-tier warrior had also been fortified. An advanced warrior glanced at Luo Xuan, noticing his complete lack of injury, and shook his head in resignation. This group of advanced warriors found themselves outmatched by the lower-tier warrior, who had demonstrated considerable strength. Indeed, I wonder how he devised such techniques to attain such formidable power. Another advanced warrior nodded in agreement. Feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness when facing both the intermediate warrior and Luo Xuan, particularly the latter, as he had reached this level solely through his innate strength. At that moment, Luo Xuan struck the intermediate warrior down to the ground. Despite the opponent's robust defense, Luo Xuan's strength and speed allowed him to land blows before the defensive shield could activate. However, the intermediate warrior was also able to strike back at Luo Xuan, resulting in an intense exchange of blows between the two. As the intermediate warrior fell to the ground, he vanished, his speed commendable, and Luo Xuan remained unharmed. Die! The intermediate warrior would bellow with each engagement, almost as if urging Luo Xuan to evade. Indeed, his punch sailed through Luo Xuan without making contact. This was the Phantom Fist, a skill Luo Xuan had comprehended on his own. With high-speed movement, he could leave an afterimage in his wake. Employing this technique again. The intermediate warrior chuckled, believing it to be easily countered. Right here, Luo Xuan declared, appearing directly behind the intermediate warrior just as the latter swung a punch. Yet again, the blow failed to connect, passing through Luo Xuan's form. This way is correct. Luo Xuan's voice echoed behind him, and he promptly hurled the energy sphere in his hand at the intermediate warrior. In an instant, it detonated. At any other time, this maneuver would have proven futile. However, the intermediate warrior had no time to react, nor to employ his defensive shield, and was struck directly by Luo Xuan's energy orb, sending him flying. What Luo Xuan had just executed was merely the double Phantom Fist, and he was aware that employing the Phantom Fist alone would not deceive the intermediate warrior. Yet, the double Phantom Fist was a different matter entirely. It was his first time utilizing it, making it considerably easier for the intermediate warrior to be misled. Damn it, the intermediate warrior muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although his combat prowess was formidable, it was not solely derived from his own training. Consequently, his defensive capabilities were rather limited. Were it not for his protective shield, he would undoubtedly fall short against Luo Xuan. It seems your shield cannot endure for long, otherwise, you would not have needed to deploy it for such a brief moment. Luo Xuan stated calmly that the intermediate warrior only employed the protective shield while in defense. Otherwise, it remained unused. This indicates that the intermediate warrior cannot sustain the shield for extended periods, allowing for only brief usage. Nonetheless, he added, as long as the shield can withstand your attacks, I can still drag you down. Do not forget, I possess a formidable combat strength of 13,000, while yours is merely a forcibly enhanced power. The intermediate warrior did not refute this, acknowledging the limitation of his shield's duration. However, he was correct in asserting that even if it cannot be maintained for long, he could still emerge victorious against Luo Xuan. After all, Luo Xuan's strength was derived from the Kaioken technique, while the intermediate warrior, despite utilizing unconventional methods to augment his combat prowess, still possessed a genuine combat strength of 13,000. The intermediate warrior also made a valid point, although his shield's duration is limited. The time Luo Xuan can sustain his Kaioken is equally short. Moreover, employing the Kaioken effectively exhausts physical stamina, making it evident that once its effects wane, Luo Xuan would undoubtedly face defeat. I shall endure this contest and see who succumbs first. The intermediate warrior scoffed, then vanished, clearly intending to evade and exhaust Luo Xuan's time. Is that so? If that is the case, then I shall simply shatter that turtle shell. Though this would impose considerable strain on Luo Xuan's body, there was no alternative. As the intermediate warrior mentioned, the longer the delay, the more detrimental it would be for Luo Xuan. F6, double Kaioken. Luo Xuan activated the double Kaioken, and in that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, a compelling desire to find someone to spar with and unleash his formidable strength. The double Kaioken bestowed upon him a battle power of 33,524, a striking enhancement of 10,000 compared to his previous power of 23,000. Thus, Luo Xuan felt assured in his ability to vanquish the intermediate warrior. However, he realized that this power could not be sustained for long, compelling him to act swiftly. Suddenly, Luo Xuan's overwhelming aura erupted, capturing the attention of the surrounding Saiyans. Although they could not perceive the energy itself, they were acutely aware of the palpable sense of danger. As Luo Xuan's aura surged forth, it immediately drew the gaze of many. It appeared that his combat prowess had escalated once more. Lin was the first to notice the shift in Luo Xuan's presence, sensing an unprecedented danger emanating from him. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different individual. What's this? Mashi was taken aback, realizing that she had been oblivious to the extent of Luo Xuan's potential. Though she could not ascertain the precise level of his power, she felt that if he desired to eliminate her, it would merely require a flick of his finger. Luo Xuan was undeniably formidable. Teresa, too, shook her head in resignation, a wave of despondency washing over her. When she had first encountered Luo Xuan, they had been evenly matched. Now, he could easily defeat her with the slightest effort. What has happened to that low-level fighter? He seems to have grown stronger. Am I mistaken? A senior warrior furrowed his brow, sensing Luo Xuan's enhanced strength. Your perception is not flawed. I feel it too. That low-level fighter exudes an alarming aura. A female warrior shook her head, overwhelmed by the intense sense of peril Luo Xuan now projected, a sensation she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, Ignaz, who had previously engaged Luo Xuan using underhanded tactics to inflict severe wounds, now stood speechless. Had he known the extent of Luo Xuan's power, he would have never dared provoke him. But was it too late for regret? What is happening? A mid-level warrior on the gravity platform was also taken aback upon seeing Luo Xuan. Could it be that his combat strength had surged again? This seemed implausible. What could a low-level warrior possibly achieve? He himself had only reached this level due to modifications by the Zephyrans. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Yet here was this low-level fighter, having achieved such prowess through his own efforts. Could he continue to grow stronger? Bang! However, no one answered him. Luo Xuan's fist did. At this moment, he felt an abundance of power coursing through his body. Although he knew this strength was merely temporary and would soon dissipate, he found it quite sufficient for combat. Damn it! At this point, the mid-level warrior was even less inclined to confront Luo Xuan. He had already been outmatched before, and now he would surely be overwhelmed. Thus, he adhered to his previous strategy, to evade. He was convinced that once this fleeting moment passed, he would undoubtedly be able to defeat Luo Xuan. Thinking of fleeing? Now Luo Xuan's speed has become twice what it was before, regardless of the circumstances. The intermediate warrior stands no chance of escape. The confined area of the gravity platform leaves no room for evasion. In an instant, Luo Xuan materialized behind the intermediate warrior and delivered a powerful punch, sending the warrior sprawling to the ground once more. He chuckled. Shall we continue the battle? Luo Xuan chuckled softly, and in an instant, he materialized right before the intermediate warrior, who had previously been at a considerable distance. His current strength was more than sufficient to overpower the intermediate warrior effortlessly. What does it matter if your speed has increased? You still cannot touch me. The intermediate warrior let out a huff and promptly activated his defensive barrier. Although the energy expenditure for maintaining this barrier was substantial, it was a sacrifice he deemed acceptable at this juncture. The consumption of Luo Xuan is undoubtedly greater than his own. Therefore, he merely needs to wait until Luo Xuan's time is up, after which he can directly eliminate him. He now feels a twinge of regret for having squandered time with idle chatter instead of promptly dispatching Luo Xuan. Is it? Luo Xuan gazed at the protective barrier before him and delivered a powerful punch. However, the barrier merely quivered slightly before effortlessly absorbing the blow. Ineffectual. Your fist cannot breach my defenses. The mid-level warrior exhaled in relief upon witnessing the futility of Luo Xuan's attempt, then called out to him. Is that so? Luo Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and once again he struck the protective barrier with a powerful punch. This blow made the barrier tremble even more conspicuously. As if on the verge of shattering, Luo Xuan struck the protective shield once more with a resounding blow. Crack! At that moment, fissures began to spread from the point of impact, and soon the cracks became increasingly dense. Then, right before the eyes of the intermediate warrior, filled with sheer terror, the shield shattered. This is impossible. How could my protective shield be breached? This shield had cost him a considerable portion of his savings, painstakingly acquired. And he never anticipated that it could be destroyed by just 3 punches from Luo Xuan. This realization was utterly unbearable for him. Now, it is your turn. Luo Xuan was acutely aware that once the time came, his power would inevitably wane. Thus, taking immediate action was undoubtedly the correct course. Without the slightest hesitation, he materialized before the intermediate warrior and unleashed a single fist. The warrior attempted to block with his hand, yet was still sent flying. At this moment, Luo Xuan's strength was nothing short of overwhelming. With just one punch, he effortlessly propelled the intermediate warrior away, his power far surpassing that of his opponent. This cannot be true. It cannot be. How could my barrier be so easily shattered? The intermediate warrior was clearly incredulous. His barrier was so formidable. How could it possibly be breached by Luo Xuan's punch? It is merely a barrier, after all. Luo Xuan chuckled softly. It seemed that this fellow had just enjoyed himself immensely, and now it was his turn to take action. However, the strength of that protective barrier was indeed formidable. Were it not for the utilization of the double Kaioken, he would have been utterly incapable of breaching that shield. The technological prowess of the Zoflurians appeared to surpass Luo Xuan's expectations. Yet, even before the might of the double Kaioken, it proved to be remarkably fragile. Remember this well. As the intermediate warrior spoke, he intended to leap off the gravity platform. On this platform, any descent signified defeat, or being rendered unconscious upon it. Surrender was not an option here, for Saiyans do not concede. Thus, this rule was rendered moot. If one were to truly assess the situation, jumping off the platform would indeed equate to conceding. Given Luo Xuan's current overwhelming combat prowess, there was no necessity for him to engage further. He merely needed to await the expiration of Luo Xuan's time before he could strike and eliminate him. He had no regard for the rules of the competition. Once Luo Xuan was dead, no Saiyan would stand as his adversary. Therefore, his strategy could be deemed a retreat disguised as an advance. However, just as he was poised to leap, Luo Xuan swiftly kicked him back. Oh, so you think to escape? With the power of the double Kaioken at his disposal, Luo Xuan was determined not to let this opponent off so easily. Thus, upon witnessing his intent to jump, he promptly intervened with a decisive kick. Luo Xuan's speed now far surpasses that of the intermediate warrior. Damn it! He had not anticipated being directly kicked back by Luo Xuan. The intermediate warrior, filled with indignation, clearly intended to make things difficult for him. Thus, he immediately launched a counterattack. After all, there was no possibility of escape, and he could only act according to the situation. Naturally, Luo Xuan would not grant him a moment's respite. As the intermediate warrior swung a punch, Luo Xuan merely deflected it slightly before seizing the warrior's fist. However, the intermediate warrior attempted to withdraw his hand, only to realize that Luo Xuan's grip was unyielding, rendering him utterly immobile. Luo Xuan delivered a powerful punch that struck the mid-level warrior squarely in the face, his hand remaining clenched. Following that, he unleashed a swift kick to the warrior's abdomen. Luo Xuan, I will not let you escape this, the mid-level warrior uttered coldly. Yet he had already lost the strength to retaliate. Is that so? Indeed, if it were merely that, Luo Xuan would not have ceased his assault. After delivering yet another thorough beating, he finally stopped. It was not out of a desire to relent, but rather because he noticed that his physical energy was significantly depleted, necessitating the deactivation of his Kaioken technique. Glancing at the motionless mid-level warrior, Luo Xuan let out a sigh of relief. This opponent had proven to be quite formidable. Victory was his, and it felt splendid. He had not anticipated this. What was the name of this low-level warrior? It seemed to be Luo Xuan. As he recalled having heard Lin mention it before, he truly did not expect to encounter someone of such remarkable strength. Indeed, he felt an overwhelming urge to challenge him. Luo Xuan felled the intermediate warrior to the ground, and after a brief moment of silence enveloped the arena, a cacophony of excitement erupted. The Saiyans, once tormented by this formidable opponent, now felt a wave of relief wash over them. Luo Xuan, are you all right? Lin inquired. Her voice laced with concern as she and Mashi ascended the gravity platform, their gazes fixed on Luo Xuan. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I will recover shortly. Luo Xuan shook his head. This had been the most intense battle he had encountered since arriving on this planet. Though he ultimately emerged victorious, the triumph was far from effortless. Fortunately, he managed to bring down the intermediate warrior in the end. Lin, what are you planning to do? Upon confirming that Luo Xuan was unharmed, Lin approached the fallen intermediate warrior. This individual, having undergone modifications by the Zoflurians, can no longer be considered a complete Saiyan. Furthermore, it appears his intentions extend beyond merely confronting you, Lin remarked coolly. This Saiyan has already been altered, thus he cannot truly be regarded as a full-fledged Saiyan. He merely sees the opportunity to challenge you in order to establish his dominance. After all, a warrior of such formidable strength would not seek you out directly. His sole purpose for being here likely revolves around defeating all the Saiyans present to bolster his reputation, with ulterior motives surely awaiting him in the future. Luo Xuan merely nodded. He would neither plead with Lin not to take his life, nor would he request the miraculous beans to restore his vitality. Luo Xuan does not consider himself a virtuous individual. Thus, he harbors no such mindset. If someone intends to bring about his demise, he certainly will not show any mercy. Had it not been for the diminishing energy that hindered him, Luo Xuan might have directly taken action to eliminate the threat. After all, he would not be so foolish as to leave an enemy behind, for that individual could very well become a stumbling block in the future. Hey, Lin swiftly acted, conjuring an energy sphere and hurling it toward the mid-level warrior. However, as the energy sphere made contact with the warrior, it was thwarted by what appeared to be a protective barrier. The mid-level warrior opened his eyes with a sinister grin and swiftly maneuvered behind Lin, intending to seize her. You are far too naive if you truly believe I could be so easily vanquished, the mid-level warrior chuckled, addressing Luo Xuan. With a deft flick of his hand, Luo Xuan conjured a celestial being, which he promptly tossed into his mouth. In an instant, he executed the F-62-fold King's fist, vanishing without a trace, leaving no one able to perceive his presence. Just then, the crowd heard the faint voice of the intermediate warrior, and as they turned their gaze once more, they found him behind Lin, with Luo Xuan positioned behind him. In a stark contrast, Luo Xian's hand had penetrated the intermediate warrior's body at the location of his heart. In other words, Luo Xian's right hand had directly pierced through the warrior's heart. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Xuan swiftly eliminated the intermediate warrior. This was his inaugural act of taking a life, yet he felt an unexpected numbness. After all, this was the realm of Dragon Ball. If he were to display excessive mercy, the consequences would likely be dire. Bang! Luo Xuan withdrew his hand, and the corpse of the intermediate warrior, lacking support, collapsed directly to the ground. Are you all right? Luo Xuan did not approach the intermediate warrior Gu Guan, but instead inquired of Lin, "Is everything all right?" "It's fine," Lin replied, shaking her head, surprised that the individual had the strength to launch an attack against her. "That is reassuring." Luo Xuan nodded, observing the intermediate warrior with a furrowed brow, astonished by the formidable technological prowess of the Zoflurians. It was remarkable that, after undergoing modifications, their combat power could exceed 20,000. However, it appeared that there were alterations beyond mere physical enhancements, as even the personality of the individual had transformed. Under ordinary circumstances, that fellow would likely have fled without hesitation. Yet, his initial response was not to escape, but rather to attempt to eliminate Lin, a reaction that was anything but typical. "Let us depart. There are others who will take care of this," Lin remarked, unaware of Luo Xian's contemplations. "Indeed, let us go," he replied. Luo Xuan nodded and followed Lin as they departed. The other Saiyans glanced at each other before also making their exit, for the impact of the situation weighed heavily on them, albeit serving as a catalyst for their determination. After everyone had left, the hand of the intermediate warrior twitched slightly, and soon after, a small scorpion-like creature emerged from his clothing. It then leapt off the gravity platform and burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. Remarkably, no one noticed this diminutive scorpion. In a thriving city, within a tall building, several Zafruans were gathered, engrossed in their studies. "Who is this Saiyan? Why do we not have any records of him?" One Zafruan pointed at a still frame of Luo Xuan displayed on the screen. "He appears to be a low-level warrior. Previously unheard of. Our inquiries have only focused on the high-level warriors," another Zafruan remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he regarded Luo Xian's image. They had merely scrutinized the higher echelons and overlooked the lower ranks entirely. Indeed, according to the data, this low-level warrior possesses a combat power exceeding 16,000, making him the strongest among the Saiyans. If that is the case, we need not be overly concerned. However, this low-level warrior seems capable of altering his combat power through his inherent energy, an older Zafaruan observed, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Is this Saiyan indeed different? Have all the data on those Saiyans been compiled? He inquired of a subordinate, who appeared to hold a lower rank and was likely responsible for such statistics. Yes, everything has been recorded. Aside from this low-level warrior, only 2 high-level warriors surpassed a combat power of 10,000, with the highest being 12,772, the statistician replied, referring to Lin's combat data. Such details are inconsequential. It seems those Saiyans are becoming restless, perhaps plotting something against us. The elder nodded, expressing his concern. That is unlikely. Without our technological advancements, they would struggle to survive. Furthermore, based on this recent test, their combat power poses no real threat to us, a middle-aged man contemplated aloud. While the Saiyans indeed exhibit considerable strength, they do not constitute a significant threat. Judging by the recent performance of that intermediate warrior, breaking through their defenses appeared impossible, thus alleviating any immediate concerns regarding the Saiyans. However, it remains to be seen, as these Saiyans' combat power is continuously on the rise. And this particular group seems unusually formidable. The elderly man continued, expressing that this group of Saiyans exuded an aura of formidable strength, a sensation he had not previously perceived. In the past, the highest combat power of Saiyans barely surpassed 5,000, yet now they had achieved such remarkable levels, it seemed prudent to exercise caution. Another woman, appearing to be of considerable age, likely comparable to the elder, and the sole female present, concurred. Indeed, we should remain vigilant. I believe they would hesitate to act against us, especially since their technology is still in its primitive stages. As long as we keep our advancements confidential and refrain from imparting knowledge to them, they will inevitably continue to rely upon us. A younger Zafaruan interjected, questioning the utility of the Saiyan strength. After all, they are dependent on their technology. Without it, many would likely have perished long ago. Well then, let us conclude this meeting. The middle-aged man, seemingly of authority, declared before rising to depart. The others, observing his exit, followed suit. Soon, only the 2 elders of Zafaruans remained in the conference room. It appeared that past decisions had been misguided. The elderly man spoke first, reminiscing about bygone events. Whether the mistakes were indeed errors remained uncertain. There still existed opportunities for redemption. Presently, the Saiyans' combat prowess did not surpass their technological advancements. The elderly woman lamented that while the Saiyans appeared strong, their true capabilities likely fell short. That low-ranking warrior seemed to present an anomaly, the man observed, scrutinizing the image of Luo Xuan. He furrowed his brow. Having just viewed the footage, the low-ranking warrior's inherent strength seemed limited, yet he was capable of forcibly enhancing his combat power, a phenomenon never before witnessed among Saiyans. Indeed, it is a variable. Did you notice that when the mid-ranking warrior fell, the low-ranking fighter appeared to be at the brink of defeat? Yet, in the final moments of the confrontation, his combat power seemed to revive. The woman replayed the earlier battle for the man to review. It was indeed as she described. He seemed to have fully recovered, with no injuries evident. Regrettably, the mid-ranking warrior had been incapacitated, and the surveillance cameras had failed to capture that moment. Watching the replay, the man's frown deepened. Such instantaneous recovery methods had eluded even the Zafaruans. 2 elderly gentlemen observed the scene for an extended period, yet failed to decipher its meaning, ultimately resigning themselves to their inability to comprehend it. Meanwhile, on a diminutive celestial body somewhere in the universe, Baburus made his appearance, showcasing the Kaioken technique. The North Kai was quite exhilarated, as if he were privy to some significant revelation. Regrettably, Baburus was rendered mute, able only to gesticulate with his hands and feet. This was no jest. Witnessing Baburus's gleeful demeanor prompted the North Kai to express his disapproval. This is no joke. Ha ha ha, truly not a jest. After uttering this, the North Kai covered his mouth and chuckled heartily. Of course, Luo Xuan remained oblivious to these happenings. Luo Xuan, are you truly untroubled? Mashi cast a concerned glance at Luo Xuan, still apprehensive, for he had just forcibly elevated his strength twice, which might impose a considerable strain on his body. I'm perfectly fine. Luo Xuan nodded, acknowledging that he had felt somewhat weak earlier, likely needing a few days to recuperate. However, After utilizing the divine beans for recovery, he found himself in good condition once more. Initially, Luo Xuan had hesitated to use the beans, uncertain of any potential side effects. Yet, at that moment, refraining from their use could have resulted in not merely the demise of that intermediate warrior, but the loss of Lin as well. How remarkable it was, indeed, that in just over a month, he had grown to such formidable strength. Lin glanced at Luo Xuan, her adorable visage prompting him to feel an urge to pinch her cheeks. How could a Saiyan possess such cuteness? Only they understood the extent of Luo Xuan's efforts in the northern forest. Ma Shi spoke up, having accompanied Luo Xuan throughout his trials in the northern forest. She was not at all surprised by his current combat prowess, for he had sacrificed immensely to attain it. Could you share your experiences with me? Lin inquired with newfound curiosity, as she was entirely unaware of Luo Xuan's life in the northern forest. She knew, however, that prior to entering, his fighting capabilities were significantly inferior to hers. Yet, upon entering the forest, he had transformed into such a powerful warrior, undoubtedly encountering numerous challenges along the way. Ma Shi glanced at Luo Xuan, and upon seeing no objections, she began recounting the events that transpired in the northern forest. She revealed everything, as Lin had also consumed divine beans previously, thus there was no need for concealment. After a considerable time, Ma Shi finally concluded her narrative, as there were indeed many events to recount. Are you suggesting that Saiyans can enhance their combat power by recovering near death? Lin remarked, suddenly realizing this intriguing point. If that were the case, perhaps there existed a method to elevate the fighting capabilities of all Saiyans. Should they then engage the Zoful people? Their strength would be formidable indeed. Indeed, that is the case, but do not entertain the notion of relying on such a method to enhance the combat power of Saiyans. At this moment, Luo Xuan spoke up, aware of Lin's thoughts. Why? Lin furrowed her brows. This matter certainly warranted consideration. After all, if she could forcibly enhance her strength by incapacitating those opponents and then healing afterward, it seemed feasible. Consequently, the overall might of the Saiyans would be bolstered, affording them greater confidence in confronting the Zoflurians. However, this method of forced enhancement merely extracted the latent potential of the body. The Saiyans, who possessed the capacity for boundless growth, risked stagnation in their future endeavors due to a momentary surge in power. Thus, even after defeating the Zoflurians, they could still fall prey to others. Luo Xuan shook his head, fully aware of the implications. The remarkable effects he observed were undoubtedly the result of extracting the body's latent potential. A few instances may be manageable, but forcibly enhancing one's strength through such methods could lead to insurmountable difficulties in the future. Let us not overindulge. A single instance should suffice, as it would still yield a significant boost in power. Lin pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Luo Xuan's reasoning. Such enhancements would undoubtedly impose considerable strain on the body. However, if limited to just 1 or 2 enhancements, the adverse effects might be negligible. Much like Ma Shi, who had also experienced 2 enhancements, allowing him to attain his current level of prowess. But who will attend to their injuries if you incapacitate them? Luo Xuan posed yet another conundrum. While it was a simple task to render them severely wounded, the subsequent care required posed a more complex challenge. Do you not possess those miraculous beans? Lin inquired, turning her gaze toward Luo Xuan. She had clearly listened when Ma Shi spoke of those beans, renowned for their extraordinary healing properties. As long as one was not beyond saving, all injuries could be mended. If Luo Xuan indeed had such miraculous beans, they could swiftly restore the severely injured Saiyans. Regrettably, my supply of beans is limited, he replied. Luo Xuan shook his head, realizing that Lin was now enticed by the allure of enhanced combat prowess. To bring her back to her senses, he felt compelled to shatter all her delightful illusions. Are beans truly scarce? If necessary, we could seek assistance from the Zofulans. As long as we offer them a substantial price, they would provide us with treatment. With their level of technology, they should be capable of healing us. Upon hearing Luo Xuan mention the scarcity of beans, Lin pondered for a moment before responding with a hint of uncertainty. Her tone suggested a lack of enthusiasm for the Zofulans. Was there something more at play? 1 or 2 may be manageable, but do you really believe that a multitude of severely injured Saiyans could approach the Zofulans for treatment without them noticing? For instance, that intermediate warrior from earlier may have already relayed our situation to the Zofulans. Luo Xuan contemplated the intermediate warrior he had just encountered. It was evident that he had been modified by the Zufu people. If they had indeed implanted surveillance devices within him, The events of their recent battle would undoubtedly have been transmitted back to the Zufu. Furthermore, the intermediate warrior consistently sought healing from the Zufu, suggesting that they had likely already discerned this pattern. The more Luo Xuan pondered, the more plausible this seemed. The warrior's strength was surely not derived from merely 1 or 2 near-death recoveries. Thus, the Zufu might have long recognized the unique traits of the Saiyans. Luo Xuan pondered for a moment, acknowledging the plausibility of such a scenario. After all, the technological prowess of the Zufu people is so advanced that it would be inconceivable for them to lack any form of vigilance against the Saiyans. Thus, it is highly probable that the recent battle was directly transmitted back to the Zufu through surveillance or listening devices. Indeed, you are correct. I may have been a tad hasty in my conclusions. Lin, after some contemplation, nodded in agreement, recognizing that the matter at hand is far from straightforward. Initially, there was hope in discovering a method for the Saiyans to enhance their strength. However, it now appears to be fraught with challenges. The path to true strength lies in rigorous training, for relying on external means may ultimately lead to stagnation. Well, it is good to understand this. But why do you wish to confront the Zufu? Is it for their technology? Luo Xuan was taken aback, realizing that Lin was so eager to become stronger. And it was all to confront the Zoflurians. Did she harbor such deep-seated hatred for them? Previously, in the anime, the Zoflurians were depicted as a peace-loving race. Why then did these Saiyans seem so intent on eradicating them? Perhaps it was better to forget certain things. Lin chose not to elaborate further. Earlier, Luo Xuan had mentioned that he suffered a severe blow to the head during battle, resulting in amnesia. Consequently, there were many things he could not recall. Well, I cannot fathom the nature of this situation. However, since you prefer not to share, I shall not press you further. Luo Xuan could perceive that Lin, while recounting the matter, appeared somewhat reluctant to revisit those memories. It seemed that the Zoflurians had committed an unforgivable transgression, a situation far from simple. Nevertheless, since her recollection seemed to bring her discomfort, Luo Xuan chose not to pry further. Well, if you wish to know in the future, I shall inform you. For now, I need to focus on my training. Would you care to engage in a sparring match with me? Lin smiled lightly before replying, noting that the previous Luo Xuan lacked the capability to contend with her. However, the current circumstances were markedly different, for Luo Xuan's combat prowess had significantly increased. Lin was acutely aware that she could no longer claim to be his match. Hence, she inquired if he would be willing to serve as her sparring partner. Eager to test the effects of the gravity platform, Luo Xuan nodded. Although he also possessed a gravity system, encounters with peers under such conditions had become increasingly rare. Thus, he was eager to test his skills in combat on the gravity platform. Well then, let us proceed, Lin replied, nodding before turning to exit. What about the rest of you? Luo Xuan gazed at Moshi and the others, posing a question. We intend to try out the gravity